On the pristine white bed of the hotel, Luo Chen opened his eyes, only to discover an exquisitely beautiful girl, disheveled, lying beside him. His mind went blank. What had transpired? His company, which he had founded with his own hands, had successfully gone public after a night of revelry at the celebration. He had lost consciousness. How had he ended up in a hotel? Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized the girl. She was clad in a blue and white school uniform, with a white t-shirt underneath, her alluring figure prominently displayed as she lay flat. The disarray of her clothing revealed her delicate waist, barely graspable, exposed to the air. The t-shirt had been pulled down, unveiling her enchanting shoulder, accentuated by an unknown strap, creating a striking visual impact. Luo Chen's gaze shifted, and he finally beheld her stunning face. His eyes widened in shock. It was her, the girl with lustrous black hair, slightly tousled, a perfect oval face, a high nose, almond-shaped eyes, and cherry lips, her skin as fair as jade. The delicate flush on her cheeks hinted at intoxication. But none of that mattered now. This girl was Su Qiyu, the radiant moonlight of Luo Chen's youth, the school beauty he had secretly adored for 3 years in high school. How had she ended up here? No, wait. Luo Chen looked down and realized he too was wearing a school uniform. He dashed to the bathroom and gazed into the mirror. He was stunned. That youthful face bore no trace of the successful man he had become. Stepping back, his expression turned blank. After a long moment, he returned to the bedside, his complex gaze fixed on the disheveled beauty before him. He confirmed that this was not a dream. He had been reborn. Memories from years past flooded his mind. On this day in his previous life had marked a pivotal turning point that on the first day of high school, Luo Chen had fallen deeply in love with this beautiful girl. He was enamored yet lacked the courage to confess. She was far too exceptional, not only in beauty but also as the top scholar in class. And her family background was equally impressive. As a mere ordinary student from a humble family, he could only silently dedicate himself to her, care for her, and dream of a day when Su Qiyu would be moved by his genuine affection. When the class bell rang, he would rush to the cafeteria to fetch her meals. After school, he would carry her books and bring her water in torrential rain. Knowing she despised getting wet, he would be the first to deliver an unused umbrella to her. A simple thank you from Su Qiyu would bring him joy for the entire evening. He lived in a fantasy, convinced that their destinies were entwined by fate. Yet, after 3 years of unreciprocated affection, he was met with disdain and frequent reprimands. Rather than feeling anger, he would simply chuckle foolishly, thinking, "Why does she only get angry with me?" It's because those closest to you find it hardest to conceal their emotions. This was Luo Chen's naive belief. As the college entrance examinations approached, today marked the school's 100-day pledge ceremony. Following the event, the homeroom teacher had arranged a class dinner, and he saw it as a golden opportunity to muster the courage to confess publicly. He was rejected outright, her refusal a devastating blow. After 3 years of unrequited love, he found himself with nothing to in a drunken stupor. Fearing his parents would discover the truth, he lied about staying at a friend's house and instead checked into this hotel. He had no idea why Su Qiyu was in this room. He awoke to her, shaking him awake. Su Qiyu's emotions had unraveled, and no amount of explanation would suffice. She called the police. This incident spiraled into events that would ultimately shape his life. Taking a deep breath to steady his thoughts, Luo Chen's gaze returned to the stunning figure on the bed. Still beautiful, still alluring. But this time, he thought, whoever desires to pursue, let them do so. I shall no longer be the one to chase. Despite his urge to distance himself from her, today's situation required careful management. Just then, a sultry moan broke the silence in the room. Had she awakened? Luo Chen collected his thoughts, leaning casually against the wall with his hands in his pockets, his gaze calm and observant. Su Qiyu sat up, a dazed expression gracing her exquisite face. The fabric of her clothing slipped, revealing a tantalizing expanse of fair skin. Luo Chen couldn't help but glance again. He was perplexed. How could someone so young be so developed? Though his body was aflame with youthful vigor, his emotions remained detached. Su Qiyu rubbed her throbbing head, scanning the unfamiliar surroundings. Where is she? Her gaze quickly settled on Luo Chen, and her movements froze. Luo Chen? Her hazy thoughts abruptly cleared. This was a hotel room? How was Luo Chen here? She struggled to recall the previous night, remembering only that a girl had taken her to the hotel to stay for the night. Could it be? As her gaze lowered, she immediately spotted the revealing state of her attire. Her expression turned to one of shock, disheveled clothing, a hotel room, and Luo Chen. What other conclusion could there be? It was as if a thunderbolt had struck her. "Luo Chen, you scoundrel! Why are you in my room?" she exclaimed, hastily fixing her clothes and grabbing a pillow to hurl at him. "You shameless fool!" Her face was a portrait of despair, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. Luo Chen caught the pillow. In his previous life, he had received a similar tirade, bewildered, yet attempting to comfort Su Qiyu. Even now, he felt a sense of discontent. Shouldn't he frighten her a bit? A mischievous smile crept across his face as he moved closer to the bed. Su Qiyu, flustered, clutched her collar tightly. Given Luo Chen's character, regardless of what had transpired, he should be apologizing softly at this moment. What was this expression? "Luo Chen, what are you planning? If you come any closer, I'll call the police." She held her collar tightly, her expression filled with suspicion. She couldn't comprehend how Luo Chen could act in such a despicable manner. Was it merely because she had rejected his confession? Luo Chen continued to approach, his smile growing increasingly wicked. Su Qiyu was thoroughly flustered, feeling as though he might pounce at any moment. "Luo Chen, please be rational," she pleaded. "I simply don't like you. What wrong have I done? If this continues, you'll ruin your life." Luo Chen halted at the edge of the bed, his smile fading. Indeed, what was wrong with not liking someone? He gazed at her beautiful face, still captivating, yet the fervor of his past affection had dissipated. He had lost interest in scaring her. "Farewell, radiant moonlight. From this moment forth, you shall merely be an incidental figure in my life." Luo Chen tossed the pillow onto the head of the bed and leaned closer to Su Qiyu. Su Qiyu panicked anew, about to threaten him. Luo Chen fixed his calm gaze on her, casually stating, "Su Qiyu, please rein in your sordid thoughts." Su Qiyu's mind momentarily froze. "Me sordid?" Luo Chen was the first to use such a term to describe her. He continued, "First of all, this is my room, and you're the one who appeared here. Secondly, I woke up and found you like this. I haven't touched you. Yet here you are, lying beside me at this late hour, dressed like that. What are you trying to do? Tempt me?" This. Su Qiyu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "Me tempt you? Luo Chen, you." She instinctively wanted to express her anger, but the unfamiliar smile on Luo Chen's face made her uneasy. What if he were to unleash his primal instincts? Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she replied, "Luo Chen, this is clearly my room. Don't you think your explanation lacks substance? Do you believe I would accept it? Or that the police would?" Luo Chen, uninterested in further explanations, straightened his posture. "Since you don't believe me, you might as well call the police. Then the entire school will hear about it. The aloof campus beauty has spent the night with a slacker. Who do you think will be the one to lose face?" He expressed this with considerable resentment. In his previous life, Su Qiyu had indeed reported it to the police, and the consequences had not been any less severe for him. "That foolish woman, you." Su Qiyu clenched her silver teeth, unable to retort effectively. Luo Chen's words suddenly enlightened her. Indeed, no one would care about who shared a room with her. They would only. Luo Chen cast her a disdainful glance. "Indeed, your intelligence seems to be limited. What a pity, such a beautiful person, yet so foolish. Come, let's step outside." Having lost all interest, he merely wished to resolve this predicament swiftly and return home. Su Qiyu's expression momentarily froze. Outside? Was he not implying something else? "Where are you taking me?" she asked with a frown, her voice laced with caution. Luo Chen paid her no mind and turned to exit. She hesitated briefly, but seeing him open the door, she quickly got out of bed. Remaining outside was certainly preferable to staying in the room. If he dared to force himself upon her, she could always call for help. Watching her wary movements, Luo Chen felt a wave of self-mockery wash over him. 3 years of longing, and for what? Not even a hint of trust remained. That he stepped outside the room. In the corridor, guests mingled with staff, which granted Su Qiyu a semblance of safety. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Luo Chen's retreating figure, filled with disdain. "Humph. Thank goodness I didn't agree to your request, scoundrel rogue." Before long, they reached the elevator. Luo Chen strode directly toward the front desk, his expression growing colder. This hotel had been the source of his troubles in his past life. When Su Qiyu reported the incident, the authorities, wishing to avoid complications, declared that the surveillance cameras were malfunctioning and no evidence could be gathered. In his previous life, he had been naive. In this life, that would not be the case. With more people around, Su Qiyu finally relaxed, though the strange glances directed at her made her quite uncomfortable. Dressed in a school uniform while checking into a hotel, it was difficult not to let imaginations run wild. She could escape at any moment, but this matter could not simply be dismissed. Though her clothes remained on, the state they were in suggested that perhaps Luo Chen had touched her. No way. I shall see how you explain this. Upon reaching the front desk, the attendant glanced up, noticing two students, and asked nonchalantly, "What can I help you with?" Before Luo Chen could speak, Su Qiyu's cool voice interjected, "Hello, could you please check the registration for room 304? The attendant nodded. "Sure." She began flipping through the logbook. Su Qiyu crossed her arms, casting a disdainful look at Luo Chen. Let's see how you play this off." Luo Chen ignored her, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the counter. Before long, the attendant looked up. "The registered name is Luo Chen." The moment those words left her lips, Su Qiyu's expression froze in shock. What was happening? Wasn't it her room? Luo Chen glanced at Su Qiyu. "Did you hear that?" he inquired. Su Qiyu clenched her fists, a mix of confusion and determination bubbling within her. "So what if it's your room? What if you brought me here last night?" she retorted coolly. After drinking too much, she couldn't recall how they ended up at the hotel. Luo Chen nodded slightly. "That makes sense." His words left Su Qiyu momentarily bewildered. What did he mean by that? Luo Chen turned to the attendant, speaking coldly. "Where are your surveillance cameras? A stranger has inexplicably entered my room, and I need to review the footage." The attendant's attitude soured. "Sorry, young man, but we must protect our guest's privacy. You cannot access the surveillance footage." She dismissed him casually. After all, he was merely a student and easy to handle. "Cannot check, is that so?" Luo Chen asked, fixing his gaze on the attendant. Su Qiyu regarded Luo Chen's cold demeanor with a sense of unfamiliarity. In her memory, he had always worn a sycophantic smile. The attendant didn't even lift her head. "Yes. Hotel policy states I have no authority to grant you access." Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Good, then this is your responsibility." He glanced at the attendant's name tag. "Your name is Li Shui, correct?" As soon as he spoke, he pulled out a cheap phone from his pocket. Li Shui furrowed her brow, asking, "What do you mean by responsibility?" Su Qiyu looked equally puzzled. Luo Chen, appearing quite relaxed, replied, "I checked into a room, and upon waking, I found an extra person inside. Firstly, I am still a minor, and my room can only accommodate one person. Secondly, how did she gain entry into my room? I believe your hotel has a security issue. An additional person in my room went unnoticed. Is it due to employee negligence? Or is your hotel inherently corrupt? If you allow me to view the surveillance footage to clarify the situation, I won't involve you further. If you refuse, I will have no choice but to seek the assistance of the police for the sake of my reputation." As he finished speaking, he even displayed the already dialed 110 number on his phone. The attendant stared, momentarily at a loss. Call the police? Did these two students not fear their parents finding out? Luo Chen shook his phone, stating, "Not speaking? Then I'll make the call." The moment he finished speaking, "Stop, could you both follow me for a moment?" the attendant said awkwardly. She turned and walked toward the elevator. Luo Chen stepped forward to follow her. Su Qiyu's lips parted in surprise, her expression one of disbelief. Luo Chen's composed demeanor was becoming increasingly unfamiliar to her. The crucial question was, were they truly going to investigate? In the security office, the attendant had sent the security personnel away and was now operating the bulky desktop computer. Su Qiyu cast furtive glances at the solemn figure, feeling a growing sense of estrangement, especially since her earlier resolute thoughts were beginning to waver. "I found it, brother." "This is when you entered," the attendant announced. Both of them focused on the computer screen. On the screen, Luo Chen stumbled in from outside, though the image was unclear. One could sense the aura of desolation emanating from him, as if he had lost his soul. Luo Chen smiled bitterly. He had been so naive back then. Su Qiyu's gaze froze in disbelief. How could this be? Luo Chen came alone? What about her? Chapter 3. The truth revealed? The school belle's embarrassment. Her complex gaze fell upon Luo Chen's retreating figure, and a sense of guilt began to envelop her. Could it truly be that their connection was non-existent? Before she could dwell too long on the thought, she observed Luo Chen staggering towards the elevator, only to lose his balance and collapse to the ground. He struck the floor with his fist, rose, and continued his forward march. That silhouette appeared desolate and soul-searching. He lifted a hand to wipe his face, as if brushing away tears, merely by observing his back. Su Qiyu could already sense the profound melancholy that plagued Luo Chen's heart at that moment. Her delicate fists clenched tightly, and her complicated gaze drifted towards his striking profile. Rejecting his confession had evidently inflicted a deep wound upon him. Luo Chen cast a sidelong glance at Su Qiyu and inquired, "Have you discerned the truth?" His eyes radiated an unmistakable aura of distance. The unfamiliar sensation within Su Qiyu intensified, leaving her feeling increasingly out of place. She nodded slightly. At this juncture, her own guilt had begun to manifest. Luo Chen withdrew his gaze and instructed, "Let us find out when this girl arrived." The receptionist responded cheerfully, "Certainly, a trivial matter." "Little girl?" Su Qiyu scoffed internally, feeling an inexplicable oddity. "I found it," the receptionist announced. Su Qiyu swiftly raised her head, her beautiful eyes fixated on the image displayed on the monitor. She had been escorted in by someone, clearly intoxicated and in a state of disarray. The person aiding her was a girl clad in a school uniform. Su Qiyu widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "How could it be her?" 15 minutes later, Luo Chen emerged from the hotel's main entrance. The matter had been resolved, and a sense of relief washed over him. He had already uncovered the identity of the instigator. At this moment, he was eager to return home and reunite with his parents. Su Qiyu trailed behind him, her head bowed, her face painted with a myriad of complex emotions, resembling a child who had committed a transgression. Lost in her feelings of remorse, she failed to notice that Luo Chen had come to a halt. She collided into him. "Ah!" Su Qiyu gasped in surprise, hastily stepping back, her face slightly flushed. Yet, she still dared not meet Luo Chen's gaze. "Luo Chen, I." She contemplated apologizing, yet the words felt lodged in her throat. Luo Chen appeared utterly unconcerned. "Classmate Su Qiyu, you've seen the surveillance footage, so you should understand what transpired, right?" His youthful face bore a smile that belied his age, exuding a nonchalant air. Su Qiyu felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. This form of address, he had always called her Qiyu in the past, a name that had irked her greatly. No matter how many times she had reprimanded him, now it felt so foreign. "I understand," she nodded, responding with an air of guilt. Recalling her earlier self-assured demeanor in the room filled her with shame. "It's good that the misunderstanding has been cleared up. As for me, I am quite magnanimous. I once hold the incident of you lying beside me against you. After all, the fault does not lie with you. You were merely brought to my room by someone else. Do not speak of the recent events to anyone, including your parents and the person who brought you to my room. I will handle it," Luo Chen stated with a deliberate calmness. Su Qiyu pouted slightly. "What is there for you to investigate? You stand to gain nothing." She was also contemplating how to deal with that individual, but with Luo Chen's assurance, her internal conflict dissipated. Su Qiyu nodded, her curiosity piqued about Luo Chen's intended course of action. Luo Chen continued, "Since the truth of the matter has come to light, if you have no objections, we shall turn the page on this incident, and we will be completely unconnected from now on. I also intend to return home." A slight tension gripped Su Qiyu's heart. She lifted her chin and inquired, "What do you mean by completely unconnected?" Luo Chen responded as if it were the most natural thing in the world, "It means we shall have no ties to this matter." What relationship did we ever have? Su Qiyu felt an inexplicable urgency within her. Reflecting on the past 3 years, during which Luo Chen had provided meticulous care and unwavering support, what did this signify? Words escaped her. "We are classmates," she finally managed to say, albeit awkwardly. Luo Chen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we share that connection. However, it matters little. With the impending college entrance examinations, once we graduate, that relationship will reach its conclusion, and I shall no longer intrude upon your life." Su Qiyu clenched her fists tightly. She suddenly sensed that Luo Chen was fervently striving to sever any ties between them. A feeling of heaviness settled in her heart. "Luo Chen, I." Before she could express herself further, Luo Chen offered no opportunity for continuation. "Well, I must be going home now. Farewell, Su Qiyu." A charming smile adorned his handsome face, and he waved sincerely. Yet this farewell was not directed solely at Su Qiyu standing before him, but rather at the cherished light of his heart. Su Qiyu felt an inexplicable ache as she perceived the depth of his gaze. It was as if something precious had been excavated from her heart. Luo Chen turned to leave, and her breath quickened, a sense of suffocation enveloping her. Luo Chen. She instinctively called out to his retreating figure. Luo Chen turned back, puzzled. What are you still doing here? He asked, his brows furrowing slightly. His impatient tone only heightened Su Qiyu's anxiety. She bit her lip and said, "It's too dark. I feel a bit scared." In the past, the mere utterance of her fear would have sent Luo Chen rushing to escort her to her doorstep. Gazing at his handsome visage, a flicker of hope unexpectedly emerged within her. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. Scared? Su Qiyu nodded gently. Luo Chen flashed a grin and remarked, "If you're scared, seek out the police. They are the true guardians." With that, he turned and walked away. Su Qiyu bit her lip, her beautiful eyes fixated on the receding silhouette, feeling an inexplicable sense of grievance. It was no matter if he did not see her off. What was so remarkable about that? If only he could keep his word and not disturb her again. There were plenty of suitors vying for her attention. She was not lacking in admirers. Others had dignity. They would leave after being rejected, yet he clung to her like an incessant affliction. "You do not disturb, and I thank you." She vented her frustrations towards the gradually fading silhouette, yet the feeling of suffocation did not dissipate. Instead, it intensified. After Luo Chen departed, he hastened home with great eagerness. The moment he turned the key in the lock, his heart raced with exhilaration. What nonsense about Su Qiyu! How could parental figures be of lesser importance? "Father, mother, I have returned." As soon as Luo Chen opened the door, he couldn't help but shout. Upon entering the room, he found Luo Xu was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a newspaper, while Bai Jing busied herself in the kitchen. That familiar warmth enveloped him instantly. "You rascal, with the college entrance examination approaching, instead of studying diligently, you've been out gallivanting. Did you not claim to be staying at a classmate's home? What brings you back?" Bai Jing pointed at Luo Chen with a rolling pin, reprimanding him. He chuckled. Luo Chen dashed over and enveloped Bai Jing in a bear hug. "I missed you both, so I came back." Bai Jing stood frozen in place. The rolling pin still held aloft. How could such words escape the lips of this unfilial son? He then turned and sprinted towards Luo Xubua. "Father, a hug." Luo Xubua set down the newspaper and raised his hand to halt the oncoming Luo Chen. Adjusting his glasses, he remarked, "Spare me the theatrics. Now tell me, what trouble have you stirred up this time?" Bai Jing's realization dawned upon her. No wonder. She crossed her arms, her gaze turning stern. Chapter 4. The cold and elegant school belle. Is it really so? Luo Chen's fervent spirit was doused by this cold reality. "Father, do you see me only as a troublemaker?" he lamented. Luo Xubua set aside the newspaper, lifting his teacup. "How could that be?" Luo Chen felt a bit more at ease. After taking a sip of tea, Luo Xubua added, "Besides causing trouble, you also excel in failing exams." Luo Chen was momentarily speechless. Luo Xubua straightened his posture and said earnestly, "My son, I wish to interview you. Our Luo family is, after all, somewhat of a literary lineage. How is it that you managed to fail every subject? You certainly lack specialization." Luo Chen felt a deep embarrassment. This father of his was quite the cynic. Ahem. He coughed lightly and said, "I shall retreat to my studies now." He slipped back into his room. Leaning against the headboard, a myriad of emotions swirled within him. In his past life, there were too many regrets. Upon awakening in the hotel, Su Qiyu reported the incident to the police. He was taken away and interrogated for an entire day. He bore no resentment towards Su Qiyu, though somewhat foolish. Her reaction was understandable. Moreover, it was Su Qiyu who ultimately chose to mediate, thereby sparing him from imprisonment. Yet, the sudden pressure caused him to fall gravely ill. And just as he began to recover, calamity struck again. Photos surfaced in the class depicting him and Su Qiyu lying on a hotel bed, a scandal of significant consequence. He was expelled. For his parents, this was undoubtedly a catastrophic blow. Luo Xubua, a figure in the bureaucratic establishment, faced repercussions as word spread within his workplace, jeopardizing his career and leaving him unable to hold his head high for the next decade. Bai Jing's health deteriorated, and the whispers of the neighborhood drove her to utter despair. She fell gravely ill. Although she recovered, the remnants of her affliction lingered. 2 years later, she passed away. He sighed deeply, steadying his thoughts. "Father, mother, This time I shall not burden you again. I will make you proud. Luo Chen began to rummage through his backpack, pulling out his textbooks to review. As he gazed upon the familiar knowledge, confidence blossomed within him. In his past life, these textbooks appeared as cryptic tomes. Yet this time was different. After expulsion, he had no choice but to step into society. During the first 3 years, he worked various jobs. Lacking knowledge and professional skills, he relied on his sharp mind to uncover business opportunities. In the subsequent 3 years, he delved into entrepreneurship while diligently acquiring specialized knowledge. However, the self-study proved exhausting, leading him to enroll in an adult undergraduate program. Those 3 years were spent juggling the demands of entrepreneurship by day and fervently catching up on high school subjects by night. A veritable nightmare. Fortunately, he later encountered her. The thought of her enchanting visage brought a smile to Luo Chen's lips. Wait for me. I will find you. Before long, it was 11 o'clock. In a luxurious villa, Su Qiyu lounged on her bed, donning an adorable camisole nightgown, her delicate feet swinging playfully in the air, resting her chin on her folded arms. Her lips formed a slight pout. Such an endearing sight. Few knew that the aloof campus beauty would adopt such a posture when alone. In front of her lay the latest flip phone, resplendent in color, its screen displaying a chat window. The username belonged to Xiao Xiao Luo Yu. The entire dialogue consisted of messages from Xiao Xiao Luo Yu. March 3rd, 7 o'clock a.m. Good morning. March 3rd, 11:00 p.m. Good night. March 4th, 7 o'clock a.m. Good morning. March 4th, 11:00 p.m. Good night. March 5th, 7 o'clock a.m. Good morning. Xiao Xiao Luo Yu retracted a message. Su Qiyu observed as the clock changed from 11 p.m. to 11:01 p.m. Luo Chen, you are late. What are you doing? She pouted, her face adorned with a playful grievance. Since the day Luo Chen added her, he had unfailingly messaged her at the same time, day after day, for 3 years. Initially, she found it particularly irksome and urged him not to message her. Yet, Luo Chen remained undeterred. She eventually adapted and chose to ignore it. With some idle time, she began to sift through their chat history. Recent messages were accessible, but within the past 3 months, she had not uttered a single word. A wave of guilt welled up from the depths of her heart. Soon, her gaze fell upon the notification of the retracted message. What had been retracted? Was it something related to today as confession? At 11:05 p.m., her phone still emitted no notification sound. She meticulously checked once more. There was data, there was credit. Suddenly, she recalled Luo Chen's words. The impending college entrance examination loomed, signaling the conclusion of their camaraderie post-graduation. A sense of suffocating restlessness surged within her, an inexplicable impatience. Luo Chen, unable to contain herself, she grasped her phone. Her slender, fair fingers began to tap away. Simultaneously, Luo Chen was packing his textbooks into his bag. Lying on his bed, he was filled with eager anticipation. Suddenly, a distinct sound emanated from his phone. Luo Chen's lips twitched involuntarily. It was a notification from someone he particularly cared about, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Without a moment's hesitation, he deduced that the message could only be from Su Qiyu. Initially inclined to disregard it, concern over potential complications from the day's events prompted him to retrieve his phone. Chuqing Hoshui, Luo Chen, I misunderstood the situation today. I apologize. Luo Chen glanced at the chat history, shaking his head with a wry smile. He had been foolishly naive. His first instinct was to cancel the special notifications before responding to her message. Beep, beep, beep. The phone chimed again. Su Qiyu, lying on her bed, quickly flipped over to check the message. Xiao Xiao Luo Yu, it's all right. There's no need to revisit the past. A smile involuntarily graced Su Qiyu's stunning visage as her fingers danced over the screen, continuing to type. Yet before she could finish, beep, beep, beep. Xiao Xiao Luo Yu, I'm going to sleep. Chapter 5. The Proud School Belle and the New Transfer Student? Su Qiyu's fingers froze mid-motion. Humph. She indignantly snapped her phone shut and lay back on her bed, fuming. Sleep, then. She pulled her teddy bear close, poking its head with her finger in frustration. Here I am, apologizing to you, and you still act aloof? So what if I turned you down? How petty. I simply do not like you. What can you do about it? If you have the ability, don't ever seek me out again. Humph. After tormenting the teddy bear further, she finally shut her eyes, hoping for sleep. Yet, her mind was plagued by thoughts of Luo Chen's unusual reactions and his desire to distance himself. An unsettling unrest gripped her heart. That night, she tossed and turned, unable to find slumber. Early the next morning, Bai Jing had just placed breakfast on the dining table when Luo Chen burst out of his room. Is breakfast ready? It smells delightful. He sat down and began to eat voraciously. Bai Jing exchanged a surprised glance with Luo Shubua. He got up by himself without being called. Bai Jing remarked with disdain, only enthusiastic about eating. When will you show such zeal for studying? With your grades? I wonder why I bother making all this delicious food for you. Luo Chen offered a sheepish smile, ignoring her words. The thought of his parents' joy upon seeing his grades filled him with uncontrollable excitement. I'm full now, I'm off to school. He grabbed his backpack and dashed out of the room. Bai Jing and Luo Shubua watched in astonishment as Luo Chen departed. Old Luo, doesn't it seem like there's something off about your son? She inquired with curiosity. Luo Shubua dismissed the matter with a laugh, saying, what could possibly be amiss? You needn't worry about your son's studies. After all, he has been raised independently for so many years. A few final months will not make a difference. Let him be. If it comes to it, he can take over your cosmetics shop. His casual demeanor belied the concern that lingered in his heart. Bai Jing shot him a glare. What kind of talk is this? How can my little shop amount to anything? My son is exceptionally talented and is destined for greatness. Luo Shubua inquired with a smile. In what way is your son exceptional? Bai Jing was momentarily at a loss for words. She glared at Luo Shubua fiercely, declaring, my son is indeed exceptional. What of it? You can't silence me with your food. Just eat your meal. Luo Chen entered the classroom, where many students had already gathered. Upon his arrival, whispers began to circulate among his classmates. Look, the confession king has arrived. He is truly infatuated, albeit lacking self-awareness, like a toad yearning for a swan. Do not insult the toad. Even if it were to crawl across the exam paper with ink on its feet, it might score higher than the confession king. Laughter ensued, and the remarks were neither hushed nor concealed. Luo Chen paid them no mind. Returning to his seat, he took out his books and began to read. Despite his confidence, he knew he could not afford to be careless. The admission scores for her university were exceedingly high. As he pondered this, the enchanting figure of Su Qiyu reappeared in his thoughts, amplifying his anticipation. The chatter continued, yet Luo Chen had no interest in engaging. Soon, a petite figure settled beside him. Ah, they are so bothersome. What does it matter if your confession succeeds or fails? Came a voice of indignation. Luo Chen turned to glance at her. Beside him was a dark-skinned girl with short hair and a look of discontent on her face. She was Wang Lingling, his former deskmate, whose presence he remembered vividly. Throughout high school, he had focused solely on Su Qiyu, leaving little room for social interactions. Others mocked him for his naivety, and few chose to associate with him. Wang Lingling was essentially his only friend during that period, but they had been separated due to academic performance issues. With an odd number of students in the class, he, as the bottom-ranked student, was not favored by the teacher and ended up alone at his desk. Luo Chen smiled and remarked, they can say whatever they wish. It is their prerogative. Oh, Wang Lingling was taken aback by Luo Chen's calm demeanor. She returned to her seat as classmates continued to trickle in. Luo Chen scanned the room and noticed Su Qiyu back at her desk, weary and sporting dark circles under her eyes, having endured a restless night. His gaze swept across the classroom before settling on a girl with shoulder-length hair. This is Li Yuan, the class representative, though that is of little importance. What truly matters is that she was the one who escorted Su Qiyu to Luoqing's room last night. A cold smile crept upon Luoqing's lips. Although he was anxious to address the matter, this was not the appropriate time. Such affairs were best resolved discreetly. Before he could ponder further, the once noisy classroom fell into a sudden silence. Luo Chen glanced up just in time to see their homeroom teacher, Lu Yun, ascend the podium. Why had she arrived so early, well before the self-study period? He had little interest and resumed his revisions. Lu Yun held a disdain for his lack of diligence in studies, but it was not entirely her fault. Who could have regarded the former Luo Chen with any esteem? Even he could not. Clap, clap. Lu Yun clapped her hands and announced, students, I have an important matter to disclose before we commence our self-study. A new classmate has joined us. Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted into a chorus of astonished whispers. Transferring in the second semester of senior year? What was the story? Had they been bullied at their previous school? Perhaps they had done something embarrassing, akin to the incident involving the declaration of love, making it unbearable to stay and thus opting to transfer. Luo Chen was equally taken aback. A new classmate? Indeed, in his previous life, he was undergoing an interrogation at this moment, and upon returning, He had fallen gravely ill, never recovering before the photo incident erupted. Although he had returned to school a few times, it was only to visit the principal's office. He truly had no idea a new student was coming. Silence. Lu Yun slammed her hand on the desk. The classroom quieted, all eyes filled with curiosity. Luo Chen, still disinterested, continued with his exercises. Lu Yun, with an air of authority, declared, "Students, cease your idle speculations. This new student is transferring due to her father's work relocation. I hope you all will get along well." The students exchanged expressions of understanding. Lu Yun raised her hand towards the classroom door, smiling as she said, "Come, let us warmly welcome our new classmate, Su Yuner." Applause erupted throughout the classroom. Luo Chen's writing came to an abrupt halt, his heart pounding fiercely. Su Yuner? How could this be possible? Chapter 6. Could it truly be her? What a delightful surprise. His incredulous gaze fixated on the doorway of the classroom, where a girl entered. She wore the school uniform, zipped all the way to the top, her head slightly bowed, causing half of her face to be obscured by the collar. Her hair cascaded loosely, veiling the sides of her face. Yet, despite this, the porcelain skin and delicate nose that remained visible hinted at a breathtaking beauty. Wow! The classmates gasped in awe. Luo Chen, however, felt as though he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. He gazed intently at the enchanting figure, utterly overwhelmed. It was indeed her. How could this be? Luo Chen's thoughts became a chaotic whirlwind. This Su Yuner was the very vision that lingered in his mind, refusing to fade away. It was she who enabled Luo Chen to successfully complete the adult college entrance examination. It was she who allowed Luo Chen's company to break through its bottleneck and achieve further development. From the establishment of the company to its eventual listing. Through 3 rises and falls, Su Yuner remained steadfast, silently dedicating herself to the company. Employees came and went, yet Su Yuner unwaveringly held her position. Even when salaries could not be met, she never faltered. She was Luo Chen's greatest benefactor in his past life, and simultaneously, his greatest regret. Luo Chen clenched his fists as memories from his previous life surged within him. Su Yuner had feelings for him. He sensed it. Yet he had not yet emerged from the dark experience of confessing to Su Chuyu. His father's promising future had been utterly destroyed, and his mother had passed away from a serious illness. This relationship had dealt him a devastating blow, rendering him particularly averse to love. He had contemplated living out his days in solitude. However, as time passed, that cold heart was ultimately melted by Su Yuner's boundless warmth. Alas, it melted too late. He had not yet embraced Su Yuner's affection when he received a call from the hospital. Su Yuner was critically ill. By the time he arrived at the hospital, she was already gone. The hospital informed him that Su Yuner's contact list contained only him as a noted individual, which is why they had reached out to him. He sat at the bedside, clutching Su Yuner's phone. He perused the contact list. Just as the hospital had stated, he was the only one with a note. That night, he wept beside Su Yuner for hours. He had once asked her what her greatest dream was, to which she replied that her greatest dream was to have no dreams. He had never understood what she meant until he saw the note. Su Yuner's note for him read, "Husband." Now, having been granted a second chance at life, Luo Chen's greatest aspiration was to gain admission to the university she once attended and find her. To his astonishment, Su Yuner appeared in his class. "Hello everyone. I am Su Yuner. Please take care of me." Her soft voice drew Luo Chen back to reality. He gazed at the timid figure on the stage. An overwhelming wave of longing erupted from the depths of his heart. It was her. This feeling, without a doubt, was hers. Only then did he come to a startling realization. He knew which university Su Yuner attended, but had never inquired about where she had completed high school. In his previous life, he had been at home recovering. He had not waited to fully heal before the photo incident erupted, and from that moment on, he had never returned to this classroom. They had missed each other once back then. Luo Chen's emotions surged. He fixed his gaze intently on the somewhat timid figure on the stage, his eyes radiating unwavering determination. "In our past life, we missed each other twice. In this life, we shall not." The classroom erupted with applause, many boys cheering enthusiastically. Su Yuner buried her head deeper, feeling increasingly anxious. "All right." Lu Yun gently raised her hand. The classroom swiftly fell silent. "She is so beautiful. Our class has gained another beauty, perhaps even a campus belle." "Surely not. She is pretty. But can she compare to Su Chuyu?" The faces remained hidden, yet who could discern beauty? The cheers faded, giving way to murmurs. Lu Yun paid no heed. "Su Yuner, Please return to your seat, she instructed, scanning the classroom. Many young boys instantly perked up, straightening their postures. However, they had their own desk partners. As Lu Yun surveyed the room, her gaze ultimately landed on the vacant seat beside Luo Chen. The good news, there was an empty seat. The bad news, the desk partner was Luo Chen. Lu Yun furrowed her brows, caught in a dilemma. Su Yuner was an exemplary student. One Lu Yun had personally ensured was placed in this class. Associating her with Luo Chen, who ranked last in the entire year, would be quite the predicament. Yet, adjusting the seating arrangement at this moment seemed rather inappropriate. Lu Yun felt somewhat helpless. You may sit there for now. We shall discuss the seating arrangement next week. She gestured towards Luo Chen's side. The group of upright boys instantly felt disheartened, their eyes following Lu Yun's indication. The next moment, their gazes froze. What? A desk partner with the confessing boy? Su Yuner slowly lifted her head. Upon noticing, Luo Chen swiftly averted his gaze, striving to stabilize his emotions. No excitement allowed. He feigned to focus on writing, yet not a single word graced the page as his hand trembled incessantly. What constitutes a surprise? Could there be a greater one than this? All right, Su Yuner softly replied, making her way towards Luo Chen. The envious glances from around the room fixated on him. Luo Chen discreetly composed himself. Soon enough, under the watchful eyes of the entire class, Su Yuner settled beside him. Many were already gritting their teeth in frustration. Su Qiyu cast a glance, dismissing it, but as her gaze swept past Luo Chen, last night's events resurfaced in her mind. Humph. She shot Luo Chen a fierce glare. After Su Yuner sat down, she rummaged through her backpack for her textbooks. Luo Chen struggled to suppress the impulse to steal a glance. It was the first encounter of this lifetime. He must remain composed. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Yun tapped on the podium, declaring, "All right, everyone, focus. It's time for self-study. There are only 99 days until the college entrance examination. This is the most significant test in your lives. Reflect on what kind of university you aspire to attend. This is your final push." As her words resonated, she cast a disapproving glance at Luo Chen. For those who are not studying, if you choose to give up, please refrain from disturbing those who are dedicated to their studies. Is that clear? The entire class responded affirmatively. Luo Chen glanced up and found Lu Yun staring at him. He felt a sense of helplessness. Yet, he had no counter-arguments. In his past life, he had been a veritable academic underachiever, lacking any opportunity for higher education. And it was only natural for them to look down upon him. However, this life was different. Not only did he intend to attend university, but he also aspired to enroll in the same institution as Su Yuner. Su Yuner had already placed her books on the desk and was flipping through her textbooks. Yet her mind was elsewhere. After all, she had never shared a desk with a boy before. Luo Chen could no longer suppress the intense longing within him. Ahem. He cleared his throat softly and inquired quietly, "Classmate, which school did you transfer from?" Chapter 7. Clarifying Thoughts and Addressing the Root Cause. Su Yuner's delicate frame trembled slightly. Her small hand, gripping the pen, tightened just a bit. Was it impolite not to respond? "Xianxian High School," she replied timidly. Luo Chen nodded. Oh, he chose not to pursue the conversation further, sensing that continuing would only fluster the girl. Stealing glances at her, he noted that she wore a uniform not belonging to their city's high school, faintly scented with laundry detergent. Although her face was obscured, Luo Chen had already conjured an image of her charming visage in his mind. Soon, a weight settled upon his heart. He recalled that in his previous life, Su Yuner had developed health issues due to a significant upheaval in her family just before the college entrance examination. He fell into contemplation. Su Yuner had shared some details with him in her past life. Her transfer was not due to her father's job relocation, but rather a consequence of her parents' divorce. About a month before the college entrance exam, her mother had suffered a car accident, leaving her emotionally drained and negatively impacting her exam performance, resulting in her not gaining admission to her desired university. The expenses for her mother's surgery depleted her savings for college. To ensure she could attend university, she took on various temporary jobs after the exams, exhausting herself, which, coupled with long-term malnutrition, led to deteriorating health. Even upon entering university, she juggled rigorous studies with part-time jobs to cover tuition, causing her condition to worsen. Yet, Su Yuner dared not visit a hospital. She could not afford it. Luo Chen pieced together the fragments of his past memories, finally clarifying his thoughts. His gaze fell upon Su Yuner's slightly dull hair, filled with concern. The car accident involving her mother was the catalyst, while the prolonged fatigue and malnutrition were contributing factors. These three issues must be addressed. Ding ding ding. The class bell rang, snapping Luo Chen back to reality. Good morning, teacher. The lifeless chorus echoed through the classroom. The first period was mathematics. Luo Chen felt little interest. Mathematics had been the most overwhelming subject in his past life, and Su Yuner had tutored him primarily in it. Now, these concepts seemed trivial to him. His focus needed to be on physics and chemistry. The teacher earnestly lectured at the front. Luo Chen glanced at Su Yuner and quietly asked, "Are you good at math?" Su Yuner, nervously clutching her small hands, shook her head slightly. Luo Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Her demeanor resembled that of a startled little rabbit, cautious yet adorable. "If you encounter any difficult problems, feel free to ask me," he said casually, then opened the physics textbook. Su Yuner stole a glance at Luo Chen before quickly averting her gaze. Su Qiyu fiddled with her exquisite ballpoint pen, unable to concentrate on her studies. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, last night's events surged into Su Qiyu's consciousness uncontrollably. Humph, how infuriating. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, her gaze fixating on the last row of the classroom. There, she caught sight of Luo Chen diligently flipping through his textbooks, exuding an air of earnestness. TCH. She curled her lip in disdain, feeling a wave of disdain wash over her. Isn't it time for you to be asleep? A new deskmate, putting on an act? What a show-off. Humph. Su Qiyu indignantly averted her eyes. At the podium, the teacher was speaking incessantly. Below, the students exhibited a range of expressions. In the blink of an eye, half of the class time had elapsed, and Luo Chen appeared somewhat fatigued. He rested his head on the desk, intending to take a brief respite, but unexpectedly drifted into a light slumber. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of the teacher rapping on the blackboard broke the atmosphere. Su Qiyu quickly redirected her gaze, joining her classmates in focusing on the teacher. The bespectacled female teacher tossed a piece of chalk onto the lectern and inquired, "This question, an extension of the one I just discussed. Who can solve it? Raise your hand." All the students promptly lowered their heads, withdrawing their gazes in unison. Su Qiyu also averted her eyes. Her mind had been consumed by thoughts of Luo Chen, and she had barely absorbed any of the lecture. The math teacher, furrowing her brow, asked, "No one is raising their hand? Then I shall call on someone." The students lowered their heads even further, fearful of meeting the teacher's gaze. The teacher, visibly disappointed, eventually settled her gaze on Su Qiyu, her expression softening slightly. "Qiyu, why don't you come up and solve this question?" A rare smile graced her face. Su Qiyu was undeniably the top student in Class 5, and her peers began to relax. Soon, all eyes were drawn to Su Qiyu. She clenched her fists, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Just moments ago, she had not been paying attention in class, with everyone staring at her. She had no choice but to muster her courage and step up to the podium. Grasping the chalk, she began to work through the problem. Her classmates cast envious glances her way. However, the teacher's look of satisfaction gradually faded as Su Qiyu halted midway. "Teacher, I can't go on," she admitted awkwardly. Glancing at the teacher, gasps of surprise rippled through the classroom. Was there truly a question that Su Qiyu couldn't solve? The teacher sighed, saying, "All right, you can return. You managed to solve half of it, which is commendable." Su Qiyu made her way back, and although her expression remained stoic, her toes were digging into the ground in frustration. "Stupid Luo Chen, this is all your fault." Humph. She fumed internally. The teacher, feeling somewhat vexed, asked, "Is there truly no one who can solve this problem?" Silence enveloped the room. The teacher's eyes scanned the classroom and soon landed on the conspicuously sleeping Luo Chen. Too noticeable. The initial irritation transformed into outright anger. "Sleeping in my class?" The teacher's dissatisfaction intensified, her gaze sharpening. The other students sensed the shift in atmosphere. Soon, the eyes of the class were drawn to Luo Chen, following the teacher's gaze. It was the renowned confession king. A spectacle was about to unfold. How amusing. Truly, no one could match the audacity of the confession king, even dozing off in the presence of this formidable teacher. The whispers of mockery began to circulate. Su Qiyu also took notice, secretly revealing a fierce yet adorable expression. "Humph, he deserves it." At that moment, Luo Chen was entirely lost in dreams, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Su Yuner lowered her head, her fingers gripping the pen so tightly that they turned pale. She gently nudged Luo Chen's arm with her elbow twice, a subtle yet firm gesture. Luo Chen stirred awake. Before he could grasp the situation, Su Yuner's hushed voice reached his ears. "Wake up, The teacher is watching you. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. Was Su Yuner calling him? Her timid tone instantly transported him back to his past life. Chapter 8. Luo Chen's answer. A glimmer of brilliance, he relished the feeling. Immersed in it, even neglecting Su Yuner's words. The fury in the teacher's eyes intensified. Other students stifled their laughter, yet their anticipation was palpable. Su Yuner clenched her tiny fists. How could he sleep through all this? She placed her small hand beneath, lightly tapping Luo Chen's thigh twice. Luo Chen nearly burst into laughter. Luo Chen, stand up. Suddenly, the teacher's furious roar echoed from the podium, booming like thunder. Su Yuner flinched at the unexpected shout. The faces of her classmates were adorned with mocking smiles, brimming with derision. Luo Chen was startled as well. It was only then that he grasped why Su Yuner had called for him. How embarrassing. He quickly rose to his feet, scratching his head, and said, "Teacher, did you call me?" "Humph." The teacher scoffed, her voice low and stern. "Have you not realized I've been watching you for quite some time? Sleeping in class. This is the level of commitment you exhibit as a senior?" Luo Chen offered an awkward smile and replied, Teacher, your lecture was so captivating that I inadvertently closed my eyes while contemplating your words and must have dozed off. My apologies." The moment those words left his mouth, laughter erupted around him. Absolutely brilliant. Our confession king continues to conjure up the most creative excuses. One could hardly imagine such a rationale without a history of insanity. How utterly hilarious. The chatter persisted. Su Qiyu, too, rolled her eyes in disdain. She had initially thought Luo Chen was becoming a stranger, yet the familiar essence of him returned with astonishing swiftness. He was still the same. Su Yuner could not help but feel a wave of embarrassment for Luo Chen, lowering her head even further. The teacher's fists clenched involuntarily. "Well, you are quite the diligent student. The bottom of the year group, and you're dreaming about solving problems in my class. Should I inform your homeroom teacher about this?" She struggled to suppress her rising anger, barking out her words. The laughter around them surged once more. Su Qiyu, uninterested in the spectacle, felt a sense of satisfaction bubbling within her. Su Yuner gaped in astonishment. The bottom of the entire grade? Wasn't it said that if there were any questions he couldn't solve, he could seek help? What a boast. Luo Chen, upon hearing this, felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. He chuckled and replied, "Teacher, I may have been at the bottom of the entire grade, but I have turned over a new leaf. I've been diligently studying these past few days." Turned over a new leaf? Diligently studying? The other students were already laughing to the point of exhaustion. In their eyes, Luo Chen had become nothing more than a walking joke. What an oddity. The teacher was seething with anger. "All right, you've turned over a new leaf, have you? Diligently studying, you say? Since you are so earnest, it would be remiss not to give you a chance to prove yourself. Come, step up and solve this problem for me." The fury within her was nearly impossible to contain. The other students watched with amused expressions, filled with anticipation. What excuses could he possibly have now? To everyone's surprise, Luo Chen remained silent, striding directly towards the podium. The classmates were momentarily taken aback, their eyes brimming with confusion. Was he truly daring to go up there? Had he lost his mind? The teacher glared at Luo Chen, yet he seemed oblivious, casually grabbing a piece of chalk from the podium and raising his hand to write. Su Qiyu, still disinterested, was trying to immerse herself in the problem they had just discussed. After all, she already knew the answer. Su Yuner was equally astonished, unable to resist lifting her head. The mocking gazes of her classmates all followed Luo Chen's figure, sneering in anticipation of the conclusion they sought. The teacher stood by, arms crossed, observing coldly. The sound of chalk scraping against the blackboard echoed continuously. The teacher's furious expression momentarily froze. The other students looked on in confusion, setting everything else aside. The mere act of writing the character had left them dumbfounded. When had Luo Chen's scrawl transformed into such beautiful handwriting? The character was bold and powerful, each stroke exuding an aura of dominance. The key point was that Luo Chen wielded the chalk with effortless grace, never pausing for a moment. His body obscured the content from their view, leading them to feel as if he was merely scribbling haphazardly on the board. Su Qiyu, too, was drawn in by the relentless sound of chalk. She raised her head. Just a glance, and the expression on her stunning face instantly solidified. She sat in the front row by the window, and from her angle, she could see. Su Qiyu's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. She raised her fair hand to rub her eyes, unable to believe what she was witnessing, and cast her gaze once more. The chalk glided across the blackboard with an elegance that seemed to bypass the need for thought entirely, and the hand holding the chalk was undoubtedly Luo Chen. She was stunned. The expression on the teacher's face had also frozen, her eyes wide open in utter shock. Her breath caught in her throat. The sound of chalk scraping against the blackboard continued unabated. Crack! With a decisive stroke, Luo Chen struck the blackboard, producing a crisp sound as the chalk broke. He turned around, effortlessly tossing the remaining piece of chalk into the chalk box on the desk, with a gentle pat to remove the chalk dust from his hands. He smiled innocently and said, "Teacher, I'm done. I'll be heading back now." With those words, he strolled back to his seat with a certain grace. At that moment, Su Yuner was also gazing up at the blackboard. As Luo Chen walked back, he caught a glimpse of her exquisite face. Just one glance made his heart race fiercely. This visage he had seen countless times in his dreams. At last, he beheld it again. Chapter 9. The Class in Shock. Is this Luo Chen? Due to years of careful concealment, Su Yuner's skin was exceptionally fair, so pale that it almost seemed unhealthy. While her complexion was not as smooth as Su Chuyu's due to malnutrition, her features were particularly delicate. A pair of beautiful eyes, pure and clear, a high, elegant nose, and cherry-red lips. She was untouched by the muck of the world. That essence of innocence perfectly encapsulated the feeling of first love. Though her face appeared much more youthful than in his dreams, it still sent his heart racing. "Yuner, how I long for you!" Luo Chen screamed within, yet found himself utterly speechless. The classroom was enveloped in silence. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, at the elegantly flowing characters on the blackboard, jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. Is this really the handwriting of the Confession King? Everyone's thoughts had come to a standstill. The key point was that while they could only marvel at Luo Chen's handwriting, they were utterly baffled by the problem itself. The teacher looked on in disbelief. Su Chuyu was entirely immersed in the wave of shock, unable to regain her composure. She could comprehend the solution. Just moments ago, she couldn't fathom where the missing value could be derived from the figures, but seeing Luo Chen's step-by-step analysis, it all clicked into place. So that is how it is. But how did Luo Chen accomplish this? How could he possibly solve this problem? Su Chuyu's mind was a blank slate. The silence in the classroom lingered for a full minute. Su Yuner was completely captivated by the solution on the blackboard. She had been grappling with this problem herself and had also gotten stuck on the subsequent steps. Now, with Luo Chen's answer, everything became crystal clear. A smile unconsciously crept across Luo Chen's lips. So this is what it feels like to be a top student. It's quite exhilarating. Ahem. He cleared his throat lightly. The thoughts of the students began to awaken from the shock. Su Chuyu, her lips slightly parted, shifted her beautiful gaze to Luo Chen, her eyes still sparkling with disbelief. That unfamiliar sensation washed over her instantly. How did he manage this? Did he predict the question? The teacher had examined the solution process multiple times. The steps were nothing short of perfect. Other classmates cast astonished glances at Luo Chen before turning their attention back to the teacher. Was this solution correct? Before I could ponder further, I noticed the teacher had already turned around. A hint of embarrassment graced her stern countenance, yet it was overshadowed by a wave of exhilaration. Her fervent gaze was fixed upon Luo Chen, her fists clenched as she exclaimed, "Classmate Luo Chen's answer is entirely correct." A collective gasp reverberated through the classroom, as astonished eyes converged upon Luo Chen. How could this be possible? A smile flickered at the corners of Luo Chen's lips as he casually twirled the pen in his hand. Su Chuyu withdrew her gaze, her stunning visage still bearing traces of astonishment, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. The teacher, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, "Classmate Luo Chen, it appears I have misjudged you. You have indeed turned over a new leaf and committed yourself to your studies. I sincerely apologize for my earlier misconceptions. You have truly surprised me. No one in my 4 classes has been able to solve this problem, yet you have." Her eyes sparkled with genuine fervor. Luo Chen felt a stir of emotion within him. In his previous life, these teachers had looked down upon him, and he harbored immense disdain for them in return. However, upon reflection, he now understood that their frustration stemmed from a place of wanting him to succeed. Rising to respond, he said, "I apologize, teacher. It was wrong of me to sleep during class. I will pay closer attention in the future." The child had suddenly gained insight. The teacher nodded with a smile, her previous dissatisfaction towards Luo Chen dissipating significantly, for the surprise he had delivered was monumental. After regaining her composure, she resumed her lesson. Yet the class was now devoid of focus. All were left in a state of astonishment. The question that even the top students could not answer had been resolved by this underachiever, the so-called confession king. This world was utterly surreal. Su Yuner, having regained her senses, slightly turned her head, her astonished gaze landing upon Luo Chen's face. To her surprise, he was indeed quite impressive. Their eyes met through a few strands of hair, only for Su Yuner to swiftly avert her gaze, akin to a startled rabbit. Luo Chen couldn't help but smile at the sight. She remained as socially anxious as ever. Yet he understood her plight, having grown up in an environment steeped in self-doubt. Her social anxiety was far more profound than mere shyness. Leaning in slightly, he whispered, "Thank you for waking me just now." As his words lingered in the air, he listened intently. Su Yuner's small fists were tightly clenched, and the tips of her ears flushed crimson. "No need to mention it," she murmured, observing her obedient demeanor. Luo Chen instinctively raised his hand as if to tousle her hair, yet he ultimately restrained himself. Time passed, and the fourth period of the morning concluded with the ringing of the bell. The teacher departed, and the students swiftly surged toward the door, eager to secure seats in the cafeteria. Su Yuner straightened in her seat, organizing her books, showing no intention of moving. Luo Chen's lips slowly curled into a mischievous smile. Many classmates were still making their way out of the classroom, yet he remained unhurried, feigning to organize his books. Su Qiyu, along with her desk mate, headed towards the exit, but her gaze, perplexed and complex, could not help but linger on Luo Chen. Even now, she was still immersed in the bewilderment of how he managed to solve that problem, a mystery she could not fathom. She watched him intently from her seat until she reached the doorway. Regrettably, Luo Chen had not once lifted his head. Once again, Su Qiyu felt an uncomfortable sensation wash over her. In the past, during lunch breaks, Luo Chen would invariably rush to the cafeteria to secure a seat for her. Now, the classroom soon emptied, leaving only Luo Chen and Su Yuner. Su Yuner maintained her head down, awkwardly so, her small hand that had reached towards her bag now stilled. Seemingly at a loss, Luo Chen cast a sidelong glance. He recalled Su Yuner mentioning in a past life that she had never been to the high school cafeteria. It was evident that the meal she had was brought from home. His presence made her reluctant to take it out. He pondered silently. The issue of malnutrition could certainly be addressed through food. But how could he take her to the cafeteria? Chapter 10. Dining together? Progressing quite rapidly, Luo Chen's gaze fell upon her face, partially obscured by her hair, as he smiled and said, "Thank you, Su Yuner, for waking me just now. Otherwise, I might have slept indefinitely." For him, conversing with Su Yuner had once been a luxurious dream from a previous life. Now, it had become a reality. Su Yuner responded awkwardly, "No need to mention it." Her voice was soft and sweet. Throughout her life, she had grown accustomed to ridicule, making the phrase "thank you" feel rather foreign to her. As he listened to her gentle voice, Luo Chen felt his heart melt. That familiar sensation evoked a smile from him as he inquired, "Shall we go to the cafeteria together?" Su Yuner's beautiful eyes, hidden beneath her hair, widened slightly at his words. Together to the cafeteria? Having never interacted with the opposite sex, she found the proposition somewhat abrupt. She gently waved her delicate hand and said, No, you go ahead. I'm not hungry yet." Luo Chen understood her thoughts and brushed them aside without concern. He was well aware of Su Yuner's character. Managing her feelings was a skill he had mastered. "Don't misunderstand," he said with a sunny smile. "I merely wish to express my gratitude. You haven't gotten a meal card yet, right? How about I treat you to a meal?" His smile diminished her sense of wariness significantly, primarily due to the sincerity in his expression. Yet, she still found it difficult to accept the idea of going to the cafeteria and dining with a boy. "Really? It's unnecessary. I'm not hungry," she reiterated, shaking her head adorably, her voice soft. She wanted to mention that she had brought her own meal, but the words simply would not come out. Although accustomed to the sound of mockery, I certainly did not wish to become the target of ridicule upon my arrival at the high school. Upon noticing this, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. It appeared that he had no choice but to resort to more drastic measures. With a bittersweet smile, he remarked, "Is it that you find me so distasteful?" Su Yuner, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. "No, not at all," she quickly denied, shaking her head fervently. Luo Chen maintained his bittersweet expression and continued, "It's all right. No need for explanations. The entire class seems to find me undesirable. I initially thought, being new, you would have no opinion of me, but it seems I was mistaken. No matter, I understand. As he spoke, a wave of amusement washed over him, which he desperately tried to suppress. Su Yuner was left bewildered. In her eyes, Luo Chen's sunny disposition and cheerful demeanor surely made him quite popular among his peers, especially given his academic prowess. Little did she know of the disdain he faced from his classmates. I don't think that way about you, classmate. I don't dislike you. She hastily defended herself. After all, his words resonated deeply with her. Previously, she had been the one shunned by the entire class. She understood that pain all too well, and witnessing Luo Chen in such a state stirred her concern. Luo Chen shook his head, feigning indifference as he said, "It's fine, I can understand. No need to explain. I apologize for disturbing you. I won't bother you again." He was on the verge of laughter, struggling to contain it. His remarks struck Su Yuner like a heavy blow to the heart, instantly evoking her empathy. She comprehended his sentiments profoundly. Clenching her fists, she cast aside any thoughts of refusal. "Classmate, I truly don't dislike you. I'm just not very good at communicating. How about we go for a meal? You can treat me," she suggested quickly, carefully articulating her explanation, anxious that Luo Chen might not believe her. Luo Chen, somewhat skeptical, looked up and asked, "Really?" Su Yuner bit her lip and nodded vigorously. "Really?" Feigning contemplation, Luo Chen replied, "All right, I shall temporarily take you at your word. If you do find me distasteful, please let me know sooner rather than later. I certainly won't intrude upon you, all right?" Su Yuner nodded earnestly. "Okay," she responded obediently. A smile finally graced Luo Chen's face as he said, "Well then, let us go." With that, he stood and walked towards the exit, secretly smiling, his face radiating warmth and affection. Indeed, she remained the same innocent and kind-hearted person. Su Yuner lowered her head, trailing behind him. She intentionally created a distance between them, her mind in disarray. Luo Chen first went to the cafeteria to procure a set of utensils before leading Su Yuner into the dining area. The rush for seats had already passed. By the time Luo Chen entered, all the students were seated and eating, and the serving area was quite tranquil. His arrival caught the attention of Su Qiyu, who huffed in annoyance, retracting her gaze, her heart filled with resentment. She channeled her anger into her appetite, chewing vigorously. The little expression on her face seemed to suggest that Su Qiyu regarded Luo Chen as mere food in her mouth. Her deskmate, Wang Miling, curiously inquired, "Qiyu, what are you eating? Why are you chewing so vigorously?" Su Qiyu regained her icy demeanor and replied, "Just some mixed rice." Wang Miling was taken aback, her confusion palpable. Unperturbed, Luo Chen retrieved his lunchbox from the cabinet. Su Yuner, however, kept her head down, her movements somewhat awkward. Luo Chen understood her discomfort. After all, this was her first visit to the cafeteria amidst such a large crowd. Su Yuner slowed her pace, feeling an overwhelming urge to turn and leave. Despite the lack of direct attention upon her, the throng of people was daunting. Luo Chen surveyed the room and said, "Follow me. There's an empty seat over there." A delightful blush crept across Su Yuner's fair complexion. After a prolonged hesitation, she decided to follow. Wang Miling observed this scene keenly and leaned closer to Su Qiyu, whispering, "It seems like the relationship between the confession guy and his deskmate is progressing quite rapidly. They are already dining together." Su Qiyu paused her chewing, quickly lifting her gaze to zero in on Luo Chen. Indeed, Su Yuner was trailing closely behind him. Su Qiyu pursed her lips, an uncomfortable sensation intensifying within her. "What a scoundrel," she thought, retracting her gaze and coldly muttering, "What does it have to do with me?" Wang Miling appeared momentarily taken aback. "Aha, it's no big deal," she replied, lowering her head to eat. Su Qiyu continued to consume her food, though her thoughts were far removed from the present moment. She was exceedingly incensed, her fury lacking a discernible source. Chapter 11. Has he changed his heart? Chuyu's disappointment seated at the vacant table, Su Yuner felt profoundly uncomfortable. She discreetly scanned her surroundings, and upon noticing that no one was observing her, her anxiety diminished slightly. "I'm back. Let us eat," Luo Chen announced as he arranged the dishes on the table and took a seat opposite her. It was only as he settled in that Su Yuner suddenly realized the implication of them dining together. The thought hadn't crossed her mind until now, and sitting across from Luo Chen sparked an overwhelming desire to flee. Yet, just as she was about to utter a word, Luo Chen's casual voice interrupted, "The food is ready. Hurry and eat. If you don't, it will all go to waste." Su Yuner's thoughts momentarily froze. She focused on the table, which held 2 bowls of rice and 4 dishes. "So much," she thought, her mouth agape, at a loss for words. Despite her internal resistance, her stomach audibly protested. Luo Chen stifled a laugh and said, "Are you going to eat? If not, I'll just dump it." As he began to rise, Su Yunner's beautiful eyes widened slightly. "I will eat," she replied obediently, settling back down. Though it was merely cafeteria fare, such a lavish spread was something she could only dream of on festive occasions. Wasting it would be a travesty. Luo Chen nodded approvingly and handed her a pair of chopsticks. "These are brand new, freshly washed. Feel free to use them." A faint smile graced his lips. After speaking, he lowered his head to eat. Su Yunner felt a tumult of emotions within her. The newly purchased meal was rather expensive, yet she found herself devoid of funds. She picked up her chopsticks and began to eat, her delicate features partially obscured. However, it was sufficient for Luo Chen to admire. Her movements were slow and gentle, embodying a serene quietude. Unconsciously, a smile blossomed on Luo Chen's lips as he savored this tranquil moment. "Do eat more. It would be a waste if you cannot finish," he remarked nonchalantly. To Su Yunner, the notion of waste was a grave sin. "Oh," she responded, taking larger bites. Luo Chen continued to eat as well. Su Qiyu had already finished her meal and was seething with indignation, rising from her seat with the intention of washing her lunchbox. Her gaze inexplicably drifted towards Luo Chen. Upon seeing him seated across from Su Yunner, she felt a tightening in her chest. This scoundrel, had he not vowed to love her alone for eternity? Her eyes narrowed in anger, fingers gripping her lunchbox tightly. Before she could dwell further, she witnessed Luo Chen placing a chicken leg into Su Yunner's lunchbox. Su Qiyu's breath quickened, her once proud chest heaving with agitation. Yet, Luo Chen remained blissfully unaware. "Here, both of these chicken legs are yours." "I'm full," he said with a light chuckle. Su Yunner lifted her chin slightly, her beautiful eyes peering through her bangs at Luo Chen. "I can't eat that much. It's too much," she replied awkwardly. Luo Chen dismissed her concern, saying, "It's fine. If you can't finish, just throw it away." Su Yunner pouted. "Wasting food is shameful," she mumbled before returning to her meal. Luo Chen propped his chin on his hand, watching her with a smile. Indeed, this girl was quite easy to handle. He found immense pleasure in quietly observing Su Yunner eat. However, before he could fully relish the moment, a sudden, crisp sound shattered the stillness. Su Yunner jumped, startled. Luo Chen was equally taken aback, furrowing his brow as he looked up to find Su Qiyu standing beside the table, forcefully placing her lunchbox down. Wang Miling stood behind her, arms crossed, casting an annoyed glance at him. Su Qiyu's strikingly beautiful face bore a cold expression, her gaze sharp. "You startled me. What are you doing?" Luo Chen said, slightly irritated. Su Qiyu lifted her head, avoiding eye contact with Luo Chen, and replied flatly, "I'm done eating. Please wash my lunchbox." Wang Miling approached and placed her lunchbox on the table as well. "And mine." Together, her demeanor was decidedly haughty. Many classmates, still engaged in their meals, widened their eyes at this scene. That was Su Qiyu's lunchbox. Typically, Luo Chen would vie to help wash it, only to be rejected by Su Qiyu every time. Why had she now offered it so willingly? Su Yunner remained oblivious, gazing on in confusion. Luo Chen could only laugh in disbelief. He lifted his head, seriously inquiring, "I ask you both, have you grown no hands? Do you need me to assist you in washing your lunchboxes? Are you out of your minds?" Su Qiyu's eyes widened, her gaze fixed upon Luo Chen. "You say I am mad. Luo Chen, it is always you who implores me to help you wash," she retorted indignantly. Her small fists clenched tightly. Luo Chen suddenly came to a realization, slapping his forehead in exasperation. He had completely forgotten about this matter. In his past life, how shameful. He replied nonchalantly, "All right, I take back my words. It was indeed my folly. In the future, feel free to seek assistance from anyone else. There are plenty of envious individuals over there who would gladly help you wash." He waved his hand lightly, a hint of impatience evident in his demeanor. Su Qiyu bit down hard on her silver teeth, but before she could respond further, a timid voice interjected, "I am full." It was Su Yunner, still with her head bowed. In the presence of the noble school beauty Su Qiyu, her inherent shyness prevented her from even daring to raise her gaze. Luo Chen glanced at her. There remained a chicken leg in her bowl. He understood that Su Yunner had eaten enough, and the current situation made it clear that continuing to eat was untenable. "All right then, let us go wash the dishes," he said, a faint smile gracing his lips as he began to gather his lunchbox and head towards the sink. Su Yunner quickly followed suit with her own lunchbox. Su Chiyu's proud chest heaved with indignation, her furious gaze fixed on Luo Chen's retreating figure. Scoundrel! This is utterly excessive. Yet, before she could dwell on her thoughts, a cacophony of hurried footsteps approached from behind. Chapter 12. This response, Yun'er is touched. Su Chiyu turned to see several male classmates rushing over, their faces alight with excitement. Su Chiyu, I was just about to wash my lunchbox. Why don't I help you? Let me do it. I washed them thoroughly. Hand it over. And I'll take care of all your lunchboxes from now on. They clamored, their expressions filled with anticipation. Su Chiyu's delicate face was shrouded in frost as she coldly replied, I have my own hands. With that, she elegantly stepped towards the sink. The boys, faced with rejection, were understandably displeased. Soon, their envious gazes shifted to Luo Chen's back. Why should he be the punchline of this joke? Luo Chen turned on the faucet, rinsing his lunchbox. Su Yun'er sidled up to Luo Chen, about to reach for the faucet when he casually declared, I'll handle this. Before she could contemplate further, he had already snatched the lunchbox from her grasp. She had yet to respond when Luo Chen began washing it. Su Yun'er stood to the side, unaccustomed to receiving such assistance, especially from a boy. Her gaze was complicated, especially as she noticed the remaining chicken leg in the bowl, a twinge of regret surfacing within her. Such waste. With a splash, Su Chiyu tossed her lunchbox into the sink, sending water flying. Su Yun'er jumped in surprise. Instinctively, she averted her gaze, creating a semblance of distance. Luo Chen furrowed his brow and turned his head, inadvertently locking eyes with Su Chiyu's furious glare. It was a look that could devour. The words that had almost escaped his lips were swallowed back down, and he chose to disregard her. Su Chiyu shot Luo Chen a fierce glare, channeling all her frustration into the lunchbox she was vigorously kneading. Damn Luo Chen, you wretched scoundrel. You want to help me but choose to assist her, right? You claim to love only me in this lifetime, don't you? Acting all aloof, are we? The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Unable to contain her rage, she was about to speak when Luo Chen turned and walked away. Taking a deep breath, Su Chiyu endeavored to suppress her fury. Luo Chen returned to the classroom with Su Yun'er. Though they came back together, Su Yun'er deliberately maintained a distance. Fearful of being seen with him, Luo Chen understood and dismissed the matter. After sitting quietly for a while, Su Yun'er finally returned and took a seat beside him. Luo Chen perused his textbook, casually inquiring, Is it your mother who brought you here on your first day? Su Yun'er found the question somewhat peculiar. Glancing over, she noticed Luo Chen's expression was neutral, his focus intent on his book, as if he had merely asked out of idle curiosity. No, my mother is at work. My uncle brought me, she replied. Her voice was soft yet melodious, imbued with a gentle timbre. Each time she spoke, there was a tender, almost delicate quality to her words. Her timid demeanor stirred within Luo Chen an instinctive desire to protect her. Oh, he nodded in acknowledgement. Su Yun'er began to flip through her textbook as well, not dwelling too much on the conversation. Although they had merely shared a meal, she felt a growing sense of familiarity with Luo Chen, a stark contrast to the awkwardness of the morning. After a prolonged silence, Luo Chen continued, What does your mother do for a living? Su Yun'er's small fists clenched slightly, finding the question difficult to articulate. All matters concerning her family were sources of insecurity and topics she desperately wished to evade. She was reluctant to respond. Yet, for reasons unknown, Luo Chen did not evoke the same discomfort she usually felt. She pondered this. Meanwhile, Luo Chen maintained his pretense of casually browsing his textbook, though his heart raced. The incident involving her mother's accident was the root of it all, a matter that needed resolution. Gritting her teeth, Su Yun'er ultimately trusted her instincts. My mother is a sanitation worker. Her voice was barely above a whisper, and the admission was a struggle. Sanitation worker? Luo Chen committed this to memory, then replied. Sanitation worker? The tone of his response sent a tremor through Su Yun'er. Her fists tightened. Each time she answered, the inquirer's tone carried a mix of disbelief, followed by disdainful glances. She had thought Luo Chen might be different, yet here she was, lowering her head once more. Before she could dwell on her thoughts, Luo Chen continued, That must be exhausting, working in the wind and sun. My grandfather used to be a sanitation worker, and I accompanied him a few times. Su Yun'er's downward motion abruptly halted. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze to face Luo Chen, her sparkling, beautiful eyes resting upon his face. Luo Chen looked up, and her exquisite visage was fully revealed before him. Features still remarkably delicate, skin nearly ghostly pale, and her thin lips parched. while her innocent eyes glistened with a hint of moisture. An indescribable feeling surged within Su Yun'er, a response unlike any other. Luo Chen could naturally sense the turmoil within her heart, and he felt a pang of concern. What's wrong? He feigned confusion as he inquired. It was only then that Su Yun'er emerged from her complex emotions and quickly withdrew her gaze. It's nothing, she replied. Yet in her heart, Luo Chen had already been marked with a different label. Luo Chen chose not to elaborate. After all, the progression of their relationship must be gradual. Haste could easily yield adverse effects. Before long, school was dismissed. Su Yun'er tidied her backpack and prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Luo Chen's voice resonated. Su Yun'er turned slightly, puzzled, and asked, what is it? Although they had only known each other for a day, following their midday conversation, the tension in their exchanges had dissipated. Luo Chen remained silent and reached for her backpack. Instinctively, Su Yun'er flinched, but upon realizing it was Luo Chen, she paused. Luo Chen unzipped the bag but did not open it fully. He retrieved a chicken leg wrapped in plastic from his pocket and gently waved it before her. This is what you had left over from lunch. I packed it for you. Remember to eat it when you get home. Wei Wun-ti wanted to go to waste. He tucked the chicken leg back into her backpack and zipped it up again. Su Yun'er cast a complex glance at him. Okay, she nodded, rising to her feet. Her small hand adjusted the strap of her backpack, her eyes shimmering with hesitation. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal. She attempted to express her gratitude, though her words lacked conviction. Luo Chen's eyes brightened. Sounds good. Su Yun'er left. Her cheeks flushed. Luo Chen quietly watched her retreating figure, yearning to follow, but he reminded himself that he had matters to resolve today. After she exited the classroom, he turned his attention to Li Yuan, who was busy packing her bag, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The issue regarding the photos needed to be addressed. Otherwise, this ticking time bomb could explode at any moment. Chapter 13. Damn Luo Chen, I dislike you. On the playground, Su Qiyu walked outside with her friend Wang Miling. Throughout the day, Su Qiyu felt disoriented, her thoughts oscillating between studying and Luo Chen, leaving her in a state of confusion. Why is my backpack so heavy today? She lamented, feeling utterly exhausted. Wang Miling chuckled. It's fine. If it's heavy, let it be. After all, there's that little tail, Luo Chen, trailing behind you. Look, he'll come over to help you carry your backpack soon. Su Qiyu was momentarily taken aback by the remark. Indeed, it was no wonder the bag felt heavy. She seldom carried it herself due to a lack of opportunity. Every day after school, Luo Chen would assist her with it. She had never given it much thought before, as it had become a routine, but now she realized that this gesture had persisted for nearly 3 years. Yet, the memory of Luo Chen's indifference and impatience echoed in her mind, causing an uncomfortable feeling to resurface. Could it be? She murmured to herself. TCH. Wang Miling scoffed. With his shamelessness, even a stick wouldn't drive him away. How could he not? Su Qiyu found herself lost in thought, immersed in memories. Indeed, no matter how much she complained or expressed her anger, Luo Chen had never faltered. Through wind and rain, he consistently carried her bag to the car. 3 years, a complex array of emotions stirred within her. See, what did I tell you? With his audacity, he's invincible. Just as I said it, he's here. Wang Miling's triumphant voice rang out. Su Qiyu paused, her eyes widening in surprise. Previously, she would have felt disdain, but this time, a glimmer of excitement unexpectedly surfaced within her. She quickly turned around, just in time to see Luo Chen striding swiftly from the teaching building. He actually came. Su Qiyu felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over her. No, I can't forgive him so easily. How dare he provoke me? Today, he shall learn the consequences of crossing me, she thought, pride swelling in her heart. However, before she could formulate her words, Luo Chen was already approaching them. Wang Miling's mocking voice followed. Luo Chen, why are you here again? Weren't you quite arrogant in the cafeteria at noon? If you have any shame, keep being arrogant. Why bother my Qiyu? If you have guts, never disturb her again. This life? At those words, a wave of anxiety rushed through Su Qiyu. How could she speak like that? Yet, before she could ponder further, she was startled to see that Luo Chen had no intention of stopping. He dashed past them towards the bike shed. Su Qiyu was momentarily frozen, her proud expression yet to manifest, now utterly stilled. Wang Miling wore a similar look of confusion. Luo Chen's light-hearted voice floated back. What's wrong? If you're sick, go to the hospital. By the time the two girls regained their composure, Luo Chen had already run quite a distance away. Su Qiyu clenched her fists, her lips involuntarily pouting. Luo Chen, you jerk. I despise you. Wang Miling, her eyes wide, asked in bewilderment. Qiyu, is Luo Chen insane? Why did he insult me? Is he unwell? Qiyu, such a person you. Hey, Qiyu. Before Wang Miling could finish her sentence, Su Qiyu angrily strode out of the school grounds, with Wang Miling hastily following her. Luo Chen remained oblivious to the events unfolding nearby. He had merely sought a moment to gather his thoughts when unexpectedly, Li Yuanyuan departed. Fortunately, she did not venture far. After mounting his bicycle, he trailed her from a distance. The school had just dismissed, and the area outside was bustling with students. Luo Chen was compelled to seek a secluded spot to address his concerns. Li Yuanyuan, also cycling towards her home, was absorbed in her studies as the class monitor. Blissfully unaware of Luo Chen's pursuit behind her, the sound of bicycle bells chimed. Yuanyuan, hurry up. I'm catching up. Upon turning her head, she spotted Lu Hao, the physical education representative, pedaling fervently behind her. They resided in the same neighborhood and often commuted together. Not fast enough. You should ride quicker, she replied nonchalantly. Lu Hao slowed his pace, inquiring, Yuanyuan, what do you think about the situation with the confession guy today? Did he really cheat on that problem? His words dripped with palpable jealousy, for he was one of the few suitors vying for Su Qiyu's affection, unlike others who were self-aware and harbored no illusions. Lu Hao, confident in his athletic prowess, remained undeterred. A glimmer of insight flickered in Li Yuanyuan's gaze. Today had indeed been astonishing. The teacher had remarked that Luo Chen's approach to solving the problem diverged from the standard answer. How could he have cheated? She responded casually. Humph. Lu Hao scoffed regardless. I don't believe it. I must find an opportunity to expose him. As the two engaged in idle banter, Luo Chen, trailing behind, furrowed his brow slightly. This complicating factor was quite troublesome. He had intended to approach them in a more private setting, but now a third party had intervened unexpectedly. What to do? Time was slipping away. If he did not intervene soon, they would reach home. Determined, Luo Chen quickened his pace. Lu Hao continued to grumble, muttering, honestly, with his abilities. He.s at the bottom of the year group. He managed to answer a question that even my goddess couldn't he solve? Who would believe that? If you're skeptical, I'll make sure he admits it himself next time, he exclaimed, his expression growing increasingly fierce. Luo Chen's prominence irked him greatly. Li Yuanyuan shook her head, losing interest in further conversation. Yet, before she could ponder it much longer, a figure suddenly surged past her, executing a drift to block their path with his bicycle. Squeak. Startled, Li Yuanyuan swiftly applied the brakes. Looking up, she found Luo Chen staring at her with an impassive expression. Luo Chen, what the hell is wrong with you? Are you trying to get yourself killed by colliding into us? What on earth are you doing? Lu Hao bellowed, his irritation towards Luo Chen boiling over after having grumbled about him all the way. Luo Chen cast a cold glance at Lu Hao, ignoring him entirely. Li Yuanyuan, I need to speak with you. May we converse privately? His gaze was frosty, his tone even colder. Upon meeting his eyes, Li Yuanyuan felt a shiver run through her body. That gaze was rather intimidating. Yet, why was Luo Chen seeking her out? What could those two possibly discuss? Lu Hao glared fiercely, exclaiming, Can't you hear me speaking? Do you take my words as mere nonsense? Just as he finished speaking, he met the icy gaze of Luo Chen. Lu Hao's body tensed. What kind of look is that? Chapter 14, A Swift Defeat of the Class Monitor. Demanding the photo, Luo Chen could not be bothered with him and redirected his attention to Li Yuanyuan. I have something to discuss with you, he reiterated. His tone was indifferent, yet Luo Chen was making a considerable effort to restrain himself. In his past life, everything had crumbled over that photograph. The fact that he refrained from taking direct action was already a significant display of goodwill. Li Yuanyuan was quite perplexed, especially under the scrutiny of Luo Chen's gaze, which involuntarily induced a sense of anxiety within her. Lu Hao, too, had regained his composure after the intensity of that look. Did I just let that declaration guy intimidate me? A wave of humiliation washed over him. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? He dismounted his bike, pointing an accusatory finger at Luo Chen, allowing his bicycle to clatter to the ground. Luo Chen cast a glance at him and coldly replied, It has nothing to do with you. Attend to your own affairs and stop seeking validation here. Lu Hao was the one who had mocked him the most in his previous life. The nickname Declaration Guy was bestowed upon him by Lu Hao himself. Luo Chen harbored a deep disdain for this individual. Excuse me? Are you speaking to me? You little brat. Are you looking for trouble? Lu Hao's fury ignited instantly. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. Luo Chen, already struggling to suppress his anger, found it utterly impossible to contain himself upon witnessing Lu Hao's demeanor. He surveyed the surroundings and said flatly, "Lu Hao, I'll say this one last time. I have something to say to Li Yuanyuan. You leave." There was no one around. If he failed to comprehend human speech, he would not be held responsible if something went awry. As his words fell, an icy chill emanated from his gaze. After all, he was a successful figure from his past life, and the aura of authority he projected was palpable. Li Yuanyuan gazed at him in bewilderment, sensing that Luo Chen appeared to be an entirely different person. Yet Lu Hao had no time to ponder such thoughts. He was already irked by Luo Chen and was further infuriated by his provocative words. "You want to take responsibility? I'm eager to see how you evade it. Did I waste 3 years in high school for nothing? If I don't teach you a lesson, you might not comprehend how I became the class monitor." With those words, Lu Hao's expression sharpened, and he charged directly toward Luo Chen. A cold smile crept onto Luo Chen's lips. Having endured numerous dark moments in his past life, he had even trained in Sanda for years to ensure his self-preservation. Although this body might lack the requisite strength, his reflexes remained intact. He dismounted his bike just as Lu Hao lunged at him, intent on pinning him to the ground. Luo Chen sidestepped, extending his leg to trip Lu Hao while simultaneously pressing down on his back with his right hand, exerting force. Lu Hao lost his balance in an instant, crashing to the ground under the force exerted by Luo Chen. He let out a pain wail. Li Yuanyuan covered her mouth, staring in astonishment at the scene before her. The most robust individual in the class had been effortlessly defeated by Luo Chen in a single strike. The fury within Luo Chen was uncontrollable. He lifted his leg, ready to deliver another blow. Lu Hao's pupils constricted sharply. Lying on the ground, he had no strength to evade, and could only watch helplessly as Luo Chen's foot loomed larger in his vision. "Stop! Luo Chen, please don't hit me. I want to talk." Li Yuanyuan's anxious cry echoed. This outburst jolted Luo Chen from his rage. Indeed, this was no longer the society of his past life. He was still a student. He quickly restrained his strength, halting his foot just before Lu Hao. Lu Hao gaped, panting heavily, his thoughts in disarray. He could not comprehend how he had fallen. Luo Chen steadied himself, scanning the surroundings, finally fixing his gaze on the railing by the river not far away. "Let us talk over there," he said, and then stepped forward. Li Yuanyuan, regaining her composure, pondered for a moment before deciding to follow. After all, she shared a close bond with Su Qiyu and was somewhat familiar with Luo Chen. She didn't believe he would commit any wrongdoing. On the roadside, only Lu Hao remained sprawled on the ground. Luo Chen stood at the railing by the river, hands in his pockets, his cold gaze fixed upon the water's surface. Li Yuanyuan approached him. She felt increasingly unfamiliar with Luo Chen. "What is it? Speak," she said, standing beside him at a distance of less than 2 meters. Luo Chen replied indifferently, "I recall you have a good relationship with Su Qiyu, correct?" Li Yuanyuan rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Yes. And you want me to help you pursue her?" "Luo Chen, give up on that thought. I want to assist you, and Qiyu wouldn't like you either." Instantly, she lost interest, continuing, "Is there anything else?" Luo Chen turned to face her, his gaze sharp, and coldly remarked, "If your relationship is that good, why would you frame her?" He had no grievances with Li Yuanyuan. The photo in question was clearly not aimed at him, merely implicating him. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanyuan's expression abruptly froze. She stared at Luo Chen with wide eyes. "Frame? Luo Chen, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you lost your mind? How could I frame Qiyu?" Luo Chen furrowed his brow. Based on his years of experience in reading people, her reaction seemed genuine. Unfortunately, this had already transpired in his previous life. His gaze sharpened slightly as he coldly stated, "Not admitting it? That's fine. You have your phone with you, right?" Li Yuanyuan continued to look at him in confusion. "I do, but why? What do you want it for?" she asked, her tone wary. Doubts about Luo Chen's mental state began to creep in. Luo Chen scrutinized her and said, "Since you claim you haven't harmed her, would you dare show me your photo album?" "Photo album?" Li Yuanyuan was already bewildered, replying, "What are you talking about? What does my album have to do with this? It's just my selfies. Why should I show you? Is there nothing else?" "I'm leaving," she said, preparing to walk away. She felt a sense of fear. Luo Chen's gaze was too intimidating, and his mental state appeared unstable. As she took her first step, the cold voice of Luo Chen slowly resonated. "If you're leaving, I shall have no choice but to call the police. Li Yuanyuan's steps came to an abrupt halt. Call the police? She turned around and exclaimed, Luo Chen, what has gotten into you? What does calling the police have to do with me? Why should I show you my album? Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, speaking icily. Still in denial, are we? Allow me to remind you. There exists a photo in your phone that should not be there. A photo of me and Su Qiyu lying on a hotel bed. As the words fell, his gaze was laden with frigid disdain. Li Yuanyuan instinctively sought to refute him, but soon, a spark of realization ignited in her mind. A hotel? She recalled. Indeed, there was a photo of Qiyu in a hotel on her phone, but what connection did it bear to him? How did he know she had taken it? Furrowing her brows, she inquired, perplexed. Luo Chen let out a cold laugh. So you concede? Chapter 15. Aren't you looking for me? Qiyu feels wronged. Luo Chen's icy stare remained fixed as he stated, You brought Su Qiyu to my room, placed her on my bed, and even took a picture of us. You now question what this has to do with me? Li Yuanyuan's pupils dilated in sudden panic. Your room? What do you mean by your room? Are you joking? She retorted hastily. Luo Chen, growing impatient, responded, Whether it is true or not can be discerned by viewing the photo. Why engage in so much unnecessary chatter? Li Yuanyuan clenched her fists and declared, Fine, let us see it. She swiftly retrieved her phone, searching for the photo from that day. Upon examining it closely, she presented the phone to Luo Chen. Look, this is a picture of Qiyu I took. What does it have to do with you? But before she could finish her sentence, her gaze abruptly froze. She was taken aback. Luo Chen also glanced at the screen. The image revealed the very moment he and Su Qiyu occupied the room. She lay on the bed, her attire slightly disheveled, her posture unchanged. Beside her was a bulging quilt, beneath which lay a face, Luo Chen's. It was subtly concealed, yet undeniably present. What more is there to discuss? Luo Chen's cold voice echoed, laced with anger. Li Yuanyuan was bewildered. She raised her head and hurriedly exclaimed, Luo Chen, I had no idea you were here. Why are you here? I didn't even notice. Her face was a canvas of confusion. Noticing her reaction, Luo Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Her series of responses did not appear to be feigned, and given her youth, she lacked the skill for such performance. He asked coolly, You didn't know? Then why did you take the picture? Li Yuanyuan hastily replied, It was Su Qiyu who asked me to take her to the hotel. I had also been drinking. I took the photo to inform her that I had safely delivered her, intending to show it to her today. I swear. I truly had no idea you were under that quilt. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would still be oblivious. Her expression was now fraught with panic as she fervently attempted to clarify. Luo Chen's brow remained tightly knit as he scrutinized her. Li Yuanyuan gazed wide-eyed into his eyes. Feeling utterly at a loss, Luo Chen continued to inquire, Do you know that you brought her to my room? Li Yuanyuan shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, I truly don't know. I had too much to drink. I saw the room number, and it seemed that door was the only one ajar. So I just guided her inside. And that was your room? She stammered, her face a portrait of anxiety. Luo Chen scrutinized her, attempting to discern any hint of deceit in her expression. Li Yuanyuan, still in a state of distress, insisted, I genuinely don't know. Besides, I have a great relationship with Qiyu. I have no reason to ensnare her. She continued, I'm so sorry. If I've made a mistake, I truly apologize. Luo Chen, I didn't know. Her tone was infused with urgency and sincerity. Luo Chen gazed at her for a moment, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. So, it was a misunderstanding? He struggled to steady his breath, uncertain of what to think or do. The calamity of his previous life had led to his family's ruin, tarnished his reputation, and cast a shadow over his existence. All of it, it seemed, was merely a misunderstanding. He felt numb. Luo Chen, I truly don't know if anything went awry. What happened afterward? Did Qiyu misunderstand you? Do you need me to explain it to her? I'll do anything. I assure you, I will clarify everything. I genuinely have no knowledge of this matter. Li Yuanyuan continued anxiously. Her words left Luo Chen bereft of any retort. What a ludicrous twist of fate. He steadied his breath, composed his emotions, and extended his hand. Give me your phone. This time, Li Yuanyuan hesitated not a moment, swiftly placing her phone into Luo Chen's palm. After a few deft maneuvers, he deleted the photograph. He checked once more, confirming that there was indeed only that one picture. The rest were merely Li Yuanyuan's self-indulgent selfies. No need for explanations. Nothing happened. It's all right now. He returned the phone to her. The ordeal he had loathed for so long turned out to be a mere misunderstanding. Could anything be more absurd? In his memory, Li Yuanyuan had always been a kind-hearted classmate, and her earlier words extinguished any thoughts of retribution within him. What, after all, could be done? Li Yuanyuan took back her phone, still gazing with concern, fearful that her blunder might lead to undesirable consequences. Let us not speak of this to anyone. Let us pretend it never occurred, Luo Chen stated coldly before turning to leave. Fate. What a ridiculous fate. Before long, night fell. After dinner, Luo Chen returned to his bedroom, calming his tumultuous thoughts, finally finding peace regarding the photograph. Life's capriciousness is beyond blame. Although the photograph had left him with numerous regrets in his past life, it had also afforded him an opportunity to rectify those regrets. He stabilized his emotions and immersed himself in his studies. His earnest pursuit of knowledge stemmed from two desires: to compensate for the absence of a university education in his previous life, and to attend the same university as Su Yuan'er. As for the third reason, once he entered university, the internet would soon flourish. The internet was the realm where he could truly unleash his potential. Before the rise of the internet, he endeavored to integrate this knowledge, refusing to be hindered by specialized information as in his previous life. In his past existence, he had already achieved remarkable success. Now, endowed with the memories of his former life, his aspirations soar far beyond what he once considered possible. In this lifetime, he is determined to reach the pinnacle of success. In the Su family's villa, Su Qiyu, clad in an adorable spaghetti-strap nightgown, lay sprawled across the plush pink bed, her fair, slender legs swinging playfully in the air. Several books were scattered before her. Yet she found herself unable to immerse in her studies for the entirety of the day. The moment she settled into silence, thoughts of Luo Chen would intrude upon her mind. The scenes from the cafeteria and after school replayed vividly. That insufferable Luo Chen, sitting upright. Her delicate lips pursed in a slight pout. Her stunning visage was marred by a pouty expression, entirely devoid of her usual aloof school beauty. Her indignant gaze fell upon the plush bear at the bedside, and she yanked it towards her. Not only did he refuse to help me with my lunchbox, but he also didn't carry my backpack and chose to dine with that newcomer. Hateful Luo Chen, do you have any idea how angry I am? She jabbed the bear's head vigorously, voicing her grievances. Yet, she was oblivious to the reason behind her anger or what she wished Luo Chen to do. In essence, she was simply upset. She hurled the bear aside and glanced at the time, 10:50 p.m. Unlocking her phone, she lingered on the chat window with Luo Chen. If you don't apologize and wish me good night tonight, I shall never speak to you again in this lifetime. Pouting, she reclined on her bed, pressing the phone to her ear. After much contemplation, her dissatisfaction persisted. No, I want to acknowledge you even in the next life. A haughty expression adorned her exquisite face, a sight to behold, though unfortunately, no one was there to witness it. Chapter 16. The proud Qiyu, is she pouting? Su Qiyu lay on her bed, her lips pursed, with her phone positioned right before her. With her eyes closed, she strained her ears, listening intently. These 10 minutes felt particularly interminable, and her phone remained frustratingly silent. Gritting her teeth, she felt a surge of impatience. Luo Chen, if you don't message me soon, I truly want to forgive you. Suddenly, a delightful ping rang out from her phone. Su Qiyu's eyes flew open in surprise. Upon closer inspection, the wall clock ominously indicated 11 o'clock. She quickly sat up, her enchanting face instantly brightening with a captivating smile. Her expression transformed into one of pride. Couldn't resist any longer, could you? Do you think I don't know you? A sense of triumph filled her heart, dissipating the earlier discontent entirely. Just as she was about to unlock her phone, she hesitated. No, I cannot forgive him so easily. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she opened her phone with an air of haughtiness. However, upon seeing the message, her proud demeanor froze in an instant. The sender was not Luo Chen. Su Qiyu clenched her delicate fists, her lips pressed together once more. A wave of despondency washed over her. The person who sent the message only exacerbated her already troubled heart. It was Li Yuanyuan. Qiyu, could you come to school a bit earlier tomorrow? I have something to discuss with you. Su Qiyu's expression turned cold as she contemplated confronting Li Yuanyuan about the incident where she had been taken to the hotel. However, halfway through her thoughts, she recalled that Luo Chen had mentioned he would handle it. Ultimately, she chose to suppress her feelings and ignored the message. Ugh, Su Qiyu muttered under her breath. Stupid Luo Chen, why isn't at you? Why aren't you talking to me? She switched her phone's interface to her conversation with Luo Chen. feeling an inexplicable sense of grievance. Memories of their past flooded her mind. She never imagined that what she once dreaded every night had now become her greatest anticipation. Humph. What is so special about you? Stupid Luo Chen, do you think you're that important? I wouldn't even have to worry without you. Pouting. She quickly located the button to delete his contact. Just as she was about to press it, memories of their shared moments surged uncontrollably in her mind. Luo Chen, braving the rain to bring her an umbrella, carrying her backpack, reserving seats for her. Her fingers hesitated, and a wave of reluctance washed over her. Should she give him another chance? Humph. Stupid Luo Chen, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't make me happy again, I swear I'll never speak to you for the rest of my life. Having made her decision, Su Qiyu quickly cuddled her phone against her pillow, seemingly convincing herself. A charming smile gracing her lips. Her fair fingers began to type. Ding. The message notification jolted Luo Chen from his sea of knowledge. He opened his phone. Xiaoqing after the rain. What are you doing? Luo Chen frowned slightly. No matter how often he messaged Su Qiyu before, she never replied at night. Why was she seeking him out now? He responded curtly. Ding. Su Qiyu heard the notification and swiftly opened her phone. Xiao falling rain. Studying. What is up? Su Qiyu bit her lip. What kind of attitude was that? Not even an emoji? Though dissatisfied, her fingers obediently hovered over the keys. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words. Humph. If you want to chat with this lady, you better come up with a topic. She didn't quite understand why she felt compelled to reach out to Luo Chen. His silence left her with a sense of incompleteness. After pondering for a moment, she found a topic. Xiaoqing after the rain. Our class is organizing a small camping trip this weekend, voluntary participation. Are you going? Luo Chen stared at the message. Increasingly puzzled. What was going on with Su Qiyu? Xiao falling rain. No money, not going. He replied dismissively. With no friends in the entire class. What was the point of attending such an event? Upon seeing his response, a triumphant smile curled at the corners of Su Qiyu's lips. After the initial rain, Su Qiyu sent a message. I will cover the expenses, and all you need to do is help me pack things up when the time comes. With this message sent, she felt a considerable weight lifted from her heart. After all, it was merely hiring someone for assistance while providing him with an opportunity. If he chose not to cherish it, that would be his own misfortune. Ding. The notification sound echoed again, and Su Qiyu wore a satisfied smile, expecting Luo Chen to agree without hesitation. However, upon reading his response, she was taken aback. Not going. Just two simple words, devoid of any emoticons. Delivered with a chilling coldness. Su Qiyu's expression froze on her face. She had lowered her pride to extend an opportunity to Luo Chen, yet he still chose to decline? Her chest heaved with indignation, and a sense of embarrassment washed over her. Humph. She threw her phone onto the bed with force and huffed, Stinky Luo Chen. I will never speak to you again. With that, she wrapped herself tightly in her blanket, sulking in silence. Meanwhile, Luo Chen tossed his phone aside, equally baffled. Why was Su Qiyu acting this way? Hadn't she been eager for him to leave her alone? What had triggered this peculiar reaction today? To be hired for work? He shook his head lightly, unable to comprehend. He set aside his textbooks and lay back down, shifting his thoughts back to his own life. Money. Indeed. He was short on funds. This was not something he needed to think about before, but circumstances had changed. Su Yuner had arrived, and in order to address her malnutrition, financial support was essential. This was not something he could ask his parents for. How could one earn money in this day and age? There was also the issue of Su Yuner's mother's job to consider. As a sanitation worker, she faced daily dangers on the road, interacting with various vehicles. Changing jobs was the first step to avoiding accidents. All these problems required resolution. Luo Chen turned off the light, leaned against the headboard with his eyes closed, and contemplated the matter silently. He needed to devise a plan that would not only allow him to earn money, but also mitigate the risk of Su Yuner's mother having an accident. After an undetermined amount of time, Luo Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide. A spark of brilliance flashed within them. Chapter 17. Su Qiyu's indignation and the beginning of her retaliation. The next day, after breakfast, Luo Chen set off early for school. In just 15 minutes, he arrived at the school entrance on his bicycle. From a distance, he spotted a Mercedes parked at the school gate. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly. What a coincidence. The only person in the entire school who could afford such luxury for commuting was none other than Su Qiyu. Fate has a peculiar way of intertwining paths. As the Mercedes drove off, it revealed Su Qiyu's charming silhouette. Even in her school uniform, her alluring figure was unmistakable. adding a vibrant youthful charm to her appearance. Luo Chen gazed silently at the breathtaking view, feeling no stirrings of affection, yet he couldn't help but admire her beauty. Indeed, she was stunning. Unfortunately, she was not his type. However, Su Qiyu seemed to sense his gaze, turning her head to glance back. The two pairs of eyes locked onto each other. Luo Chen averted his gaze, while Su Qiyu's eyes widened, the events of the previous night flooding her mind. She stood rooted to the spot, her delicate features radiating an icy demeanor. She fixed her intense stare upon Luo Chen, her heart racing as she began to formulate her words. This time, she would not forgive him. Soon, Luo Chen approached her, and stepping forward, Su Qiyu parted her crimson lips to speak. However, before she could utter a word, Luo Chen rode past her without so much as a glance. Su Qiyu stood there, stunned, her beautiful eyes brimming with incredulity. In no time, Luo Chen's figure vanished. Su Qiyu snapped back to reality, her proud chest heaving with emotion. Her silver teeth clenched tight, fury swirling in her enchanting gaze. Luo Chen, I shall never forgive you in this lifetime. You have lost your chance. She stomped her foot forcefully and, with a cold expression, briskly made her way towards the classroom building. Inside the classroom, when Luo Chen entered, half of his classmates had already arrived. As soon as he stepped in, he felt two icy glares upon him. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. One glare emanated from Lu Hao, the class monitor he had reprimanded the day before, while the other belonged to Su Qiyu. She sat in her seat, her stunning visage radiating coldness, glaring at him with palpable dissatisfaction. Ignoring her, Luo Chen proceeded directly to his own seat. Su Yuna had yet to arrive. He glanced at her desk, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. This feeling was truly delightful. As time passed, more students trickled into the classroom, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Finally, a graceful figure entered, head bowed. Luo Chen looked up just in time to see Su Yuna striding towards him. She soon took her seat. Regulating his emotions, he greeted her, "Good morning. What took you so long?" As she organized her backpack, Su Yuna replied, "I overslept." Her tone carried a hint of shyness. However, Luo Chen could not muster a smile. The ache in his heart resurfaced. Without an alarm clock or a mobile phone, she still had to wake up early and walk to school. He yearned to offer her a ride, but given the current circumstances, Su Yuna would undoubtedly decline. Patience was key. Today, Su Yuna's responses had been quite fluid, and Luo Chen was already pleased with this progress. "How did you sleep last night?" he casually inquired, viewing their conversation as a means to bridge the gap between them. Su Yuna nodded and replied, "Pretty well." Her voice was soft and melodious, a delight to the ears. Luo Chen smiled and was about to speak when suddenly, a fragrant breeze swept over him. With a slap, a stack of notebooks landed on his desk, startling him. He glanced up to see Su Qiyu standing by his desk, arms crossed, her beautiful face still icy, not sparing him a single glance. "What are you doing?" Luo Chen retorted, displeased. Su Qiyu continued to ignore him, coldly stating, "Submit your English homework. Isn't that a personal vendetta?" Luo Chen suddenly remembered that Su Qiyu was the English class representative. He shot her a glare, too apathetic to respond. Shortly thereafter, he retrieved a notebook from his backpack and placed it atop a stack of others. Su Yuna quickly followed suit, placing her own notebook on top with both hands, not daring to meet Su Qiyu's gaze. After all, Su Qiyu's brilliance was overwhelming. Every time she saw her, it intensified Su Yuna's feelings of inferiority. Luo Chen inquired with a smile, "How's your English coming along?" Observing the smile on Luo Chen's face, Su Qiyu's fists instinctively tightened once more. He had been so indifferent to her, refusing even a glance, yet now he was smiling at Su Yuna. In an instant, Su Qiyu's heart was filled with a sour sensation, and her sense of grievance deepened. Su Yuna timidly replied, It's all right." She had no issue conversing with Luo Chen, but Su Qiyu's presence was a different matter. Luo Chen chuckled, "You're being too modest. Your studies must be excellent." Su Yuna clenched her fists tighter, feeling increasingly anxious. The sight of Luo Chen was becoming unbearable for Su Qiyu. "Luo Chen, are you certain you've completed your English assignment? If you haven't, I suggest you refrain from submitting it to avoid embarrassment," she stated coldly. Her voice was unrestrained, instantly capturing the attention of the entire class, many of whom began to laugh derisively. Luo Chen lifted his head, his smile fading as he replied coolly, "Embarrassment is mine alone. It has nothing to do with you." The stark contrast in his expression and tone nearly shattered Su Qiyu's resolve. As the English class representative, if someone hasn't submitted, I too face embarrassment. Is that not valid? If you haven't written it, just keep it to yourself and don't drag me down with you. The bitterness within her could no longer be contained, her tone growing colder. Luo Chen frowned, perplexed by Su Chiyu's hostility towards him. Shouldn't she be pleased he was not disturbing her? He replied indifferently, I have completed it, so rest assured. It won't reflect poorly on you. With that, he turned back to Su Yuner, his smile returning swiftly. Class was about to commence, and he did not wish to miss this opportunity to deepen their connection. However, that very smile deeply irritated Su Chiyu. The rapid change left her feeling utterly humiliated. You completed your English assignment? In 3 years, how many times have you actually done so? She asked icily. A chorus of derisive laughter erupted around them, all eyes fixed mockingly on him. Luo Chen raised his head, revealing an expression of impatience. Can't you see for yourself whether I've done it? Chapter 18. The fierce Su Chiyu, seeking retribution. This impatient demeanor and frigid gaze left Su Chiyu in a daze. For 3 years, Luo Chen had never treated her this way. Her feelings of grievance intensified further. Go ahead and look. She let out a sharp exclamation and reached out to flip open Luo Chen's notebook. The surrounding onlookers immediately displayed mocking smiles, their faces brimming with anticipation. After all, it was common knowledge that Luo Chen never completed his assignments, to the extent that even the teachers had grown weary of addressing the issue. Would he actually have done his homework? The crux of the matter was that this was an English assignment. In their minds, the extent of Luo Chen's knowledge was merely being able to recite the 26 letters of the alphabet. All eyes were fixed on him, laden with scorn. Su Chiyu gritted her teeth and swiftly turned the pages of Luo Chen's notebook. The spider-like scrawl greeted her gaze, disjointed and chaotic, each page resembling a haphazard doodle. The words were barely decipherable, appearing as mere scribbles. Luo Chen, you have provoked me. Today, I shall show you no mercy. As she flipped through the pages, she contemplated the words she would use to confront him. Soon, she reached the final page. Without a moment's hesitation, she coldly remarked, Is this what you call writing? Just take a look at it. However, before she could finish her sentence, her expression abruptly froze. She had expected this page to be as chaotic as the others. But upon speaking, she discovered that it was completely filled with elegant, powerful handwriting. This, Su Chiyu's eyes widened in disbelief, goosebumps rising on her skin. Luo Chen wrote this? Her thoughts became increasingly disoriented. She intended to question him, but yesterday's handwriting on the blackboard flashed in her mind. It was precisely this script. Su Chiyu stood there, transfixed, her gaze locked onto the English content in the notebook, rendered speechless. The mocking expressions of the surrounding crowd slowly solidified into confusion. What was happening? Why was there no response? Luo Chen coolly inquired, Can we leave now? Su Chiyu snapped back to reality, meeting his impatient gaze. She found herself at a loss for words, a wave of grievance flooding her heart. Tears welled in her beautiful eyes. Humph. Su Chiyu stamped her foot in frustration and swiftly turned to exit the classroom. The other students exchanged glances, their mouths twitching in astonishment. The outcome was clear. Luo Chen actually completed his English assignment. They looked at each other, their faces filled with bewilderment. Completely taken aback, Luo Chen had no interest in them and intended to continue his conversation with Su Yuner. Unfortunately, the first bell rang, signaling the start of the morning study session. Luo Chen shook his head in resignation, redirecting his focus to his studies. Outside, Su Chiyu could no longer contain herself. Clutching a stack of notebooks against the wall, her beautiful eyes brimmed with tears. You insufferable Luo Chen. I detest you. However, her expression soon hardened with resolve. She wiped away her tears with her sleeve. Pursing her lips, her face puffed with indignation. Just you wait. I will make you regret this. With her determination solidified, she set off towards the English teacher's office. In the blink of an eye, class began. The first period was a Chinese class, which held little interest for Luo Chen, who continued to delve into his physics knowledge. Before he knew it, the third period had concluded. He closed his textbook, stretched lazily, feeling a slight dizziness from reading. Just as he was about to step outside for some fresh air, a soft, melodic voice drifted to his ears. Do you really enjoy physics that much? Suddenly, Luo Chen's motion to rise came to an abrupt halt. Was Su Yuner actually speaking to him? While it was not a monumental event, given Su Yuner's character, it was indeed astonishing. She was tilting her head to look at him, her hair partially obscuring her face, yet her pair of clear, beautiful eyes had already locked onto his. A wave of joy surged within Luo Chen's heart. Was their relationship progressing so swiftly? He felt a tinge of delight. Su Yuner was merely curious as to why Luo Chen was so engrossed in physics, but she had not anticipated such a reaction from him. A rosy hue flushed her fair cheeks, and she quickly averted her gaze. Her little heart began to race. Clearing his throat gently, Luo Chen regained his composure and replied, "It's not that I enjoy it. It's just that I'm rather poor at physics and chemistry." Su Yuner's cheeks remained flushed. "Oh," she nodded. Not wishing to squander such a splendid opportunity for conversation, Luo Chen naturally inquired, "Is your physics grade good?" Su Yuner's eyes darted away as she responded, "It's okay." Luo Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Then, could you teach me?" Su Yuner awkwardly lifted her hand to adjust her bangs. Luo Chen instantly lost interest in stepping outside for air and began to chat with Su Yuner instead. The final class of the morning was English. Su Qiyu sat in her seat, her stunning face still pouting in displeasure. She stole a glance at Luo Chen, and at that moment, she caught sight of him engrossed in a lively conversation with Su Yuner. The uncomfortable feeling within her resurfaced. "Humph," laughing so lewdly. "Luo Chen, you brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me for not sparing your dignity." As she contemplated the impending events, her small fists began to clench tightly. "Letting you provoke me. You deserve it." She indignantly withdrew her gaze. The bell rang. Su Qiyu straightened her posture, a hint of a mischievous smile appearing on her exquisite face. Just thinking about it made her happy. A young teacher with cascading waves of hair entered the room. Su Qiyu stood up, and all the students rose, lethargically calling out, "Good morning, teacher." Soon, the lesson proceeded in an orderly manner. Luo Chen remained immersed in the realm of physics and chemistry, having become almost enchanted by what he had been studying these past 2 days. Unbeknownst to him, the class was already halfway through. The teacher set down the chalk and announced, "With the college entrance examination approaching, let me remind you once more, you must not lose points in the listening section. I have copied 2 sets of past exam listening materials. I will ask 2 students proficient in English to read them aloud while the rest of you listen attentively and find the answers to the questions on the blackboard." The students buzzed with excitement. Proficient in English? Soon, a multitude of fervent gazes converged upon Su Qiyu. Who possesses commendable English skills? Who excels in spoken English? Undoubtedly, it is Su Qiyu. A subtle smile graced her lips, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance. Zhou Luoqing prepared to be embarrassed. "Qiyu, please come forward," the teacher said with a smile. Su Qiyu obediently stood up. The teacher surveyed the room, pondering, and remarked, "I truly cannot find another candidate." Su Qiyu raised her hand and said, "Teacher, I recommend classmate Luo Chen. Let him read with me." At this proclamation, all eyes widened in disbelief. Luo Chen turned towards Su Qiyu, astonished. What on earth was she trying to accomplish? Chapter 19. A pure accent, astonishing everyone. The expressions of the students were filled with confusion. Was this a recommendation? Or was it an insult? Soon, a few students, led by Li Hao, erupted into laughter. Although Luo Chen had completed his homework in the morning, the English assignments were relatively simple, merely copying. This, however, was reading aloud. The teacher, equally surprised, glanced at Su Qiyu and asked, "Qiyu, are you certain?" Luo Chen, upon hearing this, felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. He understood now. Su Qiyu was settling a personal score. "Absolutely," she affirmed. Yesterday, classmate Luo Chen expressed a desire to turn over a new leaf and study diligently. He completed his English homework today. I believe he genuinely wishes to improve and deserves a chance to demonstrate his fighting spirit." Her words flowed logically, and she appeared earnest. Luo Chen shot her a disdainful glance. Quite the eloquent speaker, isn't she? The teacher's lips twitched slightly. Mastery of a subject cannot simply be achieved through a change of heart. Yet, given Su Qiyu's insistence, she felt obliged to oblige. "Very well, Luo Chen, you shall read this dialogue with Qiyu," she said, her voice tinged with exasperation. A chorus of snickers erupted in the classroom, and derisive glances again fell upon Luo Chen. He stood up and said, "Teacher, I cannot. Please choose another student." With that, he sat back down. He was not one to seek the spotlight. English posed no challenge for him, and he would rather dedicate his time to studying physics. He was aiming to attend a prestigious university with Su Yuner. The classroom was immediately filled with disdainful remarks. The teacher, now somewhat relieved, was about to speak when Su Qiyu's stubborn voice interrupted once more. "Teacher, I believe in him. Students like him need encouragement. if classmate Luo Chen truly makes a turnaround, he could become an inspiration for our entire class. He is capable. Her expression was icy, yet her words conveyed a different sentiment. The eyes of all the students lit up. They were acutely aware of Su Chiyu's peculiar attitude. Having stated so, Luo Chen. Soon, a multitude of ill-intentioned glances converged upon Luo Chen. Su Yun'er pursed her lips. She lowered her head and muttered softly, "It's really bullying." A spark of realization illuminated Luo Chen's expression. He suddenly perceived that Su Yun'er seemed to be much more familiar with him than he had previously thought. Had she truly uttered such words? His spirits lifted immediately, and a smile graced his lips. The teacher, feeling exasperated, turned her gaze toward Luo Chen and inquired, "Luo Chen, will you be able to do it?" The other students also regarded him with mocking eyes. Luo Chen curled his lips into a cold smirk, gradually rising to his feet as he declared, "Since our English class representative has such faith in me, I cannot betray her trust. Very well, let us proceed." A chorus of snickers erupted around him. Did he truly agree? Has he lost his mind? Predictably, the one who confesses possesses great dignity. This provocation was quite effective on him. Dignity? If he falters and cannot read a single line, that dignity will be ground into the dust. Laughter ensued amidst low murmurs. The teacher shook her head in resignation. "All right, since that is the case, you two shall read this dialogue," she said slowly. Su Chiyu and Luo Chen stepped forward, grasping the photocopied sheets the teacher had distributed before returning to their seats. Su Chiyu parted her lips, and her impeccable British English resonated throughout the classroom, combined with her melodious voice, creating an exquisite beauty in the utterance. Wow! Other classmates gazed at her in awe. A proud smile curved Su Chiyu's lips, her sharp eyes still fixed intently. "Humph! Stupid Luo Chen, this is the fate that awaits you." Soon, the mocking glances shifted to Luo Chen. They stifled their laughter, eagerly anticipating his response. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of Luo Chen's mouth as he calmly stated. The moment those words escaped his lips, every expression in the classroom froze instantly. The teacher looked up, her eyes wide with astonishment, her face reflecting sheer shock. The other students, who had prepared to ridicule him, suddenly became statuesque. Although it was merely a simple phrase, Luo Chen spoke in English, while not as clear or standard as Su Chiyu's, possessed an accent that created an illusion for everyone present. It felt as though they were not in a classroom, but rather watching an English film. His pronunciation was so authentic. Su Yun'er could not help but lift her head, her mouth slightly agape, her clear eyes filled with astonishment. Su Chiyu's provocative gaze also froze, gradually morphing into confusion. The entire classroom fell silent in an instant. Everyone was dumbfounded. A subtle smile reappeared on Luo Chen's lips as he continued. "This sentence is not part of the dialogue." The students remained silent. The teacher's eyes sparkled with excitement, her expression brimming with uncontainable joy. Su Chiyu clenched her fists, her heart also filled with confusion. Yet, that indomitable spirit began to resurface. She continued to recite the dialogue from the textbook. However, regardless of how she spoke, Luo Chen responded with composure, maintaining that impeccable accent. All the classmates had turned to stone. Only the teacher's face was increasingly animated with excitement. Su Chiyu began to feel an odd sense of discomfort, for due to her father's business, she had numerous opportunities to converse in English with foreigners over the years, making it her most confident domain. Yet, in the presence of Luo Chen at that moment, she experienced an unexpected pang of defeat. The crucial factor was that whenever she hesitated, Luo Chen would inquire in English beyond the dialogue content. This left her feeling utterly overwhelmed. Soon, the dialogue came to a close. Su Chiyu, drenched in sweat, stared in shock at Luo Chen, her heart filled with confusion. The last math problem might have had a hint of predictability, but today, this was undoubtedly an impromptu performance. Chapter 20. Is Chiyu wavering? Absolutely not. Very well. Please take a seat. The teacher exclaimed with excitement, clearly astonished that Luo Chen had indeed begun to study earnestly. Su Chiyu sat down, her fists clenched tightly, her mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. She could not comprehend, even if Luo Chen had genuinely started to study diligently, could such knowledge be acquired in just a day or two? At that moment, Luo Chen's image in her mind suddenly took on an air of mystery. The plan had failed. Su Chiyu should have been furious, yet her emotions were entirely submerged in a sense of shock, devoid of any anger. She stole a glance at Luo Chen. Why did he seem like an entirely different person since she had rejected him? Simultaneously, A complex feeling began to spread within her heart. The astonished gazes of her fellow students were equally fixed upon Luo Chen. They too were bewildered. The teacher on stage was praising him, visibly exhilarated. Luo Chen, however, displayed little interest. After years of growth, he had long since developed immunity to such flattery. "You are truly impressive." Suddenly, a soft and melodious voice resonated beside him. Luo Chen's eyes brightened instantly. Immune to praise, yet not to Su Yun'er's words. She was gazing at him sideways, her exquisite face adorned with surprise. He smiled calmly and replied, "Not bad, you can do it too." Su Yun'er felt a wave of complexity wash over her. "I can." Over the years, she had mostly heard mockery and disdain, never receiving affirmation from anyone. This statement left her momentarily dazed. Simultaneously, the distance between her and Luo Chen began to subtly diminish. Su Qiyu observed Luo Chen chatting and smiling, her lips pressed together, her small fists beneath the table unconsciously tightening once more. That uncomfortable sensation resurfaced. She was uncertain why she felt this way. But witnessing Luo Chen's differential treatment towards her was utterly uncontrollable. "Damn Luo Chen. I detest you." She angrily withdrew her gaze, redirecting her focus to the dialogue content. Meanwhile, the captivating resonance of Luo Chen's pure English accent began to reverberate within her mind. For reasons unknown, Su Qiyu could not help but feel a tinge of regret stirring in her heart. Regret for what? Immersed in her emotions, Su Qiyu's gaze grew somewhat unfocused. Could it be that she regretted rejecting him? The thought ignited a delightful blush on her stunning visage. Impossible. How could that be? Humph. Su Qiyu vigorously shook her head, attempting to dispel the intricate thoughts swirling in her mind. Yet, alas, the more she tried to sever the entanglement, the more chaotic it became. The class was over. Su Qiyu left the classroom alongside Wang Miling, heading to the restroom. "Qiyu, could you come over for a moment? I have something to discuss with you." Suddenly, a girl's voice broke through. Su Qiyu turned towards the sound, her delicate brows furrowing, and her exquisite face instantly suffused with a chill. The speaker was none other than Li Yuanyuan. Su Qiyu cast a cold glance at Li Yuanyuan before walking towards a nearby pavilion. At this hour, the place was utterly deserted. Upon entering the pavilion, she icily inquired, "What do you wish to say?" That day, the surveillance footage had already revealed that it was Li Yuanyuan who had escorted her into Luo Chen's room. Had it not been for Luo Chen's admonition, she would have confronted Li Yuanyuan long ago. Li Yuanyuan rushed forward, her face wrought with anxiety. "Stop!" Su Qiyu commanded sharply. With a pained expression, Li Yuanyuan implored, "Qiyu, you must believe me. It was not intentional. I was also quite inebriated that day. I saw the door to Luo Chen's room ajar and assumed it was the staff. I just walked in, and I truly did not see Luo Chen. Please believe me. I swear." As she spoke, she raised 3 fingers, her demeanor exceedingly earnest. Su Qiyu's brows knitted slightly. Her father, a titan in the business world, had instilled in her the ability to discern character from a young age. Li Yuanyuan's expression was undeniably sincere. "Did you not see him?" she retorted coldly. Regardless of whether it was a misunderstanding, how could she not be furious? Li Yuanyuan was on the verge of tears. She fervently asserted, "I truly did not see him. Luo Chen was wrapped in the blanket. It was impossible to tell. I genuinely had no idea." A glimmer of insight flashed in Su Qiyu's beautiful eyes as she queried, "You did not see him, yet you know he was wrapped in a blanket. Li Yuanyuan, does that not seem contradictory?" Her keen perceptiveness swiftly pinpointed the inconsistency in Li Yuanyuan's words. Li Yuanyuan hastily clarified, "I did not know when I brought you there. I only discovered later, upon viewing the photographs, that Luo Chen was under the blanket." Su Qiyu's expression slightly tightened. "Photographs? You took pictures?" Her tone betrayed a hint of urgency. If those photos were to be seen by anyone else, it would spell disaster. Li Yuanyuan quickly waved her hands in explanation. "I took the pictures to send to you. I wanted to tell you the next day that I had successfully completed the task of delivering you to the hotel. But then I completely forgot. You were unaware of my taking pictures, right?" Su Qiyu furrowed her brows. This explanation, albeit reasonable, was indeed characteristic of Li Yuanyuan's meticulous nature. She coldly remarked, "If you didn't send it to me, how would I know you took a picture?" Li Yuanyuan momentarily fell into a daze. Indeed, she hadn't sent it, nor had she shown it to anyone else. How, then, did Luo Chen know that she had taken a photograph? It was only at this moment that she realized the crux of the matter, her puzzled gaze shifting to Su Qiyu. With her delicate brows knitted, Su Qiyu felt an unusual emotion stir within her at the mere mention of Luo Chen's name. Li Yuanyuan nodded. He stopped me after school yesterday, questioning why I would want to harm you. I was utterly bewildered. Then he insisted I show him the photo. And only after looking at it did I discover a person wrapped within the quilt. Su Qiyu's heart raced. Was he, then, seeking to defend her? Humph. If he cared for her, why was he so fierce? Chapter 21. The school belle Su Qiyu. To seek out Luo Chen? Although the other three were reluctant, they maintained a sense of integrity, following the burly man towards Hutton Mall. Shun Feng frowned at this turn of events, despite his unfamiliarity with the online rumors. He was aware of the astonishing speed at which they spread. Unlike the other three methods, Western barbecue did not employ smoking, but rather direct fire grilling, commonly referred to as open flame barbecue. This method originated from cowboys digging holes to roast meat, hence the name cowboy barbecue. This wild style of grilling was the cowboy's favorite. Hearing Xiao Ji recount the events of the day in the palace, Master Su felt increasingly alarmed. Even someone like him, a figure of the martial world, lacked the courage to confront the emperor as Xiao Ji had. Meanwhile, soldiers at the Ghoul base stood ready, sheltered behind blast shields as they surveyed the seemingly impregnable location, their foes also aiming their weapons at them. Was this about to escalate into a gunfight? Its speed was extraordinary, so swift that the two could only catch a glimpse of flitting shadows before they soared into the sky amidst swirling dust. Watching her husband send off their guest, Li Sanyao sat upright, tears cascading uncontrollably like rain, her thoughts a chaotic whirlwind, tangled and unresolvable. After a brief moment, with the assistance of the steward Feng Yuan, she elegantly descended from the main residence to the grand hall, adorned in a golden hairpin, delicate brows accentuated by floral adornments. Clad in a bright yellow short-sleeved garment and a flowing light green skirt, a red silk shawl draping gracefully to her waist, swaying gently with each step. It seemed this thief was exceedingly confident in his own strength, as he executed his strike with unwavering precision, completely neutralizing Su Chen's attack. Presently, Chu Ming could indeed be considered one of the formidable practitioners within the realm of spiritual cultivation. He stepped out of his home, eager to rejoin the team's training on this, his first day of recovery. It was no surprise, for the Baiyun Temple had long since transformed into a renowned tourist attraction, a sparkling emblem of the entire Donga city. Together with the rhythm, they applauded alongside the fans, circling the court to celebrate the team's victory with all present. As Zhang Fan gazed at the nearby Tianfan International, a contemplative gleam flickered in his eyes. In due time, his enigmatic employer, the rightful owner of the exquisite cloisonne double-eared dragon vase adorned with phoenix motifs, would attain an inexhaustible wealth. But what if I refuse? Chu Lin pondered, feeling as though he had succumbed to some enchantment. He could distinctly perceive a semblance of anguish flitting through Lin Jingsheng's gaze, yet he chose to ignore it. Lan Yize suddenly lowered his head, gently grasping her chin, and in that moment, he lost control of his strength. He resolved to curve around the human wall and aim for the upper corner of the goal. Fulcao inhaled deeply, commenced his run-up, and with a resounding thud, struck the ball. Within the Star Sword pool, Jiang Wei and his companion encountered a variety of peculiar creatures. But as these strange beings approached within 30 meters of Jiang Wei, they seemed to confront an overwhelming fear and fled in a frenzy. Goodness, Zhang Fan intercepted Hualing, knowing that if she proceeded, it would undoubtedly expose them. He had clearly observed the vigilant expressions of Li Xian and his companions. This particular metal was extraordinary. Not only lightweight but also imbued with a unique energy. Once forged into sword wings, it should significantly aid the magnetic sword. Captain, this cannot be true. Have we genuinely succeeded in our mission? One team member expressed disbelief. On the Berisha side, preparations were underway for the second half of the match. While Bayern was equally occupied, the Koi group currently has multiple projects in progress, demonstrating their formidable ability to generate revenue. Mother, it's all fine. Everything here is complimentary. Feng Li gestured towards several passengers serving themselves pastries. Su Yin took a deep breath, fixating intently on the cold dessert before him, oblivious to his own slight loss of composure. The eyes of the two individuals suddenly ignited with fervor, glued to the table without a hint of movement, their mouths nearly watering. The entrance examination of the Danding sect is an annual grand event, with over 500 uninitiated disciples gathering in the training ground after 3 years of waiting, creating a truly impressive spectacle. Lu Yi even brandished the newspaper, incessantly mocking and ridiculing Yang Baichi, questioning his orientation. Moreover, with no geographical restrictions in any direction, the rapidly ascending economy brings forth immeasurable wealth. He mentioned that only to gauge the Wang family's stance, if one day they truly sought to annul the engagement. Their earlier demeanor revealed that it would not be a simple matter. Bad is simply bad. Zhang Xuezhai bit her lip, refraining from further comment, and hurriedly retreated into her private cultivation chamber to practice in solitude. However, should Wang Jin dare to rashly emerge from the ground, the lingering crimson light within him would betray his position, and the disguise of his Yuanpa strength would fail to conceal the coordinates set by the blood demon true monarch, inevitably leading to his discovery by Zhao Jianpeng. Thus, Wang Jin found himself trapped in a dilemma. Therein lies the advantage of having long legs. They are easy to please and can tolerate many things. Had it been Li Yutong, an outburst would have occurred long ago. In the ensuing years, I diligently explored various methods of prolonging life, yet regrettably, I faced failure time and again. It has come to my attention that Lady Mai Lei is a skilled dancer. I wonder if it is indeed true. I spoke earnestly, my tone slightly serious. A ruthless individual instructed the person on the other end of the line to assist in procuring 2 tickets, then asked us to provide our identification numbers. You are indeed a man, Gu Shiyun pouted, observing the child had fallen into a deep slumber before lying down herself. It was peculiar. Previously, my feelings for this man were tinged with hatred, yet intertwined with some degree of connection. Now, however, he felt like a stranger, and all that remained was indifference. Xia harbored an overwhelming desire for control, believing in the seamless coordination between herself and Luo. She preferred that all actions revolve solely around the 2 of them. If that were unfeasible, she would rather eliminate all else. Chapter 22. Others do not want. Only Luo Chen. Feng Tianhun was abruptly taken aback, casting a fierce glare at Feng Wuji and Su Kuang, as schemes brewed, yet no one paid heed. The hierarchy of vampire bloodlines is exceedingly stringent. Lower-tier vampires, regardless of their cultivation level, cannot attack those of higher bloodlines and must unconditionally submit. Feiyan would not underestimate Kuei Jin's combat prowess. Li Xingyun similarly instilled in him a sense of crisis, and it was not difficult to surmise the true extent of his abilities. In a 3-to-1 scenario, Feiyan genuinely doubted his chances of victory. Su Kuang received the object. Weighing it in his hands, it was indeed a valuable item, of significant importance to him. However, at this moment, I had reached the realm akin to a spiritual waterfall. His ferocious lunge was deftly evaded with a gentle twist. Li Xingyun pondered for a moment before recounting the general sequence of events, albeit selectively, omitting the fact that he had collected those spirits. He nodded, indicating that the individual engaging in the transformation was a mage named Luan Dai, initially introduced to him by Yao Yao, who later located this sorcerer. Not at all, young master. Revealing our strength to you would mean little. I merely fear that upon learning, you might feel somewhat displeased. Zilian seemed hesitant to voice her thoughts. We parked in front of shop number 45, which 2 lay abandoned. The dust on the shutter thick, save for 2 faint impressions of handprints along the lower edge, likely left by gloved hands that could not yield fingerprints. As we processed the list of infiltrators, Su Rui's phone alarm began to blare incessantly, signaling that 15 minutes had elapsed. Yu Haiba of the Ministry of Personnel, Zhang Huanyan of the Ministry of Revenue, Li Guangdi of the Education Department, Xiao Dazhuang of the Ministry of Justice, Qian Bingdang of the Ministry of Rights, Zhang Mingjin of the Ministry of Agriculture, Zhu Panpan of the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, Li Guo of the Ministry of War, Wan Xiyuan of the Ministry of Works, Zhang Liang of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Huang Tao of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, Wei Wuji of the Ministry of National Defense, Du Gu of the Supervisory Department, and Mi Lin of the Military Affairs Department. Each ministry was adequately represented. Alas, your secrets have finally been exposed. I thought you were destined for greatness. Zhang Chang mused with a cold chuckle inwardly. Can we not speak of it now? Where exactly is Moda Mountain? I implore you, please tell me. I inquired, gazing at her earnestly. Accelerating to 9 knots, our vessel caught the enemy in combat unawares, successfully bisecting their fleet. Reigning in his conqueror's hockey, Fangchen understood that this was not the opportune moment for training his powers. However, now that it had awakened, the enhancement of its potency was assured, and there was no need for haste in his training. In the deep of night, seated on a bench atop the dormitory building, Ike played with the colorful beads in his hand, lost in thought as he gazed at the tactical energy device resting on his thigh. seemingly pondering its significance. There were nearly 10 million young individuals recently emerged, and the Huaxia Empire directed those without employment or reliant on manual labor to cultivate the newly acquired territories, encouraging them to take root and flourish as Han people in these lands. Whoosh, whoosh. The Black Phoenix Princess was the first to appear outside the Immortal Mansion sect, accompanied by dozens of quasi-immortal experts from the sect. What is happening? The steel arm, Killbat exclaimed, but the humanoid weapon merely roared, refusing to advance an inch. Inwu, go check on how everyone is faring. It's time for them to contribute. Anyone who can still move, summon them to me. Kai Su instructed a nearby black armored wolf guard, fully aware of the situation Huang Ju had described. For the octopus, such a multitude of legs was not merely ornamental. Its speed within the burning zone was almost airborne, complemented by formidable defense and an instinctive burrowing skill. Even as the retaliatory firepower from the twin stars intensified, it was merely a tickle to it. Concerned that Chris and the Western Saints might become overly fixated, Alice continued to elucidate. The intense light radiation caused Gustav, who was intently watching the scene, to squint slightly, his countenance as frigid as an iceberg. Previously, the Chiba Advisor's intervention had been a reaction to an emergency, and had it not been for his timely action, casualties would have been numerous. Captain Kaji's coincidental leave had also played a role, otherwise, he would not have been able to intervene. It was only at this moment that the military academy learned of the presence of such a maverick among the trainees at Yinjing University. Shui Xinyue recalled her serendipitous encounter with this senior outside the Lingjing cave and offered a gentle smile. I have met Brother Shi. Last time we missed each other in haste. I beg for your forgiveness. Her voice flowed like a gentle stream, evoking in Shiera a sensation akin to stepping into a cool spring on a scorching summer day. This method, capable of cursing both the body and the breath, was termed the soul curse of shared breath by him, representing a significant culmination in his research on cursing methodologies. Yet, despite the pent-up frustration within, Wang Li continually took deep breaths, forcibly suppressing his anger and indignation. She understood that even sharing her feelings would serve no purpose. Rather, it would only exacerbate her agitation, adding to her woes. In that case, let us search and see, though I don't believe we'll find anything, he haiku remarked, acknowledging that the staff had mentioned there was no food available in this area. As the old ninth straightened his posture, he drew his weapon with the speed of a dragon, leveraging his own strength to dominate his opponent. In that instant, the adversary was powerless to retaliate, left only with the option of passive evasion and defense. Upon noticing the unsettling situation, the Grand Elder urgently inquired about the matter, simultaneously pressing his palm against the youth's back in an attempt to channel his vital energy. A cacophony of noise erupted from the crowd below, interspersed with the jeers of skeptics who clearly harbored little faith in the young man's abilities. Dean, Grandpa Gaia, I was just looking for you. I didn't expect you to come to me. Gaia clenched his fists and launched an attack towards Dean. Moments passed, enveloped in silence, broken only by the rustling of leaves. At that moment, Luo drew a long sword from behind and thrust it towards the heart of a wild boar, then half-bowed and lifted it, making his way out of the woods. The principal was well aware of Chun Shue's significant background, and considering she was merely an art teacher with a single class of students, her absence posed no issues, leading him to readily agree. What is so remarkable about that halberd? Is it the mystery of the Star Stone? Gu Luo inquired eagerly, his heart racing with excitement. Chapter 23. Overstepping Boundaries? I shall not tolerate you. Yun Schumann misinterpreted this as a defense of her, her expression shifting from one of dominance to dissatisfaction and skepticism towards Duan Tianjin. The service inside was quite commendable. Apart from being held at gunpoint, Shen Yun remained seated in the vehicle the entire time, with a full tank of fuel. Yet these individuals demanded 200 dinars in the end. However, in Yang Jian's eyes, if the Xinyuan clan were the reincarnation of the divine tortoise of the northern Jilu continent, possessing heavenly merits, then the origins of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors must also be formidable beings from the primordial era, perhaps even a slight arrangement by a few saints. 1 o'clock. Wang Daolin is in the lead. The referee's voice yanked him back to reality. He stiffly turned around, staring blankly at the ball lying quietly not far behind him. Rendered speechless, as I brushed past him, he abruptly halted, and from the corner of my eye, I sensed his gaze fixated on my face. Do not worry. Wang Daolin will not lose. Although Wang Nanxiang was displeased with Wang Daolin's lackluster performance, she still possessed a blind confidence in his true capabilities. The snow atop the mountain was thick, exceeding 10 centimeters in depth. Everything beneath the snow was shrouded in mystery, as no one could discern where it was deep or shallow, or what lay beneath. Consequently, Chunxi tripped over a sizable rock hidden beneath the snow. Her left cheek caught against the sharp branches, leaving shallow scratches. Kuang fell silent, seemingly aware that words were futile when addressing someone like Duan Tianjin. Lin Xingyin readily consented, as the recent events provided an opportune moment to engage in a meaningful conversation with Zhou Yuqi. The Jiang family had finally managed to contact Lu Shanhe of Yanjing, a renowned physician with a legacy of 3 generations in medicine, whose reputation resonated throughout the country. They had prepared 2 million in savings for their house-hunting endeavor, a sum cobbled together from relatives and friends. If they departed promptly, they could return by 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon without hindering the evening's business. With sleeves rolled up to reveal bulging muscles, they hoped Lin Qingwei would recognize the futility of resistance and comply, but would Lin Qingwei be intimidated? Every evening, upon witnessing Qin Mushue's return, Han Feng observed that her face was no longer etched with sorrow, but rather illuminated by a radiant smile. I understand you have not. I shall ensure they restore your innocence, I promise. Su Yang gently caressed her silken hair, feeling an agonizing ache within, overwhelmed by an unbearable discomfort. Just as he surmised, the Tao Long might be the sovereign of this realm, and many of the elements here could very well be of his design. This formidable blade of death recognizes its master. How could its creator ever turn against it? Hence, Jiang Tianwu activated the dragon might, hoping to ascertain its efficacy. And indeed his hypothesis was validated. The only conceivable source of sustenance lay within the waters dominated by those crocodiles, teeming with fish. After hearing Wen Yan's words, Tao Li awkwardly cleared his throat. Ahem, Sun Liang and I share a strictly professional mentor-student relationship. Even he felt a twinge of guilt as he uttered this. The cloaked figure sensed Ling Qingyun gradually succumbing to anger and hatred, his malevolence becoming palpable to a fierce extent. He truly felt the allure of darkness. This youth posed a threat to him even in the Stone Soul realm. What calamity might arise if he were to fully embrace the darkness and mature? The world now lay in utter chaos. However, within Huaxia, the situation remained relatively stable. Numerous erstwhile large corporations had been divided among various sects. Thus the mobile phones remained operational. Amidst the horror, the youths inadvertently turned their gazes further back towards Dianbai, their eyes widening in astonishment. Beyond the terrifying darkness lay an immaculate whiteness, reminiscent of a radiant moon, a hue so enchanting yet so familiar. He had come here, seeking Lu Tianyi for a matter of importance, yet knocking at this moment would surely result in a beating. He was determined to convey to Nian Hui that he harbored no further inappropriate intentions. It was imperative. But what on earth was this situation? Was that fellow not the ancestor of the River of Souls? Could it be that this incident was orchestrated by the ancestor of the River of Souls? Then, Chui'er darted out with lightning speed, standing before her, her face resembling that of a bloodied visage. This slight movement nearly allowed the three to release the tension they had been holding, as they collectively sighed in relief. Upon seeing Ming Nua suddenly appear at the doorway, everyone turned to him in astonishment, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Stepping outside, he pondered, after all these years, does the scenery of Sihai City remain unchanged? Can I still find my old friends? Fu Dai's anguished cries echoed through the courtyard, and the moment Feng Huaijin heard them, tears streamed down his face. Meanwhile, Yi Guilin, standing there, felt a slight tremor in her hand, causing the spiritual energy she was merging to dissipate entirely. The icy blue fighting spirit erupted explosively around Gray, dispersing the surrounding ice and snow like a swirling vortex. The azure radiance of the treasure shield clashed momentarily with the crimson brilliance of the blood sword, but soon Fong Ling's sword intent surged forth, overwhelming its opponent. Yet, the escape incident from a year prior had transformed Rao Qi's visage into a beacon of hope for every victim ensnared. At this juncture, she was overcome with sorrow, lamenting that the 15th princess had unjustly targeted her due to the emperor's ire, and Wu Xiu wished for her demise as well. Fortunately, her phone remained in silent mode. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain whether she had the strength to leave the Jiang family today. Master, why have you halted? I still have the capacity to counterattack. As you well know, Wang Qianyue exclaimed with a hint of frustration. Yan Shaoqing smirked. Despite his arrogance, he was reluctant to acknowledge Long Chen's formidable prowess. Suddenly, a certain rotund individual widened his eyes, scampering towards the nearest human territory adjacent to the water, moving with a speed that was both astonishing and resounding. Directly heading towards the sea, Ji Yin unwittingly collided with a pair of misty eyes, the glimmer of their gaze enchanting and radiant. Chapter 24. A dazzling display, astounding all. With Tom stepping in to lend support, the once timid rolling individual found newfound courage, lying on the ground, yet still managing to assert dominance over the Qilin. Indeed, I am not the Li Ji you speak of, is it he? The chilling voice, laced with a hint of malevolence, echoed throughout the cavern. Several dwarfs, who shared a good rapport, approached, scratching their heads in confusion, unable to comprehend the reason behind their leader's sudden fury. Leave if you're broke, do not hinder my business. The bearded man glared at Lin Feng, grumbling in dissatisfaction. Had it not been for his keen eyesight, Lin Feng would have almost been overlooked amidst the crowd. Where have those two bald fellows gone? A surprised evolver with a power level of 9 exclaimed, scanning the surroundings. Jian Shan's sword pierced directly into Zhu Qianqiu's left chest, impaling his heart. However, in this dreamlike realm, one would not perish unless their vitality was reduced to 0. Thus, Zhu Qianqiu remained alive, albeit with more than half his vitality depleted, leaving him with only 17 points. The fervor was unprecedented, eclipsing any celebrity news or trending events, firmly securing its position as the greatest online sensation. As the heavy water entered his body, Lu Pan instantly felt an ethereal sensation, the experience utterly delightful. This was a level 5 stronghold, boasting considerable military strength and 4 watchtowers, which posed a significant threat to any attacking forces, resulting in an exceptionally fierce battle. What the Dijiang prefecture could not comprehend was why the provincial government, in such adverse circumstances, summoned the hunting grounds, yet did not simultaneously rally more player factions to assist in overcoming the crisis. It was not a direct confrontation, but rather a stealthy assault. Su Chun was well aware of the challenges posed by high-level saints. Typically, at the end of the staircase leading to the rooftop, there would be a locked door secured with a padlock. Although Yu Chuxian could no longer recall how many he had broken, each time he returned, a new lock would invariably be in place, which instilled in him a degree of admiration for the school's stringent management. Now that you have reached the nascent soul stage, and considering we have set a 2-year period, it is time for me to accept you as my disciple and appoint you as the chief disciple of my Jin sect, Fan Xian declared. Gazing at Song Zheng with a satisfied expression, Yi Tian chuckled softly, remaining silent and refraining from retaliation, suspecting that Yi Nantian had emerged and would shield him from incoming attacks. A dull thud echoed as the dinosaur was sent tumbling backward by the typhoon, crashing heavily onto the cement ground, leaving it dazed and seeing stars. Even Bai Tsunjian must now concede that Yi Lin is indeed an extraordinary genius. After Wei Linghui visits the municipal bureau, she will undoubtedly take a bath and change her clothes, allowing her to coincide perfectly with the interrogation upon Su Yimin and Jiang He's return. The Xiaoyao sect has transformed into the Xiaoyao Hall, with its core members occupying the forefront. And although Chu Fan is merely at the preliminary stage of innate power, he nonetheless garners countless flattery upon stepping out, with no one daring to look down upon him. On the contrary, throngs of individuals are eager to gain entry. Within 5 minutes, Zhou Rui is already pierced by what appeared to be a fragile twig, leaving his body dotted with crimson punctures. With a thunderous roar, the once clear blue skies are suddenly engulfed by ominous clouds, accompanied by lightning and thunder, as blinding bolts crash into Zhou Rui's form. Yi finds himself unable to comprehend their language, yet he discerns their tone suggests they are searching for something. He initially thought the barbarian would cease after a few shouts, but to his surprise, the man continued to babble incessantly, seemingly fixated on Lin Shui. Yi suddenly wonders what purpose there is in capturing Lin Shui. He is aware that during this time, the demon Lord Zhong Lu has returned to seek him, bringing with him his treasured sword. There are also those from 3 years ago within the palace who recognize Yi Luo, mistaking their encounter for an apparition. Before departing, Lin Jizhong did not disclose any information regarding Bai Muqing. He stated that if one can find it, it is fate, but if not, then there is no need to force it. His profile is nearly flawless, with long, slightly curled eyelashes and tranquil eyes. His sharply defined features, softened by the evening sun, exude a gentle ripple of warmth. Xia Xingyu counted meticulously, from top to bottom. 17, Hua Ruiling, Hua Ruocheng, Dai Lia. None were missing. However, the young master had previously appeared to be a mere novice. How had he suddenly become so extraordinary? Indeed, she could only describe the young master's talent with such a term. After the ear-picking session concluded, Xia Qing tidied up, while Su Wen sat pensively at the bedside, exuding an air of melancholic loss. Subsequently, Ling recounted to Mei the occurrence of another Han Feng, detailing the fusion of two souls into one. Thus, on the third day after Mr. Ouyang consulted the ancestors of the Liu family, he departed from the Liu household. A month later, news of Ouyang's engagement spread. "I apologize, but I am not well acquainted with Dr. Sun. You may seek him out yourselves," Wang Lu said with embarrassment to the crowd before turning to leave. "What? This is actually true?" Bai Zhao's expression shifted slightly, her face reflecting a touch of discomfort. Though she had heard rumors, confirming them was an entirely different matter. "May I inquire if Qin Xiong's filming proceeded smoothly? Will the ongoing concert tour be conducted as planned?" Amidst the rain, reporters surged forth, bombarding with various questions. In the underground city, on the rooftop of a subterranean fortress, sat a man clad in a black trench coat. His hair was a striking shade of purple, and his countenance radiated an air of aloofness, indifference, and arrogance, evoking a sense of distance and repulsion, akin to that of a regal figure perched high above. Yi Jinghong bit her lip, her eyes reddening at the corners, tears swirling within those crimson depths, seemingly on the verge of spilling forth. Chapter 25, Luo Chen's Seal. The audience was left astounded. Minutes had slipped by past the end of work hours, and with the crowd swelling, if this continued, he would undoubtedly become a spectacle, rendering lunch unnecessary. His sudden action was excessively intimate. Yi Weiwei, caught off guard, failed to evade it, and this gesture was simultaneously captured by two pairs of eyes. Every sword he wielded was not without purpose, each strike aligning with the golden points of light behind him. Give him 10 more strikes, and he could leave Ba Mie in his wake. Thus, regardless of Ba Mie's intentions for departing, he had salvaged a life. "Come in." With a flick of his finger, Qin Ming restored the two to their original state, crashing heavily to the ground. Wu Qingyuan not only surpassed him in cultivation but also had a stronger background. At present, he was powerless against Wu Qingyuan. Yet this newcomer from beyond dared to mock him, utterly unaware of his own folly. Master Wu's expression darkened instantly. Few knew of the existence of ultimate single attribute treasures, and his solitary ultimate single attribute treasure had but one market, within the Heavenly Spirit Tower, where he had recently accrued billions in revenue. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Lin Qingfei, Jiang Chujian seemed unable to believe her eyes, pinching herself repeatedly. When the figure before her remained, her brows unfurled in a smile, yet as laughter erupted, tears streamed down her cheeks to the ground. On the large screen, the final segment of the rocket separated entirely from the wooden vessel, which then experienced sudden weightlessness and plummeted rapidly. Ahead lay the corpse of the Golden Moon Celestial. The Dragon Clan's Huang Wu warned loudly, hastening toward the Golden Moon Celestial's remains. With two allies, he was determined to pursue. Yang Su activated his domain directly, needing to prevent Qi Yingtian from annihilating that ominous sphere of energy. The Imperial throne radiated with golden light. Evidently, Mu Sheng's pressure had triggered certain formations, producing such brilliance. The Emperor remained tranquil within the glow, entirely unaffected. However, I had investigated every member of the Shin family. Shin Yuan indeed came from a collateral branch. Having been adopted at the tender age of 5, Helian Tao could hardly believe it, instinctively searching for flaws. As the crowd surrounded the Hydra, enveloping it in layers of stellar power, the Hydra let out another furious roar, its form expanding once more. Seeing her delicate, pale face, I glanced at Yu Shui, who was above me. Suddenly seized by an impulse, I desired to engage intimately with Li Jia right beneath Yu Shui's gaze. Although Mu Chen had already exited the elevator, and Yu Tong was forcibly pulled away by Qin Yu, this was his sole opportunity. Should he fail to break this talisman, even venturing into the soul refining path would not enable him to contend with the Dream Sovereign, leading to certain death. At this moment, only a spectral demon of the Ghost King's caliber could subdue the Lord of Fear. Who else could? At this moment, Qin Lung had long forgotten that Tang Tong was still waiting for him at the company. He had wholly immersed himself in the pursuit of an Yu Tong. Earlier, while driving, he had an instinctive feeling that if he failed to locate in Yutong this time, he might lose her forever. Thus, Qin Lung continued his relentless search. My heart sank. Could it be Yumen Street? That street was dotted with numerous restaurants, including several authentic hot pot establishments. His gaze turned cold as he learned from the boss's radio that this motorcycle was affiliated with the Round restaurant and had been traveling together. Evidently the vehicle that assisted in the murders of Han Dun and the elderly. Although the dishes had been served for quite some time, they remained steaming hot. And coupled with the nourishing medicinal cuisine, Su Yin was thoroughly enjoying her meal. Su Hua wished to avoid further escalation. It was not that he favored Su Anan. But through today's events, he had observed Gu Maching protecting Su Anan. This is not a place for you to speak. The chieftain is Tuoba Tianqian. Tuoba Nyo completely disregarded Xinbei Luo and turned his gaze towards the higher-ups of the Tuoba faction. The hills exploded as Long Hao ascended, enveloped in an overwhelming force. Surveying the heavens and earth, all his strength surging forth. However, just as Ji Hua intended to close the door and leave, Zhan Xinqing stepped down from the table, directly facing Ji Hua. In this lifetime, they would not have such good fortune. It would not be long before the myriad realms belonged to my Tanren clan. Someone else proclaimed with great ambition. The people present turned to look, witnessing a massive pangolin galloping towards them. Before long, Wang Hao had someone bring over the bottle of red wine that Yang Wei had left unfinished the previous night. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Qiao Jingma's heart leaped. She bit her lip, longing to muster the courage to ask, including you, but ultimately lacked the resolve to speak. As several ships caught fire, the shogunate's navy became somewhat flustered, especially since two large warships were among them. At this moment, the positions of both armies shifted, and Zheng Jiwan finally gained the upper hand. However, the issue lay in the fact that Coulson's face seemed darker than ever. After all, wasn't he this merely a routine capture mission? Just apprehending a wealthy bald man. Yet who would have known that this old bald man would unexpectedly transform at the last moment? He was aware, certainly aware. Yet Bai Shirchio had far too many emotional debts. How could he ever repay them? Upon hearing this, no one opposed. After all, it was the best course of action. Whether it was the Hall of the Sacred Blade, the Hall of the Sacred Sword, or the Hall of the Sacred Gun, none wished to engage in a major conflict that could drain their vitality. They feared even more the potential damage to their foundational harmony, which would be difficult to explain to their superiors. Consequently, they provided the advancing Azza with an unguarded opening. Jones, seeing De Bruyne charging from the other side, dared not delay. He could leverage his physical advantage to press Compagnie, but when three opponents advanced simultaneously to apply pressure, it became exceedingly difficult for him to evade them. Immediately, someone remarked, why does he need this opportunity? He was already the focus of the media. Does he still need interviews to enhance his notoriety? The Dragon King had been pursued for quite some time, even before Duan Chun had made acquaintance with Lu Feng. After Duan Chun emerged from seclusion, he found no sign of his two masters and, without much thought, returned directly to the kingdom of Dali. Mu Lao nearly choked, turning to glare at Mu Yuro, who blushed, unable to argue, remembering how she had savored the Jurassic shrimp before discovering its true nature. Although most of the rebel leaders harbored lingering fears and caution regarding Gao Bohai, who had once decisively defeated them in Yangzhou, Zhou Huayan, who had a slight grasp of historical trends, understood how this last renowned general of the late Tang dynasty had become blind and feeble, ultimately digging his own grave. Chapter 26. The Graceful Luo Chen, a Display of Charm. Longshan clenched his fists in frustration, feeling his lack of strength and status deprived him of any voice in this matter. As time passed, the vast expanse of land occupied by Haobai was transformed into a verdant scene, with hybrid rice planted even in dry fields. Yes, only 3 days remained. Beyond that, all materials would hold no value for me. Pang Feng looked at Bei Laosan. At that time, when he led Muzi and others to Kunlun to avenge Qian Cheng's deputy team, they encountered the monk Kong Kong, who hailed from the Daming Temple and was revered as the Golden Light Buddha. The esteemed guests visiting the Gu family for the new year gradually arrived, and the road leading to Gu family town became increasingly congested. In contemporary Huaxia, only Pang Feng reigned supreme in the Central Plains. While the other two great kings were absent from the realm, they entered a house by the street with its door ajar, searching inside until they found a calendar. Of course, one must show respect to Mr. Ghost. Feyre was uncertain if the ghost was aware of the secret of the wine bottle, but with the antidote in hand, He had no fear and had even taken the antidote beforehand to guard against the ghost's tricks. Sunlight illuminated by yachting, enhancing the radiance and fairness of her skin. The might of creation traversed miles in an instant. Lu Tianming's sea of swords, imbued with boundless power, swept all before it, ultimately piercing the body of the underworld demon. As the ethereal light burst forth from the crevice once more, Lu Hui's head peeked out as before, only this time he was not disappointed. No collapsing stone pillar loomed above him. Roar! Lang Qing suddenly threw his head back and let out a long howl. If the previous Lang Qing resembled a ferocious beast, the current Lang Qing was indeed a beast unleashed. Slowly extending her hand towards Feng Chen, Yuemo was filled with guilt. Yet when she looked at Feng Chen, he wore an unusually satisfied smile, deepening her sense of remorse. What is this? Has the Luo Chen clan not taught you that orders are paramount, and I am the sovereign executor of those orders? The words were exceptionally arrogant and brimming with a desire to dominate all. Yuxing took out her phone and dialed a number she had deleted long ago, her mind surprisingly clear about it. What twisted logic is this? Do I have the right to shift the responsibility onto the three of them simply for that reason? Jian Mingzhu's anger intensified upon hearing this. Han Yingqin pulled her into his embrace, while Qiu, crying, clung tightly to his waist. Madam, please speak. Should this old man possess the ability to assist you, I assure you, I shall not disappoint. Cui expressed firmly. Of course, if it is within my capacity to help. Matters beyond my reach are a different story altogether. Upon finishing his words, Feng approached Wu Chuang, hastily examining his injuries, discovering that his leg had shattered completely. However, it appeared that the consumption of the elixir had not caused him excessive pain. Yet, Yang Ling was not one to articulate her feelings well, nor was she one to seek the spotlight. These thoughts remained confined within her heart, unspoken. After glancing at those nearby, she noted that aside from the driver who had sustained some bruises from the impact, there were no casualties, which somewhat alleviated the anxiety of Sanzi. Similarly, the Black Dragon Society, despite their formidable strength, was merely one of the major influences in Dongying and could not compare to the Eagle Emperor. Both the old dowager and the young dowager had received the news. The young dowager had already prepared and set off to the loyal and brave duke's residence. He must have employed other means. Xingyun speculated, just as Tang Tian leaped towards him like a fierce tiger. With a resolute heart, he unleashed his sixth soul ring, a surge of black soul power rapidly enveloping the long knife in his hand. The moment Adele burst forth from the bar, she propelled herself to her utmost speed, dispelling her invisibility. Lifting her gaze towards the bald-tailed rooster, she noted that it had not crowed that morning, appearing listless as it lay half-dead in its cage. Unexpectedly, her facade, maintained for merely a few days, was easily dismantled, resulting in her being forcibly subdued. Subsequently, Kai Jinyi frequently instructed company employees to shadow Lin Wei, sometimes even tailing her himself. Su Changfeng exhaled in relief. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and he too should prepare several concealed sanctuaries. Ah, this is the place. Young Lin, while running, suddenly spotted a modest square, likely a space for employees to engage in exercise. The square was desolate, devoid of facilities or abundant vegetation, leaving little shadow to exploit. Heike's Qiantai narrowed his eyes into a fine slit, a chilling glint flashing as he suddenly seized Tuya's arm, twisting it violently. With a piercing scream, the arm contorted grotesquely, bones shattered and flesh torn. Today marked a significant celebration for Konoha, as the hidden cloud village of the Land of Thunder, which had been at war with Konoha for many years, finally sent envoys to jointly sign a peace agreement. What perplexes me is why this white tiger has grown so powerful since emerging from that illusion. It is truly unfathomable. Invincible? For reasons unknown. Chaoang felt an unexpected discomfort, then realized. Invincible, Dongfang Booby? That title is rather unsettling. Ultimately, she decided against writing a letter, opting instead to quietly ascertain whether Brother Fei was misbehaving. Push them in, Zhou Jiping commanded in a deep voice, disregarding the pleas of the captured soldiers. Lan Bingyao rose from the cotton mat, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, her azure eyes seemingly frozen, glaring icily at the bearded man. After enduring this attack, my previously full vitality was once again diminished by nearly half. However, that fierce spirit had dissipated, and naturally, I no longer bore any negative effects. At that moment, I suddenly pivoted, brandishing the autumn water and charged directly towards her, unleashing a skill without hesitation. Despite being unarmed, she faced the three adversaries with remarkable ease. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, having never witnessed such martial prowess. Who was she, after all? It seemed there was no such martial sect in the realm. Otherwise, after several days of silence, her initiative to call and express concern would not have been unreasonable. There was an abundance of everything, especially a myriad of offerings, as if attempting to compensate for years of neglect. However, before that, Hua Qingyan needed to devise a plan to rescue Luo Chen from Han Mir, especially since they were unaware of Han Mir's true location of confinement for Luo Chen. Chapter 27. A Shift in Attitude? Luo Chen is so handsome. Qin Fen understood clearly. Du Peng's trembling hand was not due to a lack of strength, but rather a profound emotional shift caused by the sudden appearance of the individual before him. Damn you! Who is scheming behind my back? May their entire family perish. Cui Ming shouted in fury, ready to charge forward. You should get some rest, Chen Yuanshu said with a smile, subtly issuing an eviction order. She had endured until now and was utterly exhausted, despite her heart brimming with excitement. Song Shidao's heart, once taut with tension, began to ease slightly as Song Lu inquired of Fu Junju about the He Shi Bai, hoping to use this to prove his foreign lineage, thus dissuading Song Shidao from his aspirations. He must not escape. If he does, when he reappears, it will be our doom. Pursue him and eliminate him. The giant of Jade's expression changed drastically as he bellowed, gathering the world's vital energy, stepping into the air and transforming into a streak of light in pursuit of Yu Zhong. Please, my lord. Having received the other's reward and praise, Zhang Ge, in high spirits, readily invited Kai Ji into the grand camp. Would you like to know how I came to know him? Chao Jinjia asked, caressing her belly, her smile radiant and maternal. What is it? Speak freely. Shang Xiuxuan was indeed able to capture Ko Zhong's attention, refraining from coercing a certain fox. Just then, after slaughtering the 18 hunters for colossal zombies, each towering 5 meters, strode towards Yu Zhong, their massive fists creating a terrifying wind as they bore down upon him. 7 days after the spring begins, Kai Ji was momentarily taken aback, pondering the urgency with which Lu Xie seemed to want these loyal lords to vacate Xianyang. Yet, he was a man of patience, betraying none of his thoughts, appearing as if nothing were amiss. How could I dare to speak? Zhang Xingfa, stationed at the front, thought that if he distracted him with such matters, what if something unforeseen happened? Thus, he swallowed all grievances in silence. Those golden eyes were as cold as moonlight, akin to a frozen glacier that had endured millennia without thawing. The tear mole beneath his left eye added a touch of wicked charm, rendering him ethereal yet dangerously beautiful. Xiao Yuer felt that this connection was predestined. If it were not fated, why would the crown prince have passed away so early that year? Madame Gu sighed, aware that Su Chenxi's intentions were well-meaning, yet she remained unable to accept her actions. Moreover, the fact that Gu Yeting was willing to see her brought a flicker of joy to Nan Gongye's heart. It seemed that Gu Yeting still harbored feelings for her. However, the thought of the swelling on her face dampened her spirits. Milo felt that he had been plagued by troublesome dreams lately, one after another, and he sighed helplessly within himself, resolving to adopt a more combative stance. That night, Nan Mufeng found it difficult to find rest. He yearned to see his wife and fall asleep beside her, but each time he recalled that peculiar message, he suppressed the thought. Yilan had informed them that she would deliver explosive news, but was this the revelation she spoke of? Upon hearing Wei Ning's name, Milo's nerves tightened, as if he had finally unearthed a plausible explanation for Su Zhiheng's erratic behavior. The sudden ambush by the oak caught him somewhat off guard. He was bound tightly and then jerked around, yet he quickly regained his composure and steadied himself. The protective formations and sealing prohibitions surrounding this ancient water palace were indeed of divine array and divine prohibition levels, not something an ordinary cultivator could easily contend with. Without a sufficiently deep understanding of these matters, it was advisable to keep a safe distance. Although lacking in personal strength, the Viper was unafraid of the potential dangers ahead. Her comrades would come to her aid, for her captain was a high-level contractor, and in this task realm, no one wished to incur the wrath of such an esteemed figure. They whispered amongst themselves, unable to decipher Kuxingyan's thoughts, and deemed it unwise to dwell too much on these trivialities. The individual seated before them, having transcended, was Hao Yian's sole friend in the divine realm and possessed a relationship that was both mentor and companion. Thus, Hao Yian's act of paying homage was not misplaced. Naturally, Those who visited at this moment were all esteemed cultivators from the Xiantian sect, except for those traveling afar or preoccupied with pressing matters, such as those stationed in the eastern extreme continent. Those present were well acquainted. They were seasoned individuals from the lower realms, for in the nightmare space, the higher one's power, the fewer individuals there were. Thus, the realms opened for missions dwindled, increasing the likelihood of contractors encountering one another in a given world. Indeed, those gathered here were equals, free to express their thoughts openly, as Wang Qian remarked. The ancients engaged in fewer evening entertainments, retiring early and rising with the dawn. As the first light broke, the marketplace bustled with life. By evening, the city gates were closed, and the city's inhabitants sought leisure and entertainment. Whereas the morning market was essential for common folk to procure daily necessities, firewood, rice, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea were the day's mainstays. He had initially intended to purchase the nine-eyed celestial pearl as a token of sincerity for an important client, but now it all seemed a mere illusion. While Qin Chuan was engrossed in his work, Su Wan stealthily approached, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Today, she had heard quite a commotion from next door and, upon inquiring, discovered that the previous tenants had been evicted. Su Shang was acutely aware that this rainy night would inevitably render his sister's experience a challenging one. As for their previous residence, it had already been furnished with new furniture that very evening, and Shin Feng had moved in directly. He shook his head as he entered the house, retrieving a lounge chair and then heading to the kitchen to bring over the stove to brew tea. The demeanor of those around Chung Kai-yin immediately transformed, instantly infused with a newfound respect for their teacher. Gazing into the distance, Feng Duxing noticed that the chopsticks were provided by Jiang Nong. Would this truly serve to immerse the children in practical experience? Luo, she muttered. However, while the four of them had narrowly escaped, the Ashley sisters and Aaron had perished on the roller coaster. Yet, the frustration and defiance in her eyes were palpable, which Mu Yunqing observed. Nevertheless, from the very beginning, he had no intention of letting her off the hook. Lu Rushi momentarily failed to react, merely witnessing Tengu rise and instinctively standing to pay her respects to the young general. Upon reflection, it seemed as though Mo Xian's mission within the Three Qing was now before him. Should he successfully accomplish it, the objectives of the divine clan would also be fulfilled. Chapter 28. Miling Strikes Back. Chu Yu's disappointment. What training method was employed? Lan Xin asked nervously, clearly placing great importance on the matter. It appeared that she had misunderstood previously. The Muggle would always arrive at the ancestral grounds whenever someone visited, yet his arrival did not guarantee entry. Silence. What right do you brutal beings have to name us after a place? The leader of the black-clad figures was increasingly enraged. Ajio, however, remained silent, simply gazing up at the elder Su with an oddly enigmatic smile. Chi Hua let out a long howl, and moments later, a bao appeared before him, with Ouyang Minglang leaping down from a bao's back. According to their original plan, they only needed to delay the enemy for about 10 minutes, after which reinforcements would arrive. Such a naive girl. Consider this crystal core as the interest your father pays me for saving you again. Chi Hua mused, no longer focusing on the crystal core within the box. The steward nodded, though he did not articulate it. He comprehended what his master desired. There was no hint of sympathy or schadenfreude, for such occurrences were commonplace. Witnessing this scene, Fong Kaling could no longer contain herself and hastily called out, attempting to halt Linjia. Yet, the latter remained oblivious, paying her no heed. At that moment, due to the mysterious heavenly demon ancestor executing the most formidable move of the extermination of a mortal's sword array, the four divine swords found themselves at their most vulnerable point in history. With a heart finally at ease, Yi Wushuang's lips curled into a smile as he walked towards the soldier's tomb. Yi Gu reached out, grasped her chin, tilting her head upwards, and then leaned in to capture her lips with his. Conan squatted on the ground, pondering for a moment. The look of sudden realization on his face indicated he had discerned the method of the crime, having personally scraped the residual blood from the entrance of the garden. Kazama Katsu did not doubt that the garden had made a mistake. The bite was fierce enough to seem as though it could have taken a chunk of flesh. As Su Qing's mood was already rather dismal, he was about to retort when he suddenly recalled that Chun Yang was none other than Xie Wanjuan's brother. Consequently, he chose to remain silent, adopting an air of indifference. At this juncture, no one would be foolish enough to exchange for any cultivation resources. They were undoubtedly seeking to trade for invaluable items that could preserve their lives. After all, if one were to lose their life, What utility would such resources hold? Ultimately, they would merely benefit another. The corner of Yue Ying's mouth twitched, fully aware that Gusu Haiyue would evade the issue in such a manner. Thus, he typically dealt with ordinary matters himself. However, this particular situation necessitated Gusu Haiyue's intervention. The monstrous demon with its fearsome maw began to gnaw on its own companion before swallowing it whole. Within the tempestuous clouds of lightning, Yi Wushuang and Jiang Kuei exchanged piercing gazes, followed by a clash as swift as lightning itself. I recall a passage from a war novel where the protagonist remarked that the most terrifying aspect of the battlefield is not when the enemy charges at you, but rather when you behold a mass of foes advancing towards you. That sense of impending doom is what truly drives one to the brink of despair. You shall be fortunate enough to become the fourth individual to enjoy this privilege. The obsidian kitchen knife was firmly grasped in Mo Chi's hand. The menacing words of Shi Lei prompted his accompanying retainers to swiftly draw their blades, a chill permeating the air within the cauldron. A year ago? I had only entered the academy for a year. No wonder Lu Yu did not come to enroll. He must have been captured back then. As I counted to 2, several youths, along with Lu Zhong, hastily fled the dormitory, not forgetting to issue threats as they departed. This was the student dormitory area of the Jinyan Hall. And in the afternoon, the hall masters returned to their respective bases with their newly recruited students. The underworld did not wish to engage in a genuine conflict with the giants, and they were indeed only staying for a brief period before departing. Naturally, they would also be on guard once the primordial energy was agreed upon. The athletes commenced their warm-ups to maintain their touch, and the entire venue buzzed with excitement. The sounds of cameras clicking echoing throughout. The path, ethereal and elusive, undeniably exists. It governs all laws of the world while embodying tranquility and non-action. Alan looked at her with a hint of confusion, extending one of the money bags toward her, only to realize that she seemed unwilling to accept it. The following day, in the village's Buchui Park, an establishment funded by the patriotic relatives of the thieving couple, it served as a communal space for the middle-aged and elderly friends of Lusang village. In the profound silence, Li Mai was seated in meditation, restoring his strength. His backpack hung high atop a giant tree, and within it, another individual was also recuperating. Yi Zhixing never selected colors for her attire, indifferent to whether they rendered her darker or paler. Once donned, she radiated brilliance regardless. Hey, shall we go together tomorrow afternoon? It's settled then. The more Ruhr thought about it, the more excited he became, seeming almost impatient to commence classes. He embraced her, turning her away, wishing to shield her from further fatigue and the burden of dealing with irrelevant individuals, lest her gaze be tainted. Shen Qian inadvertently stumbled over a corpse at her feet. Fortunately, the person across had not yet made a move. Shen Kuo had already delivered a powerful punch, sending him flying far away, while others swiftly followed up, plunging their blades into his heart, ensuring his demise was absolute. In the bedroom, Ren Mingxi was drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration continuously dripping from her forehead. Yet, Situ Xian remained unresponsive, showing no signs of awakening. Mayor Qian expressed his astonishment, leaving the elderly lady and Zhang Yeshan greatly perplexed. Who truly was the leader? And who the subordinate? Well, just because it is not now does not mean it won't be later. Things can always unfold in due time, Tang Chichi chuckled, her laughter reminiscent of a carefree spirit. Ida Ayano, standing nearby, found the situation both amusing and exasperating. It was only then that Wang Hao snapped back to reality, realizing many around him were casting strange glances his way, prompting him to quickly take a seat. A week prior, the Amei Sword Alliance, in conjunction with the Starry Alliance, had shattered the outer barriers of the Yuchan Cave. A melodious and melancholic tune resonated in the heavens, akin to soft raindrops tapping against banana leaves, silent from afar, yet lingering in one's ears upon close listening, a gentle whisper. Zhang Xiao, upon witnessing this, politely declined, saying, "There is no need for that, dear elder. I still wish to accompany my 2 beloved wives on a stroll through the city, so I shall not impose any further." With that, he gestured towards Chun Yao and Kai Yan. Report. Fang Qingshui looked at Chun Xuanwu in bewilderment. With more than half a semester gone since the beginning of the school year, what report was there to be made? Even if a perfect sage existed in the world, Wang Hao was certain he would not be that person. However, through the days spent together, the members of the club had gradually become friends. And now he genuinely wished to remedy Yazi's affliction. Chapter 29. The dominant Luo Chen, fully unleashed. Similarly clad in black, the Western Frontier Rangers had once come to the rescue during the most perilous moments at the Great Wall. The Mountain Clan warriors, loyal and diligent, had provided over a year of logistical support to the wall. How many would dare to confront such a formidable assembly? Yet, a vampire duke, possessing the strength of a king, could effortlessly crush a cleric with only holy realm cultivation. Of course, to deal with the four intruders, a thorough ambush was essential. Having become an aberration, constructing one's own incubation nest would undoubtedly grant a strategic advantage. He had intended to lead a quiet life. But then a young man passed before him, arrogant and dismissive upon their first encounter, causing him some annoyance. Before he could contemplate further, the second skill of the Lanian king, shadow erosion, accurately struck the descendant, revealing him from his concealment as he attacked the enemy. This query, while also expansive in nature, differed from previous ones. After listening to the seemingly nonsensical, yet logically coherent analysis, those with keen intuition began to grasp the old gentleman's stance. The discussion regarding the black robe thus dissipated without resolution. Drayle was right. Their strength remained insufficient, making such discussions somewhat impractical. Henceforth, every year during the 10 days when the perilous forest opened, countless cultivators converged upon this place. In that moment, he instructed someone to procure 2 iron swords, for these weapons could scarcely withstand the tumultuous endeavors of the 2 of us. Moreover, he requested to peruse the script. Under the temptation of delectable food, Jiang Yuxuan readily acquiesced, his mind scarcely engaging in contemplation. After all, this was not his first encounter. He had gradually acclimatized to this newfound identity. Chen Changming sensed his consciousness waning, the pain morphing into numbness, as the blinding light gradually succumbed to encroaching darkness. The onlookers merely cast a fleeting glance before resuming their tasks, evidently accustomed to such occurrences. However, Yao Xing exhibited a starkly different reaction, his fists clenched tightly, eyes wide with fury, veins protruding from his forehead, embodying a visage poised to erupt at any moment. Among the 5, his aura was the most formidable, yet now it appeared to be a final struggle. The Shi family, being a prominent clan in Xiangyang, could hardly accept being humiliated by Tang Qing, who had yet to achieve any significant cultivation. It was different from the day before at the Xingshan Temple. This time, they were at the Xidagarba Hall on the northwest side. Upon arrival, Su Jiangnan pushed open the door, and to his right stood the long-tongued He Wuchang, brandishing shackles. Wei Yu, caught unprepared, instinctively recoiled, stifling a gasp of surprise. However, his words reached the ears of the solitary wolf, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Gazing down through the crevice of the box, he beheld the fiery countenance of Fian, possessed by hunger, her eyes ablaze with indignation. The Shu increasingly doubted what tricks Elbu was playing, resolving to personally investigate at Jiguang, having noted something amiss with Zhang Liao and Pang De. The Iron Monkey was in a state of sheer terror, flailing his legs in desperate cries for help. Yet, upon glancing around, he found that Liao Sha and Zhu Jiangping had vanished without a trace. Even the minions behind him, upon witnessing the fierce aura emanating from Zhang Yong, turned tail and fled, resulting in a chaotic scattering of over 100 individuals, the situation deteriorating rapidly due to Zhang Yong's intervention. With nearly 2,000 students, the Star and Moon Academy consumed an astonishing amount of provisions daily. The meat alone reached 500 pounds, accompanied by nearly 1,000 pounds of various vegetables, with rice exceeding 1,000 pounds. Given such immense procurement, it was no wonder that Zhao Dushing profited handsomely from kickbacks. With this, Meng Xian extended her left hand to rummage through her bag, and an object immediately materialized in her grasp. Since the launch of the Huaxia National Server, the overall game style had predominantly embraced martial arts themes, with skill effects ranging from elegant and dashing to gracefully archaic. Yet, the sudden emergence of the Dragon Gate iron ship, an illogical and technologically advanced behemoth, left nearly 10,000 players from the northern border in a state of shock and indecision. A sweeping strike landed squarely on Huayan's chest, causing a torrent of blood to erupt, splattering across the massive dragon tail. The tail recoiled as if seared, while Huayan, unable to sustain himself, collapsed to the ground with a muffled groan. It is widely rumored that the Mi family of Shuzhou, the Zhun family of Hebei, and the Wei family of Chunlu are all colossal merchants, wealthy enough to rival nations. Now, I pose this question to you. Is it so? Lord Wuyong continued his inquiry. After a brief pause, The skylight above creaked open, a narrow gap appearing through which a white figure swiftly darted in, followed by a resounding clang as the prison door closed once more. "Do you know me?" Gong Gong, too, seemed to take an interest. It must have been an eternity from antiquity to now, yet humanity astonishingly still remembers him. Lu Tianhao, leading the way, was already internally lamenting due to Taisher Ci's remarks. And upon hearing the foolish Su Chu mimicking Taisher Ci's tone from behind, his irritation only intensified. Suddenly, a sharp crack resounded, and he beheld her conical hat's delicate veil shatter and fall. Not only that, but the false nose that Shi Qingxian wore also split in two, cascading downwards, ultimately carried away by the night breeze. This tremor, however, was not the result of prior external assault, but rather resembled the resonance accompanying the activation of some mechanical device. In Chapter 30, such an air of elegance. Could this be Luo Chen? Yet, just as I sought the cave from earlier, an unknown object beneath my feet caused me to lose my balance, and I fell. The intent of these individuals was to indicate that their development was normal, wishing not to expose the secret of possessing divine artifacts. The hall, once teeming with voracious guests, had now descended into a state of disrepair. The ceiling had collapsed, leaving only the skeletal remains of a crystal chandelier, swaying precariously in midair, as if it might fall at any moment, rendering the entire establishment a mere ruin. The internal regulations of the Yunyan sect, while maintaining a relaxed adherence to the natural order, were considerably more stringent in their enforcement compared to the laws of secular dynasties, particularly regarding martial cultivation. The sobs of Dan Yun abruptly ceased as she sat up, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is not worth it, for a heartless man. It is not worth it. Let us drink, joyfully drink, and cast aside those wretched men. Do not cry. Your brother is a doctor. He will save him," Yi Qing instructed. At this moment, Yin Luoshi luxuriated in a grand bathtub, while someone else was in such a hurry that their mouth was foaming. The man in black intended to unleash a massacre, eliminating all those privy to today's incident. However, in no time, those of high standing were shielded and retreated to the rear, yet he found himself surrounded. Thus, even the formidable treasures of Xiao Huang and Qing Yuan were not summoned. He could only rely on the powers of the ice path and the 5 elements for defense. Zhang Yusin shot a glare at his grandson Zhang Yihang, stating, "Are there truly so many medical failures in Ningqing? Do not utter nonsense." In such circumstances, it was only normal for one of the angelic sovereigns to awaken and summon the angels of the light realm. Even if no evidence could be found, it was certain that the other residents of the sanatorium harbored issues, having remained there without venturing outside. Fang Yanqing understood that she must have been frightened. Witnessing someone perish before her eyes, she too would have been taken aback, especially given that Ran had never encountered any villains. Observing the grand hall of the royal palace, aside from the scholars detained to spectate, the Prince Rome, the 3rd prince, and the 5th prince upon the stage were all players in a game of strategy. Each sought to fulfill their own aspirations, leading to the current spectacle. Realizing her faux pas, she cast an apologetic glance at Xia Lu. Sneezing was decidedly unbecoming of her genteel demeanor. "The method you employed for the announcement was commendable. That man could not resist seeking assistance, and I estimate that my associates will be able to bring him back the day after tomorrow. As for the specific course of action, you may deliberate as you see fit." Ho Fei used chopsticks to serve Fang Qing a portion of the dish, then poured half of her fruit wine away. Their head coach, Jairus Long, was renowned for his iron-fisted management, and his team of players exhibited a resilience and toughness akin to that of the Utah Plateau. Yan Qing has also endured much. It would be best for her to return and rest. Your sister-in-law has attendants here to attend to her, Tang Yiyun remarked to Fang Yanqing. At the dining table, aside from the few of them, no one else was visible, surrounded only by the maidservants attending to their duties. Logically, Lin Huichun should have had the right to dine at the table. When the ancient golden dragon descended upon the ground, Zhou Mingyue stepped onto the devastated camp, where Knight Miller had transformed into a true ice sculpture, both inside and out. In such an environment, survival became paramount, and everyone was striving to endure. No one was inherently deserving of preferential treatment. With Lin Kai absent, the dark-faced Li He resolved to shoulder the burden himself. After surveying the surroundings, he found no trace of his belongings. The cave was utterly barren. Today, feeling particularly cheerful and enjoying the solitude without external disturbance, he unwittingly indulged in a few more drinks. Having accompanied you through mountains and rivers for several days now, You have yet to mention a destination. Aunt Zhang meticulously recounted the days spent following Qin Fun since leaving Night Soul Village, noting that nearly every day had been consumed in aimless wandering. Cui Shun, after catching his breath, continued, Mother, if Lu Shan Chao wishes to stay with our Cui family, let her remain here. If she stays with us, allow her to do as she pleases, but please, do not quarrel with her any further. The more you argue, the more satisfied she becomes. She merely desires to sow discord within our household. The source of chaos in the world has already taken root, and no one can impede the calamity of this era. Within the sword domain, indeed, hidden talents abound. Judging by the man's age, he could not be more than 20. Yet he possesses the strength of a sword emperor at the first stage. Such talent is undeniably superior to that of the average individual. Upon hearing Zheng Chuchu's explanation, Zheng Chun felt a pang of discomfort. Although he had surmised that Zheng Chuchu had ventured out to find him, he was taken aback by her eagerness to locate him. Archery is a physically demanding task. An ordinary soldier would experience fatigue in their arms after just a brief period of shooting, necessitating a moment of rest, lest it be akin to self-harm. The luxury vehicle halted at the entrance of the Caddis Hotel, where Fuyu adjusted his collar and gracefully stepped into the elevator. Yu Tang distinctly observed that Dongfang Yun's expression softened somewhat. However, Dongfang Yun still regarded Li Yingcheng with evident irritation. The prayer festival, being a grand assembly of various tribes from the surrounding hundreds of miles, was yet another magnificent trading event. You have arrived? Shenlin was taken aback by Shun Ying's attitude, feeling a wave of darkness before him as he witnessed Jiang Yao's cold smirk. Nevertheless, the more this transpired, the more Hong felt pleased for Ali, as it indicated that the female he favored was cherished by her family and would not suffer any indignities. In the midst of chaos, Jiang Yao stealthily led the blue whale into the Beast Alliance's concealed planet, where a disordered scene unfolded before him. Chapter 31, An Accidental Touch. Initially, this territory fell under the jurisdiction of the British colonial authorities in India. By 1820, Singapore began generating profits for the British Empire. 2 armed Eagle drones descended, unleashing their missiles upon one of the skeletal wild boars below. You are quite perceptive, despite your age. It's impressive. Fong Lang grinned, eager to observe the other's reaction. Dai Xiao conversed with her mother in the interrogation room, while Lin Su made several futile phone calls. This operation was a united effort. Beyond the influence of Luo Tao's insistence on police non-intervention, for Leon, securing a place to cultivate was paramount. The location itself was of little consequence. When Lin Su inquired about Lin Yuanyuan's suggestion, she proposed an alternative, to construct another road. Ali and John moved through the forest, creating sounds, while Lian scanned for enemy positions through his binoculars. If Mao Changya and Yuan Bohua merely shared a friendship, Zhang Jiaxiang could exert some pressure, at least compelling an apology. However, Yuan Bohua would also need to address Mao as Brother Mao, leaving Zhang Jiaxiang to swallow his grievances. The man donned an oddly styled tight leather armor, wielding a long sword, his handsome golden hair tied back in a lengthy ponytail, and his face exuded an almost maniacal charm. Yet, visible on his left cheek were the traces of a bullet graze, along with 2 distinct scratches on his leather armor. At this moment, Tianming remained oblivious to the fact that all of this fell under the watchful gaze of a pair of eyes. I shall call you Zian. The Empress Dowager finally spoke, breaking the tension. However, the atmosphere remained tense, for despite her gentle tone, an undeniable air of authority lingered. Wei had begun to eat, soon frowning as he remarked that the tofu was overcooked, and then lifting his gaze to complain that the meatballs lacked purity. Over the course of 3 days, Long Fei had made notable progress in the formation of protective barriers, although he could not set up defenses against level 3 exotic beasts like Hui Yuanqi. He could still create relatively simple barriers at will. If you wish to return to the southern lands, seek the Emperor's grace. He will be pleased with such a request, Morongjie stated. The caveat was that it would be exceedingly difficult, primarily due to the dual risks involved. First, we must cooperate with Yi Yuxing to swiftly eliminate the sentry, the Moon Fox Goblin, stationed above. Combining our strongest skills would not be overly challenging, but it would certainly attract attention, Tianxian Wuhan remarked. This time, Yun Shudai's tone was markedly urgent, even more fervent than during her conversation with Emperor Jing. For Lin Xiaoya and Guayu, this day and night constituted the darkest and most agonizing period of their lives. Yet for Wang Sudong, accustomed to life and death, it was merely another day. Mei Changtin felt he had truly witnessed the most devoted husband. Perhaps regardless of what Yin Qi wished to pursue, Jin Songling would readily acquiesce. As for the adventurer's reactions, we'll refrain from elaborating further. Suffice it to say that Li Yalan was exceedingly satisfied with his gains. It is still early, and I find myself unable to sleep. After a long day of running, how do you fare? Have a glass of water. Su Wanqi inquired as she handed a glass to Wang Sudong. Mo Zhanhua, you are truly overstepping your bounds. The man displayed an unmistakable demeanor of bullying, sweeping open the door and forcefully pulling her inside. Whether kin or alien, she harbored no qualms about sacrificing anyone or collaborating with anyone, as long as the final outcome was to her liking. She had never encountered Bai Li Xingchen before, but at a fleeting glance, she was startled to realize how closely his silhouette resembled that of Jun Jincheng. The Julong Mountain Manor lies in Shiliang, a realm dominated by the Bai Li clan. Could there be a connection between them? Yun Jinyao entered a meditative state to recuperate, the overflow of ice spiritual energy invigorating her true essence. Thank you, Selena. You are truly wonderful, Daisy said with a beaming smile, genuinely fond of the gift Selena had presented. Occasionally, she would steal a glance at him, observing that he was genuinely busy. Of course, Yihuan was also occupied, yet she often found time amidst her tasks. Whereas Shinting seemed to be perpetually engrossed in work. Despite his billion-dollar worth, Yihuan felt as though he had been sold to the Qin family. This transaction felt far from profitable. The first to arrive were Yi Fenghui and Qian Yun, which was anticipated by Lu Changfeng and Luna, although he merely hinted at it. Su Mo understood that he would likely delegate the studio's operations to her. She remained silent, not daring to broach the subject. Qian Yun's gaze faltered momentarily, feeling somewhat helpless. She was always perceptive, her eyes clear and discerning, unable to be deceived by anything. The person struck by the whip writhed on the ground in agony, bound and resembling a wriggling insect. Moreover, it is even more astonishing that the average age of military recruits in this world is merely 12 or 13. By the time they graduate and are assigned to one of the 3 major legions, they are often only about 15. The chilling cries echoed far and wide. The incineration of the demon clan was a focal event for the temple, and the purification of Rebecca had stirred many, primarily due to her breathtaking beauty that attracted countless young talents. Among them, the highest enrollment rate was surprisingly from Guangzhou, with Longyu and other states following closely. The capital of Guangxi, Jingzhou Prefecture, ranked 8th, while Tokyo's Kaifeng Prefecture could only manage 9th, and Luoyang's prestigious cities fell beyond the top 20. The family banquet featured ordinary dishes, all Jiangsu and Zhujiang cuisine. For a prominent family like the Gu family, dinner varied daily. Tonight was no exception. During the feast, many raised a toast to the heavens with a cup of wine, which naturally was red wine, a fondness for which Gu Cheng had already infected the rest of the Gu family with. Chapter 32. Are we friends now? Yina felt shy. Kim Moon Na was worried that the longer they delayed, the more strained Lu Shiyin's condition would become. At noon, he stood by the sea to relieve himself, suddenly noticing something floating toward him in the distance. Countless spears continued to rain down from above, plunging directly into the ranks of the demonic army. Though a single spear might not possess immense power, the relentless barrage resulted in numerous demons being struck in crucial areas, sending them plummeting into the abyss. As the leader wisely stated, we cannot place complete trust in this individual and must prepare for the possibility that his words are deceptive, Sun Chen remarked. Once he finished speaking, Xin Zhongshan seized the box and fled, vanishing in an instant. The captain of the security team seemed to have entirely forgotten the recent events. In a state of panic, he clutched his mangled hand, which was gruesome yet surprisingly free from excessive bleeding or pain. Otherwise, he would have fainted by now. In the usually deserted Jiefeng Pavilion, the presence of individuals at nearly 10 o'clock in the evening was indeed a rarity. However, the sky above was a pale blue, devoid of stars, sun, moon, or mist, creating an atmosphere of utter purity. As time flowed, the grandfather and grandson, beset by ambush, were utterly exhausted, remaining indoors to rest. Moreover, he understood that when you refrained from turning back when Zheng Hua approached, intending to leave the opportunity for him, to neglect choosing Wenya would be rather ungracious. Initially reluctant to go public for fear of being hounded by the press and disliking the scrutiny of netizens, she now found herself thoroughly exposed. Sooner or later, it was bound to happen. Song Yi shot him an irritated glance, contemplating that it might be better to examine the piece of jade in her possession, as it could perhaps reveal something unexpected. To suggest cutting it out would indeed be a pity. Moreover, since the assistant had been exceptionally fortunate since stepping off the plane, there might hardly be any footage left to air if it were removed. Though Yu Jingqin was not a paragon of beauty, she resembled a magnolia, gracefully perched high upon a tree, embodying the elegance of both tree and blossom. The actor, too preoccupied to express his frustration, insisted that Deng Ruobai book him a flight abroad for a brief escape. What was the point of a feigned retreat? Shen Qingshui simply pulled up a chair and sat facing Tang Song. The usual cold glint coalesced into a sharp, brilliant light as the man enveloped Wu Jin entirely within his shadow, a suffocating presence radiating intense and invasive heat. The commentator was puzzled, as thus far, the match had proceeded unusually smoothly, apart from the opening of the Double Dragon. The supposedly invincible team had missed their opportunity due to their fear of the pitfalls set by the illustrious actor, resulting in an otherwise typical match. She had always believed that the widespread anti-Semitism in America began only after the Nuremberg Conference. While a minority of anti-Semitic sentiment existed, it was understandable that Jews would prefer to remain hidden. Jews, being Caucasian, were not as likely to face expulsion as the Chinese. She stared up at the ceiling, uncertain how to prevent her overwhelming joy from turning into tears. Ultimately, she could only cover her eyes and nod vigorously. I wondered how this fellow managed to ascend. Could it be that this circle of sorcerers from Yunnan were all vegetarians? Upon this thought, I raised my foot and set out towards the Linglong platform. The griffin, suddenly feeling a loss of dignity, became increasingly enraged. Yet, he dared not direct his fury towards the bald vulture and instead pleaded, "Old vulture, should you slay him, I shall willingly offer you a substantial piece of my own flesh as sustenance." Truly, he resembled a grandson imploring his grandfather. As I ascended the mountain, the air grew ever colder and more piercing, the damp clothing on Xiao Yang crystallizing with ice, sharp icicles stabbing into his fishbite wounds. Nevertheless, he pressed on, acutely aware that every moment of delay brought her closer to peril. At the center of the main seat sat the Wei King of the Great Zhou, Fu Yanqing, his keen eyes surveying the surroundings like an aged wolf king patrolling his territory. However, when faced with an attack, a significant sense of relief arose above his head, allowing his anxious heart to settle. The hand gripping her chin trembled imperceptibly before it reluctantly released her, an almost invisible shadow of pain flickering in his gaze. Turning away, he spoke with a frigid indifference. Why is Madame Xiao not at Longgu Pass, but instead wandering into the chaotic expanse of the northern wasteland? The individuals behind him trembled violently. You are the fourth artisan immortal of the celestial realm, Wei Jingzhe? Mu Qingyuan finally recalled the identity of the person before him. Indeed, only the artisan immortal Wei Jingzhe would disregard these storage rings so casually. The monk, understanding the unspoken, led Zheng Feng out of the palace gates and directly towards the mountains where they had encountered Lin Haihai. Ling Xiao regarded her with an unusual gaze. Even he found it difficult to endure such torment as the golden needles pierced the acupoints. She remained remarkably composed. This resilience and fortitude evoked a sense of admiration within him. Yet, he was unaware that for her, this was not strength but mere habit, the habit of enduring pain. Nothing more. At the onset of entering the forest, all was well. Sun Dangsing was quite familiar with the path, as his ancestral tomb lay nearby, allowing for a relatively smooth journey. She was wholly resistant, yet He Yunsheng was even more insistent, holding the flower before her, demanding her acceptance, adopting a stance that suggested he would not relent until she complied. No sooner had he spoken than a wave of murmurs swept through the office, and the glances directed at Xiao Sui grew increasingly laden with significance. However, at that time, she was already advanced in years and residing in a nursing home. Moreover, the cost was prohibitive, so she had never made a purchase. Upon seeing Zhao Yan, Yuan Xiao's fury ignited. Yet he understood that this was not the opportune moment for vengeance. You may unleash your wrath upon me, Jingyu interposed protectively in front of Jiang Sui, providing her with ample reassurance. Due to the masks they wore, they could not be entirely certain. Thus, Jiang Sui repeatedly waved her hands in denial. Truly, it is the teachings of the immortals. Sister Zhang's emphatic affirmation sent laughter echoing through the air, causing the entire Jian village to resonate with mirth, even prompting the men laboring at the village's edge to turn in bewilderment. Chapter 33. Let us agree on a time. We shall meet tomorrow. In the footage, Zhou Dongyu's eyes, her smile, the tone of her flirtation, Gan Jing's expressions, the nuances of his gaze, the movements of his hands, all were flawless. Zhang Yi analyzed the strategic tactics of his troops. Since the 5th War Zone had not assigned him specific tasks, merely stating to reinforce Taylor's Wang, everything seemed manageable. Many gasped in disbelief at the revelation of 10 billion time-space coins, which, according to the conversion rate provided by the Time-Space Bank, equated to a staggering 1 trillion gold coins. Conversely, if one were to exchange gold coins for time-space coins, the value would soar to 2 trillion. Although the illusion he had created had deceived everyone, it did not grant him the power to impede their actions. The absence of any mention by the Sovereign of Light regarding Cheng Biyun or the esteemed path of cultivation left Barut and Qinghua in a state of bewilderment. It was not the customary overwhelming firepower employed by the Japanese forces that determined the intensity of the battlefield, but rather the brutal exchanges of gunfire between the infantry on both sides. "Cece, are you all right?" Unlike others who were preoccupied with the state of their equipment, Wang Yi displayed a remarkable concern for Cece herself. In northern China, over 100,000 Japanese troops had swept through Pingjin, prompting a strategic retreat by the Chinese army. Yet, China had quietly redirected all available elite forces towards the southeast. Silver City? Xing Chun inquired with confusion, unable to fathom what could possibly transpire in such a seemingly secure zone. The dichotomy of time and safety was a conundrum that Yan Yunqing posed to Mihua. After considerable contemplation, Mihua ultimately chose the path of ensuring life safety, which entailed promotion. Fortunately, the loyalty of the Thorned Flower Demon was unwavering. She executed any command from Jana with impeccable precision, nearly acting with thought alone. At the dining table, Chen Yuan expressed his investment intentions before outlining his demands. The madman. Indeed, as Jing Su had described, her master was a lunatic, Li Dazhu mused internally, decisively distancing himself from the unsavory entity. Zhang Yuan was taken aback to find no joyous laughter within, but rather a chorus of wails. Jing Su hastily expressed her gratitude, eager to distance herself from any blame. For her master had already succumbed to madness. What if she were to become a target? She quickly departed. Upon arriving on the 2nd floor, Chu Xinyan did not knock, but gently pushed open the door to the master bedroom. Upon seeing Lin Feng soundly asleep on the large bed, her eyes reflected a hint of sorrow. He strode purposefully towards Chu Xinyan, and as many parted to create a path, he took her hand and nodded at Chu Tianxiong before leading them to the sightseeing vehicle, gesturing for them to board and await his return. Awaking in a cold sweat, she realized it had been a long time since she had dreamt of Gu Pan, perplexed as to why such a dream had suddenly surfaced. What is happening? Manager Tian kicked open the monitoring room door, and the first sight that greeted him was a red line that began gently before abruptly ascending. Furthermore, since passing Eagle Rock, I had found myself in a state of disarray on multiple occasions, losing control and experiencing my soul departing my body, even being confined within a coffin twice. Why had she chosen now to act upon my body? Thus, at the suggestion of Yuezi, I carved out approximately half a month during this summer for an outdoor excursion with Sweki and Yuezi. It was a calculated strike. The recent blow had merely caused the wild python to shudder slightly, leaving it momentarily dazed. In its pain, it released its grip on the hunter. How could one prove the integrity of a partner through bodily means? If that were the case, would not all men in the world be devoid of conscience? As we delved deeper, the surrounding space appeared to expand exponentially. What began as a mere pool with a diameter of 20 meters has now grown to at least 100 meters. Even my soul guardian eye struggles to clearly discern the scenery around me. He stubbornly refuses to concede, addressing Zhang Yaomei as mother, thereby acknowledging Old Li as his father, rendering any further defiance towards Old Li futile. Here, Han Jinyong extended his hand to his lower back, handing over a blackened wooden stick to his grandfather. Observing the abundance of dishes, Comrade Yang was truly delighted, praising Sheng Fenghua's culinary skills while indulging in the feast. I contemplated for a moment and called my father to relay the situation here, urging him to return home early, for once he arrives, everything will be resolvable. Shui Dian felt that his obstinacy might lead him to suffer serious injuries, yet he did not anticipate that the blow to his left rib would be so feeble. A bounty of 3 million has been placed. The assassins gazed in astonishment as they noticed the bounty on Guyu continuously ascending. The second in the world? The second in the world? Nearly everyone present was taken aback. Was it truly the second in the world? Are you certain it's not merely the second in Huaxia? It is the most formidable endeavor on earth. One must remember that haste can lead to folly. However, considering an 18-year-old girl waiting for your arrival is an entirely different matter. Yu Xinyuan is an orphan, with his parents lost to the ravages of war. Their resting place is unknown. Xu Feng, on the other hand, enjoys the presence of both parents and thus has no need for memorial services, allowing Yu Xinyuan to send 2 assistants back while he remains in Leijiang. Whether human or horse, the instinctive response to sudden terror is typically the same: to flee. Hearing a knock at the door, Exine Chi-Chi moved to open it, while outside, Li Dapeng had already drawn near. Ning Feng suppressed her laughter, her lips pressed together, a smile lingering on her face. Her driving skills were exceptionally refined, allowing her to navigate through the densely packed alleys of Tianshui with the same fluid grace one would exhibit during a long-distance sprint. From within the box, an ominous energy emitted a haunting melody, gently quivering as it absorbed and consumed the 7 colored filaments, emotions radiating from the human body. The toxins of the 7 emotions and 6 desires served as nourishment for the manifestation of the evil sword immortal. Sun Wu bore a striking resemblance to Sun Ying, particularly with those deep, dark eyes, as if carved from the same mold, large and bright, his face exhibiting a tenacity that belied his youth. Chapter 34. Commencing Profit and Promoting Products. While accustomed to the myriad of societal phenomena, Sumi felt a lack of confidence discussing such matters with an unfamiliar man. His shamelessness far surpassed that of Nian Chen, leading her to silently vow never to be alone with such a man again. The silver medal, akin to a cunning serpent, placed all retreat options upon the suddenly intervening third party, Artoria. Thus, in that decisive strike, the fiery beings did not even have time to scream before they vanished into thin air. These individuals had been present for several months, with only a few beautiful girls taken away early, leaving the rest to be regarded with disdain due to their perceived misfortune. Thus, upon hearing Yunxiang's words, everyone readily acquiesced without further contemplation. Windsor Reed, eager to wager on the mine, held in her possession over 100 diamonds, which equated to a substantial production of a diamond mine. These diamonds, exquisite in clarity, were undeniably of the finest quality, and there was no reason for her to refuse such a generous offering. Do you know, during my inaugural ascension within the Grand Hall, he gestured towards the foreboding, chilling royal palace behind him. While astonishment was palpable, what significance did it hold to raise a hammer and strike the ground? Could one truly believe that such an act alone could bring about her demise? Your Highness, please follow me. The roads are slippery from the rain yesterday. She, now with child, was guided by him, eluding a meticulously planned assassination, thus safeguarding the heir within her womb. His uncle was no less than a scholar, albeit plagued by misfortune. Wei Sifan reflected on his uncle's squandered years with a tinge of regret. First, he mourned for his father, and then suffered the loss of his legitimate wife, missing the opportunity to take the examinations entirely. In 1992, the market economy in Guangzhou was remarkably vibrant, but one could only ascertain the truth by consulting the local authorities. At that moment, the Black Sail Pirates, while not yet formidable enough to be regarded as a fleet, possessed several auxiliary ships. In a prior episode, during class, the elderly instructor had recounted the historical events of the second impact. Lin Xiaoxiao rushed forward, and upon recognizing the familiar, aged, and weathered visage, her eyes instantly moistened. After a moment of stunned silence, when Qin Yao picked up the box, examining it closely in her palm, the velvet was exquisite, with a delicate, smooth texture, markedly different from the ordinary box used previously. Several police vehicles entered the county police headquarters courtyard, halting as the doors opened to reveal the figures of Captain Ma Xiangyuan and his team. Fortunately, the weather had warmed considerably. Although the morning was still somewhat chilly, it was bearable. Moreover, the words spoken by Christopher Nolan had resolutely steeled Lin Xingshan's resolve. The Orc Kingdom was no longer the turbulent realm it once was. Along the way, we witnessed Orc citizens brimming with joy, diligently toiling in the fields. And observing their fulfilled countenances filled me with a profound sense of accomplishment. The International Anti-War Conference convened in May 1932 was not an official international assembly, but rather predominantly advocated and participated in by civilian anti-war activists. Upon hearing Wesley's refusal, the foreman's expression shifted instantly, and he waved dismissively, stating, "If you won't buy, then leave." Such items are exorbitantly priced, and we lack the time to address your inquiries." He then turned and departed. In these dire national times, the parlor of the madam's household was devoid of romantic frivolities, instead engaging in discussions regarding Sino-Japanese relations and the War of Resistance. Japan, within the Tianyu Declaration, publicly opposed the interference of European and American powers in the Far East, particularly regarding economic assistance to China. "Sister, take a look. Can you control this iron armor?" Zhou Rui exclaimed, somewhat excitedly. Of course, these are merely broad classifications. There will undoubtedly be subdivisions, which will be uncovered by Li Yu's future explorations of the cosmos. I was utterly transfixed. What was happening? Was it an illusion? It is indeed real. I have ruthlessly taken the lives of so many, all of whom cared for me. My mind is a tumultuous whirl, and my consciousness is gradually becoming obscured. Surprisingly, within the manufacturing center, there lies a half-finished spaceship docked in one of the berths, likely left behind by the Linti people during their retreat. The New Star Legion stood in astonishment. They had just witnessed Wesley's miraculous feats, the armor of the divine domain appearing and disappearing, and now a suite of technological battle armor. The commander was bewildered, realizing this was not the technology of the divine domain, but rather that of Earth. Yet, amidst the joy, there lingered a profound sadness. The Yellow River has been subdued. Yet Fuxi may never return. Pang Yuanzhong's disciple had been sent to monitor me. I chuckled in response, recalling the significant grievances I had with Pang Yuanzhong. Having slain his sworn brother, Injin, his courteous demeanor today was almost ghostly. As the vehicle journeyed onward, the ambiguous atmosphere within the cabin gradually dissipated. An awkward silence enveloped us, prompting me to strike up a conversation. I inquired if Gu Qihan had healed, to which he replied he was fine now. Upon taking the medicine, the redness on her face slowly faded, and her pain diminished. I nodded and instructed Li Muzi to assist her onto the sofa to rest, then extended my finger to gently tap on her back. "Indeed, I am putting you in a difficult position, so what?" Shen Yiting remarked with a cold laugh, acknowledging that no action could reverse her loss of the ability to bear children. Elshir seemed to have returned at precisely the right moment. As the meal was just finishing, she departed in a manner befitting a dignified lady, having completed her meal. Huang Dong remained unchanged, swathed in a brown robe, emanating an overwhelming aura of malevolence, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell, deterring any who dared approach. Gu Qihan produced his phone for illumination and led the way into the tunnel, grasping my hand as we descended the steps. The deeper we ventured, the more the cold enveloped me, and by the time we reached the secret chamber, I was shivering, a sense of unease gnawing at my heart. The walls obscured my view of the interior, yet I could hear the sounds, howling winds, ghostly wails, mingling with frenzied crashing noises that sent chills down my spine. Chapter 35. 2 days apart, heartfelt reluctance upon learning of Xiao Chen's true identity. Guanhong and Lan Dai became somewhat reserved, yet their curiosity was piqued, and they had much they wished to convey to Xiao Chen. In the face of this strike, Qin Chuan remained unfazed, his right arm extending as he effortlessly deflected the blade's light, embodying an aura of invulnerability. The large black dog bared its teeth, revealing a disfigured yet snow-white set of canines, grinning in a manner that seemed sinister, clearly warning Chu Feng that failure to find what was sought would result in the most formidable curse ever unleashed. In the courtyard of the governor's mansion, Zhou paced back and forth, hands clasped behind him, having made certain arrangements and awaiting news. Truly, the search was effortless. Xiao Chun directly excavated, but only 2 pieces were unearthed before those eyes vanished. Lu Qianfang gritted his teeth and attempted to accelerate the vehicle, yet he was far from matching the speed of the pickup truck. If they fell behind, the consequences were dire. Even a mere handful of zombie rats could inflict a lethal bite. If Jin Cha-Tusi were present before Zhouan now, Zhouan would likely lash out at him. Was this not a way to provoke the upper echelons? The sensation was exquisite. Chu Feng perceived his own condition, vitality surging like a tempest, roaring forth. Jiu Tian felt a coolness against her face and opened her eyes to find a stream of water cascading over her. Over these days, Zhouan had been plagued by chaotic thoughts, day and night. He was uncertain of Kong Longji's true intentions. After hearing Wu Shuquan's words, Kong Longji had not conversed privately with Zhou and before his demise. So it was thus. I always knew Sister Shang had once saved brother. How could she possibly wish him harm? Upon hearing this, Nong Xiaoyin felt a weight lift from her heart, snuggling beside Yi Weiyang, quietly observing the duel between the two. On this day, staying indoors by the fire was bearable, but if exposed outside for too long, even the most resilient would succumb to the cold. Bai Yuchen spoke with a tone both patient and gentle. Gu Inga regarded him, feeling her eyes swell with emotion. They entered a well-appointed room, spacious and immaculate, the floor gleaming enough to reflect their shadows. Su Imo squinted slightly, feigning indifference as he turned his head to admire the scenery, though his peripheral vision darted backward. Hui Yanhua appeared notably pleased, stating, "So, as long as Miss Lao is willing, it suffices?" Her eyes sparkled with brightness. "Then I shall encourage my brother earnestly." She secretly hoped that if her brother and Miss Lao became a couple, it would make her connection with Yi Weiyang familial, thus facilitating future encounters. Now, all gathered on the deck of the Xianfan. A white cloth covered the body of Dongfang Yun, long deceased, lying beneath. "All right, I will take you home shortly." "A good child from the Ming Huan family certainly doesn't frequent nightclubs," Hua Xiaoqin said with a smile. After I left, he drifted into a hazy slumber. But not long after, once the four was finished, a nurse entered to remove the needle, waking him. With Dr. Liu absent, the emergency nurses flitted in and out of his ward like a revolving lantern, and he lost all desire to sleep, opting instead to visit Wei Yu. Jiang Yu decided to make a scallion omelet. He first sautéed the chopped scallions until fragrant, then mixed them into the beaten eggs, finally pouring the mixture into a hot pan greased with oil. The master's special instructions had made Sanwei renowned in Tianxian, prompting all disciples to regard him with newfound respect. Naruto was racking his brain for lines to deliver. Fortunately, they were in the midst of filming, otherwise, he would have been shouting in frustration. After failing to change into sleepwear, Lin Mumu also forgot to take her computer, her phone, and even her snacks. The silver-haired beast, capable of human speech, bared its teeth in anger and glared, yet wary of the Taoist, hesitated before deciding to flee. Yet Yifan's attention was primarily focused on the Su Xie sword, which pointed ominously at the clay altar, sealed at its mouth with a yellow talisman, within which lay a malevolent spirit imprisoned. Ever since Murong Yi and his companions united to destroy the immortal mountain, there has gradually emerged a trend of returning to the source in the realm. A development Murong Yi did not impede. After long, he departed from the Luo man. He made his way directly to Linghai Street. Having acquired all information regarding Yi Chen Feng, once the latter ventured beyond the Linghai Academy for trials, he would inevitably be able to follow. It seemed indeed to be the case. Santos visibly exhaled in relief, for it appeared he would smoothly assume the position of city mayor. Such trivial matters warranted no formality. Zhang Ling personally ventured into the kitchen to procure an assortment of snacks and nuts. The formation merely required the depiction of its essence and spirit, with no need for direct application. Thus, setting the formation was quite straightforward. The Qingshan Castle once boasted a prestigious reputation as a powerful sect of immortal kings in the far north. Yet all the immortal kings of that lineage had perished in the ancient relics of Tian Xin many years ago, leaving behind no promising successors. Otherwise, they would not have found themselves reliant on others. To his astonishment, was the empire truly poised to unleash its most formidable strike without even a glance at the divine concealment? Swathes of talisman paper swirled around Yi Feng, twisting like shattered clouds. The various types of talismans, differing in nature, released powers that intertwined in the air. The system still retained 4 bottles of limited-use spirit awakening elixir awaiting his attention. Should he truly intend to tame spirit beasts, he would inevitably require Ding Shou's assistance in the future. Yang Hao's gilded spear grazed the throat of the ghost peak, severing a lock of hair, while the blade, suffused with malevolent energy, sparked against his left arm, the searing pain sending tremors through his spirit, despite the golden scales remaining unbroken. At the control panel, the researcher named Qian Feng, who had crushed the soul concealment arm, wore a cold smile as he approached the display screen. After scanning the data, he proclaimed loudly, "Ultimately, starved to the brink of death, she could only lie on the couch in a lifeless manner, silently hoping that the great one upstairs would awaken soon and not remain ensnared in the illusions of the dream world." Qi Laoi indeed worried that her injuries might worsen, thus deliberately provoking such matters, though only to a limited extent. "Thank you, Zhang Meigong. My wife and I shall first consult our son's opinion before responding. Is that acceptable?" Mother Su accepted the portrait and then escorted Zhang Meigong to the door. Chapter 36. Camping together? We shall meet again. Qin Miao's lips twitched. I have tried. But after some time of play, I discovered my talent in such games only allows me to reach silver rank. After that, I could not progress any further. He could discern Chen Jing's greed for that throne, and thus at this moment he had no desire to leave. He wished to see what Chen Jing intended to do. A dense grove of black, leafless trees stood tall, with the ground covered in a variety of somber-hued vegetation. In the background captured by the camera's perspective, a distant purple-patterned formation swirled, dark purple clouds rolling above, incessantly releasing heavy rain. Though Mr. Sun claimed ignorance, the expression on his face suggested otherwise. Do you still remember Tsingyu? The individual, utterly captivated by the allure of landscapes, yearns to paint the magnificent mountains and rivers of the nation, yet remains unenthralled by the intrigues of officialdom. The Immortal Villa District is exclusively accessible to practitioners of the Fifth Realm and above, renowned both within and beyond the boundaries of Eastern Xian City, as it embodies a colossal gathering array of spiritual energy. A raspy whisper reverberates. Yet the giant's lips remain sealed, as if the sound manifests directly within the minds of all present, perhaps sensing its arrival into the external world. The colossal egg trembles violently, causing the fissures to widen slightly. At this moment, Xiao Liuqing's appearance is truly pitiable. The lone sprout atop her head, already marked with a number, has been reduced to mere fragments, and her aged visage bears the charred traces of distress, her eyelids fluttering violently, clearly still disoriented. Two maidservants clad in light garments each bear a plate, one adorned with clothing, the other with jewelry. The water ghost, like a force of nature, is about to collide with a Taoist body, and she can distinctly sense the foul stench rushing towards her. The following day dawns with splendid weather, and Su Feifei awakens from her slumber, feeling utterly refreshed, having finally enjoyed a delightful night's rest. The noble class of Luo often frequents the drunken immortal building. Thus Qian Yiming begins his inquiries there, and indeed discovers the whereabouts of Ning Rang and Situ Su. What could be the source of his troubles? It seems that a visit is warranted. After all, he has faced a string of misfortunes these past few days, which he attributes to his encounter with that celestial being. Mo Yinfan observes her movements, his dark eyes shimmering with unbounded brilliance. He refrains from further speech and instead eagerly begins to gather the dishes for washing. With a thunderous shout, he questions the several demon lords. Are you preparing to commit fratricide? His casual remark halts the skirmish among the four. However, Jing Wan's struggles seem to provoke him, as his hand slides down her neck, fiercely embracing her waist, as if wishing to meld her essence with his very being. Does the romantic demon wish to join the fray? The demon dragon glares coldly, mocking the romantic demon. As for his vehement opposition, it stems from their overly smooth journey. Fearing that Ning Rang might not cherish his sister, thus, he desires for them to endure trials, to better appreciate their bond in the future. Lan Zhishui's expression is no more favorable than those of his companions. Gazing at the identical two Xinhuans, he finds it harder to believe than anyone else, having interacted with Xinhuan the most. Forget it, we shall address it later, he resolves, observing Guqi grow increasingly distant, and determines to follow. At this moment, the director remains in a stupor, bewildered by the unfolding events, until Li Feng seizes him by the throat, causing him to shudder and comprehend the reality. If the demon clan possesses such arcane methods, they could entirely purge the demonic energy from their ranks. Thus, the demon clan would roam freely across the divine enlightenment continent, with no restrictions on their existence. One remark causes Tion's face to flush crimson to the roots of her neck. How dare you utter such words here? Such intimate remarks should be reserved for the privacy of one's chamber. What has come over Long Ziding to express such sentiments publicly? A resounding roar distorted the very air itself, as a transparent crimson ripple emanated from the peak. Ascending upon the footprints, I found the doors of the second-floor rooms ajar, yet devoid of any occupants. Peering into the dimly lit chamber, I beheld walls encrusted with moss, their surfaces marred and weathered. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the imagery I had encountered in videos. What a spectacle we have witnessed. A half-demon, a nascent demon radiating an aura of otherworldliness, and a wounded progenitor of demons stripped of their essence. How long has it been since we have experienced such fervor? A young man clad as a woodsman chuckled. At that moment, an acute pain surged across my back, a discomfort both sharp and itching, as if something lurked beneath. Instantly, 1,000 warships at the forefront of the angelic expedition fleet surged forward, forming ranks before swiftly traversing the wormhole, entering the iron-blooded star system, advancing towards the starship Earth. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, the celestial map of the Tianyuan star abruptly vanished into thin air. The two prepared at their respective lines, and upon Huang Yan's command to commence, they began to rotate in place. Encountering such a formidable military procession, the pseudo-police stationed at the Chao residence were left bewildered, paralyzed by fear, to the extent that they surrendered their arms to the vanguard of the 3rd Battalion. Tian Pampan felt akin to a piece of pork being haggled over in a market, awaiting the scrutiny of customers. The night was frigid as ice, and the once boisterous divine realm now exuded an eerie tranquility under the cloak of darkness, rendered solitary by the biting cold. As the first warm rays of dawn broke, the caravan resumed its journey. However, it was now diminished by more than 10 vehicles, with nearly 100 guards lost in battle, rendering the excess of war chariots unnecessary. Chapter 37. The Proud Initial Language. Facing difficulties? Starbo's fanbase exceeds 100 million, scattered across various nations. Thus it is no surprise that the celebrities representing Starbo are of international superstar caliber, explaining the astonishment of foreign netizens. The 5 words nearly escaped Morning Feng's lips, yet he forcefully swallowed them back. He chuckled in self-mockery. Though her temperament was fierce, she remained but a maid, unable to throw caution to the winds. Even if not for herself, she had to consider her mother and Yujun at home. Even from the perspective of protecting Wei Si, Bai Yuda deemed it prudent to encourage Gu Hongxian to speak, prompting the Black God platform and Qi Shou and Zhao Jingqing to withdraw from the realm of Wei. How foolish of me to prepare. Had I known this cunning fiend would present it to her, I would have spared myself the time and effort. Now, with Hanji's reminder, she recalled that she had no capital to lose her temper, until Bai Yuda witnessed the scene before the manor, hastily maneuvering past the crowd. She rushed forward in excitement, greeted equally fervently by Bai Hao and the 2nd Battalion leader Feng. This is more than sufficient. Huang Fuzi cast a glance and could assert with confidence that among the ailments present in these potions, several appeared to be maladies yet undiscovered or non-existent in the realm of Earth, thus deeming this collection adequate. They pursued Qin Yan's whereabouts, managing to discern only a vague direction, the specifics remaining uncertain. What if this was yet another ploy orchestrated by Qin Yan? However, Chen Xiaorong's mother found herself unable to voice her concerns to the elders, as they were her in-laws and not her own parents, rendering some matters too delicate for her to articulate. This moment was undeniably the most brutal and sanguinary. Those who ventured into the valley would lose at least half of their number, while there was merit in the exchanges. The customary practice of presenting gifts and bringing meals would likely cease. Given the current standing of Ji Yanli, many sought to curry favor with him. Yet he seldom extended such indulgence to anyone. At noon, Lao Mo and Qin Dodo arrived in a truck laden with provisions. Lao Mo directed his aides to unload the cargo. An ominous premonition stirred within Yin, shortly followed by the chilling voice of the Empress, as cold as ice. The sword master initially intended to reclaim some benefits before Ji Qinli fully recovered from her prior battle. A cultivator plunged into the gorge, creating a tremendous uproar, which caused many beasts to retreat in fear. Another middle-aged man at the foundation stage, unwilling to remain passive, similarly brandished 2 dark flying daggers before him. If only Su Qinghan could be persuaded to return to him, then not only would opportunities and fortunes be his, but even the person herself would belong to him. Wouldn't that be even better? You can only trust me, when Qingwu proclaimed with a resonant voice, familiar with her usual gentleness. Li Ku, in that moment, perceived an undeniable aura of authority emanating from her. Clearly, he too was taken aback by the martial arts of Zhang Diyuan. Yet ultimately, it was merely a superior grade of martial skill. Even if its potential could reach a half-step celestial level, what of it? They dared not resist. Nor could they, given their status. Moreover, at that moment, the imposing dignity subtly radiating from He Changyu, who was usually gentle, instilled a profound fear within them, stifling any burgeoning resentment towards Muhan. After all, he was one of the 12 golden immortals. Although the treasures in the hands of the celestial venerable of clear void and virtue may not be the pinnacle of spiritual artifacts, their quality was far from subpar, at least worthy of being presented. Now, He Chuan had come to realize that Wei Kuan was an assassin, and a freshly minted one at that. Yet today, He treated her with such cold brutality. Did he truly not believe her explanations? If the challenges of the beginner and intermediate levels were fraught with peril, then the advanced levels were nearly insurmountable for an ordinary person. Guyen, caught off guard, fell to the other side of the bathtub, soaked to the skin, her dark hair drenched. By the way, what is your name? Gaoyang suddenly realized he had spoken for so long, without even knowing the name of the person before him. Though her rapport with Chun Kin was generally amicable, such matters would not afford him any favor at the expense of her dignity. Li Xiaoying smiled with pursed lips, intending to converse further with Wang Wei, only to find herself inexplicably falling asleep, awakened the next day by a knock at the door. It was only after his departure that Yang Xianrong opened her eyes. She found herself increasingly bewildered by this young sovereign. He initially believed that the formidable Lu Yuyan would be difficult to contend with. Yet the seemingly easygoing Chun Rushi spoke incessantly, leaving him unable to raise his head. Mo Yuna gasped in alarm. For her, magic was everything, an essential element of everyday life, and the interruption felt as though it had bound her hands and feet. Lu Qi exchanged a knowing glance with her, lifting the carriage curtain and saying, "Please, go ahead." Noticing that Sister Lan stood anxiously at the door, seemingly wanting to follow, and he shook her head towards her. Reluctantly, and he instructed Sister Lan to keep an eye on the house and take care of the elderly lady. With a determined bite of her lip, she entered the carriage alone. In such a stifling and unpleasant environment, their fears were palpable, with 2 children even falling ill with fever. Chapter 38. The Awakening of Initial Words, Heartfelt Weeping. The 2 who departed no longer needed to worry about the alliance's harassment. However, the 3 remaining at the dock had to waste their breath explaining everything they had witnessed to the self-proclaimed alliance inspector. Within the imperial palace of Qin Prefecture, Qinda, Feng Yuzi, Qin Feng, and others gathered, and upon hearing Qin Yu's words, they could not help but exclaim in surprise. In the entire construction bureau of Qing City, Old Ma, who drove, was an oddity. He enforced the law without accepting bribes or gifts, making it difficult for anyone to partner with him. The goblin was quite persistent. Perhaps it would be wise to give him a chance, Khadgar remarked, glancing back. Yet, Suner understood that although Xiao Yin possessed great talent, the Xiao family had fallen into decline, unable to provide sufficient resources for his growth. If Xiao Yin could not reach a certain height, the elders of the ancient clan would never acknowledge him. Perhaps the dream realm was somewhat connected to magical energy. If the structure of magical energy was disrupted, then issues would inevitably arise in the dream world. Although this problem was indeed troublesome, she had no means to resolve it. Miao Zong and Gu Zikai followed Daoyan outside, but did not see Tenzong and Hui Zhong. They were unaware of where the 2 had gone. Sun Li came from the Mingjing department, not considered a proper scholar. Thus his ascent within the Song dynasty's bureaucracy was exceedingly challenging. Since he passed the Mingjing scholar examination, he had spent over a decade progressing only from a 9th grade official to an 8th grade one, a mere 2 ranks in all those years. I thought that escaping from death would bring about some change in you. Kale that's flicked his robe. High elves tended to be somewhat fastidious, and Benny had certainly acted intentionally. Hundreds encountered apparitions overnight, with household items destroyed. The situation was particularly dire for the dozens who had visited Lu Xingwang's home, which had been reduced to ruins. Silence. Su Yang's deep, piercing voice suddenly resonated in the tense atmosphere. As today was the Mid-Autumn Festival, the academy was on break. Zhang Ning, seeing that Chang'an was rarely free, decided to rest as well. After their meal, the 2 remained in the Yu Rong courtyard, engaged in conversation. Fortunately, the cave where he resided was exceptionally hidden, and he had set up obstacles outside, making it rare for anyone to discover it. Then, the formation illuminated, and the tall street lamp instantly transformed into the grotesque figure of director Luo Chen. Placing it by the roadside is indeed quite harmonious and artistically appealing. Why are you still in a daze? Although Su Zige managed the situation adeptly, with every step they took, they shattered a mirror, and behind each mirror lurked several foes. In this precarious scenario, where he could neither harm anyone nor abandon Yanqing, Su Zige felt an overwhelming concern for Yanqing's safety, who was lost in thought. You can convey your voice through spirit, allowing Qian AI to respond to you and sign a contract. I can help you achieve that. Totally incessantly enticed. However, just as the old prince resolved to launch a full-scale assault, a wave of gasps erupted from the battlefield. In bewilderment, the old prince turned towards the sound, and upon discerning the situation, his expression shifted dramatically. The Goths were indeed not so easily resigned to being trapped. On the other end of the phone, a magnetic male voice resonated, inexplicably tightening one's composure. Abe Mitsu's voice possessed such unusual charm. Could it be the unique aura of an emperor? Zhang Yi emerged from the sacred Camel Mountain, showing no signs of pause as he maximized the speed of his escape, covering thousands of miles in merely 3 days. I hope you treat us with fairness and do not exclude us simply because we are brothers of the Red Scarf Society. Can you manage that? Wu Xian stated, locking eyes with Xiao Ming. Just as Su Mu prepared to depart, several groups of cultivators emerged from the woods beside the mountain spring. A rather unsightly cultivator with a pockmarked face stood at the rear of the group, loudly shouting before concealing his presence, indicating that this was not their first encounter. At that moment, the colossal dragon carved into the stone wall opened its eyes and began to traverse between the walls. Zhang Yunze emerged from the bath, and at that moment, Wang Yulong and Xie Fen returned, only to find Wang Yuehan fuming on the sofa. Numerous critics have commented on the essence of a kiss, declaring it to be the most exquisite and melodious song in existence, surpassing even the most beautiful melodies sung by lovers lost in each other's embrace. This young couple truly epitomized the meaning of a kiss, as if they fused with the heavens and earth, vying for brilliance with the sun and moon, resembling the most exquisite painting. Thank you all for your blessings. We both hope that the young master finds a good match soon, so I shall not discard this bouquet. Lin Chu smiled apologetically at the crowd and, taking Xia Jie by the hand, presented the bouquet to a person seated in the corner. I don't care for your words. The one lying here could very well be a corpse, Chu Yu exclaimed, though she could not offer much assistance. As long as she remained, she could protect Yuer even a little, making her life a tad easier. Even if he stayed in the confinement room, he could not escape the tainted incense ash. Had he not possessed some knowledge of medical arts, he likely would not have survived the day. She exuded an aura of authority, her hair elegantly styled, dressed in a fur-lined trench coat that revealed only a simple red undershirt beneath, low-cut and form-fitting. Her red stiletto heels accentuated her poised stature. Yun Qingrou's body stiffened momentarily before a faint smile graced her lips, instantly reverting to a tearful expression as she surged towards Nanqing Yin. Chapter 39. Luo Chen has arrived, and Chu Yu is overjoyed. Chen Yi pondered for an extended period, but the intricacies of this place eluded him. As he meandered, a bus unexpectedly arrived at the roadside. Without much thought, he tossed in a coin and boarded, his mind still occupied with various musings, oblivious to the atmosphere within the vehicle. Selena's hand did not grasp anything tangible. Instead, it sought to brush against a phantom image of the number 3, her alabaster palm gently passing through the golden beak of the crowned crane. Truth be told, it now appeared that this marked the inception of Emperor Zhu's arduous journey. Ascending to the throne is no simple feat, and establishing a new dynasty is infinitely more challenging. Every new dynasty is constructed upon the ruins of its predecessor, a daunting endeavor indeed. For instance, informing the Huaxia military in advance could potentially influence consumer behavior regarding their products. Zhu Yuanzhang was perpetually haunted by a singular concern, the fear of altering history. Yet, what is there to dread in such a notion? Thus, even if Shi Ji remained silent, how could Xiao Luoyu compel her to head north? The trio mounted their steeds once more, and Luoyu proposed, "Let us explore the vicinity today and see if we might encounter General Lu." Shi Ji smiled at Luoyu, her heart swelling with emotion. "Then you must kiss me for 10 minutes," she declared, lifting her fair chin and presenting her delicate lips to Su Cheng. Elder Gu, growing impatient, stretched forth his ghastly white claws toward Lu Roy's throat. In that moment, Su Cheng's announcement regarding the base price of the chip left everyone astounded. Applause erupted, mingled with hushed whispers questioning whether Su Cheng truly desired to profit from this venture. Emerging from his state of enlightenment, Lin Huang swiftly grasped a cup of water and gulped down several mouthfuls before closing his eyes and collapsing onto the bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. "I wish to join as well. You cannot leave me behind," Lan Yu interjected after some contemplation. Though he was unfamiliar with Yixian, he knew Qin Mufeng well. Since he had also acquiesced, it seemed plans were taking shape. Moreover, escape appeared inevitable. Su Xingtian's complexion paled slightly, and just as he was about to speak, Zhong Xingyun suddenly sensed a powerful force descending from the direction where the white light had receded. A pristine hand radiating overwhelming strength. Sima Chun regarded Daniel, whose expression was fraught with exasperation, and felt a modicum of reassurance, recalling how he had been treated similarly upon their first encounter. At this moment, with the revelation of Qing Qing's identity, the alarm bells in his mind were silenced. She was merely a penniless girl, hardly worthy of his regard. Meng Xiangzi received the secret manual and, upon discovering it was a 2-star tome, casually accepted it. A reincarnation of 100 points would permit a rebirth only in worlds akin to the metal or ancient martial realms, or perhaps in the modern world. Beilinger, not one to remain idle, activated the Beast King pendant. Accompanied by an aura of dark energy, hundreds of spirit orbs shot forth from the pendant, each casting vibrant beams of light. While these magical beasts may not have possessed high levels, their sheer numbers created an impressive spectacle. Although no flames danced in his hands, Li Ling faced the challenge with utmost seriousness. The fighting style of King of Fighters possesses a characteristic whereby a single blow can lead to an overwhelming barrage of successive attacks. Originally, Fran intended to send a few barrage messages to Li Ling for a playful exchange, but unexpectedly, he enveloped her in his embrace, hindering her performance. With this development, they could rest assured, having subdued Belial, awaiting the good news from Namek. Even if the Dragon Balls could not eradicate the malevolent thoughts within Belial, at least they would keep him within sight, posing no threat to the universe or to Belial himself. Li Qing was lost in thought. While the dragons had already commenced their incantations on the seeds of the world tree, Shen Fei remained unchanged, reclining with his head against the wall, seemingly in slumber, indifferent to the outside world. However, observing Li Bangxia's clear gaze, Lin Sangbai was certain that she was truly oblivious. Yet, this was understandable, as she had not yet memorized the name of Luo Baijian. It was a contradiction, yet not one. Merely a situation where the latter superseded the former due to unavoidable circumstances. Fan Yin leaned against a corner of the yacht sofa, the ear tucked at his waist, sipping an unnamed fruit juice he had taken from a servant, while enjoying Yin Bingbing's performance. For Ling Yunpeng and his companions, they had found a secluded refuge, momentarily escaping the pursuit of the police and Lu Dao, finally able to catch their breath. Disguised, Fan Yin was about to rise and follow when a sudden chill coursed through him, prompting him to sit back down. The scent of flowers wafted to him, his first thought being the toxic substances he had encountered previously, often accompanied by such peculiar fragrances. At that moment, upon detecting the floral aroma, Bai Hao decided to exercise caution, suspecting the presence of malevolent entities releasing toxins. Whether in the palace or an annex, the roofs were adorned with smooth, white tiles. These peculiar, dragon-scale-like tiles were layered upon one another, with scarcely a seam visible between them. One could imagine that even the most adept assassin would find it challenging to maintain footing or conceal themselves upon such roofs. The ancestors spoke the truth. Now, the elders of our clan take turns to hunt those of other races, and we have never asked you for the core, have we? Upon entering the cafeteria, they were astonished by the array of dishes, featuring the beloved spring onions with soybean paste of Old Master Yongkunshan, dried tofu wrapped around spring onions, and the smoked meat favored by Old Master Wu Yinghan, along with various regional delicacies, such as stir-fried amaranth with cured meat and ham. Recalling her earlier concerns about Su Yunlong and the torment that might ensue for Tang In and his company, akin to her own experiences with Ning Yingying, would she find herself forever deprived of happiness? Chapter 40. The Torrential Rain. Is Chuyu heartbroken? Yet, this was not the end. When the timer on site displayed the time taken by Chu Feng for the recent 100-meter dash, he found himself facing two subordinates on the verge of demise. Was the Yinming Palace on the brink of resurgence? Jiang De, upon hearing this, could not help but scoff, remarking that this must have been said by Han Qi, wondering if the souls of the deceased in the waters below were seeking him out, and whether the army believed the words of a Han from the west would chill their hearts. He then glanced toward Zhou Tong. A harsh sound erupted, as countless sword energies collided with the black sword, carving myriad traces. The black sword danced and twirled, skillfully deflecting all the sword energies launched by Zhang Yuanhao. Indeed, it seemed that the foundational cultivator had detected Zhang Yuanhao's disguise, yet he merely cast a glance without uttering a word, which allowed Zhang Yuanhao to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. Behind him, the 1,000-strong battalion continued to swell, resembling a colossal dragon soaring through the air, revealing its sharp fangs amidst the mountain ranges of Bone Mountain. Although through Wu Hao's efforts, the reputation of the Longchun Hall had significantly improved compared to the past, this did not imply an elevation in status. The true determination of the ranking within the 5 halls was reliant upon the outstanding disciples' placements from the final martial competition. This seal bore a power that suppressed the heavens and the earth, embodying the vast force of celestial laws. At that moment, the surface of the clam's spirit was adorned with demonic patterns, its blood seeping through, a vivid crimson, a clear indication of draining its lifespan. Simultaneously, among the renowned top-tier false Dan listed, aside from the first to fall, and Dao Quan, the third-tier false Dan Tao Ji of the Bone Spirit sect, and the third-tier false Dan Tai Shu Tongming of the Qingjue Sword sect of the Great Zhou dynasty also perished in succession. The elder brother hastily said, "I implore you to speak candidly. My previous impertinence was indeed unwarranted, and I offer my sincerest apologies." With that, he clasped his hands in a bow, preparing to kneel in respect. The false Yi Xian, upon seeing Long Ao Tian, was equally furious, his eyes wide with rage, exuding an overwhelming murderous intent, boasting like a black panther with a thunderous roar, an aura of invincibility. Now is not the time to discuss how I and Ba Sung transformed from foes to friends, but rather to deliberate on how to manage the current situation with Dan Wang. Initially, I had intended to assist Dan Wang in reincarnation. However, the malice and resentment they bore would not easily dissipate. Wan Sanqian, upon seeing Bien Tianming, wore an expression more grotesque than if he had consumed something foul, rendered speechless. Wan Sanqian felt trepidation. Bien Tianming had truly risen against him, making his days difficult. Yi Bingyun's once adorable and playful demeanor now appeared as a frightful visage to me. If I could unveil her true self to her, would she be driven mad by her own reflection? In the economy class, by the window seat, Lin Rue opened the box that Tong Qing had left for him before departing. Within lay a silver dagger, glimmering faintly. He smiled ruefully, realizing he owed another debt of gratitude to Elder Liang. That very night upon returning home, he received a simple invitation card from Lu Yan. Compared to before, her visit this time felt more reserved and subdued, yet it was evident that she was not one to seek favor. She would not fawn over him merely because Lu Yang was in high spirits. Once inside, he found Li Shi seated by the bed, with Li Yunshu leaning against it, both gazing at him as if they had been waiting for his arrival. Meng Xiaoning glanced at Jiang Yunqing, who was meticulously handling all matters at hand. Once she finished instructing Hui Yu on the subsequent tasks, he turned to head towards the back courtyard and urgently called out to Jiang Yunqing. The Department of Homeland Security, along with the police and tax authorities, could no longer remain passive. As government institutions serving the nation, why should the S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military possess bioengineered warriors while they do not? In an effort to demonstrate that the piece he composed accurately depicts the shape and usage of a caliper without alluding to any hidden emotions, he hurriedly retrieved a ruler from the duty room to show others. He was acutely aware that at this point, S.H.I.E.L.D. had not yet reached its later prowess. Although there were numerous agents, superpowered individuals were scarce, which emboldened Wu Yu to act so arrogantly. Lao Yu, Comrade Li Wei has been in an accident and may be unable to work for the time being. The public competition at the Public Security Bureau is at a critical juncture, and I am entrusting this matter to you, Zhang Jiaoyang stated plainly, without any insinuation. He was no more than 21 or 22, likely a recent graduate from a design academy, using this competition to redeem his reputation. Inspired by the counterfeit phones he had encountered previously, he instructed his engineers to install listening devices in several of the latest, most expensive smartphones, ensuring they would be noticeable. When Yi Jingwen arrived, he would present the phones with the listening devices installed. Lin Shirtai understood that the person was trying to discreetly deal with him. He had been exceedingly frustrated during this period and had contemplated seeking Zhang Jiaoyang's assistance multiple times. But he feared that Zhang might be unwilling to help given the distance between Hushi Province and Southeast Province. Is it that no student is willing to work? Do they truly think they will never grow up? A robust voice interrupted Ji He's lamentations as a young man with a square face approached. The crowd was taken aback. Another expert had appeared. Although they heard the voice, they could not see the person, and it was clear that the newcomer's prowess was not inferior to their own. He felt quite uncomfortable, as no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Many regarded him as someone who owed his current status to the Han family. Otherwise, he was nothing. Wu Ji's smile faded, his expression turning cold, and a sense of murderous intent enveloped the entire Jintian peak. In that moment, Wu Ji seemed to revert to the days of chaotic battles with the Iron Legion. The killing aura he had honed while clawing his way out of heaps of corpses escalating steadily. When it reached its zenith, even Hash could not help but tremble. That's a leech, a mountain leech, and it's enormous, Yi Qiu exclaimed in astonishment. Noticing that it measured at least 30 centimeters in length and was as thick as a finger, leaving him to wonder what blood it had fed upon previously. Although there were airbags, the force generated upon their deployment was still considerable. Did not those driving the Camry get knocked unconscious by the airbags? With the emergence of a super entertainment platform boasting over 100 million users worldwide, the launch of Carla garnered immense attention. Chapter 41. The storm has passed. And so has he. During the days spent waiting to die in the water prison, she realized that familial bonds were insignificant compared to her own life. Jin Yi bore numerous wounds upon her body, fortunately none too grave. She kept vigil by Song Lei's side, sitting beside him throughout the day, as if hoping he might awaken, yet he did not. Throughout this day, nothing transpired. Not even a glimpse of the so-called reinforcements was seen. And Yu Tong, upon questioning, realized she truly knew little of Qin Lung's preferences, as he merely picked at his food, barely using his chopsticks. Li Yu, seeing that everyone had gathered, suggested, "We all traveled and are weary. Let us wash off the dust and rest for a while. We shall speak more at the evening banquet." Clearly, he intended to speak privately with Li Weicheng about something further. That evening, Chen Xiong dispatched a messenger with news that their wedding date had been set for 10 days hence. Li Shuxi sat in the carriage, lifting the curtain to gaze at the scenery outside, her spirits lifting as she reflected on the past 2 years, which felt as though they spanned a lifetime. "It's nothing, just that Zhang Qiu has brought people over. You all should go to sleep," Yang Ji said, a touch anxious. After sipping his tea, Du Guhong remarked, "The emperor's decision to inform Yi Qiu'er is rooted in the fact that they both fell into the trap that day, and Yi Qiu'er devoted herself to protecting him." Eunuch Bai smiled flatteringly, saying, "As long as Consort Lan enjoys it, then please take your time, I shall take my leave." With a bow, he retreated from the hall. "Well worth studying," Fong Chen muttered, moving to the nearest blackwater-wood tree to collect a few seeds. Though Liang Yu had gained a new method of cultivation from this expedition into the forbidden grounds, it was not as eye-catching as Yi Zi's, thus not prioritized. Down the lane, Xiu Xiu, controlling the support character Sun Bin, landed his first skill on the red side's lone warrior, Gong Ben Muzong. "You little girl, dare to mock me? Come here." With that, Lin Huan feigned an attack to tickle Li Ruoxi. However, knowing that this was within his jurisdiction, Yang Wei could not simply overlook Lin Huan's antics. It would be a blow to his pride. He twirled the object delicately on his fingertip, a sly smile playing upon his lips. From the moment the young man made his move, it was clear he was communicating with the earth element stars. Combined with his gauntlet and martial arts, this path of cultivation was particularly suited for him. Moreover, the characteristics of the earth element stars would enhance the potency of his martial technique. Though it had been over 2 years since he disappeared without a word, he always managed to appear at critical moments to rescue them from dire straits. Truly a rascal. A Yao wandered the path, her mind clouded, her heart feeling as though it were gripped by a large hand, suffocating her with discomfort, yet she could not cry to relieve her burden. Within the domain of Gong Yang Yu's divine powers, all of Su Zizhan's abilities were suppressed. Had it not been for the chaotic azure lotus to guide the chaotic energy, he would have been unable to absorb even the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. For an ordinary cultivator trapped within such a divine domain, managing to exert 50% of their strength would be commendable. Hearing the words "often rides" only deepened the sorrow in Shun Yunfei's heart, making it ache as if it were bleeding. At this juncture, Su Zizhan has begun to discern the intentions of the 3 pure ones, though this understanding is not a definitive insight into their ultimate goals. Rather, it is merely an inkling of their distinctive approaches to action. Each of the 3 pure ones possesses a unique style of operation. Since its inception, the farm has eschewed the use of chemical fertilizers and pesticides, producing sufficient crops for all the estate's proprietors, and even allowing for the sale of a portion annually to sustain the estate. The narrow path, merely 10 centimeters in width, went unnoticed by the onlookers as the sun cast its rays upon it, revealing the extraordinary aspect of the mountaintop that Yang Yong had overlooked during his half-month stay in the cave. However, it was unforeseen that upon their arrival at the dwelling of Ma Yuani, they would discover that he had already departed. Instead of meeting his demise, Ma Yuani had escaped around a corner. Both parties simultaneously spurred their horses forward, and as the crimson and swift beasts galloped, the two figures swiftly transformed into mere streaks of yellow and red. Soon, a resounding clang echoed as they narrowly passed each other. Su Zizhan chose not to elaborate further, for at that moment, Emperor Ku's visage was marred by remorse, and Su Zizhan recognized the futility of continuing his discourse. Behind the counter lay the kitchen area, with a window on the street-facing wall. A Yao had replaced the original support window with a double-opening design, serving as a takeaway window for passers-by, adorned with a clearly displayed menu of fixed prices. Xiao Bohan nodded, following A Yao up the staircase, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the wooden floor, her poised figure swaying gracefully. From where did this foreigner hail? Another flash of lightning descended, striking precisely at the tail of the first bolt. That night, Xiao Bohan found little peace in slumber, his thoughts more intricate and numerous than those of his companions. Lying in bed, he reflected on the near confrontation with Pan Faroe. Realizing his oversight in not anticipating a coalition between Pan Faroe and Shi Zhongjia, which could have led to dire consequences. Xiao Bohan's words, though delivered in a calm manner, sent shivers down Lu Jinxiang's spine. Such a scenario was entirely plausible, for even with his father's considerable influence, the truth would remain elusive. Chapter 42. No response. Initial worries. Observing Tianqing's curious glances, Yudi understood that this was the first time Tianqing beheld her, and it would also be their final encounter. Huani, already vexed by Lu Meng's remarks, became incensed at Zhao Shu's provocations, exclaiming, "Bring forth General Chen's command." He raised his blade and charged at Lu Meng. Gan Ning, witnessing Huan Yi's fierce advance, rushed forward to engage him. Zhao Shu and Lu Meng retreated, leaving the two to engage in a fierce struggle. The bloodthirsty beast paused, turning to see that the battle between Luo Yun and the divine automaton had escalated into a fierce clash. Fire and water clashed, boiling into steam. The strong flames diminished, extinguishing into smoke, while the expansive waters eroded the earth, and the deep-rooted wood concealed its essence. The resilient wood, when faced with the frail metal, could easily splinter iron and shatter gold. The tragedy of Luo Yinglong continues to unfold. After all, it is truly disheartening to contend with someone of equal rank whose true strength utterly overwhelms one's own, akin to a bronze-ranked warrior who, despite wielding the same hero and identical 6 divine artifacts, cannot possibly exhibit comparable combat prowess. With measured strides, Baiming Chongfeng approached Ziyu, reaching out to effortlessly lift him and toss him onto his shoulder, carrying him away. The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded. There have only been 2 truly existent deities in the divine realm. The first deity mysteriously vanished after the War of the Gods, rumored to have fallen at the Broken Sword Cliff, while the so-called first deity of the divine realm inexplicably disappeared millions of years ago. Rarely does anyone wish to manifest an external incarnation unless absolutely necessary. No one dares to take risks unless facing the brink of life and death. Why has it reverted back to the original state? Murong Chun inquired, curiously embracing Mira. His gaze shifted once more to Haoming, who stood beside Hausen, and his disdain for the child deepened. This child bore no resemblance to his son whatsoever. The fire-melting puppet indeed serves as a powerful tool capable of elevating a mortal's strength to that of a practitioner, yet it is not solely intended for mortals. Even if there were a way to send a message, this realm of departure is said to be the arrangement of the ancestor. With the strength of the elders from the Emerald Palace, destroying this realm would not be difficult, but extracting them alive from the outside seems implausible. The Wolf Fong mercenary group, known for leaving no blade of grass unscathed, has solidified its position in Southeast Asia with just 8 succinct words. Though they rank 30 in the world, of the 29 above them, 25 are located in Europe and America, with 1 in Africa. The rabble trailing behind must be dealt with. Otherwise, they will discover his use of incendiary devices. Xiaoya beamed with a victorious smile upon seeing Tang Feng seated at the back, finally reclaiming a moment of triumph. Earlier, while setting a trap, Old Wang had suddenly conjured a landmine from his pocket, digging a pit in the center of the mechanism to bury it, then suspending a piece of wood about a centimeter above the mine, covering it with leaves. The cup in the old man's hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. His mouth agape in disbelief. Yinan's sword pierced unerringly into the puppet's sole weakness, accompanied by a resounding impact. Xiao Sufing flicked his sleeves, summoning a fiery tempest. scattering the Golden Mountain's dual pincers into oblivion. After some time spent getting to know the members of the sales mercenary group, Peter found himself quite impressed. Thus, when in need of counsel, he immediately thought of Sales and Chitai. As they journeyed forward, the sounds of crackling filled the air, mingled with thunderous roars and the rustling of wind and fire, countless flying swords and attacks crashing against the shell. Having said this, Jin Yu winked at Yi Fan, as if to imply, I have created an opportunity for you. It is now up to you to seize it. I told you so. Bai Yue would never ascend to the Three Treasure Hall without reason. This has always been her steadfast principle, akin to her own words. If you don't need her, you will never find her. When you do, she remains elusive. A few days later, Lin Qingxian had just emerged from the secret chamber when a disciple of Yushu Palace approached to report that his companion, Lord Wang, had unexpectedly come seeking an audience. Cheng Xiao, have you encountered Ningxin? Jean Feihuan gently played with the sentimental bell that adorned her chest, a symbol exclusively belonging to Di Cheng Xiao. The onlookers grew increasingly disheartened. What had been promised as an 8-to-1 advantage seemed futile, raising concerns about the potential loss of lives. Despite their anxiety, they did not doubt their eventual victory, only pondering the casualties that might ensue. Di Cheng Xiao, aware of the futility, nonetheless could not disappoint the fair maiden's intentions, remaining dutifully for a full quarter of an hour beside the spirit essence box before departing. Gao Shun remarked, we have already delivered so much. What more could we possibly send? Wouldn't that be a mere gift at this point? He harbored some doubts regarding Cheng Yu's ability to handle matters effectively. Di Cheng Xiao whispered an affirmation, instructing the sisters of Baihua to remain vigilant against any lurking adversaries, patiently awaiting the return of the departing bees. Follow me, Yin Yun announced as he headed outside, and the two exchanged glances before hastily following suit. However, Xiao Wanru herself did not anticipate the serendipitous encounter with Lin Feng at the marketplace. It was indeed an extraordinary coincidence. The surrounding players began to multiply, not in number, but rather they remained stationary, creating an illusion of crowding. This was understandable, given that they were situated at a battleground, yet the sheer number of individuals waiting was unexpected. Lu Yu sat at the corridor's entrance, listening to Zi In and Chun Liuli's conversation. Upon hearing about the blood antelope horn, her head drooped in regret. Had she given it to Zi In sooner, she could have spared the life of the Grand Princess. Furthermore, this was under the assumption that the adversary was in a slumbering state. Had they all been on high alert, the situation would have turned unfavorable for her, and she would have wisely made her escape. Chapter 43. Disappointment for Luo Chen? Yuna has arrived. Your father is in the courtyard. You should go see him. Lan Ting wiped away her tears and stepped out of Yuan Zhao's room. She had just returned home, initially intending to celebrate Christmas with Yuan Xiao. But her flight had been delayed, arriving only in the early hours. The following day, Yuan Xiao donned formal attire, exuberantly heading to work. However, before she could locate her office, she was met with the scrutinizing gazes of various individuals. The flower, with a tilted head, pondered. It seemed she had scarcely encountered any junior disciples upon her arrival today, making it difficult to ascertain whether the faces of the others were indeed round. This was not the entrance to Dongfu Academy. It was the courtyard of the president of Dongfu, the residence of the enchanting beauty with azure eyes. Chu Haoshuan paid no heed to Yi Li's reaction, shutting off his phone and resting his hands behind his head against the chair, exuding an air of contentment. As the palace gates swung open, Kong Hai caught sight of the joy on Yi Rong's face. Her once pallid complexion now appeared even more forlorn in the sunlight. Her beautiful eyes glistening with tears, dimmed slightly by the intensity of the sun. Su Wei was well aware of the events that transpired. If Yi Li were to continue her life with Chu Haoshuan, it would undoubtedly be a perilous gamble. Su Wei would not let her off easily. Judging by Su Wei's previous actions, she was a formidable character, and with the old master Chu favoring her, it would be Yi Li who would ultimately be sacrificed. In truth, Qin Outyin was merely speculating. Regarding someone like Ouyang Mingyi, who straddled the line between good and evil, it was hard to say whether he could truly commit a wrongful act. Although Qin Yuetian was fully aware, he feigned disbelief, staring at Yu Shuxian as if he found her sudden kindness utterly astonishing. Tears had evidently experienced such scenes numerous times. Exhibiting a sense of ease while revealing a faint smile, a delicate dimple appearing on her pristine face. Within the Taiying sect, there were over 40 second-step cultivators, each stationed atop the prominent peaks of the Taiying mountain range. The black-scaled viper, on the other hand, found itself in a dire predicament. It had been struck by a sword at its midsection, leaving a gaping wound, with only a third still attached to its body, appearing as though it could sever at any moment. Master Sandaloo had never encountered such a sight. If he could obtain it, he would be willing to pay a handsome price. Parmandro remarked. When Wang Nuo initiated the charitable foundation, he had extended an invitation to Wu Mingyu. However, at that time, Wu Mingyu was still daydreaming about a life of gaming and work, never expecting to step into a quagmire from which he could not extricate himself. Noah's miscalculation led to his dismal defeat. It would be unjust to blame him. His uncle, who managed affairs in the royal city, advised him. Were it not for that scoundrel Chen Laojiu, they would not have found themselves in such a dire strait. It was a pity that he had gone to such lengths to save that ungrateful wretch, only to have the knife plunged into his back. The amethyst spoke thoughtfully, noting that 7 days were indeed fleeting for an immortal deity. Had it not been for the snow wolf, I would have been in a state of panic. Hua Xianshi slightly pursed her lips, unguarded, and recounted all the events to Yi Sheng, before letting out a helpless sigh. The source system was visibly excited, feeling that its actions had finally garnered the system master's approval. With a thud, the airplane crashed heavily onto something, causing everyone to be jolted upwards. Fortunately, they were all strapped in, suffering no serious injuries. Sensing his gaze upon her, she resisted the urge to turn around, her cheeks subtly flushed. Just as the family was weeping and preparing for their son's final rites, a kind soul suggested, "There is a Taoist priest named Yunhe at the Xianjin temple. He may be able to cure the child's illness." Murong Zhaoyun, filled with caution, stared at the envelope in Jin Ji's hand for a long while before finally accepting it. Her instincts warned her that there was undoubtedly a scheme at play. From the outermost house, voices emerged as many people stepped out, each wearing expressions of schadenfreude as they pursued the direction in which Ming Mo and the others were heading. As Ming Mo walked along, he noticed that the deeper he ventured, the more concentrated the essence of heaven and earth became, solidifying his resolve. Meanwhile, Lung Yu stared in astonishment at the Yuan Shengke, nearly taken aback by its unexpectedly gentle tone. When had the esteemed President Yuan ever displayed such tenderness? To be precise, it seems that Yuan Shengke is indeed aware of the essence of gentleness. Ding dang, do you still remember me? From the other end of the line, a man's hearty laughter resonated. Xiaobai recollected that on the eve of his departure abroad, he had visited Song Shi's school with the intent of clarifying his feelings for her. However, he was met with the sight of Song Shi enjoying a lively conversation with a man on the school south basketball court. A flicker of irritation crossed Zhao Lu's brow. Despite the pompous declaration, it ultimately stemmed from the fact that Feng Yin was male, and thus Jun Wei, the lecher, was disinclined to intervene. While the elder's tone hinted at some understanding, Ming Mo still found himself grappling with numerous uncertainties and promptly inquired further. The Tianzhao Shrine is indeed no benign place. It is said that the temperament of its master is even more eccentric than that of Qiu Shui Si Lang. Beneath the onslaught of the sword's energy, the dark golden thunder appeared as fragile as paper, swiftly cleaved and obliterated. Xiao Chen spat out blood-tainted saliva, steadied the blade of despair, and rose with it. No one noticed that he was desperately suppressing the trembling of his hands caused by the recent clash, as crimson streaks had begun to appear at the corners of his palms. Chapter 44. Is Yuna shy? Is her stomach hurting? Such were their thoughts. And regarding the matter, Shin Feng found himself at a loss for words. To them, it seemed rather trivial. Wang Wei shook his head upon hearing this, then turned back, curious to witness how the two old men would embarrass themselves. Indeed, Captain Chu Feng. When the resounding calls for Captain Chu Feng faded, so too did their lingering shadows. Brother Tai Nyo, witnessing this, could only obediently fall silent, embodying the archetype of a mute suffering in silence. Mr. Wang, I understand your desire for vengeance. I merely caution you not to involve those outside the conflict. After addressing the head of the Yao family, President Yin turned to remind Wang Wei that as long as he did not overstep, the Martial Association would refrain from meddling in such feuds. However, there were unseen machinations at play. The charitable event conveniently provided Shin Feng with an invitation, inadvertently sparing the Dark Current organization from certain complications. Unless she alters her true demon mark, Gaberna will fundamentally remain a creature of the dark. Abandoning the challenge could yield certain rewards, which seemed to be a rather appealing option for Chu Ming. While traveling, Chu Ming and Fang Qishan sipped plum wine in the carriage, engaging in conversation. This response was indeed vague. At the very least, Zhang Yi was unaware of the dragoness passage, and regarding legends, the existence of dragons remains an enigma, as no one has ever witnessed tangible evidence of their reality, leading to a distortion of tales. They were far from being Li Hexion's match. The disparity in strength was immense, ensuring that Li Hexion's gaze could only extend to the pinnacle of the 13th layer of the fish dragon realm. Ronglang certainly detected the schadenfreude emanating from the person before him, finding it quite bothersome. Although the elder had tempered his demeanor somewhat over the years, his temperament remained as volatile as ever. Upon encountering the dark-faced He Ji, who appeared gloomy as he lay on the ground, Qing Bing, he maintained her vigilance, yet refrained from taking further action. He Ying felt, time and again, that despite Ling Jiantong's return to the state sovereign's residence, and to see to Qian Chen's side, an invisible barrier lingered between them, one that only thickened with the passage of time, showing no signs of diminishing. Tan's eyes were red, due to his physical condition. He was unable to charge into battle and could only vow to protect their provisions. Thanks to his brother's valiant efforts, the beasts could not breach the cave, leaving them unscathed. However, witnessing his fallen kin filled Tan's heart with a pain akin to being sliced by a blade. When Lian Chun brought the people inside, the same scene unfolded, the same questions, and the same commoners still standing at the entrance. Simultaneously, the bloodthirsty dragon slayer's spear, lying several feet away, suddenly let out a dragon's roar, soaring toward Long Ao Lang like a malevolent dragon emerging from the sea. Long Ao Lang's heart jolted. In an instant, his thoughts raced, speculating what the demon lord might summon him for. Although uncertain of the matter, he sensed it could not bode well, yet he felt compelled to comply. It remains unclear how Zhou Jinwei described their substantial losses upon returning to the Blood Lotus sect, but 3 days later, or rather the day before yesterday, individuals from the sect arrived. This wax seal appeared to be custom-made. Someone had mixed wax with gluten and enclosed it within the wax ball, allowing the deceased to ingest it, thus delaying the onset of the poison. Chu Ling gazed at the wax ball with certainty. With your words, I have enough. I will make you fall in love with me anew, Shui Lian said, looking at the pained Li Ming with a hint of sympathy, as she presented him with the ancient water fairy lotus. As part of a ceremonial display, an imitation honor guard, equipped with a total of 18 magical artifacts belonging to the North Alliance clan, assembled in the square, followed by the resonant sound of the ritual conch. Lei Luo wiped the rainwater from his face, gazing at the crackling black horse banner with a glimmer of hope in his heart. Knowing that one who had garnered the full support of the Noble Alliance was a worthy stronghold to follow. And you still dare to speak. Upon hearing Li Hua Er attempting to justify herself, Li Qi Er couldn't help but laugh in exasperation, reaching out to tap Li Hua Er on the head. Surprised by such an unexpected gesture from Li Qi Er, Li Tian was momentarily stunned and instinctively tried to retract his hand, but before he could, Li Qi Er had already seized it. Lu Yuan trembled as he unwrapped another piece of paper, and I noticed her expression change. Her tear-streaked eyes revealed a struggle. What number had she drawn? Would she be unable to endure? Would she resort to deceit? Su Yu initially failed to discern the object, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was a pair of handcuffs. These individuals possessed handcuffs as well. At that moment, Su Yu felt no hesitation, knowing they were surely serious about their intentions. Perhaps due to overwhelming fatigue, she appeared drowsy, even stifling a yawn. However, when she suddenly discovered that Ma Jianyao had awakened at some point and was gazing at her, she was momentarily taken aback, quickly succumbing to a state of panic, hastily attempting to rise, her face etched with fear. Chu Tsuetsue cast a flirtatious glance at Gu Zhao, holding a mouthful of milk, and sauntered towards him, her hands resting on his shoulders as she gradually leaned down, half kneeling before him. Upon overcoming all obstacles, what awaited me was a sprint, followed by a prone position for rapid shooting. I am merely an ordinary businessman, naturally unable to compare with the affluent young Master Hua. Thus, I must make do with your precious self in this situation, an in or in Jianing remarked. Furthermore, Li Dalong deliberately approached Zhang Zifeng, forcefully patting his head. After the emperor departed, the empress found it difficult to maintain her balance, her body leaning precariously backward, saved only by Qing Er's support from behind. Kai, unable to contain her impatience, after hearing the first half of the conversation, speculated that this peculiar Ziwei emperor might indeed be enamored with third sister. Otherwise, Why would he lower his status to masquerade as a mortal to please her? Thus, she blinked her watery eyes and pressed for more information. Chapter 45. A thorough analysis. Initial words: breach defense. I plan to seek another job. It's fine. As long as I am willing to work, employment is not hard to find. So do not worry. Mingming consoled she. Wang Xianlong did not respond. Instead, he turned and leaped down from the 6th floor. Landing safely and channeling the remaining scant yuan-long true energy within him, swiftly propelling himself towards the infirmary. Therefore, everything was almost executed according to Xiulin's plan. However, in the final stages, Xiulin still encountered difficulties. Although the elements had been diligently compressed within the Dantian, the tumultuous tide showed no signs of abating anytime soon. Well done. Splendidly executed. Dr. Dado warmly embraced both Xiao Minglu and Yuruado. After a thorough cleanup, Shui Feng began to inventory Kong Jin's magical artifacts, excluding mundane items, ultimately discovering 3 initial stage spirit refining tools and 1 intermediate stage spirit refining tool. Ignoring the shrill cries behind him, Qin Lai surged forward, just about to enter the 8th layer of the Death Realm. Suddenly, an immense pressure descended from the distant void. Lu Tong thought to herself that tomorrow marked the day of her engagement to Liang Yan. He should arrive tonight. Sitting in the courtyard, she anxiously awaited Fei Liang Yan's arrival. The rapidly spinning alpha alloy chain ball struck him from an unexpected angle, ensnaring his agile arms and legs, rendering him incapable of free movement. You want to let me speak, yet I insist on doing so. What's wrong? Are you feeling guilty? Wang Chuhong taunted, beckoning dismissively with his hand, urging him to take action. This was nothing short of a provocation, a challenge seeking combat. Even Han Fong would suffer a severe blow, yet at this moment, he was entirely unafraid, determined to reach the very core of the conflict among those several individuals. Merely observing from the periphery no longer sufficed to satisfy him. Laughter spread like wildfire, yet at that moment, Zihan emerged from the brilliance, his figure gradually becoming discernible. At this juncture, blood once again dripped from his fingertips, staining his sleeves crimson. His white attire was marred by the sanguine hue, yet a peculiar smile danced upon his lips. The tempest of space was formidable, akin to a meat grinder, as countless wild dogs were mercilessly pulverized, transforming into pools of blood mist. Yi Tian spoke, for he had engaged in battle with Zihan, wielding his sword and contending with sword intent. How could one deem it a duel of sword masters if Zihan were to forego his blade? Overjoyed, he hurried to the side of the esteemed cat master to claim credit. However, to his dismay, he found that the master's attention was not upon him, the supposed hero, but rather on a passing masked figure. Moreover, the petals intertwined with the crooked vertical lines, creating an appearance reminiscent of an ancient, gnarled plum tree, imbued with the weight of time and the vitality of fresh life. This mechanical lion was indeed extraordinary. Mu Qindong had never dared to fathom the existence of such an advanced intelligent beast in this world. She had left behind a fragment of memory at the conclusion of their last game. Lan Xia would forever respond only to matters one had the right to inquire about simultaneously. The rotund man knelt upon the ground, continuously spitting blood, his arms trembling uncontrollably. Negotiations for relocation had faltered, resulting in a loss of 2 million. Curse it! Why was fortune so cruel lately? They were no match for Dr. Jero now. Situ Qin swiftly retrieved her phone, preparing to seek aid from Han Mingxing. How could one not ponder such matters? How was it not my fault? The princess and the young master had shown me immense favor, yet in critical moments, I found myself constrained, becoming a burden to the young master. Humph. Do they truly believe I am but a soft persimmon? Jiang Dong smirked coldly, sweeping his hand, causing the inscriptions on the door to vanish. In the end, Karatina meticulously arranged the teleportation array, grasping the thief and, with his sacrificial gaze, transported him away. After a series of busy signals, Wen Nanming initially believed the other party was occupied, only to be connected the very next second. The off-season always felt interminably long for fans, who counted the days until the new season commenced, yet it always felt like a distant dream. Mo Ran nearly questioned whether she had arrived at the wrong place. For above the land of death, there should have been an expanse of vast desert. Upon mentioning Pei Hushuan's name, Pei Qiming's countenance darkened instantaneously. Senior executives in the conference room began to engage in discussion. The unparalleled challenge of the ultimate skill was directly applied to Zack. as Mu Jing executed a swift attack to slow him down. Subsequently, after his skill extended to strike the Minotaur, he activated the skill Lawrence I to block Zack's next basic attack, which carried a force displacement effect. He then began to recall his path, matching it against the Forbidden Land map as he ventured deeper into the restricted area. With such thoughts, Luo Yuqing's expression softened further, yet before she could continue, Luo Qingkue interrupted her. As his grip tightened, Huiyuer's face flushed a deep crimson, desperately tugging at his hand in a futile struggle. The third step involves the establishment of branch offices, a process that cannot be rushed and necessitates communication with various nations. Even upon completion, substantial time and financial resources will be required to construct the facilities. Wu Yuan struggled to keep pace with Chun Fan's driving, his attention fixated on a tablet as he searched for information. Several seconds later, he handed the tablet to Chun Fan. Chapter 46. Camping and Cooking? Can Luo Chen manage? Moreover, Peng Xiang possesses exceptional talent and holds significant favor with the leader, and as of now, he is the sole individual capable of refining the Imperial Qi pill. At this moment, anyone observing would surely be astonished by Zhou San's audacity, clad in a cheap black tracksuit that, aside from comfort, offered no utility. He charged toward an area heavily fortified with weaponry, lacking even a wooden stick for protection. His companion? Could it be? Zhou San experienced a twinge of discomfort in his teeth, wondering if fate could be so cruel. Unbeknownst to him, the Qinkuan bag had begun to stir, occasionally swelling as if something was occurring within. Observing the nightclub before her, Shiminlu furrowed her brow slightly, dissatisfied with the choice of such a glamorous venue for negotiations by the agency. Leave? Nonsense. Tomorrow's game will likely see De Kuei unable to escape. Sanhu Lu muttered through clenched teeth. Director Li listened intently to Cheng Qingshua's words, finding her reasoning compelling. Upon glancing at the monitor, he noticed no signs of complacency and had cast aside the thought of halting the proceedings. Since the essence Qi is a vital component of blood, the relationship between essence and blood is inseparable, often referred to collectively. After leaving the slums, Qi Hong's expression remained somber. The echo of Chu Fei's words, what if he already knew, reverberating in her mind. Falling into the hands of the wolf demon would surely spell disaster, while succumbing to the Yi family would merely result in confinement. Thank you, mother. Lung Qingfeng chuckled, turning to head towards the door. Yet, just as he crossed the threshold, Lung Xuan's sharp command halted him. Years later, no one would remember a village named Shandian nestled within the mountains, nor would they recall how it vanished or how its inhabitants perished. Before them lay a viscous sea of raging lightning, with bolts of thunder surging through the currents. In the distance, the sound of air being torn asunder resonated ominously. The dream square possessed infinite space, adorned with colossal pillars that reached the heavens, each representing a central management hub. Your temperament is volatile, unable to endure grievances. Yet, in the entertainment industry, everyone must endure, with no exceptions, especially newcomers. While Matsuda hesitated to launch an attack, no one anticipated that he would dare to take action. You worthless thing, I will end you. Lung Xuana suddenly rose from her seat, raising her hand to strike Lung Qingfeng. As Love Fu retreated, Ryan Anderson's eyes gleamed with determination. Propelling himself backward with a powerful thrust, Love Fu quickly leaped to shield his eyes. Realizing that blocking was no longer an option, Anderson's wingspan was formidable. Though it is a Buddhist temple within the imperial confines, it has shown signs of decline in the eyes of the royal family, who now predominantly venerate Taoism. Thus, despite the existing prohibitions and vigilant guards, with a little ingenuity, some still manage to gain entry. The series of actions by the American empire has cast a pall of tension over the globe, significantly impacting the stock markets, which have all plummeted in response. Save for the defense sector, which has become increasingly active. As the saying goes, the most perilous places often prove to be the safest. With this realization, Director Qin felt a surge of clarity. Therefore, early this morning, he stealthily returned to the criminal investigation team. Let us discuss it after we eat, Alicia declared, placing a large walnut into the hands of 17, and then gently returned the doll-like Shinru to him. Indeed, Yang Jin replied, suppressing his inner joy as he set out to find clothes for Liang Xin. She had been hired by Moe to care for Nian Lanner. Her husband originally worked under Nian as a foreman before joining Moe on the boats. Even now, he remained with Nian, thus maintaining a close familial bond with Nian Lanner. However, Lin Feng did not dwell on such matters. Whether anyone came or not, he could always return on his own. Were it not for the fear of causing an uproar, especially in the company of several elders, he had genuinely considered flying back. His grandfather would surely be relieved that he had not taken such drastic measures. Otherwise, it would not be the giant-footed master trembling now, but himself. Nothing much. Just inform the subordinates from the Imperial Governance Palace to wait in the side hall and tell them that your master will be meeting with them shortly, Liang Xian instructed. Perhaps influenced by the other party's innocence and exuberance, it was difficult for her to maintain the aloof demeanor she displayed towards Li Yuanxiu and the others. Xiao Qian likely did not intend to strike them down immediately. He merely sought to establish his authority, thus the number of guards he dispatched was not substantial. Both sides comprised well-trained regular troops, evenly matched, and could at most draw to a standstill. At the main table, apart from the venerable elder Lung Mochen, Lung Qianhan, and Lung Qiankai, sat a number of other old-timers, including Elder Long, Elder Zheng, and Elder Yan, while the remaining elder, with silver hair, was unknown to Li Si. In the next moment, the master of the Iron Sword sect, with a grim expression, tossed a bottle to Chen Yu, the divine pill left behind by the Xian Tianzi. Known for its ability to transform and elevate, the ancient acupuncture manual, 3 Needles of the Yellow Emperor, addresses the shortcomings of traditional Chinese medicine in urgent situations, with each needle applied precisely, alleviating the severe internal bleeding of a man injured in a car accident and awakening the body's latent potential, thereby improving the condition of the ruptured spleen. After a while, news arrived from the scouts that General Zhang Fei and General Ho Cheng had engaged in combat, startling both Liu Bei and El Bu. The Chang people are not adept at concealing their emotions. They express their likes and dislikes freely, their feelings evident on their faces. The refinement of the wealthy is not merely a fade to impress the impoverished. Their effortless elegance in every gesture is unmatched by ordinary folk. Typically, they are very warm and solicitous, often sharing surplus vegetables or sweet potatoes from their homes. Occasionally, the villagers would see Wanner's 3 children and would generously offer them a chicken egg or some homemade delicacies. When Jun Li, Jun Shan, and Qing Shui returned to the Jun residence, Jun Bo Gong had not yet arrived, leaving only Jun Li and Jun Shan in the inner courtyard. Jun Li felt a sense of joy at not having to pay respects to anyone. She bid farewell to Jun Shan, assuring her not to worry, as she would certainly ensure the safety of both her and Aunt Zhou before returning to Luoyuan Pavilion. At this point, old Li was even more flustered, explaining that the young man had mentioned a black mole on his face, which led him to casually speculate it might be Tang Mazi. He truly knew nothing further. On one hand, their attire was quite eye-catching. On the other, the baskets they carried were clearly meant for gathering flowers. Chapter 47. Team Leader Luo Chen? Would anyone be chosen? Furthermore, not long ago, after acquiring the inner sect attire, Zhao Xianming had already used this pretext to have Yunwei remove the clothes that had been sprinkled with beast-attracting powder, minimizing the residual effects. The soft sedan chair came to a steady halt before the ceremonial gate. Cui Yu dismounted, removing her veil as she proceeded towards the main courtyard, Song Hezhai, where the old matriarch resided. Such figures as Hao Lian, Zhao Xianming, and Li Yong, as well as Lu Rushui, who had returned from Fengming Valley after a 10-year disappearance, all come to mind. This is the Palace of Departed Hate, where a venerable ancestor from the Unraveled Mountain once annihilated everyone in the palace with a single strike. The Unraveled Mountain was the architect of that calamity. Yet over the years, few remember this chapter of history. The troops of the Tunglong army, composed of individuals from regions such as Liangjiang, Minjia, Taipei, and Sichuan, lacked experience in highland living, which significantly diminished their combat effectiveness upon arrival in Tibet. The purpose of bringing them to this negotiation was to glean knowledge and glean insights into the internal structure and data of this massive vessel. Fei Bao donned the uniform of a lieutenant colonel, cautious not to appear too high-ranking, as most prominent figures were already familiar with one another. The venom of the 3-headed hellhound turned out to be another manifestation of Yin fire, capable of inflicting direct harm to the soul. Yet now, he was compelled to expedite this process, employing forceful measures against Wang Sha, which had already tarnished his reputation. Without systematic decision-making, a united resolve, a core leadership figure, exceptional martial prowess, and a calm, astute mind, relying solely on blind violence would be nothing short of self-degradation. Now, Qing Tian had gained control over 2 bronze figures, And as he engaged with the third, profound and transformative changes began to unfold. The mysterious staff was priced at 700 gold coins. And Yang Chao had labored for nearly 10 minutes just to accumulate such a meager sum. As soon as he finished speaking, nearly all the reporters raised their hands. They had initially thought that Air called this press conference to address the recorded video. However, the questions prearranged were now utterly irrelevant. Everyone was eager to voice their inquiries. This provision hardly sufficed for Chang'an City. However, most factions would likely construct foraging rooms at their respective strongholds. No, if it were humans, they should have previously witnessed the giant python devouring a person. Shouldn't they have first rescued those within its belly? At that moment, it would truly have been the end for him. As for Gu Lai and Gu Yang, despite their sufficient seniority, their prowess remains woefully inadequate. They possess the qualifications but lack the capability. Are you implying doubt about us? Were it not for the spirit guarding Seven Suns formation, you would have long been devoured by the colossal python. Chun Hani retorted angrily, defending Li Ji. His intent was likely to redirect everyone's attention to the mid-lane confrontation, encouraging Yang Chao while simultaneously urging him to act. Rather than allowing him to cause chaos, it was preferable to clarify matters, for they still needed to rescue their elder brother, leaving no time to squander at the Han family. Ku Xin, sit here. Upon entering the private room, Tang Ku Xin was greeted by Zhang Mingyu's exclamation. The American pilots who dropped 2 atomic bombs decades ago experienced profound discomfort and even developed depression merely from seeing reports about it, facing the merciless Japanese forces. They harbored such sentiments. Thus, one should not disdain this or that, for everything possesses its intrinsic value, remarked the gaunt man with a dark complexion. This was a trial of life and death. Should Zhao Fan falter, death awaited her. As the words fell, the ethereal figure of the South Lin great sage gently waved his hand, causing the heavy thunder tribulation that had just coalesced above Luo Chen's head to slowly dissipate. Luo Chen found the conversation between the two intriguing. Though he understood little, he sensed they were likely disparaging Lu Qiu, prompting him to mimic their words. Yang Hongwan stiffened, realizing that Yang Wani would grant her no further opportunity, yet she was unwilling to return empty-handed. Once the topic was broached, hope illuminated the eyes of the team behind the police chief, and everyone began to voice their opinions in a lively exchange. Was this merely a display of raw power? Or had the system adjusted the strength of the forest creatures? Otherwise, this wild boar's strength surely exceeded 6 points. Indeed, quite feeble, the rat spirit boasted defiantly, unwilling to appear weak lest others set their sights upon him, for though he was strong, he too feared being outmaneuvered. Gazing out at the landscape beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, Gu Haoyang squinted, uncertain of what awaited him at the War Academy of Yuan Country. Suddenly, without completing his sentence, a stone slab flew up from the ground and struck Shui Chen squarely. However, after the low shout, he discovered that his subordinates were staring blankly at the remnants left on the ground, as if entranced in a dream, utterly oblivious. Zhang Ping's second soul ring erupted in a dazzling golden light, within which floated hundreds of golden feathers. As his faculties gradually revived, Gu Haoyang felt the yearning for energy surging through his 36,000 pores. He quickly retrieved some rations from his spatial storage, and after a whirlwind of consumption, he reclined on the ground, marveling at the wonders of the world and vowing to return. Although she had inherited the old witch's legacy and possessed the ability to heal others, she was also required to pay a personal price, which is why she seldom resorted to witchcraft. Silence, a profound stillness akin to death, enveloped the night, lingering in an unsettling quiet where no voice dared to break the hush. The testing platform emitted a continuous beeping sound, while the black stone pulsated with radiant light, casting a kaleidoscope of colors throughout the dark room. Observing Li Qingran's expression, Chu Zhu felt both a sense of helplessness and a hidden relief, for his disciple did not overly concern himself with fleeting victories or defeats. This was precisely why, after Zhang Xiangling halted the late-night snacks, Zhou Yu could not restrain himself from rebelling, risking danger to sneak into the base's cafeteria for a midnight feast. Eventually, Mo Yuding found himself devoid of any opportunity to counterattack, reduced to desperately defending against the onslaught. After several minutes of this, he could no longer contain himself and shouted out in frustration. Chapter 48. Am I cold? Does he dislike me? The last time she encountered Li Haonan in the hot spring, she had caught a glimpse of something tattooed on his chest. However, in her flustered state, She had not dared to meet his gaze, leaving her unaware of what it truly was. The sunlight bathed her in warmth. A gentle breeze wafted through the open window, playfully stirring the white fringes of the curtains. Gu Xiaobei lowered her head to inhale the rich scent of milk from her cup, releasing a long sigh. Yet now, she bore a child of Li Haonan. The mere thought of carrying his offspring plunged her into a darkness, overwhelming her with despair and humiliation, making it difficult to breathe. She loathed the notion of harboring this devil's lineage. Gu Xiaobei remained silent, gazing out the window as time flowed slowly like clouds drifting across the sky. The love she had once given seemed so easily forgotten, and facing impending divorce, she found herself not relieved as she had anticipated, but rather engulfed in confusion and unease. Wang Landau spoke, astutely analyzing the situation, a testament to his experience navigating the complexities of Jiangnan City. Gu Xiaobei regarded the unyielding Li Haonan, tears brimming in her eyes, and reluctantly climbed into his car. The two walked side by side towards the broadcasting room. As they passed by Gao Jingjing, Lin Shifan could not resist taking a deep breath, greedily inhaling the fragrance that wafted from her. A dense web of fate descended from the heavens, fragmenting the space around them into shards. Even the guards were reduced to mere piles of flesh. Though they were all formidable beings of the highest order, they had no chance to retaliate against Sophie's onslaught. This idea had been long in the making for Wang Biao, and now he was seizing the opportunity presented by the invasion of the Dark Divine Realm to bring his plans to fruition. Feng Yushi, if you do not bid, I shall take it back, Feng Yin remarked with a raised eyebrow, having come specifically to drive up the price, knowing that today at the auction, Feng Yushi would spare no expense to acquire one of the two bronze artifacts. Upon waking to find him absent from her side, a wave of panic surged through her, prompting her to rise and search for him. Thus, the name of Ula grass spread far and wide, and centuries later, it would be revered alongside ginseng and sable as one of the three treasures of Liaodong. The two returned to the first floor, where they paid at the registration and billing counter before proceeding to the pharmacy to collect their medication. Nuan Ai handed the prescription to the pharmacist, who glanced at it and then retrieved a basket to present to her. After Chu Ryuan departed, Chumi sat alone on the sofa, her smile fading, leaving only a veneer of indifference. The mere mention of that name conjured images of nocturnal denizens hunched over an internet CAFS, feasting on bread while glued to their screens. The ensuing explosion was not a result of his own actions, but the cataclysmic release of power from the God King's demon suppression diagram and the malevolent seal, drawing Zilin into a perilous situation. Suppressing her intense indignation, Zhong Yeshua forced a smile, her gaze sharp as a blade, directed towards Su Man. This couple represented the first from their university to transition from school uniforms to wedding gowns, making their bond particularly poignant, especially since one of them was Nuan Ai's roommate. At this moment, Duan Yi exemplified the notion of a lone hero holding back the tide, skillfully utilizing the staircase's narrow confines to his advantage, wielding his weapon with formidable prowess. How could a tycoon, with a fortune exceeding 100 billion, rely on public accounts to shape his worldview? Yuan Ji spoke with reason. Li Xian nodded, promptly composing a letter and dispatching it to the Mongolian encampment. Hook! The company commander bellowed, and the dozen or so knights following him swiftly retrieved long ropes from their waists. With a flourish of their hands, the ropes shot forth, the ends glinting ominously with sharp hooks. It turned out that the gentleman was Mr. Zhang Kai from the renowned Zhang family of Ludong, and the younger generation, Xuanfu Muxin, had the honor of meeting him. Li Xian was unaware of who Zhang Kai was, yet this did not hinder his conversation, as he maintained a demeanor of respect, seemingly in genuine admiration of Zhang Kai. Observing the departure of Long Yu and his entourage, the elder hastily summoned the stewards of his establishment to deliberate on how to auction this rare item. Those are our Mongolian warriors. How could they meet their demise here? Yelichi's expression shifted as he cast a cold glance at Kiki Khan. Long Yufan chuckled. I never suggested such a thing, but if that is your interpretation, you are free to believe it. It matters not to me. With that, Long Yufan ended the call. Wang Mengmeng, despite her gratitude towards him, could never act against her. The affairs of Xianxian Mountain Villa were unrelated to Wang Mengmeng's actions. On December 25th, Christmas, undoubtedly one of the most beloved holidays for the young, before night fell, Gun Wan and her companions had already gathered, each donned in a festive Santa outfit with red and white trim. Well, we must all grow up eventually. Even the dearest younger brother must learn to navigate his own path. We cannot care for them forever. This is his journey. Let him walk it himself. Long Yu embraced Yer, gently declining. The platform stood over 4 meters high. While a fall wouldn't be fatal, broken bones were a certainty. Given Jiang Shirlan's current position, she was bound to land on the back of her head, and should that result in a concussion or worse, what then? Upon hearing this, Kilabai grew anxious. If the illusion's effects were indeed as Itachi described, the moment it dissipated could very well signal her demise. As if struck by an overwhelming stimulus, Naohide Fujita's eyes were filled with a frenzied madness as he pressed the trigger of the firearm in his hand. Chapter 49. Retreating in the face of difficulty? Chiyu was unwilling to accept. Below, the rocky terrain was treacherous. Chao Peng had fallen hard, yet remained unfazed, for he sensed the dragon vein calling to him. A figure clad in elegant white stood with hands clasped behind, her stunning phoenix eyes sweeping over the silhouette by the creek, yet she uttered not a word. The distinction lay in the fact that I was unlike those diligent and eager students. I was a lazy individual lacking ambition. Outside, the wind and rain were tumultuous, and in the pond nestled among several ancient locust trees, the water had overflowed, cascading with a clamor. Xinyuan Tianzuan led Yishuan and the others back to the enormous viewing platform outside the city. The atmosphere among the observing cultivators was markedly different from the previous day. With nearly 1 million individuals seated in serene silence, not a sound escaping their lips, even upon Yishuan's arrival at the platform. The newly launched real estate project by Guangsha Group this year faced their impact, resulting in less than stellar sales. Chi Huan held on to Luo and I, while Taoi Lu carried Feng Yi on his back, followed by the newly joined Sui Ong, the 5 of them, as esteemed guests, checked into the opulently decorated residence at Yuanpan Hill in District 11. This is merely our duty. There is no need for such formality, Manager Kong. Please feel free to give orders. Yishuan and Nie Yongwang rose to respond. Fuchan uttered a phrase before grasping Luo Chen's shoulder. The two transformed into a radiant rainbow and vanished into the distance. A seemingly mundane statement, yet imbued with profound significance. The Zen chamber fell into a silence so profound that even the sound of sandalwood falling could be distinctly heard. Hu Bushi, indifferent to the affairs outside, immersed himself in his meal, finishing every last drop of soup. After wiping his mouth and letting out a satisfied belch, he instinctively reached for his waist. Chang Shenghua was quite pleased with his obedience, gently tracing her thumb around Ning Xiaoming's cheek. Upon hearing this, Feng Qiqi was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated encountering Jun Linlai within the judicial office, and hurriedly lifted her sleeve to cover her mouth and nose. After Shen Jiahao entered, he sat to the left of the elderly gentleman in the long robe, keeping a distance from the white-haired elder, while Han Shandong stood beside him. Hua Xiong had no time to raise his weapon in defense, hastily dodging to the side, as the massive blade sparked violently against his left arm's armor. Yet, this did not hinder the others from listening intently, and Qing's assertion that it was not Ji Shi's doing left everyone momentarily stunned. Why do you think you smiled at birth? The man posed an unrelated question, breaking the prior conversation's flow. In but a fleeting moment, the bloodthirsty Azura had claimed dozens of lives. After lunch, Ning Xiaoming accompanied Wan Mu Hua in practicing moving target shooting. The initial focus waned, and he found himself glancing at his phone screen intermittently. Call someone. Do you still dare to call someone? Zhou Di, lacking in masculine vigor, kicked the young man lying on the ground. Tai Mao did not intervene. When I expressed this, she looked at me seriously, then slightly shook her head. Gazing at me with quiet resolve, she had rejected my advances. The faces of the 3 young men of the Hua family changed dramatically, and without a word, they turned to flee. With a wave of his hand, the venerable patriarch Bodhi immobilized the 3 individuals. General Ding furrowed his brow, glancing at Zishuan, contemplating whether to voice his thoughts, but ultimately refraining. Surely not? If it were true, they would not be sitting obediently in the palanquin. Now was the time for chaos to ensue. The Prince of Jin had effectively declared his fondness for Zishuan by openly expressing his sentiments, which rendered him devoid of ulterior motives, yet left Zishuan at a loss for how to respond. Very well, you have my gratitude, Ji Tianqing remarked with a smile. Li Yan opened his mouth as if to speak, yet chose silence, turning on his heel to depart. Chun Feng steeled himself, invoking the wings of destruction, soaring skyward. However, After ascending nearly 50 meters, a fierce wind laden with yellow sand descended upon him, causing the world to spin before he crashed down heavily onto the earth. Fortunately, his elevation had not been great, and the impact left him with only a sore backside. Haiwawa almost carried her forward to the Kong. Haiwawa felt a surge of heat coursing through him, his heart racing as if it had leapt to his throat. As Emperor Tianqi desperately resisted the terrifying pressure emanating from the giant within, he found himself cornered by the imposing beast, yet it refrained from unleashing its lethal intent, leaving me in a perplexed state. This had indeed been a question that had long puzzled Yang Liui. The re-emergence of a once familiar faith amidst the world of the newly launched game was astonishing, especially with the sudden emergence of a burgeoning faction called Xianyu Eternal, which consolidated all of Qie's forces. The green serpent, ensnared by the claws, found its sinews bound, firmly restrained by the magical energy emanating from the realm of Xiantian, rendering it utterly immobile. As Lin Yu's whip strike concluded and the long whip reversed, Xiaoyu drew his sword, stepping forward to thrust. Everything occurring on Shura Island could potentially be recorded and observed by the overseers. After Meng Wendy's colleague departed, Hao Liang took Meng Wendy's hand, leading her toward his van. For instance, the young, audacious lad enamored with Zhao Yunyang, brimming with innocence and bravado. Ling Chuyin shook his head, indicating his own uncertainty. However, this liquid was unlike ordinary water, for humans could not breathe in it, yet it replenished spiritual energy, undoubtedly a remarkable substance. Han Ning bared his teeth, shaking his fist, prompting Mingjia to fall silent. He was not one to provoke, nor could he escape the wrath of this troublesome woman. Thus, under Li Chengfeng's guidance, Feng Mingyu expressed his desire to depart after perusing Han Jing's abode. Zhang Yuan remained taciturn, having traversed all life's events, indifferent to the throne's allure. Civil war is the most lamentable of conflicts, particularly amidst external threats, inflicting harm while benefiting none. In this instance, the ultimate beneficiary would merely be the Black Phoenix clan, who played the role of opportunistic bystanders amidst such turmoil. Chapter 50. Embraced? Yuna is bashful. The sex quota is limited to secure positions for his 5 direct descendants. Sacrifices must be made. That evening, 5 ghostly deities unexpectedly arrived at Lan Yin Temple, each adorned in the colors of the 5 elements, exuding an air of divine authority. As the clock approached 1 o'clock, Zhou Kai finally made his entrance, marking the commencement of the new song launch event, which momentarily quieted the online debates. Subconsciously following the direction that Su Chunqing had casually overlooked, a frown instantly creased Zhang Yuan's brow. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan was composed, his mind devoid of any improper thoughts. When Yi Mingqin spoke, a hint of gritted teeth accompanied her words. Having endured such bullying for the first time in her life, she was determined to avenge this grievance. For such was not her nature to forget. Hao Liang paid no heed to Meng Mengdi's ramblings beside him and simply turned over to sleep. Li Huawang had initially anticipated that his counterpart would set off first to the capital and await him, yet to his surprise, she seemingly feared he might escape. Following closely behind, under Su Qing's 5-element evasion technique, the golden elixir practitioner could not shake off Su Qing's pursuit. As the distance between them diminished, Su Qing began to strike with casual yet precise blows. To ensure no detail was overlooked, a dozen paper figures stood at the side of the ancestral hall, presumably ready to serve tea at the table shortly. Thus, in a manner of challenge, the bandits approached the fortress, while Lu Ji emerged to confront them as a worn and battered soldier. Time flowed slowly amidst the blood mist, and the crew of Jing Si counted the seconds in their minds, unaware of how Yanxi would transform in 10 seconds. Perhaps she would perish, or perhaps become even more terrifying, threatening to annihilate everyone present. Regardless of the outcome, they needed to endure until the individual capable of pacifying Yanxi returned. Knowing this, why do you still pursue me? Are you foolish? Lu Shuangyan's arrogance escalated with each word. Lu Tua hesitated briefly, summoning his courage to charge into the ranks of the formidable foes, executing a flurry of slashes and strikes, the sword light cascading like silver serpents, sparkling and shimmering like falling pear blossoms, scattering the formation of the fierce soldiers. Huh! Dare to speak loudly to me? Today, my dear sister, I shall not leave, Wang Bing proclaimed, slamming her hand on the table with vigor. With a sharp sound, the sleek, mirror-like surface of Chun Lichuan's neck erupted with a plume of blood. staining Yun Zhao's garments and imbuing him with an aura of ferocity. This old gentleman speaks of a dark-skinned demon with fangs at the corners of his mouth and blood-red horns atop his head. Yun Zhao feigned an innocent demeanor, resembling a youth embarking on his journey through the world, with hints of naivete and simplicity still evident. The sisters surnamed Shui shook their heads, saying, "It's nothing. Nothing at all. We are already family. No need for further discussion or repayment." However, what truly alarmed Yun Zhao was the old man's strength. He had reached the 6th rank of the Dan Xian stage, on par with the wicked sorcery faction's demon wolf. Such a formidable foe could easily obliterate a heart with a single punch, a testament to the killer's formidable prowess. "Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, in front of the expo garden," Zhang Luo declared, cutting off any chance for deliberation before hanging up the phone. "What? Unable to argue, now you resort to violence? Go ahead and hit me. If you strike me today, I shall immediately file an injury report and contact the media to expose your misdeeds. Let us see how long you can remain here." Lin Chunhua nearly received a slap, and at this moment, she began to feel agitated. In the blink of an eye, darkness enveloped the sky. Yuan Xiang had an unsettling feeling that he had neglected some important task today, yet no matter how hard he pondered, he could not recall it. Tu Sikingli suddenly stiffened, unsure of how to respond. The Tu Su family's initial motivation for donating money was far from pure. They had already boasted about this achievement repeatedly, and to reiterate it now would only evoke the impression of seeking favor through indebtedness, especially considering the emperor was the one being coerced. Tang Xiaoyan sighed inwardly, realizing that although he fancied himself quite the performer, he paled in comparison to her talents. This parasitic creature was truly astute. Its previous feigned weakness was merely a ruse to ensnare Luo Jun. At this moment, the plan was to capture Luo Jun to secure their escape. Elder Tan instructed Dong Wujin and Cheng Junyun to take away 20% of Luo Jun's fragments, leaving 59% to remain on the Hunyuan Golden Dipper. Long Yin knocked and entered, respectfully waiting not far from the two. "Young master, young mistress, the time is nearly upon us. I have instructed them to disarm, and I also suggest that firearm training is too perilous. Perhaps we could substitute it with another form of training next time." Upon returning to the inn, Wu Linglong promptly fainted. Prince Yi intended to inquire about her circumstances thoroughly, but now he could only prioritize her well-being and hastily summoned a doctor for treatment. "I'm sorry, Anan," he thought, realizing that his mere jest had incited such profound resentment and sorrow in her. It felt as if something had fiercely scratched at his heart, and as he reached out to draw her into his embrace, he was halted by the chill emanating from her. The same ingredients, when subjected to different culinary techniques and paired with varying accompaniments, can yield entirely distinct flavors. After spending several days in the academy, Chun Kuang distinctly sensed an influx of individuals from diverse races, each exuding the aura of martial arts masters. The area newly established by the academy was likely to evolve into a genuine battlefield, thus attracting formidable beings from across the cosmos. Leng Yan's heart raced. Despite Bai Ling's perceived fragility, she was a divine beast, and her ability to instill such fear was evidently no ordinary feat. The array exhibited cracks in its 8 semi-transparent crystal mirrors, startling everyone present. The doctor furrowed his brow as the life force surged forth to continuously mend the array. While his consciousness delved into its depths, he understood that being with her was an endeavor of immense pride for any man. To hold her close and allow her to feel his presence was a privilege beyond measure. Chapter 51. Gift shoes to the girl? Yunna's distress just moments ago. On the road, Yizhua had already briefed his uncle from the Qianlu tribe. Once settled, Yizhua refrained from saying more and reached into his storage bag to retrieve several stone jars filled with spring water, placing them before the door. Those from other realms were oblivious to the unfolding situation. Gazing at the colossal head towering 20 zhong, their expressions shifted, and upon hearing the mutterings of Shui Zizong, they turned to discuss in the direction where Bai stood. What seems amiss? The innkeeper, who had been happily calculating the accounts, looked up at the young man. Though a smile lingered on his lips, the mirth in his eyes had long since vanished. "Not at all amusing. I shall not tease you further. Please, feel free to inquire." Binger, suppressing her enchanting prowess, sat earnestly awaiting my questions. Upon receiving the command from the noble, the assembly of cloud-edged dragons let out a simultaneous roar, their wings flapping as they traced an arc through the sky, heading towards the esteemed residence of the Shay family. Amidst the chaos, the crowd hastily converged upon the spot whereby Ing had collapsed, encountering, as before, a male corpse clad in a white coat and donning a gas mask. This time, however, the specter personally removed the mask, revealing it to be not horror. Enough of this chatter. Take me to see Uncle Ba, Summer Mingfeng interjected urgently, interrupting the incessant prattle of the steward. Producing a token inscribed with the character for Summer on one side, and intricate carvings adorned with the character for Clan on the reverse. The entire cavern was enveloped in a thick black smoke, as if the world had been reduced to this singular void. Chun Feng attentively sensed the presence of others, yet found not a single trace of vitality, as though they were mere figments of imagination. Dong Yanhua, driven by an urgent heart, aimed to shatter the suddenly manifested rainbow barrier and reclaim the family's treasured artifact. What has happened? Everything was perfectly well when I departed. Chong Hen hastily commanded someone to fetch her medicine box. Xiao Rang instinctively cast a glance at the crowd, noting the expressions of terror that painted their faces. He sighed inwardly, pondering, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. One cannot escape their fate. The Yishur Valley is the foremost sect of the Xuanwu continent. If it were to fixate upon him, fleeing to the ends of the earth would be futile. Xiao Xiaoza retrieved his phone and perused the album, his expression darkening with each photograph he beheld. Although devoid of any trace of elemental energy, it struck profound fear into the hearts of the onlookers, eliciting a sense of terror. With a resounding crash, the area transformed into a crimson hue, the red light illuminating the entirety of Muse City. Upon receiving such news, Emperor Meiji, originally intending to retire to a certain princess's quarters, was now filled with concern. Meanwhile, as Princess Louis administered a massage, Li Ningyu found it quite pleasant, albeit somewhat awkward in execution. As Lei Li unleashed his aura, the surrounding air seemed to stiffen abruptly, akin to the weight of a colossal stone. Huang Xilang, with a sly grin, exclaimed, "Very well. Since you, Master Zhao, have made your choice, I shall no longer persuade you. Heaven has its paths, yet you refuse to tread them, while hell has no gates, yet you dare to enter. Thus, regarding such a remarkably talented youth from a powerful background, we must strive to befriend him rather than become adversaries," Mr. O continued. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of a light rail slicing through the air resonated from below the Demon King Valley. The onlookers, initially amused by the sight of a man struggling to rise like a turtle, found it increasingly difficult to contain their laughter. "Come, let me give you a kiss," she said, leaning closer to Gung Haoshi, her lips puckering in a charming pink pout. Upon hearing the guard's insults, Luo Chen flung open the door, leapt from the vehicle, her imitation firearm unsteady in hand, igniting in a blaze. "Junior sister, cease uttering such words that elevate others while diminishing our own prestige." Huasun Lizu replied to her with a hint of indifference. After a long separation, the senior and junior brothers naturally had endless conversations to share. Chang Shixiang recounted his experiences of military life since descending the mountain, while Miao Xuan listened attentively, pondering deeply. Outside the temple, Yuntong and Hong Xian played merrily, surrounded by the melodious chirping of birds, fragrant flowers, and the gentle flow of the stream, all beneath a blue sky dotted with white clouds, red walls, and green tiles. Resembling a paradise, Gung Haoshi wore a look of disdain. What he truly sought was a genuine super basketball system that could transform him into a master in an instant, rather than the disappointing 9527 super dunk system. "You're welcome. Should you need anything, just call me." The receptionist smiled politely before returning to her duties. Thus, the tense emotions of Yun Sanchi and the others began to ease. Thankfully, it was finally over. Alas, General Bai truly needed to amend his temperament. Even though the late king had granted him an exemption from kneeling, it could not last a lifetime, could it? The village of the elves remained unchanged, serene and distant, akin to a secluded paradise. The elves rose with the sun and rested at dusk, living in blissful harmony. As the sounds of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air, it felt as if one were strolling among the clouds, gracefully dancing, with an astonishing flexibility that left one in awe. Beside her, Qi Shuyan was equally taken aback by the man's sudden action, left with empty hands and the curious, astonished gazes of onlookers. Qi Shuyan questioned his own thick skin. Despite his resolve, he could not help but feel his face flush under the scrutiny. His hopes for Jirawei to become the champion of the alchemy competition had now dissipated. significantly impacting his subsequent plans. Lu Qingfu was affiliated with a well-known medical university in the capital, and at this time, the school had not yet closed for vacation. Upon their arrival at Lu Qingfu's dormitory, Qi Shuyan glanced around and was startled to discover that all the occupants bore a faint trace of black energy on their foreheads, a sign of death that was not yet pronounced. Kina lightly expressed her gratitude and took a seat, still warm from the presence of a middle-aged person, which made her somewhat uncomfortable. She promptly rose again and chose a seat in the middle, now sitting right next to Busu. The so-called warm pool was not a natural hot spring, but rather an artificially constructed one, maintained at a consistent temperature. At the mountain's peak, there were designated individuals to stoke the fire. Since the emergence of specialized fire scissors and bellows, people seemed particularly fond of warming themselves by the fire during winter. Indeed, her contributions were plentiful. Mu Feng turned his gaze towards Luo Ningxuan, narrowing his elongated eyes slightly. What was her intention in seeking a spar with Jiang Suxin? Before long, the guard returned, accompanied by Vice President Bai, who remained as radiant and captivating as ever. Observing the situation, Ouyang Ling, who clearly knew what Ouyang Hui was about to say, could not help but encourage her from the sidelines. Chapter 52. Such a transformation made Yuner weep. Oh, how did I end up bringing this fool out? Dijun covered his face, utterly mortified. An unusual temporal fluctuation re-emerged around Haitu, as countless sword shadows descended, all vanishing in an instant, only to reappear from various directions, shooting out explosively. Once the black energy of death was drawn away, Chen Qingyang felt a profound sense of relief, though his head remained heavy and disoriented, his body feeling utterly drained and weak, taking quite some time to recover. Let the brothers encircle without attacking. We shall speak once they approach. Zai Jiao, upon hearing this, stroked his chin and beckoned the deputy general. After having his essence drained, Elder Han's corpse lay dry and withered like a skeletal branch, floating upon the lake's surface. Humans consume the earth throughout their lives, while the earth consumes humans but once. This is the nature of such dealings, and one cannot escape the occasional misstep. Yet, before they could regain their composure, Lin Tiancheng's figure flickered once more, vanishing before them, akin to a specter, only to reappear before the second prodigy, his fist crashing directly into the astonished opponent's face. To outsiders, it appeared that with the city sealed and powerful beings lying in wait outside, Lin Tiancheng was surely trapped. His silver-white beard fluttered in the air like reeds dancing in the wind. His frail body, resembling an ancient tree trunk, plummeted straight downwards. When Xing Yin spoke of these matters, his countenance was grave, revealing deep sorrow, and I felt a surge of gratitude within. Just after the announcement, several figures materialized in the tent, including Di Ling and Long Hai, who were guarding Feng Wuqing and his companions. Yin Yang aimed to disturb Zhang Ruyun's tranquility, leading him astray. Seeing his irritation brought her further delight, and she folded her arms, remaining silent, content to observe how Zhang Ruyun would navigate the predicament before him. As Qin Yibai fixed his gaze upon the white, flowing beard of Yu Fu, a melody suddenly resonated throughout the estate, a sound both near and far, ethereal and enchanting, captivating all who heard it. She attempted to push him away to flee this place, but just as she distanced herself slightly, Hu Zijing pulled her back, his gaze intense, scrutinizing every nuance of her expression. The Zhang and Li families of Iza County were but third-tier barons. As for the Qingqiu prefecture, the highest-ranking Feng family was merely a first-tier baron, and after Feng Qiji's death, Feng Kaishan inherited the title, which had since been downgraded to second tier. After congratulating Luo Zijou, he happily returned home with Wen Kuei. At the beginning of the month, Yu Chu leaned against the window in a noble chair, basking in the sunlight. Accompanying the Zhao army back to Zhao State were also the Li Jing battalion from the Great Qian and the Han Xian battalion. As for the Shui Ringwei battalion and the Di Qing battalion, they had already returned to their respective territories. The room was warm, and Wen was even warmer. Yu Chu felt a pleasant warmth in his body, and his heart was suffused with such warmth that he hardly sensed any chill. At that moment, enveloped in the heavy, mountain-like spirit medicine, Qin Yibai finally comprehended why this Hunyuan spirit liquid was referred to by the celestial beings as the devouring celestial water. Zhao Ying's residence was situated in the heart of the city, the most bustling area of Jiangdu. Merely drawing the curtains would reveal the city's vibrant nightlife, awash in hues of red and green. When Yun Tian fell from the upper floors, he had once believed that death was merely a fleeting moment, a scar the size of a bowl, and that closing his eyes would be the end of it. However, he had not anticipated that matters were far more intricate than they seemed. Pu Yang sat in the cafeteria, beside him his mother, Zhu Yurong, with a thermos containing rib soup nearby. Then, the white sports car dashed perilously through the narrow gap between the two vehicles, leaving chaos in its wake. Forget it. Sister Yutzen, it's my own state of mind that's lacking. If anyone should be replaced, it ought to be me. Lu Qinshuan did not dispute this, merely casting a cold glare at Qinshu. After 3 forceful strikes, Luo Tianlei's bones seemed on the verge of shattering entirely. His body had contorted grotesquely, ultimately being pierced through the chest by a single blow, which crushed his heart. Striding confidently behind Su Man, Xia Jinxiu grasped her arm and, with a firm tug, pulled her back several steps. In truth, the recommendation of Mo La had occurred a week prior. Smith had deliberately suppressed the matter for several days, intending to embarrass Mo La. It was said that he was named Li Zishuan. The house servant was taken aback by the lady's animated demeanor and reflexively responded. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the foot of Jinming Mountain, where several carriages gradually came to a halt. Chu Nantian could hardly believe that this fellow was utterly indifferent to his son's survival. Yet, he reacted swiftly, with a single command. The burly men hastily shed their cotton garments and drew their curved blades to engage the soldiers in battle. Thus, Yi Mo reluctantly adjusted his attire, tidied up the map, and then prepared to procure some warm food. Just as he was enjoying a leisurely ride, he suddenly spotted the heavenly dog before him, sneering coldly in his direction. While a few were conversing, a sharply dressed man hurriedly approached, followed closely by an assistant. Upon seeing the elderly gentleman sitting there, spirited and vigorous, he expressed some surprise. Shaking his head to dismiss distracting thoughts, he drew forth another long sword. This sword was one of the relics left by the followers of the ghost sect, and he was curious to see if this specially forged treasure for the divine refining stage could withstand his chilling aura. If it could not, it would certainly be a source of amusement. The autonomous dungeon serves as a means for players to advance, to elevate their rank to the 6th tier and complete the first transition. Relying on autonomous dungeons is the most effective method. Shin Linfeng raised his gaze once more toward the gate tower opposite, surmising that the Huaji forest, along with Qiu Ningshue's senior sister, all resided in this Liang district. With the 5th day of the lunar month approaching, should they fail to convene in advance to discuss strategies against the demon sect, they would likely be caught off guard. Such lightness and movement was familiar to Mu Ling Tian, who immediately recognized Ma Nan and transformed into a fleeting shadow, leaping through the window. Humph, they dare not reveal their true selves, hence they must have no compelling narrative to share. With that said, Shermayan slung her bamboo basket over her shoulder and prepared to depart. Chapter 53, Progress in Relationships. Yuna is touched. Aiying smiled. As for me, I am divorced. With a 6-year-old son, think it through, she stated directly. A great favor does not require thanks. Warner can only bow once to express her gratitude, Tang Warner solemnly remarked, then rose gracefully to perform a bow. Aren't there 5 in this rabbit family? It would not be right to purchase just one. Package them all nicely and deliver them to this address. We desire new ones. Nanyang left the home address, generously arranging for the entire family of rabbits to be packaged. On the other side of the mist lies a crossroads. Beyond the haze at the junction, the figure of Yunhai Tianxiang bursts forth, engaging in a series of rapid assaults as he simultaneously dispatches 2 monsters. Confronting the demon god, Jade Ding Junren brandishes the treasured sword, Zhanxian, his accomplishments scant, making it difficult even for the immortals to gauge his true strength. Liang Chen squints slightly, casting a glance at the Laika brothers. By their age, it appears they are not the mercenaries brought back from Nanyang years ago. This battle is of paramount importance in her career. For seated below is the unfamiliar man with whom she shared an intimate moment yesterday. She is confident that none could handle the situation better than she. And aside from the sweat pooling in her palms, she leaves no trace of vulnerability. Sunning, mind your words. Offending Fang Zhiyun is unwise. He is the wealthiest man in Yun province. Do you comprehend the power of the affluent? With but a finger, he could extinguish you, Lu Bing exclaimed in exasperation, realizing that without inciting those around them, they could not compel Yi Xian to yield her position. How dare you strike my brother? Came another voice, brandishing an axe, swinging it menacingly toward Nanyang. From Yuna's perspective, witnessing the steel spike strike true and Ryan slay the Xiaowei dragon, Norin felt a wave of relief. This confirmed that his recent research bore fruit. They were preparing for the battle in Hushi next year, a matter crucial to the strategic advancement into the western regions. She styled her hair in a bun adorned with a droplet-shaped jade pendant, her eyes sparkling, her complexion fairer than snow. Su Wanyue tugged at Fu Hanjing's clothing, nestling into his embrace with a pitiful demeanor, seeking his protection. Su Zong had sustained injuries, and Zhao Xi was tending to her wounds, while Lu Zhong and Chun Yun hastily made their way to her room. With Slock's assistance, a sixth-tier knight astonishingly managed to breach the magical barrier head-on. Due to blood loss, King Wei felt his tongue dry, and as he opened his mouth, no words would emerge. As he spoke, his gaze frequently drifted toward Luo Lan. The emperor understood that since Lung Ming left the palace, he had been closest to the Yu Wangfu, suggesting a deeper implication in his words. Jie Kong felt as though his ailment had been wholly cured, as if he had gained clarity. Life seemed utterly devoid of flavor. Julius and his companions stepped forward, with the summoned members gradually assembling behind them. However, Old Gao lifted his head only to find a figure clad in red appearing not far ahead. Huang Tianyu remained seated in the living room throughout the night. Wang Xinjin had even called, yet he chose not to answer. While intently studying the schedule, Ling Xia inadvertently caught a glimpse of the calculating glimmer hidden beneath Fu Yaoyao's cheerful facade, sending a chill down her spine. After riding the Ferris wheel, Ling Xia was utterly unwilling to board the thrilling roller coaster. Furthermore, Chen Zhao, wearing sunglasses, would have to remove them to ride the roller coaster, risking exposure of her identity to onlookers. The sound of jubilant cheers echoed far and wide. The mysterious figures in black from the Tianji sect, waiting silently outside, erupted in a cacophony of praise, all kneeling in the dust to honor and pledge allegiance to their revered lord. My dear girl, what is it that you truly desire? Startled by the white crane, he found himself consumed by curiosity. Upon witnessing Mi Yaoyao's extraordinary abilities, he could not help but adopt a posture of respect. A sudden chill coursed through my veins, and beads of cold sweat began to trickle down my back. Indeed, the others harbored a certain reluctance towards those like Yang Zi who had joined midway. Moreover, some had fallen victim to Yang Zi's deliberate actions, which had left them seething with resentment after her scornful reprimands. As he spoke, he grasped Ling Xia's hand and turned towards the elevator. They ascended directly to the 4th floor before disembarking. However, this was not the moment for grievances. Given that Xiao Yu and Qin Yuan were still entangled in their own predicaments, he could not place all his hopes upon them. Furthermore, in the face of such a formidable adversary, Mu Gaohan's greatest desire was to see Li Xiao defeated in a direct confrontation. Thus, under the steady and relentless assault of the Romans, they forced the line of Daionia to gradually retreat. Shilua promptly dispatched all troops to quell the unrest instigated by the impoverished citizens of Laos, issuing the order that any resistance would be met with lethal force. The energy source for this puppet was indeed the Celestial Stone. Of course, the combat puppets required something of a far superior caliber, and the high demands of such entities had led to their gradual decline. At the forefront was a middle-aged man clad in luxurious attire, with a broad forehead, prominent nose, thick brows, and large eyes, his hair flecked with white. The aura surrounding him was both concealed and commanding, suggesting he possessed at least 5th-tier strength. He was none other than Xie Guanying, the master of Qingqing Gate. The Western king was immediately struck with terror, sensing a grave threat. Without a moment's hesitation, he infused immense vitality into his battle axe, the crimson blade cleaving through the air like a force capable of splitting the heavens, aimed at the airborne white tiger mecha. Yet now, Li Cheng found himself in need of a 2nd-tier celestial citizen, and the unexpected appearance of Baisan filled him with a sense of serendipity. Ling Duyu, accompanied by Humayer and Qing Dai, was simultaneously undergoing tribulation atop Ling Tian Island. Qing Dai positioned herself behind Ling Tian Peak, while Humayer reached the summit where the pear and apricot blossoms bloomed. Agesilaus lay in his tent, his expression grave. Currently, the Spartan coalition and the anti-Spartan alliance had reached a stalemate at the Corinthian Isthmus, with the enemy repeatedly repelling Spartan assaults due to the formidable defenses of Corinth, leaving him at a loss. However, he was intrigued by what sort of family could produce such outstanding disciples. Even more perplexing was the fact that these individuals had not cultivated within their family but were instead dispersed among various sections. A piercing scream escaped his lips. His features contorted in agony, clearly suffering from an immense injury. Chapter 54. Could you, perhaps, take me home? At that moment, Chow Yifeng suddenly noticed a neatly stacked set of water-green garments resting upon a stone ahead. Yet, this time, the sacrifice had not been restrained. Many had indeed perished. Although Li Wei himself found it hard to accept that his adversary could be someone named Yebi, reality often proved to be unfathomably perplexing. The audacity of a company that has never manufactured a vehicle before to produce a car that can outshine luxury race cars, meticulously crafted over years, is truly perplexing. At this moment, he finds himself in a state of silent suffering, masking his internal turmoil with a faint smile that suggests a facade of joy at the unexpected turn of fate. Notably, in his final moments, he bore a contented smile, a fact that baffles many yet confirms, to some extent, that artificial beings possess a semblance of humanity, or at the very least, share emotions akin to those of humans. This is a legacy of the jade-faced goddess. Yang Qifeng understands that the world can ascend once more, as Yang Daojun lacks such heritage, which undoubtedly belongs to a Taoist ancestor like the jade-faced goddess. In Hingyang City, Xiao Daoist has merely led a mundane life with Lu Yi at the Xianfeng Temple, lacking in noteworthy tales, while Cui Ning has experienced a myriad of events on Tianmishan over the years. Thus the majority of the narrative is conveyed through his accounts. Observing him now, the appearance of an otherworldly sage has vanished, replaced by a gluttonous demeanor that bears striking resemblance to a certain fruit. News has already reached Qinghe Mountain, where everyone gathers in the great hall atop the peak. However, Li Yinyan, having glanced at her two sons and finding their physical prowess commendable, feels relieved and shifts her focus entirely on Han Fu. Yet, re-establishing the market proves to be a formidable challenge, primarily due to time constraints. The grain to be sold this time is not trivial, amounting to millions of stones. His remark ignited the last vestige of humiliation and anger within Long Aojiao, causing her to erupt in fury. As the crowd indulges in their dreams, the atmosphere charged with excitement, a foreign individual suddenly stumbles into the tent. Is it sufficient to separate the power of the Black Wolf from me? Although I am uncertain of my capabilities, I shall endeavor to try, responded the Black Wolf. Accepting the White Wolf's counsel, each person carried a leather shield to fend off arrows, and as they emerged from the hold, they dashed towards their respective objectives, aiming to seize control of the entire vessel. Zhao Tianyu's assessment was anticipated by Duan Qingtian, who could discern the situation with remarkable accuracy, not to mention the keen insight of His Majesty the Emperor. Nevertheless, a flicker of despondency crossed Duan Qingtian's mind. He realized that toppling Yu Luming with these matters would be an insurmountable task, for someone whose primary life goal revolves around impressing and charming women. These recent experiences felt akin to a nightmare, far more agonizing than death itself. Thanks to prior work experience, the trio effortlessly secured new employment distributing flyers. Moreover, goods could be transported directly from the mainland to the Caribbean ports represented by Cadenet. However, upon encountering Zhao Xian, he regarded him as if he were the murderer of his father, his gaze filled with fury. Even when Zhang Wuji was captured after leading his troops into Jiangning and faced the despised Zhao Xian, he maintained decorum, respectfully addressing him as Brother Wang, highlighting the Jiang clan's noble heritage. This true Black Dragon Prince, in essence, abandoned his subordinates and fled towards the entrance of Blackstone Mountain without a backward glance. Should they continue their relentless pursuit, it is inevitable they will soon encounter their own unworthy father and brother, once again implicating them, a notion that weighs heavily on his conscience. A rudimentary single-person campsite obstructed his path, compelling him to slightly alter his course to navigate around it. This campsite was evidently not designated for the guard's respite. Yet who would establish a camp so near the prophet's dwelling, even without the divine encouragement? The elite members of the special forces trained by her would undoubtedly excel in the forthcoming activities 3 days hence. Drawn by the resonant chimes to the first-year plaza, not only the first-year students of Baiyun Academy, but also numerous participants of the 8 schools' martial arts conference were captivated. Suddenly, the blade surge aimed at him was effortlessly cleaved apart by his longsword. However, he refrained from further soaring and instead turned to gaze at the dust-laden area behind him. Typically, feelings of inner unease arise from 2 primary sources, the first being an overabundance of distracting thoughts intertwining, leading to a muddled and restless psyche, Simply put, overthinking. The second being the instinctual response of the body in the face of life-threatening danger. Upon hearing this reasoning, many of the Tianren clan members exchanged glances, as they had never regarded the so-called special forces with any seriousness. Li Chong inhaled deeply. At this moment, the next level had emerged, and many gazes filled with mockery were cast towards him. She naturally recalled the portion of the crystallized inner Dan ode to the Fei family by Li Ming. In truth, that portion was insufficient to be settled with the great clan. However, apart from seeking that portion from Li Ming, she had no other recourse. The duration was not particularly lengthy, just a span of 3 days. Upon witnessing the awakening of the two, Fang Yin exhaled in relief, realizing that he would no longer have to endure an interminable wait. From this incident, I concluded that purchasing a vehicle is not akin to acquiring a house. It may be easy to buy, yet the operation proves to be far more intricate. Consequently, I have grown hesitant to acquire vehicles again, unless I am truly compelled. Otherwise, I generally refrain from further inquiries. Upon entering the cave, Nangong Yu felt that this cavern was significantly more spacious than those she had traversed previously, and the pathway appeared to be somewhat more even. How could I have anticipated that we would encounter yet another enchantress? This particular fox spirit seemed even more formidable. It might very well be a relative of the three-tailed fox, seeking vengeance for the demise of its kin. However, Zhou Yu's subsequent reactions swiftly enlightened Ko Hongyi. As Zhou Yu redirected the camera and promptly set a trap upon the floating stone behind Tan Shitian, intending to thwart Xiaohan's approach, the individual nodded vaguely, extending 3 fingers. I could hardly be bothered to speculate whether it was 300,000 or 3 million. At this moment, I simply wished for Bai Kai to articulate a few more words. Through my own comprehension, the matter had become generally clear. Yet I yearned to inquire further about the details. Chapter 55. Luo Chen confessed. Did her heart ache? The initial attack's variability, which once fluctuated between 6 to 9 points, had now been reduced to a fixed 5 points. After a night of deliberation, the 4 individuals resolved to assign Zhu Kaiyang to guard the Stonehenge. They agreed that, should Gordon arrive, it was imperative he remain oblivious to their presence. An immediate message was to be dispatched via pigeon back to the mountain, while the remaining 3 would set forth to ascertain Gordon's whereabouts. In truth, even a first-rate celestial material was difficult to come by amidst the vast expanse of the earth. Not only was it scarce, but it was also adept at concealment. Regrettably, his swordsmanship was rather mediocre. Even when he attempted to wield the Big Dipper sword technique, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Yet, he remained calm and collected, deliberately avoiding contact between his long sword and the broadsword, thereby creating an illusion of trepidation regarding the weapon wielded by his opponent. Should fortune favor them, the enlightened one would harness the coveted zero force, a power desired by all celestial beings traversing the starry paths. The thought of an inquisitive onlooker lurking behind him made Lu Mingfei uneasy. Suddenly, with a splash, Li Yihong fell into the river, instantly vanishing from sight. Gordon observed for a moment before bursting into laughter, only to turn and find 2 lovely maidens weeping inconsolably on the deck, compelling him to approach and tease them. Their current plight mirrored that of drowning souls, with Ning Jiang serving as their sole lifeline. Wang Nainai, upon hearing the commotion, recognized the voice as belonging to the Lu Sambao family. She was taken aback that they would dare confront her for money, hastily shoving silver coins into the cabinet. At the moment when the shattering moonlight drilled into Lin Yang, consuming him with its energy, Tai Sui Wehua finally regained her senses and cried out. Yet alas, she was unable to rein in her uncontrollable power. Fully aware of her actions, she understood that during the elevation of her Tao consciousness, distractions were intolerable. Yet this path had transformed her repeatedly. Was it truly a consequence of her previous irreverence toward the heavens, having once traversed the Yellow Springs? However, the cry for help did not resurface. Lin Yi cautiously advanced through the ruins of the 5th palace, eager to discern the origin of that earlier distress call. After sending out the same message thrice, Ziyun returned to the pavilion to drink, skeptical that the ancient figures could remain composed. Those possessing abilities akin to his had transcended the realm of golden immortals, hence sending out such messages would inevitably draw someone to investigate. Following the banquet with the Murong family and Kinkiadi in the Valley of Despair, Duan Lang returned to the capital with Murong Fulan, the Chancellor of Qiji Kingdom. In the realm of cultivation, there are no ugly individuals. As one's life level evolves and ascends, One's physique, appearance, and aura are continuously refined, ultimately achieving perfection. Such was the case with Dougal Wan, whose beauty, though not quite rivaling Tai Suyua's unparalleled grace, was nonetheless remarkable. At that moment, she embodied the essence of her exquisite beauty. A series of gunshots rang out, accompanied by the anguished cries of the affluent in their final moments. Indeed, amid the bright mountain, Liu Shouguang collided directly with Ming Ho, fearing the coffin concealed some unspeakable secret. In the 38th year of the reign of Emperor Shi of the Great Yuan dynasty, the residence of the Minister of Works, Lian, buzzed with activity, with carriages and horses bustling to and fro, creating a lively atmosphere. After the system absorbed the 5,000 inferior-grade crystal stones from Ling Yun's table, it complied with Ling Yun's instructions and exchanged them for 100 experience elixirs, expending 1,000 inferior-grade crystal stones in the process. The remaining 4,000 inferior crystal stones will be transformed into numerical storage for future needs. The man I once vowed never to yield to now holds a magnetic allure, and I willingly submit to his embrace, even at the risk of eternal damnation. After settling matters with Hua Qianqian, Bai Lin, Xingyue, and the Chu siblings, Luo Shui found herself in a quandary, observing the scuffle between Hua Lingyu and Feng Qingya. Steeling herself, she approached, only to be cast aside by Hua Lingyu's powerful strike. Ji Manru and Madame Chun, once dear friends, now felt a pang of sorrow at this scene, despite the deception Madame Chun had previously inflicted upon her. To Ji Manru, she remained the sole friend who respected and understood her. Zihan cast him a disdainful glance, while Chu Yunfei and Chu Yunxiang returned, astonished at the spectacle unfolding in the hall. Examining Wang Nuo's trajectory over the past few months, it seemed highly probable that an event now deemed nearly inevitable would soon transpire. He was not indulging in baseless fears. 3 years prior, during her time in the southern frontier, what truly transpired during her 2-month disappearance? She had always remained tight-lipped, rendering it an enduring enigma. Yet now, as the past resurfaced, her demeanor betrayed her, and no one believed her claims of being unscathed. The assembly of celestial beings exclaimed in unison, realizing why the Kunwu stone had the power to attract the disciples of the 5 emperors who command the mountains. This seemingly mundane celestial stone concealed profound mysteries. In just a matter of minutes, 2 soldiers approached Bai Qi, bearing a piece of luggage. This was a gift from Grandpa Huang. With this elixir, he could remove the human skin mask from his face at any moment. What? Do you not wish to threaten me as you did last time? Or have you perhaps fallen in love with me, unable to lift a hand against me? Bai Lika inquired. Your flesh is barely cooked, Qin Ji retorted, casting a sidelong glance at the elder, swallowing back his words. Qin Ji mused that being an adventurer was to explore the unknown, and one should not be intimidated by the peculiar behaviors of the beasts. A simple welcoming ceremony was held at the port, where the British government had specially constructed a gangway for Fang Jianxiong to disembark directly from the warship. Prime Minister George personally traveled from London for this occasion. The two held a private meeting at their temporary hotel, and due to Fang Jianxiong's proficiency in English, they even omitted the need for a translator. Zhao Xian, the proprietor, was not stingy and ensured that those assisting him would receive generous bonuses. Due to the currency used in trade, it was provisionally agreed that the 4 countries would utilize the renminbi as their unit of calculation. Senior brother's son, with your prowess, this phantom demon will undoubtedly be vanquished. A disciple of the Huan Tian sect flattered, but senior brother's son was evidently unimpressed by such flattery. You are truly not very clever, Mei Hong. The number of times you've been struck by a headbutt from Huin in the temple is second only to that of the dead rabbit. Aptly hit a nerve. Chapter 56. Luo Chen has arrived. Chu Yu is surprised. Yang Hu, how is the situation? Shintu Yi asked anxiously, not waiting for Yang Hu to speak. Perhaps we could attempt the possibility of a feasible, albeit uncertain, mouthpiece technique. Conversing with a lunatic is utterly futile. The old woman's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated that this demon possessed such formidable abilities, capable of wielding the artifact of a sovereign. Yet, with the arrow on the string, there was no choice but to release it. A single stroke of divine power surged forth, a terrifying force crashing forward. Zhang Hao circled around the yellow-browed old monster, searching in vain for the whereabouts of the human seed pouch. He abruptly landed on the old monster's collar and began to crawl towards its chest, eager to ascertain whether the pouch was concealed within. In mere moments, The warships of the Beatty kingdom were riddled with holes, destined to sink to the ocean floor within a minute. The skill known as descent summoned the Hellfire Legion, which descended like meteors from the heavens, delivering a devastating blow to the enemy. Indeed, there was a certain affinity. The disheveled Taoist wiped the sweat from his brow, managing a strained smile. Confronted by Chun Yun's sinister grin, his heart skipped a beat. Within 2 or 3 days, this place would transform entirely into a realm of death, a speed that even surpassed the initial devastation wrought upon India. Tang Fei felt a warmth enveloping him as he gently embraced Su Wanqing, placing a tender kiss upon her cheek. Mu Chun, unwilling to alter his appearance as an older gentleman, resigned himself to the allure that came with it. The more he pondered, the more complex the expression on the chubby man's face became. He gazed silently at Zhao Zilong before finally speaking. The voice of the elder of the Blade sect resonated thunderously, echoing throughout the heavens and the earth. Everyone surrounding the mountains clearly heard his proclamation. At this juncture, the situation in Kunyang was particularly dire. The originally populous county of over 4,000 was now left with mere hundreds of immobile soldiers. The arrival of Lu Chong's army immediately overwhelmed the area. The county magistrate was reduced to a mere insignificant figure as Lu Chong and his cohorts took charge, leaving the magistrate to merely assist from the sidelines. For no other reason than the pride of having a capable and spirited son, Xia Dashan felt an overwhelming sense of contentment and happiness. Is there anything more gratifying for a parent than raising a successful and filial child? He then swung the demon blade at the door, yet the door to the confinement chamber appeared to be forged from an extraordinary metal, impervious to his attempts. Upon hearing Jing Chuan's inquiry, Qiuyu lowered her head, lost in thought. It would be a lie to say she did not care. Ever since fleeing from Liuli City, her thoughts had been consumed by her father. However, the mere thought of being married off to Wei Xian's son ignited her anger, prompting her to suppress those thoughts. At that moment, Ning Hao felt a bead of sweat forming in his palm. Should this fool speak recklessly, the consequences would be truly unimaginable. Since Zhong Tao and Lu Song supported his infiltration into the enemy's heart, Su Jin resolved to execute the plan immediately. The pressing matter could not afford any slackening. The following morning, urged by Fai Long, Yi Yanqing awoke and, after conferring with Chun Chun and the others, exited the magical formation. After ensuring everything was in order, Fanji knocked on the grand door. Soon, the door swung open, revealing 2 disciples of the Wind Sword sect, seemingly of similar age to Jing Chuan, appearing rather lethargic. Not taking much notice of Fanji, they stepped aside to allow him passage. In a huff, Huziki strode past the crowd, his mind racing with a myriad of ingenious schemes to eliminate him. A laborer, despite toiling all day in the fields, can at most cultivate 20 acres of land, yielding a meager annual gross income of merely a few taels of silver. Once the elder sister's demeanor shifted, the surrounding men swiftly encircled Hua Qidong, their expressions menacing. With a mere wave of Su Qiao's hand, they promptly advanced to assault him. Zhang Yu could not restrain himself from speaking. In his previous life, he had been known for his penchant for debate. The Mr. Wu he referenced was none other than the current Chancellor, Wu Yu. Not long ago, he had encountered the Chancellor's nephew in Peng County. Upon hearing Elder Qin's words, the person on the other end of the line remained silent for an extended period before responding in a low, contemplative tone. This passage leads to the capital, conveniently facilitating the movements of Prince Nanding, who has been wandering for years and only returns to the capital for pressing matters. Upon hearing this, Hu Hua felt a sense of pride, but was quickly restrained by a firm grip on his shoulder. He Chi's smile had frozen on his face. His earlier words had indeed been like playing the lute to a cow. After showing his father several sets of fine clothing, Cheng Wan felt a profound sadness at the thought of rarely having the opportunity to care for him in the future. Long Qingxi's decision was undoubtedly sound, as the ensuing battle with the wise would be of utmost importance. Yet she still yearned for combat. The thrill of a blade piercing an infected throat invigorated her spirit. At this moment, she glanced at Zhao Jinyan, suddenly realizing that her previous understanding of this individual had been excessively superficial and her judgments overly hasty. Presently, the Pingyang Marquisate had become a thorn in the emperor's side, who was also coveting the Marquisate's sacred artifact, which could bode ill for her grandfather and even her father stationed far at the borders. Chapter 57. Is anyone home? May I come in for a moment? Stop! Yang Zaheo bellowed, transforming into a radiant streak as he shot through the air. Upon receiving Jiang Fuxing's message, he hastily set off but arrived too late. Hearing the wretched cries of the divine crow Taoist from afar, as it was ensnared in midair by a young man clad in crimson, pierced by a dark spear like a bird. When this news spread, the once dwindling fervor surrounding the martial guard and El Shu returned to the forefront of post-meal conversations. Others acquired abilities directly. The legendary notion of awakening formidable powers through stimulation was enviable beyond measure. This matter would surely be addressed. As long as the allegations were substantiated and sordid affairs were indeed afoot, they could all be sent back to the streets. Such matters were the most bothersome, requiring no concern from us. Zheng Chunhang displayed an air of indifference, pruning the indoor plants with scissors. The venue fell into an oppressive silence, with no one responding or uttering a sound, all holding their breath as echoes of epic battlefield clashes reverberated in their minds. Below, those seated upon the back of the mythical bird gazed at the two monstrous beasts battling atop the cliff, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of apprehension. With their formidable strength, although the waters of the heavenly river would deplete most of their energy, the impact upon Jiang Shao bore nearly the might of two saints. Jiang Shao, unprepared for such an onslaught, found himself rendered unconscious despite the protective barrier of the purple lotus. The attendants hastily offered their counsel, urging Huang Wu to take a seat once more, emphasizing the need for composure at this juncture. Tomorrow, upon entering the county office, the resolution of this matter would naturally rest in the hands of the county magistrate. Senior sister, your attention to detail is indeed remarkable. You may simply call me Huiru. And without that past incident, I believe we shall become good sisters. Luo Huiru expressed sincerely, catching Canhong somewhat off guard. Gu Shaoran nodded slightly, grasping Su Xiaoqing's hand as they made their way toward the entrance. In contrast, Lanqing thrived in a technologically advanced society, where everything was fundamentally rooted in mathematics. It's nothing, Feng Tian remarked lightly, withdrawing his hand from the other's grasp. The delightful aroma of fresh fruit juice wafted through the air, alleviating the oppressive atmosphere somewhat. Since you're up so early, shall we go for a run together? Jiang Yin proposed. He maintained a daily running regimen, understanding that a fit physique required diligent care. At the command of the Tiger King, the army surged forth like boiling water, racing toward Lion King's ridge. The Tiger King, observing that less than a fifth of his forces remained by his side, felt a chill akin to the impending twilight. Xiao Yin gazed at the throne, which bore only cracks, frowning as he silently cursed its durability. His shattering mountain fist had failed to shatter this stubborn seat. Qinghe, I will accompany you outside, Gu Shaoran stated, her eyes flickering with impatience as she glanced at Qinghe. Unlike Liu Bei's persistent visits to Zhuge Liang, she intended to wake him without delay. The only highlight of the entire selection process was the Mo Ling Dan, a novel type of cultivation aid. Although it had yet to fully permeate Danxiang City, it had already captured the attention of numerous alchemists. Several master alchemists gasped in astonishment, never having anticipated the remarkable efficacy of this blood-replenishing elixir, particularly in terms of external injury recovery. As the audience and film enthusiasts awaited with bated breath, presenting a work that clearly exceeded the standard would garner heightened attention, while simultaneously reducing the audience's tolerance. Ultimately, the conclusion remained unchanged. However, Baishurcio speculated that few would endure until the end. Yet, he found himself unable to signal Mei Dingbang, as the area was under constant satellite surveillance. Any attempt to hint at his intentions through the mecha would undoubtedly be detected. Curse it, this feels akin to the enemy's bomb training, Weiss muttered, left with no recourse but to continue directing the firing. First, I must register as a hunter within the Interstellar Hunters Alliance, and then I can venture into the hunting grounds, Du Bixing declared as he entered the building. Making his way to the service desk, General Norman and his aide focused their attention on the blueprints laid out on the table. Throughout Roof's discourse, they remained silent, occasionally leaning in to scrutinize specific numbers or groups of figures on the diagrams. Both individuals were acutely aware that Li Yang would never harm them. Thus, Ling Er and Li Xiaoyao both closed their eyes. He altered his offensive stance and delivered a powerful side kick. Du Bixing swiftly sidestepped, while Dongmin Yu's kick struck the adjacent pillar, leaving a substantial dent and causing the rebar within to snap. At this moment, Li Chong was rendered speechless, tears cascading down his cheeks as he could only nod fervently in response to Yang Xuan. Why do you all choose not to flee? Must you perish here to find peace? The commander yearned to yell out in frustration. After Qiao Shidua took her seat, she surveyed the array of items on the table. Several bottles of liquor, seemingly of considerable value, were present, alongside an assortment of platters and appetizers, meticulously arranged before her and Ling Ji. Upon returning home, Yang Hui made a call to An Yuaning, sharing the day's events with her. The two quickly found common ground and resolved to marry as soon as they reached the legal age. Channeling toxic spiritual energy into his palm, Chun Fan concealed his hand within his sleeve and, in a swift motion, launched several silver needles that whizzed toward the unsuspecting Tsung Yinjunren behind him. Although Ning Ning was no longer present, was it truly worth such ire? It felt as though her absence was a matter of grave significance. After all, to doubt the reality before them was not a display of curiosity, but rather a reckless disregard for their own safety. And those who had received elite education would certainly not engage in such folly. Otherwise, they would not have been brought by their elders to partake in such a pivotal event. However, the smile of Fujihara Matsuo suddenly became rigid as Chin Fan, who had initially charged toward the two sumo wrestlers, inexplicably altered his course, appearing before him with an unsettling grin. Chapter 58. This pajama is quite adorable. The wooden door was thrust open with great force, and Mu Shuangying's face was etched with astonishment as she stared at the now-sitting Luo Chen. His hair had grown long, and his pallor had become somewhat pale from lack of sunlight, yet his brilliant eyes sparkled even more than before, radiating warmth and friendliness rather than cold aloofness. Before long, a bloodied pomegranate was left to flow freely from his mouth as he swallowed what he could, disregarding the rest. Is your head halfway out? Su Jin bit her lip, unable to entertain any other thoughts. Summoning all her strength, she exerted herself once more. Finally home, Yu Kursin ascended the stairs immediately upon entering, seeking a room to shut the door and rest. These five seemed to feel that it would be a disservice to themselves to leave without a mark. Each one, eyes ablaze, frantically urged the fusion of divine strikes. The 200 divine realm practitioners under their command watched the three teams, Hong Yun, Che Yang, and Yin Tian, fighting fiercely, unwilling to remain mere substitutes. They were even more resolute than Mu Cheng's group. When will you come to school? The children miss you, and so do I, Nangong Hao said with a playful grin. If they truly allowed Hui Ming to seize control, it would require tearing a living being apart. The young man from the redwood had an unexpected sense of anticipation. The three did not place any bets, and their reactions were not overly intense. While 90% of the audience was already in a state of uproar, a few individuals approached to examine closely and noticed that the man's left ankle was seeping with murky blood, staining his trousers. A pale bone claw lay on the ground, its fingers crushed beyond recognition. Xiang Yang's words nearly drove Fan Tong to the brink of fury. Such a heartless creature devoid of empathy was, after all, a true reflection of Xiang Jia, which oddly provided him with a sense of reassurance. Lin Gu, with his eyes closed, let out a faint sigh as the blue aura dissipated in an instant. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Individuals from various forbidden zones were taking action, eager to claim a share, viewing the great holy body as prey, coveting the potent elixirs that remained undigested within. Wang Yu remained unperturbed when she expressed her reluctance. He simply inquired about her discomfort, never assigning blame. Just like before, Wang Yu treated her with gentleness. Upon returning, he refrained from drinking and often brought her favorite delicacies. This is the union of the birth of the great Luo and its ultimate demise, where beginnings and endings weave a complete cycle of unrestrained time and space. Xianyao, holding the remnants of the great sage's dark green soul light, continued to stride deeper into this realm of shadows, seeking valuable clues. The last time was also during the Foundation establishment stage, though it seemed to be in its initial phase, or so he recalled. Jianhao scratched his head. Brother Ao Xiong, it seems you have been poisoned. The arrows from the Nan family are venomous, and you have been struck by the dispelling method powder. This poison can render a martial artist incapacitated within a few hours, stated a member of the Zhu family. Yinsong slightly lowered her head, allowing Wang Yu to catch a glimpse of her snowy neck, which shimmered enticingly. Not to mention that his strength had augmented, even prior to entering the Shura battlefield. He would undoubtedly secure a position at the sacred mountain. At this moment, facing us, Qianshan was oblivious to the scene behind him. However, upon hearing my shout, he hesitated not for a moment. His ample frame suddenly plunged downwards like an old turtle diving into the depths. Concerned that her family would be anxious about her absence, she rushed out without having the chance to confront Ling Ji. The poison eagle, initially daunted by the crown prince, hesitated, yet this child was too stubborn. Clutching his garment and refusing to let go, the longing in her gaze compelled him to relent. A youth named Yi Yun, riding a rainbow butterfly, descended as well, and several individuals leaped from the butterfly's back, encircling Hua Qingtong and Yin Long in a circular formation. Observing the duel between Su Jingyi and Qing Yan in the courtyard, he casually hurled the spatula he held as a makeshift weapon towards the entangled pair. Wu Wan emerged from behind Gu Jincheng, addressing Shun Xiaoyong. "Thank you for informing me of all this," Wu Wan said, stepping towards the old Shun residence. Meanwhile, in the outside world, above Hua Qingtong's head, 3 stars, golden sun, purple moon, and blood star, suddenly appeared, illuminating the skies over the great Jin Kingdom's royal palace in a tricolor glow. "Is this the transformation of stars into the sea?" Hua Qingtong gasped, murmuring uncertainly. Suddenly, Yi Feng's body trembled as a mysterious force surged within him. In that moment, it felt as if all pressure vanished, his nerves sharpened to an extraordinary clarity. Wounds healed rapidly, and he sensed an inexhaustible strength coursing through his body. Hulan advanced and executed a shoulder throw, toppling Lei high to the ground. "You all do not wish to go, do you?" Bai Wei quietly gazed at her princess, observing her nonchalantly seated at the table, sipping tea. Curiosity compelled her to inquire. "Mother did not prepare many dumplings last night. It was primarily to let us savor the taste. Father, being the pillar of our household, needed to be well fed to work and earn money, which resulted in him consuming half of the dumplings. Mother also had very few this morning, having given most to me and Jiang Sheng, who in turn offered me half of his bowl." Astute courtiers immediately detected an unusual tone in the emperor's voice and turned their attention to Prince Ning, eager to see how he would respond. From a distance, the territory of the cloud-leaping leopard appeared as though a stone had been cast upon it, causing clouds to disperse and then coalesce, ultimately vanishing. Wu Lele mused. "If I refuse to agree with my brother now, he might stealthily follow me. It might be better to let him go. After all, he has grown up, and the farthest he would venture is from the village to the town. It would indeed be beneficial for him to broaden his horizons. Besides, I feel more at ease with him around. Once we reach the city, we shall intrude upon them to observe how they navigate their world as a couple." Lele exclaimed with a smile. "Am I really that coarse? I merely uttered some excessive words in a fit of anger. I have never cursed anyone. Is that considered vulgar?" Hao Tian chuckled. Go away, I am not fond of such pastimes. Seek someone else." Chen Yidao, possessing the strength of an ox, gently pushed, and Xiao Ao had no choice but to release his embrace of Chen Yidao. As they conversed, Schwanger arrived with news that Yi Yi had come, prompting Lung Huading to promptly push the wheelchair outside. Chen Yidao refrained from bringing the recent corporate spy to court, wishing to avoid escalating the matter and drawing the world's attention to him. Chapter 59, Returning to the Past? Is Chu Yi regretting? Jing Moxuan had already placed his hand on the back of the front seat, poised for action. Upon hearing Zhao Yun's words and noticing his puzzled expression, Zhao Xian found himself engulfed in confusion. Moreover, it was crucial to note that the Yen family had soared to great heights, and it was unexpected that everything had fallen into place. This was, in fact, a plan meticulously devised by Xiao Yu. Having the old man witness their wedding was a monumental joy for Xiao Yu, who had no parents, and it did not seem unfair to Ruoxi either. However, our hearts remain unchanged. Eternal love lifts its head, its gaze shimmering with unwavering resolve. In response, Lan Shui Xian smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. They indeed had not changed, and the timely appearance of Guyu further solidified Lan Shui Xian's understanding of her own purpose. He vaguely recalled the church's location and found himself at the place where the pastor would preach, the very site where he intended to hold the wedding with Yume. The update is as follows. In the initial phase of the game, a resounding success has been achieved. Hence the opening of a currency exchange between game coins and real currency. The exchange rate will be standardized based on the Huaxiao nation. 1 game coin equals 1 Huaxia coin. For exchanges between other countries, please consult the game bank. With a clatter, Mao Feifei's cup fell onto the table. Her eyes had been overtaken by a blazing fire, a peculiar light piercing through her gaze and delving straight into her soul. You all remain here. San Yuan is about to tread this perilous path. If Chang Yun and the others were to follow, it would likely result in a near-fatal outcome. Pan Rongfang, a veteran of the Ministry of Finance, had not returned to the ministry after coming back to the capital, yet his former students and acquaintances held critical positions within the ministry. Geng Yi and Lu Yuan were immensely grateful for Wang Peng's invitation, fully aware of the significance of this opportunity from the ancient legacies of another realm. Elder Shunshi took half a month to return to the Wutong sect, barely pausing for rest before seeking out the sect's founder. The spiritual energy in this place was exponentially more potent than elsewhere, although it could not compare to the afterlife. Such energy was exceedingly rare in this declining age of spirituality. The speculation regarding Misaka Riji could only be deemed coincidental. The King of Gold, now in his 90s, frequently wielded his sovereign power to suppress issues arising from the stone tablet, an eventuality that would inevitably succumb to the relentless passage of time. How could his strength have surged so unexpectedly? Fang Tian, once brimming with confidence, now stood dumbfounded. Was this truly the same guardian from years past? An ominous sensation burgeoned within Fang Tian's heart. Had matters deteriorated to such an extent? Typically, nightfall marked the time when various monsters roamed the capital. As their powers diminished by half during the day due to various reasons, rendering them largely inactive. As the defensive troops atop the city walls began to withdraw, the townsfolk transporting supplies below were momentarily struck dumb, bewildered by the unfolding events. Wan Luyan ranked first on the leaderboard, his score exceeding 100,000, firmly establishing him above all others. Though Lu Yufan, whom he revered, held no points, many regarded him as a legendary figure. Numerous corpses lay nearby, nearly all electrocuted, resembling a heap of charred remains emitting a pungent odor. Yin Bei would never squander food. Those who had not experienced poverty and hunger often failed to grasp its value. Yet once one had endured hunger, even in later affluence, wastefulness became a rare occurrence. The opposing forces had now withdrawn their war chariots, indicating they had no intention of guarding against us at this moment. Bodis had received news of the mechanical chariot's withdrawal from the mechanized city, thus remarking accordingly. Taking advantage of the midday marinated broth, Duo marinated all the eggs and then brought them downstairs. With that, she raised an eyebrow at Mei Li. This mention of seeking rare herbs may have seemed trivial to others, but Mei Li was well aware of Lin Ji's capabilities, knowing that her assistance would yield significant results. Xian Yi stifled a yawn with her sleeve, idly gazing around. The disciples within the Hida Hall appeared largely as drowsy as she was, except for Tai Yao, Ji Shi, and Gu Ting, who remained diligently attentive, while Xiao Yi busily scribbled notes. After speaking, she presented herself with an air of innocence. Clearing her throat with utmost seriousness, she reclined, covering herself with a blanket, feigning sleep while her ears remained alert to the slightest sounds. Lin Ji scrutinized the gray-black brick, which bore no distinction from the others nearby. Its secrets were imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving her puzzled as to how Hu Chia had discovered it. Initially unperturbed, a reminder from her teacher suddenly rekindled her anxiety, causing her to forget the opening lines of her speech entirely. The sisters entered the room, and Na Baichuan's gaze swept over their faces, yet he refrained from asking anything. Not only were the residual magical energies emanating from Karsa's palpable, but the ominous clouds above the Black Tower were also influenced by the enchantments, transforming into a torrential downpour that drenched the darkened earth below. Unfortunately, despite the myriad of rain and clouds, they could not cleanse the darkness of the howling marshes. She felt an overwhelming emptiness within, yearning to be filled by a man's assertiveness. Naturally, Carrie's did not disappoint her, as his masculine pride surged within her. Lien Yin intended to assert her lack of fatigue, but upon realizing the late hour, she ultimately acquiesced to Tiago's suggestion to rest for the night, planning to journey to the cemetery on the outskirts of Barcelona early the next morning. Although he displayed a fitting degree of surprise, he remained remarkably composed, lacking the bewilderment typical of an ordinary person confronted with a fantastical occurrence. In this meadow, a crimson mushroom cloud ascended amidst thunder and fire, sweeping across the landscape in a dazzling display. Observing Chun Yin's futile attempts at justification, Ning Jinyan had completely lost her patience. Chapter 60, Announcement of Results? Luo Chen anticipates. The crowd gathered at the village gate, capturing the attention of the bandits. Gao Tong lingered for a moment, merely waving his hand backward without further acknowledgement. At this time, the firecrackers consisted of impure gunpowder wrapped in red paper. Once ignited, they could scatter the paper and produce a loud noise meant to intimidate demons. Lu Ping had already seen the specially crafted long firecrackers and was curious whether this one, without a fuse, could ignite entirely. This situation persisted for 3 days, during which nearly every new soldier became aware of how amiable and approachable their commander was. I returned home to fetch some items, then took 25 minutes to organize everything at Bai Feng's house. The image now displayed on the screen was that of the colossal floating city, with smoke gradually dissipating, revealing the current visage of the Heavenly King to Vlad. Jean whispered, his claws crossed over his chest, their sharpness appearing rather menacing. Lian Hai reached out to catch the demon core and placed it into Hu Shimei's mouth. As the primal energy coursed through her, the demon core was immediately catalyzed, unleashing a surge of demonic power that raced through her veins. I smiled, acknowledging that Qing Yunzi was indeed immersed in the role, playing the part of a deity. With the plan now on track, I found myself less anxious. The unwavering dedication of the northern mystical sovereign towards Lian Haiping has unexpectedly instilled within him a flicker of trepidation. He is perplexed by this sentiment, as he has never before encountered such an intensely focused and obstinate practitioner, whose fervor borders on madness. Mu Zimo has been fixated on Yishio, pondering why the guard beside the Prince of Ink holds such profound respect for Yun'er. Enough, he declares, urging these individuals to depart swiftly, so that Hong Do and her companions may replace them. Wei Liao, growing impatient, begins to usher people away. After all, the purpose of visiting the pleasure quarters is to seek merriment, and the somber expressions of those around him dampen his spirits. The man, lost in thought, does not turn around, continuing to gaze at the fading sun reflecting upon the lake. After sipping from the gourd of fine wine, he drunkenly begins to speak. By the riverside, aboard the mightiest warship commanded by Go Fuchi, Bauer cradles a shivering, frightened yet adorable nine-tailed ice fox, gently stroking its soft fur to soothe it. Upon examining the items handed to them, they discover a map leading to the pinnacle of Yao Mountain, along with several pertinent descriptions. With a finger raised to his lips, Xiao Lesheng smiles and gestures for Lu Zhou not to disturb Yuli. It is then that Xiao Shuren recalls her dinner, momentarily forgetting their standoff. Her fair wrist gracefully moves as she deftly wields her chopsticks, soon finishing every morsel on her plate. After days of travel and poor nourishment, Lu Tang savors the taste of his hometown today and finds himself indulging a bit more. Observing Go Fuchi's ostentatious display at the engagement banquet, which he could no longer tolerate, he took advantage of the situation when the formidable figures from various sects ascended to this floor to offer toasts, seeking to incite trouble through his prearranged friends. With the prince's funeral concluded, the streets of the capital have begun to buzz with activity. And as reports indicate that the marriage envoy draws nearer to the city, excitement fills the air. Suddenly, a gaping pit appears behind him, emitting a sound akin to a groan, a dark and immense void that sends chills down one's spine. Following this, she shivers violently, perceiving a distinct drop in the surrounding temperature. Clarify your words. Huang Beiwei retorts in anger, as she detests individuals who speak only in half-truths. Oh dear, Brother Kong. Just speak plainly, she implores, lightly striking him in frustration. Despite her lengthy discourse, Zhang's expression has grown increasingly placid, as though she is entirely indifferent to her words. Years ago, when his mother discovered Lan Guifei, she was merely 7 or 8 years old. Recognizing the young girl's delicate beauty and cleverness, his mother took her in, not as a servant, but rather assigning her to diligent education. Upon returning from Qingzhou, she sought out her cousin Lu Jie, with whom she shares a close bond, hoping he might devise a plan for her. However, the Lu family informed her that Lu Jie was unwell and unable to see her. Yet today feels distinct from the usual routine. Previously, an aunt would bring her meals, but today, Wu Guang leads a young chef, followed by 3 kitchen staff carrying dishes. In a moment, I shall speak with Lord Bao to inquire about the handling of spirit pets. He is quite knowledgeable in this area. If you feel tired, do rest a while longer, he says, tousling my hair before taking his leave. Lin Feng and the others approached, presenting their tokens for the Baijua competition, and seamlessly entered the manor. How could this be possible? Could it be that ahead lay a place where wicked individuals tormented others? Yin Feng inquired, her face a mask of fear. However, Wang Jingting was left dumbfounded, for he only witnessed a splintered wooden board before the vessel departed. This region was replete with mountains. Although the inhabitants led modest lives, matters of marriage remained paramount. The ancestors of the Shao family toiled in the fields and mountains, seeking stability. Faced with the current predicament, what could he do? Bathed in a beam of bright light streaming through the window, Shui Furong instructed dog Dan to keep watch nearby. Qin Shuilon happily pulled Qin Shuiyo to tidy up their room, while the living room buzzed with activity. To avoid inciting Li Yu's disdain, she stifled her emotions, convincing herself to remain by Li Yu's side as an elder sister. Yet now, to be told that their bond held no significance felt as if she had lost the last excuse to stay close to Li Yu. Chapter 61. The one who understands him is still Yuner. Dong Xiao and Lu Xiaoxiao surely would not venture alone. It was essential to inquire about the progress between Zhou Jiahao and Lu Xiaoxiao. As for Dong Xiao, he could decide for himself. The brilliant light faded, and two Neza simultaneously called out to me. They were nearly indistinguishable, yet I could discern their differences at a glance. One was composed, while the other was vivacious. One bore the weight of much, while the other remained blissfully indifferent to the chaos. The rocket launch mission was a resounding success, as were the recovery missions of both boosters and the core rocket. Li Xiandao's eyes widened in astonishment. Where had they procured 300 billion premium celestial crystals? Wait for me a moment. Tang Ying instructed Zheng Area before retreating to his room to change into a fresh outfit. He truly enjoyed playing games of hide and seek. Yet after consecutive defeats, his enthusiasm waned. Nevertheless, it remained quite engaging, compelling him to fathom the underlying principles. Both parties were engaged in a competition, each unwilling to concede or face defeat. While those who could enter the first high school were certainly not lacking in ability, rankings existed where there were achievements. And with rankings came distinctions. Upon arriving at their destination, Tao Shi felt a wave of joy, invigorated by the novel scent of air that was entirely different from home. What do you consider a savior? You are no better than them, Zheng Area scolded Tang Ying. After Jiang Xin and Lin Shi finished singing, she approached to ask if he intended to release an album. The company offered planning, financial support, promotional efforts, and professional guidance. All he needed to do was write and sing. Huang Li felt a twinge of grievance as she lowered her head to clean the shattered teacup, while Wu Meyer refilled the cup and handed it to Jingjing, urging her to taste it immediately, for this tea must be savored at this temperature to truly appreciate its essence. She bore no grudge against Jingjing for breaking her cherished teacup. After 10 years of being a warm companion, all she had learned was to recognize various perfumes and the formulas behind many scents. However, the tides of time inevitably shift. It has come to my attention that even the Empress Dowager has aspirations to ascend to the throne. What, then, remains immutable? This particular matter, which she presumed was known only to her, has, much to her surprise, reached the ears of He Jingxian. She cast a frosty glance at the leech, donned her attire with deliberate calmness, and nonchalantly draped a bedsheet over him, spilling 2 bottles of white liquor across its surface. You need not divulge everything. Merely impart a few tricks while reserving your ultimate techniques and lethal moves for me. I am certain I shall seek out Xiao Hongxue as well. Jiang Chen's smile radiated brilliantly. Yet to the eyes of the Fire Qilin, it appeared decidedly unsavory. If this spectral detector were merely a newly launched product among the coalition of nations, then all would indeed be well. Mo Chantian had just pursued a skilled warrior clad in brocade, delivering a blow that sent the opponent reeling, blood spewing forth. His eyes, ablaze with fervor, were poised to strike again when a sudden voice pierced his consciousness, causing his bloodthirsty expression to falter. The deputy lowered his head in contemplation. Lost in thought, he understood that the current atmosphere was a consequence of Wang Feng's presence in an exceedingly awkward predicament, one that was challenging to resolve. Upon grasping this reality, Murong Bingyun's smile turned grim, a profound sorrow enveloping her. She had once believed Tianhua was her only connection to her father following her parents' demise. The shifting dynamics within the arena captured the attention of all practitioners across various battle factions. Hua Qian, observing a mid-stage white tiger true spirit approaching, wasted no words before launching an offensive, intending to evade the adversary and retreat toward the direction of Shijing City. With that, the two appeared to approach that direction with feigned nonchalance, preparing to discern who might outwit whom in this encounter with the figure in the straw hat. Li Yunmu stepped methodically into the pyramid, where intricate mechanisms lay in wait, all of which he deftly dismantled. Yet, it seemed there was little to articulate. Was our meeting not merely a matter of such trivialities? Lu Ling found himself at a loss for further inquiries. Yi Zifen gently rotated the coffee cup in his hand, The vibrant spirit that once characterized him had long since vanished, leaving behind a visage that seemed somewhat lost and aimless. The difficulty in cultivating innate battle armor is not without cause. It demands vast quantities of incalculable foundational materials, alongside treasures of the utmost caliber akin to the World Tree ancestor. Ultimately, this unformed armor might even resist and retaliate autonomously with considerable force. Apologies. I should perhaps be the one to speak, should I not? Luo Chen reached up to remove his eyes, locking gazes with her. In his right hand, he clutched a pistol, the dark muzzle pressed against Yi Zitong's temple, while his left cradled a picture frame, revealing a monochrome photograph of a youthful boy. Kai Yin felt a twinge of helplessness. She wished to refrain from entangling herself in such affairs, much like Kai Yong, preferring to devote her energies solely to scholarly pursuits. Yet, given Lu Xie's insistence, she found it difficult to decline. I do not wish to return with them. Could you devise a means to rescue me? Xia Jingyi appeared pitiable, and how could Wu Gongda possibly refuse her? From the analysis of intelligence, it appears this world has become exceedingly troublesome, necessitating at least 5 main military factions, and ideally 6, to secure a stable conquest. Wenren Shueshi had evidently taken great care in her appearance, appearing increasingly ethereal, as if floating on air. Her pair of watery eyes sparkled with mirth as they glanced fleetingly at the box in Qianjue's hands before she withdrew her gaze. At 5 in the morning, a distant rumbling sound jolted all those resting below the embankment awake, and amidst the rising clamor, they surged onto the dike. The flood, formed by the torrential rains of the previous night, had finally arrived, presenting a formidable challenge that the entire Linjiang embankment must endure. In his lifetime, Chu Jinglei had no brothers of significant stature. He only had 3 sons, Chu Bufan, Chu Buki, and Chu Buchan, all of whom were now deceased. Chapter 62. Has Chiyu gone mad? Protecting Luo Chen? Yin Luani also lifted her gaze to the sky, where she beheld a shimmering light akin to water, which had emerged at some unknown moment. Though faint, it undoubtedly brought color to the world after the darkness, rendering the scene somewhat reminiscent of a jade plate. She could not discern whether it had just appeared or if it had always been there, unnoticed. Lai Qingren's eyes abruptly sharpened, and in a single punch, he left a mark of wind swirling over a span of 60 feet on the ground. Thus, the throng surrounding Su Zimo grew steadily, with most of the onlookers fixating on the enchanting Su Xier, whose bright eyes and white teeth captivated them. Yi Feng gradually regained consciousness, his eyelids feeling unbearably heavy. He pondered, how long had it been? A fleeting moment? Or an eternity? The familiar melody reached his ears, soft and melodious, as he summoned all his strength to open his eyes. After an hour of solemn tribute, Yi Feng led the group away from the Sword Gate, hastening toward the Nine Nether Sea. Having spoken, she gazed expectantly at Zheng Ji, clearly hoping for a response from him more than from anyone else. Old Master Long was nearly overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. His grandson, though appearing to be hanging by a thread, was, after all, still alive. Moreover, his injuries did not seem as dire as the legend suggested. The elder in the purple robe presented a white jade box and, upon opening it, revealed a 9-petal flower, entirely white in hue, standing quietly and radiating an enchanting yet perilous aura. Though not controlling her, Duan Xiu could still guide her towards certain objectives through various means and words. Young master, the old master calls you to enjoy a reunion dinner. Let us admire the moon. At that moment, Pierre knocked on the door from outside. One of the plump sisters served Su Junhua a braised lion's head, which he sampled and found quite delightful. Noticing that Su Junhua had nearly finished the first, another sister added another to his bowl. Given my stature as the shortest in the inn and my constant support for you, aren't you going to take me along? She looked down at Yu Sheng, who was seated on a stool. Lay down your weapons and surrender, or face the consequences. The captain's words were echoed by 50 soldiers behind him, all shouting in unison. Stunned to see the city wall being bombarded, Ma Sidi swiftly grabbed a telescope and aimed it towards the source of the cannon fire. Sure enough, he spotted over a dozen cannons lined up, with dozens of gunners busily operating them, though their movements were still rather clumsy, indicating their unfamiliarity with the artillery. The dark-skinned girl observed the shaman as he busily fetched fresh water and furnace ash, pondering to herself, have I truly become so captivating? The middle-aged man turned to Cheng Li, who shrugged and introduced himself. Greetings, I am a police officer affiliated with that security company. My name is Chung Li. As he spoke, Chung Li displayed a badge he had previously acquired, prompting the man to respond, "Is that so?" before striding directly towards the original intestinal creature. Alicia, taken aback by the confrontation ahead, suddenly shifted her gaze toward the church behind Gu Xing and the entangled meat. "I heard from Aunt Yin that you worked at her dumpling shop when you first arrived in Qingsha. I often visited that shop to buy dumplings and had seen you a few times, yet we never had the chance for a deeper conversation. It was only then that Yusheng noticed the sparse number of sheep beside old He. He ran to the stone bridge to survey the scene. Observing the white sheep scattering across the fields under the waning sun, a village-run enterprise emerging from a mountain hollow, announcing a global high-salary recruitment for exceptional talent, is indeed a topic that commands attention. Amidst the gradual disintegration of all things, a frenzied roar pierced the stillness. This indicated that the formidable deity had just stepped into the array set by Ji Tianxing, which had detected his presence. Lava eruption technique. Kaguya-Mei opened her mouth and unleashed a stream of molten rock. Part of it melded into the earth, while another portion gradually morphed into a lava beast. Huowu cast her eyes upon her. Chen Guang had already fallen asleep. Huowu halted her steps. And Shi tightened the cloak around Chen Guang before retrieving the previously discarded Xian, as the trio ventured into the night. Concerning the matters at the 100 Merchants Association, Lu Zhen had nearly completed his arrangements, and disruptions were unlikely. Moreover, back on Earth, the old mystic had repeatedly emphasized the importance of combat techniques. Seeing this, the 5 youths showed no mercy, their swords unleashing a flurry of strikes that pierced the youth repeatedly, nearly transforming him into a sieve. News of the collapse of Tian's Hushan still circulated across the continent, though its impact had significantly waned. Zhu Guqing nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. And with a single stride, she appeared in another location. Everyone was aware of Chun Feng's intentions, yet his pronouncement still stirred a wave of astonishment among the crowd. "You jest, do you not? Are you unaware of where you slept?" Meng Yao expressed her impatience. After speaking, he laid the unconscious Tong Yin on the ground and, with a cut to his fingertip, traced a spell around Tong Yin with his own blood. Aside from the risk of being struck by lightning during flight, another concern loomed. An odd mechanical creature known as the Devourer resided here. Suddenly, a fire pit emerged in the distance. The flames crackled and hissed as they burned. The two repackaged their belongings, and upon stepping outside, they noticed someone standing in the courtyard, a figure they had not seen arrive. Upon recognition, Tang Xiao exclaimed, "Miss Ninger." The person, with twin swords sheathed at her back, was indeed Xiao Ninger. Xin Yuan Tuo did not evade. He too bore imperial armor and remained unfazed by such aerial pressure point techniques. 3 helicopters, each emblazoned with the fierce visage of a black dragon, soared rapidly through the air, hundreds of meters above the ground. Chapter 63, The Clown of Luo Chen, Awaiting Retribution. At this moment, 2 individuals entered, tasked specifically with intelligence duties. Upon crossing the threshold, their smiles vanished instantly, replaced by a numbed expression, indicating that their earlier demeanor was merely a fade for external interactions. Zheng Yi discerned the situation. He understood Zhang He's capabilities, and it appeared that Zhang He had just grasped an impressive formation. Moreover, Qin Ye's influence did not far exceed that of Han Fu. If Zhang He could withstand Qin Ye, then hope would be lost for his family. The Holy Qi Emperor, gazing through slightly astigmatic eyes, scrutinized Darui intently, gradually revealing a spark of interest within his gaze. Were it not for his connection with Mr. Yang, the meager earnings from selling scallion pancakes would scarcely grant him entry into the realm of paradise. Arrogance permeated the air, swirling with a fervent battle intent akin to madness, sweeping across all directions. Despite the realization that friendship had become a luxury in this world, he still harbored a desire for companionship. Such defenses could withstand the full force of an attack from a first-tier god refinement stage practitioner. What made you, Duan Xing, so confident? Seated in the main position was naturally Yang William, the current head of the Yang family, who appeared to be in his 40s but was, in truth, over 200 years old. Yang Zhujun was considered a late-born child to him, his pride and joy, and one could only imagine the depth of his sorrow at this moment. Upon returning to the estate, Sun Ming learned that Sun Cheng had led troops to assist Xie Yuan in capturing Xiamiaoshuan, and it was reported that this endeavor had received the approval of the Marquis. To test his external strength, Feng Lei unleashed all his might. striking towards a tree thick enough to be embraced by 3 people. As the nutritional fluid within the medicinal pouch was fully administered, Tianwan sat beside Wang Mei's sickbed, meditating quietly. Qin Yu, hands tucked into his pockets, cast a glance at her without attempting to stop her, and directly stepped inside. With her face angled slightly, her captivating gaze fell upon him, exuding an affection that seemed to envelop him entirely. Her large apricot-shaped eyes brimming with silent emotions. Was this truly the reason Peng Zhonglin was reluctant to leave? He was aware that Fan Zhua intended to sacrifice lives to fortify the city walls. The wolf demon, frustrated, circled with its tail in its mouth, realizing that it had successfully invited trouble upon itself. The sight before Yu Li was so shocking that she leapt from the sofa in alarm. In recent days, Lin Bai had confined himself to the hotel, meticulously inventorying the supplies in his spatial storage. This regulation had been conveyed to Tianwan the very first time she encountered Wang Mei. After finding his master, Ling Yanzhong was taken aback when Bei Dao Rin refused to treat him due to his excessive bloodshed and insisted on stripping him of his martial prowess. Nevertheless, he felt that even against Li Langyue, he had only a 6 or 7% chance of victory. She was an exceedingly formidable individual. The martial practitioners of ancient times were indeed more powerful than their modern counterparts, for that era heralded the rise of culinary masters, marking a golden age. In contrast, the current era has seen the decline of culinary arts, particularly within the cosmic realm, where they have long since retreated from the stage of secondary professions. A multitude of esteemed experts from Huaxia joined forces in this region, and within a radius of 10,000 meters, a grand teleportation array suddenly manifested. Sparks flew, and Bretas's expression shifted dramatically. The iron rod slipped from his grasp, and his body became uncontrollable, hurtling backward. See, I knew you were still unwilling to let go, harboring lingering sentiments. When Shihong exclaimed with fervor, Sun Tao, Yang the Plump, and Wang Yunjiao had minimal interactions with Li Bo, rendering them incapable of grasping Gu Yuan's sorrow and helplessness in this moment. Furthermore, after engaging in battle with ferocious beasts, I realized the immense power and formidable armor they possessed rendered most conventional attacks futile. My fire whip, primarily relying on strikes and flicks, could still showcase its versatility against disciples of the same realm, yet against the ferocious beast, the fire-crowned young master, I could only manage a wry smile. An elegant voice resonated throughout the space, gradually silencing the discussions within the hall. Many gazes turned towards Box 33, the last of the upscale rooms, which had issued a challenge simultaneously with the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Tang Jiong settled into his seat, casting an assessing glance around the office, an expansive space comprising 2 rooms, cluttered with various papers and materials, save for a few limited vacant spots. Not only would he refuse Jin Chen's request, but he would also counsel Jin Chen to relinquish his pursuit. Why exert such effort for the life of a mere mortal? Any further scheming would only incite greater disdain from the emperor, the Grand Emperor, and the Empress Dowager towards the Song family. Rumors circulated that Yao Qing, an orphan raised in a children's home, was unsurprisingly underperforming academically. Even if she were to gain admission to a university, affording the tuition would remain a challenge. Cast out by the Wei family, Baowan was subjected to the judgmental stares of passers-by, her face alternating between crimson and pallid, prompting her to hastily rise and seek refuge in a nearby alley. After delivering a flurry of punches, Hua Wenxiang found himself unable to endure the pain any longer, lacking even the strength to retaliate, and stumbled to the ground. No, I've already taken it, Rongdi declared, retrieving the cake he had just purchased along with 24 beers from his magical pocket. Although the flavors of most dishes were not particularly exquisite, save for Jiang Han's chicken soup, the overall sentiment behind Jiang Han's culinary efforts was undeniably heartfelt. Chapter 64. Dare to insult Luo Chen? The 2 ladies stand guard. The trust bestowed upon her by Shanzi felt like a colossal weight upon Bai Shu's heart. Thus, she dared not linger, braving the torrential downpour to accompany Shanzi to his residence and commence her tentative healing attempts. Mr. Li, regarding the pricing, we find ourselves in a difficult position as well, given the numerous shareholders in the club. Moreover, my brother and I are not always able to manage the intricate details of team administration daily. Yao Tianming was relatively straightforward, lacking the cunning demeanor of some merchants. As they cast their gazes towards the approaching Zhang Mengfan, they remained unfazed, intent on entangling him and preventing his escape. Bang! He collapsed to the ground, his body merging with the land he had vowed to protect, blood nourishing the earth, his spirit returning home. No sooner had the words left his lips than the savior beside him extended her right hand, a beam of light emanating from her palm, causing all images to vanish. The starry sky twinkled as these children, having left their homes, once harbored thoughts of ending their own mother's life. In the end, they helplessly discovered that only their mothers could shield these homeless souls from the harshness of the world. They yearned to rush into their mother's embrace. Yet it was already too late. From the jade pendant, he learned that the calamities wrought by the witch clan were not confined to the Dan sect continent. The 5 elements continent, the 3 sects continent, the heavenly phoenix continent, and the heavenly dragon continent had all succumbed to the invasions of the witch sect and its kin. A flash of blade cut through the air, and the once lively fish suddenly froze, as if bewitched, becoming as rigid as stone. Yi Xian was not one to exploit his grandfather's name for deceitful gain, yet now he had gained considerable notoriety, rendering him indifferent to the mention of his lineage. Fourth Master smiled and exchanged pleasantries before raising his cup in a toast, rousing cheers from the crowd, and the atmosphere grew lively. Under the broad daylight, in front of hundreds of onlookers, I was left in disarray, my clothing insufficient to cover me. Lin Ku blinked playfully and replied, I have other methods, but they are of no use now. As he touched his swollen half-face, he felt a deep sorrow within but remained silent. Yang Yu and Lin Ku exchanged glances and subsequently agreed for Yang Lin to lead an army of 10,000 to quell the bandits. Shortly after sending Yang Lin off to battle, Luo Chen and Mei Jiao arrived in the capital. Following this was a prolonged, passionate kiss, seemingly intended to compensate for all the lost moments of the past few months, profound in its intensity. Kong Yixian playfully struck him a couple of times when his phone suddenly rang. It was Lu Shan calling, and at the same moment, Liang Fei also called Chang'e. Hung Yinlin glanced at the other party, somewhat perplexed by their gaze. Hung Yinlin's calm words spread. Yet the sea monster beside them merely regarded Hung Yinlin's piercing look as if it were just a stone. They believed that Yun Shao would most likely encounter these two individuals, so they aimed to win them over, hoping they would grant Yun Shao a reprieve. Is that true, Mr. Lin? Can you really mean what you say? Su Ming asked eagerly, looking at Hung Yinlin. A thin tile could slice through the void, transforming into a lethal weapon. What tremendous strength this required. A glimmer of surprise appeared in Exine Zilwan's eyes, particularly since she had not witnessed how he accomplished this feat. Upon seeing this spatial passage for the first time, even Zhao Yi's composure was momentarily shaken as his gaze drifted to the barriers formed by spatial power on either side of the passage. Beyond them lay an endless darkness, a realm where no one could fathom the scenes that awaited. Upon hearing those words, I dashed out, continuously employing my moon steps to sprint through the void. But did Li Qing truly possess only this scant arsenal? He may not have anticipated that Zhuo Zhixiang would appear just as he completed his inheritance. However, Xiao Tian's emergence came as no surprise, entirely within his expectations. Otherwise, facing such a predicament, even if Li Qing were made of iron, it would be impossible for him to escape this place. In his cerulean eyes, a gradual weariness emerged, his garments tattered in several places, and his body marred by blackened wounds, inflicted by the malevolent energy of the demon ghost pill. Fortunately, the presence of the yellow fire spirit prevented the malevolence from invading his body. Otherwise, the battle would have long since concluded. Release him. One must not be disrespectful to guests, admonished the March Hall master, who had personally arrived. Upon beholding that exquisitely beautiful visage, Fang Chung felt as though his heart had been struck with a heavy blow. Li Bai clutched his abdomen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as he sensed a sharp pain within, akin to a knife relentlessly stirring inside him. Throughout his lengthy existence, he might eternally find himself trailing in the shadow of great figures, yet he yearned to walk side by side with his beloved upon the screen. At that moment, a multitude had gathered before the traditional Chinese medicine hall, their numbers nearing 2,000, with more arriving. After a round concluded, Gao Shan rose, prepared to lead the howling celestial hound into battle once more, but was intercepted by Tang Qianqian. Voices emanated from the east, the west, the south, and the north, converging from every direction where the wind blew. I shan't jest with you any longer. The frigid tone pierced the air, leaving the golden-haired tiger feeling as though he were ensconced in an icy cavern. It was evident that these scars and sword holes were remnants from the time of the sword sect's annihilation, for although the air was thick with sword energy, It did not descend upon the crumbling walls. Then I shall bestow my captain's authority upon Wang Fei and the others. Do you dare to slay them? I shouted vociferously at Nidhogg. Barely had Tang Yun's words escaped his lips when Sibo severed the connection between him and his bioengineered form. Tang Yun leaped forth, engulfed in flames, wielding a golden sword forged from the puppet crystal, his feet propelling him towards the giant's left eye with fervor. Su Wanwan offered a weary smile, her heart consumed with concern for Zhuang Xiushu's safety. In that instant, I comprehended why the entity Zhu Qingyuan had insisted we keep our eyes closed while crafting the meteorite, ostensibly to shield our vision, but his true intent was to conceal the meteorite's authentic form. In the distant canyon beyond the town, an obscure new pirate crew was driven into the gorge by the navy. Su Qingma and Xia Xiaotong were taken aback, hastily scanning their surroundings. Although the therapy room was adorned with many curtains, they were all translucent, incapable of concealing anyone. The 3 bars on Furong Street had finally come under the name of the Zhomi Hall. The brother bar continued to be managed by Niu Gang, while the other 2 establishments were temporarily assigned, with Junshan Bar overseen by Gu Chuxiao and Ziguang Bar managed by Niu Gang. Chapter 65. Open Strife and Secret Rivalry. Jealousy and Envy. Regrettably, he did not wish for death. Had he desired it, a mere word would suffice. Yet he remained silent, regardless of how provocatively one glared at him, preoccupied only with adjusting his morning attire. A sudden jolt coursed through Wu Song as he recalled Li Shishir's similar sentiments, stirring a peculiar feeling within him, one he dared not dwell upon. This was the route that Go Dashin had taken me down, a series of interconnected caverns like bubbles. Upon witnessing this, my heart ached. The radiant glow of the battlefield crystal instantaneously enveloped the entire school. As Lu Yang gazed ahead, she was astonished to find the area utterly devoid of any presence. Not being the host of a spiritual life form, she clenched her palm, retracting the crystal's luminescence, restoring everything to its original state. Why did I feel a sense of retribution after hearing Xia Haoyu utter those words? Observing the man who suddenly bent down to test the water temperature, I began to suspect I was overthinking. However, harboring such thoughts would surely lead to distress. By midday, feeling a twinge of hunger, the 3 sought a tranquil spot to rest and partake in some provisions. Thus, Mei Li and Tatanir exchanged a glance, seizing this opportunity to clarify matters with Captain Cohen. Yet, this was merely the perspective of those ordinary cultivators at the Cave Heaven realm. At this moment, any practitioner whose cultivation had ascended beyond the high ranks of the Cave Heaven realm exhibited eyes wide with astonishment, utterly flabbergasted. As they ventured deeper into the cave, the general conditions remained largely unchanged since their initial entry. Bizarre stones loomed ominously, and skeletal remains were scattered about. If one were to discern any differences, it would be that the further they progressed, the dimmer the light became, and the path ahead stretched endlessly, appearing to have no end in sight. The terrifying explosive force not only felled the crimson ape to the ground, but also rendered Wu Murong momentarily astonished. Jianggan and Zhou Du each grasped one of Wu Dalong's hands, brandishing a pork knife and a fish-slaying knife, respectively, causing him to nearly lose control in fright. After some contemplation, Mu Fei continued to extract the medicinal liquid. He sensed that his mastery over the 5 elements hellfire had become slightly more proficient. Chun Hao's expression shifted to one of grave concern. He had not anticipated that Lu Jingqi, that wretched woman, had become his exclusive supervisor. Even Bai Ruoxian, who practiced the orthodox techniques of the cold jade divine palace, found it difficult to withstand the might of this spiritual treasure. Instantly, countless individuals fervently clapped their hands, particularly the men, who appeared to be invigorated as if they had received a surge of adrenaline. The figures of the innate beings, previously unseen in his eyes, now rendered in Ziyuan, Long Zaiqian, and Qin Wohut as inconsequential as mere ants, unworthy of mention. The cacophony of screams, curses, and battle cries melded into a chaotic symphony as the ground became strewn with equipment, medicines, and corpses, layered upon one another, the blood thoroughly staining the area, transforming it into a blood-soaked wasteland within mere minutes. Through the soul, communication and messages could transcend distances, as long as one was willing to expend resources. It was possible to converse seamlessly with those situated in alternate dimensions. New flesh was gradually beginning to grow from the wounds, a process markedly slow and accompanied by complex agony that was unbearable for ordinary individuals. With the acquisition of training techniques, Talia's strength surged. As a formidable assassin, she could exert her full combat potential even while hungry. Auntie, that wretched woman is seducing Brother Xian. Manor witnessed her and Brother Xian in bed together. She only saw that much. She ran out before she could see what happened next. However, contemplating reporting it, Zhuo Manor stomped her foot, feigning shyness and refraining from elaborating further. Aside from the apparent coercion faced by the forces of the Qi state, the armies of the Great Qian and Zhao displayed unwavering determination in their mission to annihilate the encroaching demon troops. Although Revilia, stationed at the camp, promptly gathered the adventurers upon the onset of the attack, the suddenness of the assault left many solitary adventurers unable to return to safety. The feeble Minotaur, stripped of any combat prowess and significantly weakened in defense, found itself reverting to its original level of vulnerability when struck by a mere sword. Alas, alas, I shall heed your words. The new emperor's voice betrayed his exhaustion as he chose to conclude the conversation, neglecting to discuss the matters of the Zixiao sword sect with Princess Qingqing. Reflecting on their first encounter, he recalled how he had cast her into a cave, a moment when she possessed no inner strength, yet after her descent, he felt her presence vanish entirely. Chun Qi lamented that his regrets extended beyond these two supernatural abilities. Yet in comparison, these two were of paramount importance. With the subtle encouragement of those with ulterior motives, the eighth prince found himself losing public favor. Although the struggle for succession had not yet reached a conclusion, it was evident that his chances of emerging victorious were exceedingly slim. At worst, we shall return and feast upon the black fish extracted from the sea oil, she remarked, accompanied by a mock-retching gesture. Lin Fan's complexion darkened, fury bubbling within him. Yet he found himself at the mercy of Shun Suixin, compelled to endure this humiliation. As the night deepened, the once boisterous city seemed to drift into slumber, its myriad lights flickering like stars in the vast night sky. These robust hunters, seasoned in their craft, possessed remarkable acuity. However, this time, they miscalculated. The black sword cleaved through the air, shattering the sturdy axe of one hunter in half. Xiaoruo remained silent, his expression placid, revealing no hint of emotion. Not even a ripple in the spirit energy he channeled. The demon imprint devouring formation within the shattered stone valley was but a ruse, a defensive mechanism. The true objective of the two sects lay within the celestial demon summoning array at the valley's end, a place originally claimed by the malevolent knight. He had no choice but to change his shoes and approach. As he reached the kitchen door, it swung open, nearly colliding with him. Am I being a bit too harsh with this training? Luo Chen pondered, feeling a twinge of compassion as he retrieved a vitality pill from his storage ring and approached to offer it to Lan Shui. The telegram served as a stark reminder that this time, he had stirred a considerable hornet's nest, and the enemy would not relent easily. He needed to prepare for the impending chaos. Old Man Zhou recognized the figure before him as the silver moon dragon, Ao Miao. Upon seeing Old Man Zhou brandishing a wine jar and approaching with a fierce demeanor, Ao Miao immediately emanated a powerful aura, effortlessly sending Old Man Zhou flying, only to gently lower him back to the ground with a softer force. Chapter 66. Such intimacy? The heartache of Chu Yusen. Is it true that your friend suddenly had a child? Could it be you? His mother inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. Alas, it is unexpected to encounter such a plethora of intricate matters. It seems that the lady will once again be plagued by headaches, mused Ma Teng. The television was inundated with urgent broadcasts concerning the recently erupted news, and for Qin Mu Bai, comprehending this news posed no challenge. After speaking, Lin Feng quietly departed from the elder's office, having made the acquaintance of the esteemed former leader and signed a non-alliance agreement. Nevertheless, he was not slow in his movements. His injured head held high, his eyes gleaming with hope. Sister Wang, please take care of this card. It contains 810,000. Shin Xiushan handed his bank card to Wang Yuehua, a veteran since the inception of Yishan Films, whose integrity and trustworthiness were beyond question. In such a scenario, Lang Yi could not help but recall a poignant excerpt from Earth. You crown the workers with thorns, you nail humanity to the golden cross. Shibo was indeed a victim nailed to that golden cross. The Lanshua family had once become a puppet vassal of Fei, ostensibly guarding the Lanshua province, yet in reality, their dominion barely extended beyond the provincial capital, Enzi, until after the Third Shibo War, when the Lanshua family, seizing upon Fei's catastrophic defeat, conspired with the Ao Ing Bei Chi family to incite rebellion and ultimately declare independence. The background music suddenly surged, slightly elevated in pitch, the melody pleasant enough, and the expressions of others relaxed somewhat. Lin Feng was indeed infuriated. Thus, to avoid prolonged troubles, he resolved to strike decisively. The ordinary man endures, and those who endure become ordinary. At this moment, Gong Sun Zhao's voice responded within 5 minutes. Xiaolu, noticing the spirit beast pouch on Xing Chu, was not surprised, for such things still existed in the higher realms, so he found it no cause for astonishment. Those who were born under the stellar alignment often experienced a stroke of fortune. A glint of greed involuntarily flickered in Lin Jinghao's eyes. He too yearned for the beast mastery technique, but it seemed that opportunity had eluded him for now. Chen Fangjin, usually calm and collected, now bore a deep and stern gaze, as if facing a formidable adversary, his fingers concealed within his sleeves calculating intently, his brow furrowing in concentration. Qing Bing, he felt a jolt in her heart. The golden sand demon god, renowned as the mightiest among deities, a solitary traveler who roamed the continent, was indeed a figure of great renown. Since Mei Shi had mentioned him, could it be that he was the very brother she spoke of? Thus, at the moment when Fang Tian's murderous intent surfaced, Li Hexian had already keenly sensed it and locked onto Fang Tian, who was conversing with a smile. For Li Hexian understood that such intent stemmed from the depths of Fang Tian's heart. Taking a deep breath, Qing Bing, he acknowledged the remarkable 12 origins, likely unmatched by any in the world. Upon arriving at the designated hot spring room, they beheld Xingyu, her upper body bared, a white towel wrapped around her waist, her face adorned with a grin reminiscent of a mischievous pig. Hee, they must already be inside, she chuckled. This indistinct entity bore no eyes, ears, mouth, or nose, oblivious to whether its feet sprouted from its arms or its posterior emerged from its head. Yet it possesses a consciousness of its own, which, in the vernacular, might be described as akin to a legendary, resounding spirit. The owner of those eyes and breath, one-on-one, he doubts whether he could prevail against so many monks. Should he choose not to flee, he would be reduced to mere dust in an instant. Lu Zhan, apprehensive about being intercepted by the monks of the desolate temple on his ascent, opted to take a detour via light-footed agility. It turned out that Lin Furong had prepared relevant industry materials for Zhang Huifeng, who was diligently reviewing them when a client arrived. This client, a company owner, casually inquired about the situation and found Zhang Huifeng's professional competence quite impressive, leading him to directly finalize a contract with her. Regardless of the circumstances, that elderly couple had been determined to use Luan Ran as their substitute. Once ensnared by the blood-stained garments, it would lead to an irretrievable fate. Granny Zhang, initially harboring modest expectations, intended for Mingzhu to undergo training in the palace of the imperial concubine, unaware that a mere visit to the imperial garden would lead to a successful scheme against the emperor. Some individuals, upon encountering these statements, appeared utterly perplexed and subsequently conducted their own searches, without mentioning anything else. The mere mention of the Feishui group was dazzling enough. Gu Feng stood immovable, the force of the dark blood contract flowing within him like a stone sinking into the ocean, yielding not the slightest reaction. Ultimately, the bond between father and son, combined with his status as the heir of the Li family, rendered any changes impossible. Thus, his father feigned ignorance, complying with his own wishes by relinquishing the military command. However, this command was not easily obtained. One must achieve notable accomplishments to satisfy his father's expectations. When countless disparate dimensional systems combined with the past, cultivation, divine enhancement, supernatural abilities, martial prowess, and so forth, if such phenomena emerged without leading to societal collapse, it would indeed be unfathomable. Taking it slowly is of no consequence. We are not pressed for time. Zhu Haiyun lamented that at this pace, even without retching, rest would be unattainable. As the procession slowed, the carriage stabilized considerably. You must at least inform me who the enemy is and their strength, I pondered. Xiang Hao's expression was serious. There was no doubt that the body refinement techniques mastered by He Yinji's father were formidable. Xiao Feng perceived the unwavering determination in Lin Qian's gaze and could not help but let out a soft sigh. He remained oblivious to the condition of the workers in his absence, how the shopkeeper was managing, or the state of the meat from the carriage. Chapter 67. Luo Chen's joy. Chu Yu's despair. Every time He Mufeng spoke, He habitually smiled faintly before beginning, and this occasion was no exception. Helian Enya initially believed that Murong Faming's remarks were aimed at King Jing, stemming from his displeasure over coveting something of theirs. However, from his final statement, she seemed to discern something more. Should he shed his black cloak, the sunlight touching his skin or face would bring a stinging discomfort. His demeanor toward her revealed that Yi Luhin was not truly cruel. He was merely blinded by love, unable to distinguish what he truly desired. Due to the surrounding mechanisms of the Suha, which only allowed entry but not exit, he inadvertently bumped his head against a transparent membrane while leaping onto the rooftop. Xianyuan Tianyuan nodded, tightening his embrace around Rong Qian, and in an instant, their figures vanished from the original spot. Beyond the imperial city, flames engulfed the sky, and the clash of soldiers intensified, marking the infamous upheaval of the Taijing Gate. This very upheaval led to the disintegration of the Western Moon Kingdom, ultimately resulting in its annexation by the Tianyue Kingdom. Is your reaction not indicative of my lack of allure to your master? As this thought crossed her mind, she promptly forgot about the Bailing Dan and reached towards Li Rui's trousers. The Tong clan members were generally well-behaved in court. During her long stay in the southern wilderness, she had never heard of any disturbances caused by them. Why is this so? Guan Yunxiao's voice rang out loudly, akin to an interrogation of a criminal. Aren't you worried about me being ensnared by demonic energy? Zhong Yang, positioned in the midst of it all, smiled confidently. Blood continued to flow from the wound, cascading like rain as the Tungsha danced through the air, although much of it evaporated in the flames enveloping the serpent. Nevertheless, moments later, the ground remained saturated with crimson. Before the words had fully settled, a light chuckle drifted up from below the cliff. Xie Gongbao and Yin Xianer leaned over to peer down, the laughter emanating from a path 5 meters below. Without further ado, they leaped down. At the base, nestled within a hollow in the rock, a large tree thrived, beneath which sat 2 monks. One was the single-minded monk, and the other was Gao Wan. A voice laced with cold laughter escaped the lips of the Yinling palace master, causing the gazes of other palace masters in the hall to shift away from Jiao Fiyun. The fierce bull swaggered into the main hall on the first floor, unnoticed by the staff who were preoccupied with their tasks. Put it away, I won't engage with you, suddenly remarked Sato Hiroshi. The bone spurs gradually retracted into his body, and the mask upon his face began to dissipate. He understood that the individual before him had shown mercy. Otherwise, the consequences would have been far more severe, prompting him to refrain from any further actions. Will we capture Zhuqiu tonight? Nailan Jinshan disregarded Chu Tianling's concern and inquired with a detached tone. Rain fell heavily, obscuring the 3 burly men's view of Yi Xian's expression, yet they discerned his trembling form. Yi Xian was terrified. Ha! If you kneel and call me master, I might consider sparing you a few cuts. Do you remember when I was gravely ill, and you anxiously called my name by my side? That call made it impossible for me to leave this delightful world. It made me question if this was still the strong you. Wu Chu approached, clad in a hemp-colored robe, carrying a plain sword on his back, his demeanor tranquil. Feng Yanqing, feeling a sense of satisfaction, patted his shoulder. His actions were motivated by another reason. He had previously vowed that as long as Ninger was willing to pursue something, he would spare no effort to assist her, even at the cost of his entire kingdom. He was a perceptive man. Such a powerful weapon, once unleashed on the battlefield, would undoubtedly inflict significant losses on the Mecha Legion of the Holy Light Empire. At that point, the 2 sides would be bound in an unending feud. Winning would be a different story, but in defeat, Russell and the 5 allied nations could face the grim fate of enslavement. Foolishness prevails. After all, with sufficient wealth, one can procure anything. Enough of this. Eat while it's hot, Cold Xian urged. The middle-aged leader of the Shushan sword sect gazed into the distance towards the Wuji sect, suddenly appearing as if he had glimpsed something, his face revealing immense surprise. However, possessing great composure, he swiftly regained his usual demeanor upon hearing Wu Yu's inquiry, then chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this explanation, Fong and Chong, she felt a sense of relief. In this light, the endeavor was not entirely in vain. As for the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect, hatching formidable beast eggs was a most delightful affair. After all, these 3 beast eggs were birthed by 4th-level primordial beasts. Alas, my grand ambitions remain unfulfilled, and I am to meet my demise. At this moment, Cao Cao found himself unable to avoid fate, resignedly lamenting in his heart. The master led Wu Di to the dung pit from the previous day. He observed the scant waist present and beckoned Wu Di to proceed eastward, where a large gate stood ajar. The master informed Wu Di that a delivery cart would arrive shortly for him to receive. The clamor of voices filled the air in the Luo kingdom, and upon witnessing this, Feng Qin charged into the enemy ranks, engaging fiercely in battle. Meanwhile, Zhou Junlin had succumbed to a frenzy, unleashing lethal strikes with remarkable ferocity, tearing a gaping hole in the enemy lines. Hong Gai and Tuoba Fan exchanged knowing smiles. Tuoba Fan remarked, "Do you see the phantoms behind us? When cultivated to perfection, these illusions solidify into reality. At that point, the celestial techniques we wield shall be unstoppable." He spoke with a hint of arrogance. Chapter 68. Discovering the Cause, Male Classmates? After all, even the two friends from the Li family could escort people here, while the Hu family members were barred entry. The expressions of those individuals made Lin Iwana laugh. Although everyone understood that their authority was merely temporary, the thought brought Lin great joy. Moreover, Fang Qinchin had never been fond of Xi Lingyan, so she would undoubtedly berate herself for the situation, and importantly, she might very well scold Xi Lingyan in the process. The Xiao family's parents were utterly astonished, having not anticipated that the once amiable Du Lin would now act with such ruthlessness. Indeed, I have not been focused on anything else. My attention has been solely on the Era Technology. I had intended to investigate the chairman of Era Technology, but was unable to do so. Of course, my information is not as comprehensive as yours, Dinggu, Ma Tenghua replied with a smile. In the bustling streets, she suddenly felt a chill, lost in thought as she hailed a cab, providing her home address. Xi Lingyan curled tightly in the back seat, feeling that the driver's earlier blessings were nothing short of ironic. Princess Su Luo observed the two, feeling both joy and sorrow, and continually wiped her tears. Humph. The king of golden-winged Pong and the king of purple-eyed leopard exchanged fierce glares before reluctantly turning away to sit down, while the blood-winged eagle king raised the matter. And they dared not provoke further. Indeed, the law of the jungle dictates that the weak are preyed upon by the strong, with survival of the fittest being humanity's enduring mantra for millennia. Yet, who will emerge as the ultimate victor? No need. Thank you, Qi. Farewell. Mi Xiaoxiao abruptly ended the call, leaving Qi Jiao on the other end bewildered, while Lan Yu, who had just settled down to breakfast, was equally perplexed. The following day, after washing her hair and clothes with the hotel's water supply, she donned her attire, which dried quickly in the warm weather. I will assist Ling Xiao, Su Yao declared with a resolute gleam in her eyes, determined not to be a burden and eager to contribute. Observing the lethal strike infused with a blend of spiritual pressure from both death and the void, Byakuya Kachiki narrowed his gaze and began to chant before anyone else could act. Didn't you hear what Director Zhang said? They are discussing the script. There should be no issues. Zhang Wei reassured. Many ninjas' lives are often marked by the year they graduate, coinciding with their year of demise. However, during peacetime, lifespans tend to be somewhat prolonged. At that moment, the Jidon stage cultivators surrounding the square buzzed with excitement, yet they refrained from any rash actions, remaining obediently in their positions. I feel like I know what it is, Li Shengxian mused, frowning as she concentrated, her memory still hazy and fragmented. Under the cover of night, the fleeing group found refuge in a vast, rented plantation area, alleviating the immediate needs of most. TSK, Ji Shuiyan furrowed her brow in frustration, wishing the other party had reacted just a tad slower. They were not bound by the merciless law of survival, living in constant dread of lurking predators. Mo Ran sat alone in the car, finally free from the presence of others. She pressed down on the accelerator, allowing tears to flow freely down her face. Meanwhile, having realized that the opponent might already be engaging with the Canyon's vanguard, Su Yami and Su Yanan rushed towards the upper river section, while Shang Moses Rambo joined forces with their allies Zhao Xian and Galio to enter the river as well. Ultimately, after nearly 2 hours of combined effort from 4 formidable leaders, they succeeded in vanquishing the blood corpse of the Centipede King, with half of it devoured by the honey badgers and the other half preserved for later. This is Langfeng Villa, and as for who I am, I cannot disclose that at the moment, Zhu Xiang stated, leaving it at that. Zhang Hai nodded in agreement. If they have captured you, it is undoubtedly a threat. Let us cooperate slightly without tearing up the ticket, and we'll wait for rescue. Feeling the tingling sensation in the air, his expression shifted as he took a step. Sliding 20 meters away just as a blazing white lightning bolt struck down, enveloping Dushtar and the surrounding area within a 10-meter radius. Dragon Jinhai disregarded the potential danger posed by Long Wuye's current state, solely focused on confirming whether his father still remembered them. Regardless of one's title as a mage, it was survival of the fittest. Many onlookers had heard of the great Sun Mage, yet with the treasure at stake, who cared about titles? Instantly, a crowd surged forward. Hearing the Empress's words, Xiaofeng looked down at the old man, whose head was buried in the earth while his body trembled violently, and without hesitation, dove downwards. Zhang Jieyue's shadow surpassed that of the two before her. They beheld her silhouette, along with the continuous display of her sword energy, as she advanced step by step, evoking the sensation of surging ocean waves. As for the identity of the construction company vying for the Guangsha project and the backers behind it, Lu Hansong was not necessarily privy to such information. Even without Lu Hansong, Zhang Yifan and Jin Rong could discern the truth, rendering any further discussion with him a waste of time. The gravity of the situation was undeniable. Should war erupt between the two nations, the fate of the hostage would be all too predictable. Mu Jin spoke candidly, for the existence of containment objects relied on the ever-present distorted rules. For any containment object to become more bizarre and powerful, its own rules must also become increasingly twisted and better suited to its environment, thus unlocking greater potential. With the gods observing from afar, the only chance for survival lay in conquering China. However, the situation there had taken a sharp downturn. Deploying troops akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, the expressions of Inuyasha and his companions turned grim. One adversary was already difficult to handle, and now for more approached. Inuyasha gripped his Tetsusaiga tightly, retreating with Kagome until he ensured they could not pass him to launch a surprise attack on her. Ruo Shui saved Lu Qinghe and subsequently drew a protective talisman for him, beseeching her master to present Lu Qinghe before Elder Lu, asserting that Lu Qinghe's fate was noble, representing the future hope of the Lu family. The people, who had long been pent up with frustration, could no longer contain themselves and cried out fiercely, wishing they could rush forward and lend a hand. Chapter 69. This child seems rather peculiar. If you wish to expel the leader, kindly include me in that dismissal as well. Maeda Tora silently regarded Nakamura Hitoshi. Mo Chingy observed the shamate crawling on the ground, feeling immensely irritated, and raised her foot as if to kick, but upon recalling her earlier mistake, she immediately withdrew her foot. In fact, she herself had nearly fallen victim to her own enchanting power, facing a backlash, a truly terrifying prospect. This despicable fellow, one wonders if he has learned anything worthwhile. I sincerely hope he reflects upon his actions. Though only a fleeting moment, the deafening sound resonated, causing the eardrums of those present to buzz. Next was Senior Lu Peichuan. Both hailed from the same performing arts school, creating a natural bond. Yet uncertainty about the company's stance on intergender relationships among artists and the fact that his senior was currently only faring moderately well relegated him to the second position. The arrival of a newcomer did not overly concern Ganjing, although he had no intention of breaching his agreement with the Beijing television station. The presence of actors like Chun Ruoqing and Li Xiaoyu meant that others must exhibit dazzling performances to captivate him. Mo Qingyi sighed with resignation, gazing at the crystal chandelier cascading from the 20-meter-high ceiling. Wu Ming was startled. Why had his father returned? Hadn't he said he wouldn't be home tonight? What had prompted this sudden change of heart? Upon arriving at the casino, Guan Ping discovered that nearly everyone was gathered around a central table. In a matter of moments, apart from Zhou Yunfeng's battle spirit and the war command token, there was not a single battle spirit left in the void. Yi Xiaoyang pricked his middle finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto its mandibles. The centipede's body trembled, its mouthparts writhing as it quickly consumed the blood. The 7 towering men bowed respectfully to the unconscious General Li Lan before turning to plunge into the vast desert. Soon, the howling winds were pierced by the harsh sounds of battle. Yang Ying, do enlighten us on how you came to inherit the legacy of Erling Shun. Lin Feng remained perplexed by this question, feeling it imperative to seek clarity on the matter of residual consciousness, which held great significance. Although they had all agreed to stay awake, by a little past 1 in the morning, both Tung Linliang and Tung Lingxing had succumbed to sleep in their beds. Yi Xiaoyang prepared himself for defense, yet after a considerable wait with no signs of action, he grew suspicious. Using a water pipe, he initiated a cleansing, revealing a figure whose clothing and skin were nearly eroded, yet it was still discernible as a young man, clutching his abdomen. Zhou Yunfeng sat serenely upon a stone platform, as if in deep meditation, allowing the gale imbued with the forces of thunder, fire, gold, and even a hint of spatial power to sweep past him. This indicated that the igniting of the saddle did not evoke any distinctive traits in the child. The middle-aged elf, in the latter years of his life, was overwhelmed with joy, constantly longing for his homeland while confined to his sickbed. He lifted a piece of fruit, inhaling its fragrance before taking a bite, closing his eyes in bliss as he savored the ancient flavors reminiscent of home, the essence of the boundless forest. At 8:55, there were merely 5 minutes until the scheduled match, yet the backstage remained devoid of the challenger's presence. Was it possible that this individual intended to enter the battlefield directly from outside? They were also provided with a maid, barely under 40, perfectly suited to care for Mother Kong, to cook for them and wash their clothes. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated, since their return from the racetrack. After he had escorted her back to school, a full week had passed without a single word from Zhao Pingjin, reporting to the prince, upon returning to their respective encampments. The other princes commenced gathering their forces and have now converged towards our Wanyan tribe. They have nearly assembled completely, and it is believed that shortly we shall march southward into the Ming territory, a trusted aide responded hastily. When the boy spotted the familiar lights and wished to express his gratitude to the uncle, he realized that behind him lay a rugged mountain path, devoid of any uncle or forest. With a hint of sarcasm, Dai Bai was particularly averse to discussions surrounding the origins of the Holy Light system, or inquiries into the highest forms of necromancy, which elucidated why the necromantic arts were so ruthlessly eradicated under the dominion of the Holy Light. Very well, you are all such good children, Song Shibao remarked, holding one child in each hand, while struggling to manage the other two. The gray scales brought Luo Chen into the spirit spring, beginning to control his body to absorb the spring's energy. What is the matter? An old ox grazing on tender grass is not an unfamiliar sight, especially for the ruler of the world. He can do as he pleases. Can you contend with him? Gao Sherman did not consider her words to be particularly remarkable. I do not know, but I care not. I only wish to be with you, Hai Lin said with certainty. After a day spent wandering the temple fair, the group felt somewhat fatigued. Upon returning to the Prince of Anil's residence for dinner, they all retired for the night early. With a thunderous sound, Li Kongshue's body was shattered into a mist of blood, only to reassemble in midair, before crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his 7 orifices. It was at this moment that she recalled the old god's words regarding advancement and competition, her eyes brimming with tears as she lifted her gaze. Staring at Juia's prominently rounded belly, she was taken aback, unable to react for quite some time. In an instant, myriad thoughts flickered through her mind. Both sisters appeared to be in their mid-20s and seemed to come from affluent backgrounds. Their attire was composed entirely of top-tier outdoor sports gear from abroad. Kong Fanny found herself at a loss for words, her scalp beginning to tingle. To be honest, she greatly admired Wei Halen's straightforward and decisive nature. Although she disliked being scrutinized, the latter spoke candidly, exuding the shrewdness of a business person. How could she fabricate a story? This outfit was neither fitting nor stylish. Appearing utterly awkward, the two were outside, hurling insults, when Lu Bao emerged, prompting Han San to stealthily follow. However, unbeknownst to him, Lu Bao quickly returned, leading Han San to silently conclude that Shi Qing was indeed correct, and he discreetly trailed him once more. Chapter 70. The Dominant Su Mother? Luo Chen is in control. Ironically, on the night Zheng Cheng was kidnapped, the first outsider to seek help was none other than Tang Hui. At 7:30 in the evening, Li Weixi and Zhong Ming arrived at the awards ceremony venue. The organizing committee had been notified in advance, providing the police with a complete guest list and a 3-dimensional layout of the venue. Captain Liu personally participated in the on-site security, replacing half of the security personnel with his own detectives and installing mobile surveillance devices at the location. Not to mention Yulian. Even if the other party was genuinely concerned for her, Suzhou still felt an overwhelming annoyance. Upon returning to Shihu Farm, as usual, Barton lay obediently in the yard guarding the entrance, while Rommel was nowhere to be found, roaming the world outside. Throughout the journey, she continually inquired about my well-being, offering me water and asking if I needed to go to the hospital. I was deeply touched. During my time with Yishan Shan, I had done nothing for her. Yet she devoted herself to me with such care and concern. The Divine Tower appeared to be before Zhuangyi, Yet it took him 5 days to actually reach its front. With supporters come critics. Countless individuals questioned Su Zhou's expertise, suggesting the possibility of a fabricated identity for registration. Just past noon, the lunch hour at the residence had already elapsed, prompting Xia Zihan to instruct Xiang Cao to prepare 2 bowls of noodles, which the couple then consumed. "Boss, it's time to pay the protection fee," said a 20-something man clad in a denim jacket adorned with skull prints, addressing Boss He. "Your father may currently be struggling to protect himself." And although he would never voice such a thought, Chu Yun suspects that Xunyu has likely already deduced it. Furthermore, since the demise of Nit, Belladonna has found no one capable of satisfying her twisted desires. Thus, she yearns for Ares to become her companion. "This is truly delectable," Tianming exclaimed after finishing a bowl of rice, marveling at its exquisite taste. Wang Jin, however, found the rice merely satisfactory, having encountered far superior grains in the past. Chen Bo observed the two of them, their black shadows stretching from head to toe down to the ground, pondering quietly to himself. "How strange, where has she gone?" Chu Yun remarked candidly, contemplating whether it would be best to return and discuss it later. Suing bit her rosy lip, playfully complaining. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully nudged Lin Chun. A kaleidoscope of colorful magic exploded across the dim night sky, illuminating it like a vibrant tapestry. At that moment, a vengeful spirit with distinct features appeared before them, its malicious eyes fixated on Chen Bo, as if it had spotted a delectable treat. Were it not for Li Lizzie's aversion to wastefulness, her life would undoubtedly be one of luxury. The Marathi family had little friction with Hugo, yet they were perpetually preoccupied with organizing their team, as chaos reigned within the Internationale Club, lacking a single championship. The donkey, with its pale yellow coat, was neither plump nor thin, its rope-like tail tirelessly swishing back and forth. One side of the donkey bore a bulging sheepskin bag, while the other side sported a pouch, also filled to the brim. The 36 heavenly assassins are divided into 3 tiers, each containing 12. And judging by your cultivation and the earlier display of the shaking mystic technique, Mo Ziqian stared in shock, unable to comprehend why Qin Ranran would resort to such a resolute action. Just as he seemed poised to speak, Jiang Qin swiftly severed the call, preventing Yin Xuanzhou's voice from reaching Lin Heshuan's ears. Ho Junji gasped for breath. Li Xiang's piercing words had truly cornered him, since he had already come this far. Even if he released Jiang Qin, she would undoubtedly report him for kidnapping and extortion. As night fell, nearing midnight, Long Fei, Zhaoling, and Master Shan Yuan began their ascent of the mountain. He certainly did not wish to hear Huang Meili remark upon seeing him, "What happened to that child?" He was acutely aware that following this incident, he would face unforeseen circumstances. When the courtesan arrived in Fengcheng, Hong Bao had long since departed for Langzhou. He had heard some rumors regarding her, but they were not particularly detailed. On one hand, he hoped that these efforts would prove worthwhile, aiding him in eliminating the mole. Understanding the implications of Zhang Chaoxia's words, Wu Xie longed to retort, yet upon surveying the room, he noticed that everyone else appeared to be in better spirits, prompting his silence. Zhang Qingyuan's expression shifted as he felt an immense gravitational force pulling at the creation jade's sword in his grasp, uncontrollably drawing it towards the dark, lightless abyss, and even he found it difficult to resist this terrifying pull, ensnared by the warped space-time as he descended into its depths. In a significant business negotiation, Lu Chenxian attended alongside Lin Yu. Clad in an elegant gown, Lin Yu exuded determination and confidence. At the negotiation table, she adeptly utilized the information at her disposal, securing a crucial advantage for Lu Chenxian. At that moment, he gazed at her, his eyes brimming with pride and affection. In a brief span, Zhang Qingyuan made 2 swift strikes, compelling the formidable demon to retreat from the Kunlun fairy realm. Yet, deep down, he understood that his harsh words were merely an outlet for his frustration. Gu Lingshuang was thriving, while his own life lay in ruins. Chapter 71. Revisiting the Past. Su's mother surprised. Xiaoan rose, a flicker of spiritual light emerging as the injury on his abdomen shifted to his hand, rendering his wounds trivial. Meanwhile, Jingxia Sanlang had been bound by Meng Fan. In the United States, wealth attracted a plethora of eccentric individuals willing to serve, to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Meng Fan chose the daylight, while Dai Air, under the watchful eye of the cameras, sent Jingxia Sanlang to his demise. As she turned halfway, she glanced back at Lu Sinan, who, coincidentally, met her gaze. He offered a subtle smile before ascending the stairs. Jian Yun's instinct to refuse was quickly swallowed as she found herself ensnared by the depths of his piercing eyes. The eastern battlefield displayed a temporary ceasefire, with the Guangguang Council halting their offensive maneuvers and discreetly reallocating forces to the northern front. Everyone has experienced youth. Boss Li observed his brothers and the elder brother of his sister-in-law, pondering whether the grievances of their youth should be taken to the grave. This simple breakfast thoroughly won over Wang Can and Li Jianxi, and after the meal, Wang Can voluntarily wash the dishes. Were this to end here, it would only resolve the issues faced by the soldiers present, leaving the masterminds untouched. Lu Sinan, freshly emerged from a shower, was met with a knock at the door. Assuming it to be Chang Yi with a matter to discuss, he opened it without a second thought. The imposing figure of a bald man crumpled under a punch from Chun Haoran, who then sat atop the giant, propping himself up with a wooden stick. The sound sent a jolt through Wang Long, who quickly turned to see the familiar smiling face of Zhang Mingyi. Tang Shui's aunt returned from outside, resuming her criticisms of Chun Haoran's attire, which had escalated from mere criticism to nitpicking. Surrounding relatives chimed in with their own unkind remarks, igniting a flush of anger on Tang Shui's face. Unbeknownst to Chun Yu, every participant in the third challenge encountered such phenomena, in addition to the ominous aura. Strange occurrences occasionally manifested. Having sensed Yang Jirui's affections, Zhou Nian contemplated how to terminate their collaboration. With a factory established in the village, she resolved not to engage with Yang Jirui in the future. Thus, she seized the opportunity to clarify matters and avoid future awkwardness. The following morning, they departed from Ping Titan, traversing 30 miles into the mountain path. Crossing the creek and advancing another 4 or 5 miles, the mountain entrance narrowed, revealing a manor ahead, marked by a plaque that read, Peach Blossom Dock. This team, apart from that classical young lady and you newcomers, comprises the backbone of the academy, undoubtedly the most gifted individuals within its ranks. What? You inquire about that lecherous-looking thief's capabilities? Chun Yu submitted the dragon seal order to Old Mo. Such an artifact is beyond your grasp. Wang Yifeng, observing Old Mo's apprehensive demeanor, shouted at Chun Yu in a tone laced with intimidation. Yet, merely a month ago, Xie abruptly awakened Yang Buhui and Zhang Wuji at dawn, claiming that someone had infiltrated the Bright Summit, and even if it were not Chen Kuan, they were likely no saint. Then I shall accompany you, Sheng Shi remarked, displaying indifference towards the existence of the Ji family, akin to a tiger that pays no heed to the insects that scurry by, provided they remain unobtrusive. In summary, during that period, every conceivable rumor circulated. Despite being ensnared in the vortex, Ji Yanxi and his companions were no more enlightened than outsiders. In fact, they were even more astounded and bewildered. Upon discovering that the one covering their mouths was Yi Chong, Xiu'er and Xiang'er ceased their screams and struggles, their bright, eager eyes fixed upon him. A wave of sympathy enveloped He Yifeng. He had never fathomed the depths of Wu Ling's thoughts. He had always considered himself rather inattentive, mistakenly believing Wu Ling to be carefree and untroubled by the world's tribulations. Today, Yi Chong was set to declare his affections, a promise he had made to his lady the previous day. Old Qin's gaze flickered, recalling the top 10 on the illusory spirit rankings. He immediately thought of a notorious figure among them, whose movements were uncanny and strength formidable. She widened her dark eyes, an unfathomable emotion gradually spreading within her, her first encounter. In close proximity, witnessing a higher life form altering the very essence of existence. However, Ling Hao did not receive that talisman. He had long since used his powers to whisk the rotund figure away, fleeing south from the Western Sea province. As far as the imperial concubine was concerned, last night's events had concluded. She would not speak of them to anyone. Simultaneously, she hoped Yi Chong would release his fixation, forgetting all that transpired the previous night. Yet, it was serendipitous that he ventured out, embracing the moment, taking a stroll through Hushy County to experience the lives of ordinary people, which was indeed a delightful endeavor. Kong Rong, originally a minor official, was elevated to Grand Minister of Ceremonies by Han Wei, who wished to arrange for Sun Yan. Although this was a mere nominal promotion, Kong Rong found solace in the change. Regardless of Chu Feng's enigmatic nature or formidable prowess, Miyamoto Musashi possessed absolute confidence in executing a covert assassination against him. In the next instant, a thunderous collapse echoed as the river's sovereign plunged into a meticulously prepared pit, its head disappearing entirely, leaving only its hind legs and tail exposed. At that moment, a southern wind blew, the flames fueled by the gusts, igniting chaos as countless fire arrows descended from unknown origins, sending He Tao's fleet into disarray. The history of Earth is marked by rapid cycles of change, one dynasty succeeding another like waves crashing upon the shore, defying prediction. The land of Wanshu is now shrouded in the haze of war, as the dying spirits of various races rise once more to resist the great upheaval. Han Wei and Lu Yuer's arrival was clear as day. It was perhaps wiser not to obstruct Han Wei. At this moment, the vicinity of the Jinwu mountain range was increasingly populated with cultivators, encompassing not only lower-level players, but also tens of thousands of indigenous practitioners. The sky was thick with cultivators soaring through the air on their swords, some even landing directly near Chu Feng. Jingyan, do you understand the reason for my visit today? Fu Bai inquired, setting down his teacup to initiate the conversation. She gritted her teeth, an immense surge of spiritual power radiating from her, and with a single slap, a deep pit formed where the carriage had been. Su Jiangnan initially grasped little of the situation, but upon descending the mountain and hearing the keen cry of an eagle overhead, he comprehended Ning Shiju's intent. In Chapter 72, Resolving Work, Yun Er's melancholy, as the words fell, amidst the astonished gazes of all the ninjas, you suddenly activated the awakening ability of the line fruit, transforming the ground beneath them into a vast ocean of white threads. It is noteworthy that this location, unlike the entrance to the underground laboratory, was entirely sealed, thus preventing any flooding from affecting the interior. Very well, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated, Qin Fei remarked, sensing the sincerity of Xiao Jingzhao. For him, facing the enemy's weaponry at the ship's bow was preferable, allowing him to discern how best to act according to the situation. Concealing himself until the chaos subsided was simply not his approach. Recent events in Dongsheng had been tumultuous and overwhelming. He needed to calm his mind and reflect to avoid being caught off guard in future emergencies. Today marked the Central State Martial Artists Conference, where the Central State's hegemon would be elected. Should Master Bai defeat Li Hongrui, he would undoubtedly ascend as the rightful new hegemon of the Central State. Additionally, high-tech suits such as Spider-Man's skin-tight costume and Iron Man's advanced armor have already begun to emerge. Pearl Harbor stands as the largest and most formidable military base along the American coastline, serving as a robust bulwark that protects the nation from invasion. What an audacious claim! Even if you truly swept through the entire ancient martial arts realm, what would it matter? In the immortal realm, you remain but an ant, trampled at will. Morong Xiao scoffed. Very well, let us not waste time. Let us proceed directly to the Flying Tiger's lair, Zhao Kong suggested gently. Before long, a couple of gene of meat and several goose eggs found their way into Air Fizi's belly. Monkey Sen casually flipped the rice bowl onto Air Fizi's large head, rhythmically tapping it with a spoon. Initially, he had prepared to invest 10 million, yet unexpectedly, he still had some of the 3 million deposit remaining. This was truly unforeseen. Unlike Fan Jin, who had lost his wits upon passing the imperial examination, he remained relatively steadfast in spirit. Due to this action, more of the inner Dan's essence flowed from Lu Yu's mouth, which Mu Lu wastefully licked up without hesitation. With a resounding crash, it seemed as if some component had been forcefully broken inside, and then the door swung open in response. You were the one who interrupted. Ah, never mind, Yao Dong said, feeling slightly dazed by Lu Yu, primarily due to the significant impact of that matter on him. Yi Feng believed that having enough elixirs was sufficient. Any excess would serve no purpose, especially since he had already acquired the map to the Yuanxian tomb. Everything else seemed less significant. Yangbo turned around and noticed that the outside had gradually darkened. His exceptional eyesight rendered the night scarcely a hindrance, causing him to lose track of time. After inquiring with the driver for some time, he learned that Mo Changyu had not returned home, but had gone directly to the Yuzuan group. What? Wu Zheng has already reached the threshold of a star saint, yet he remains no match for elderly? Murmurs arose from the audience. As for how Jimmy had made his move, Xiaxi was unconcerned. Her current task was to return home and focus on post-production editing. Xiao Moyan glanced at Xiao Qingyan, gradually extending his hand to take Ji Xingji into his embrace. Particularly striking were Jiang Han's originally masculine features, which, when adorned in a crimson gown, revealed a curious blend of elegance and allure. Jin Su, with his straightforward nature, could hardly fathom that Augustus would dare to ambush him while he was gravely injured. It would be one thing to fall to a formidable opponent like Long Hen, but to be outmaneuvered by Augustus was a blow he could not endure. Elder Chen, being quite occupied, decided against delivering his charge to the Liao residents, reasoning that country folk were accustomed to hardship. Traversing such a flat path was trivial. The Snow Mountain's Jade Lion merely possesses the potential of a Saint King, while your potential is evidently far greater. His appearance fee is already 10 medium-grade spirit stones. What about yours? Hua Fei remarked with a grin. Gradually, Zhang Wei began to comprehend why Li Jing had chosen to assist Li Shimin in expanding the northwestern territories. Isn't this what you have always desired? Otherwise, why would you have gone so many years without contacting me, only to suddenly seek me out for your mother? Ji Jiangshun remarked. He had intended to sneak home for a moment to change into fresh clothing, but unexpectedly, his mother, having no other engagements that day and staying indoors due to the oppressive heat, caught him red-handed. When asked about the reasons behind their recent breakthroughs, they unanimously attributed it to the guardian stone bowl, often echoing the sentiment that sincerity begets spirit. This sparked a wave of fervor for sincerity at the Qing Xian sword sect. Amidst the crowd, a chilling purple light streaked past several bandits, followed by the appearance of a man who slowly sheathed a slender purple sword. A fortnight prior, certain individuals had plunged a metaphorical knife into the Ink Party during a council meeting, sarcastically praising the Song of the Gallows, which temporarily branded the Ink Party as traitors and surrenderists. In a moment of dire urgency, Yanlong flicked his finger, unleashing the golden finger technique, which struck the base of an arrow, causing its trajectory to veer upwards into the air. The thunder god bullet attached to the arrow erupted with a thunderous roar, scattering debris amidst the smoke. Now, Yanlong spoke of the court situation in a rather nonchalant tone, yet it stirred something within him, for he perceived Yanlong as an outsider. However, as one who had once conquered the world and possessed all its treasures. The treasures of this king contained the prototypes of all artifacts from his era. How many more matters do you lack in comparison to him? Dongfang had never heard Ying Quan mention this before, and upon hearing it now, she subtly frowned. Chapter 73, a heart-to-heart between mother and daughter, discussing Luo Chen. As she spoke, the furnishings within the room erupted before their eyes, the cacophony of sound eliciting another bout of hysterical screams from Lu Wanxian. Outside, Jiao Monrong fled in panic, only to encounter a masked man approaching, radiating an aura of cold menace that felt exceedingly familiar. Since Xiao Luo could not survive, she resolved to live on in her stead, unwavering in the face of whatever he might do to her, for survival was her sole act of atonement for Xiao Luo. Su Jinyan gazed at her for a prolonged moment, slowly remembering that if Su Xia truly was the renowned healer of Tianlan, Su Xia, the most cherished sister of the war god Su Yi, then she must indeed be his cousin. Opposite her, Ouyang Yi directly moved all of Xiang Tiantian's belongings into his master bedroom, while Qinshin proactively retrieved her clothes from the wardrobe to take to the guest room. Aunt Xiao, do you know his company's address? Although she had visited once before, she had completely forgotten how to get there. However, the most pressing concern was whether the princess would be horrified by such ostentatious and unbearable sights, perhaps retreating in fear and regret. Or, if even a hint of disdain crossed her visage, the king of Wei might find an excuse to utterly obliterate the qi without incurring blame. Sima Du continued. Close your eyes. Lin Feng complied, shutting his eyes. Sima Du positioned his left and right hands in a gesture of the Tao, resting them on Lin Feng's temples. A crimson glow emerged on either side of Lin Feng, and gradually, a beam of light shot forth from the crown of his head, prompting Sima Du to hastily withdraw and move before the Xianyuan sword. With a seductive yet sinister gaze fixed upon the figure on the bed, he slowly undid the buttons. A man of striking beauty, this overtly alluring gesture caused Zhou Xian to momentarily lose his breath. Observing him, Yi Ziyuan raised an eyebrow, his eyes brimming with desire. Stunned, he hastily scrambled to his feet. How do you feel? Luo Lingjun summoned the Wansha Lu Pao lantern back to her, yet the radiant colors of the lotus did not diminish. Luo Lingjun scrutinized those of the Shadow clan, inquiring further. He stood behind Song Nanshi, his towering figure sufficiently enveloping her, providing her with unparalleled protection. Subsequently, the flying light star lord from the earth realm, having endured 9 waves of tribulation, successfully ascended. Qing Bai and Xing Ziyun departed without hesitation, heading straight to the upper illusion realm, where upon exiting the teleportation array, They beheld the heavenly expanse of the Tianmu wilderness. His visage was coarse, standing with a robust build, his eyes glaring, causing Song Laotai to tremble in fear. Lu Jinfeng surveyed his powers, resolute in his need for a weapon that no one, even a century hence, could connect to his current self or future self. It seems to be over. I sense a force concealing us, one that the power of the laws cannot detect. Luo Lingjun appeared to have a moment of enlightenment, as the unsettling sensation suddenly dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of reassurance and safety. The grand festivities of the Qixi celebration, if my memory serves me right, occur merely thrice a year in our city, during the Lantern Festival, Qixi, and the Mid-Autumn Festival. How could one such as I, who revels in culinary delights and playful pursuits, allow this opportunity to slip away? Speaking of the Immortal Cultivation Alliance, it is imperative to acknowledge its significance to the entire Shanghuan realm. I am the founder of the human sect, when Ing Wuyo made his appearance. Li Er's resonant voice echoed across the land. At this moment, Lin Fan unleashed the full extent of his ghostly powers, mastering the ethereal strength and comprehending the divine technique of invincible ghost spirit, which granted him 5 seconds of absolute invincibility, albeit at the cost of a 10-second frailty thereafter. Li Liang never anticipated that the tactics employed against him, where he was intercepted from behind while his midfielders advanced, would be turned against himself. Struggling against overwhelming odds, he found himself outmatched in both height and strength by the 3 formidable men, ultimately relying on his speed to execute 2 exquisite evasive maneuvers to escape. Observing Zhou Ji, precariously balancing the ball amidst the towering defenses of Ji Qingyong, Qi Donyuan, and Gu Zhizhe, Lu Tai was moved to tears, as memories of the 19-year-old right-back from the national Olympic team resurfaced. The bond between father and son is indeed a curious one, a manifestation of the unspoken emotions that linger between men. Behind the ancestral hall lay an array of offerings. Lifting a jug of wine from the altar, Han Qi drank heartily without reservation. The Yunnan martial arts community had not hosted a martial arts conference in many years, and thus, this gathering drew all who could attend, evolving into a grand celebration of martial prowess. It was during my rescue of your father that I discovered its potential use. Later, upon returning to the village, I encountered some dark blood virus. Mo Chang smiled as he regarded Chen He. As the setting sun cast its glow, Yang Riang glanced at the self-assured Kiki Sakumo and shook his head slightly. Confidence is commendable, yet when faced with Li Yun, especially after witnessing the latter's pseudo-immortal transformation, he felt a weight in his heart. Should he confront Li Yun, escaping would be a feat in itself. Holding a longsword, Yin Taizi fixed his piercing gaze upon Ding Chong, his weapon humming ominously. The ball rolled slowly, eluding the unsuspecting goalkeeper and striking the right post before rebounding. Suddenly, the referee's whistle pierced the air, and the linesman raised his flag, deeming Jiang Yuning to have interfered with the keeper from an offside position. A fissure unexpectedly appeared, tearing open a chasm of 100 feet, as 2 figures stepped forth from the void. Yangmingshan, a newly developed tourist area, had sections of road yet to be completed, causing the vehicle to jolt incessantly. A particularly controversial post emerged, directly condemning the trio for their bullying behavior, even uncovering extensive details about them. The howling wind swept through, stones flying through the air, as an expansive sea of green surged rapidly, engulfing his entire field of vision. Chapter 74. Why is this little girl so anxious? Upon seeing 2 strikingly handsome youths, each displaying distinct expressions and quirks, the elder could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, the remnants of Dong Zhui's faction, namely Li Ju, Guosi, Zhang Ji, and Fan Shou, sought refuge in Shangxi and dispatched a messenger to Chang'an, petitioning for amnesty, expressing their willingness to surrender all military horses in exchange for the court's forgiveness. No one could have anticipated that, at such a crucial moment, a lingering fragment of his soul would awaken and re-emerge into the world. Not far beneath the Mouse Ridge, there indeed existed a modest inn. In such desolate and inhospitable terrain, it was quite a challenge to locate a respectable lodging. Nevertheless, this particular inn flourished with business, for even as the waning moon lit the night, travelers still sought refuge within its walls. What do you intend to do? The dawn has already broken, surely. Ruoshi and the others have risen by now. Let us cease this commotion and hasten our departure, she urged, with such proximity to the handsome figure. Yen Wu's body quivered slightly, her breath growing increasingly labored. Tian, with unwavering conviction, expressed his thoughts. Indeed, he genuinely believed so. Yet, the more he asserted this, the more the beautiful women began to suspect something amiss with him. Perhaps he was merely a fool, easily taken advantage of? Guojia observed the creeping vines and gestured for everyone to draw closer. He then crouched down and sketched a shape on the ground resembling a funnel, with a square drawn in its center. However, as she was tidying up in preparation to leave, Cheng Lingji received a call from Li Huanran, inviting her to dinner. After a moment's contemplation, she acquiesced. Yet, Old Gu unexpectedly triggered the alarm, altering the nature of the situation entirely. It was imperative for the authorities to intervene. This individual remained deeply concealed, eluding detection and capture, and now that he had been delivered to their doorstep, they could not permit him to escape unscathed. Jin Yang sat firmly beside Lin Shenshin, his grip on her hand unwavering. Assessing the direction from which the voice originated, Yi Wuchen's face flushed crimson, but the anxiety that had gripped his heart dissipated. A wave of guilt washed over Lin Shenshin. Yet she remained resolute in her belief that Jin Yang's assertion regarding the necklace being a key to hidden treasure was merely a ruse. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, he could never forsake Bai Yura. He had knelt before the grave of Yu Xian for an entire night, pleading for her forgiveness, further solidifying his resolve. I cast a sidelong glance at him, my mind mulling over whether there existed even a minuscule fraction of truth in his words. At that moment, his head rested against the edge of the bath, slightly tilted back, revealing his alluring Adam's apple. Water droplets glimmered on his pristine chest, reminiscent of lustrous pearls. Poor Nixiao remained oblivious to the meaning behind the two halves, grinning foolishly, that Navi child. The attention of the crowd was fixated on Yun Shan, where they remained unaware of the impending threat lurking behind them. After being struck by an arrow from Yao Lingji, the assailant fell silently to the ground. Is it truly as simple as just going wherever? Xiao Baizhu inquired. Unease etched upon his features. If only it were that straightforward. The most striking figure was cloaked entirely in a black mantle, standing at the center, evidently the core of the assembly. In a tapestry of diverse scenes, towering snow-capped mountains, shadowy canyons, boundless deserts, bustling metropolises, desolate borderlands. Each individual bore unique identities, experiences, and sentiments, familiar yet foreign, filled with animosity and gratitude, entwined with the threads of fate. Time and again, life yielded to death, only to be reborn, akin to a cycle of reincarnation. Upon hearing this, the two guards immediately grasped the situation, their reverence for the celestial god growing deeper. It must be said that this monarch of the clan, a creature that has lived for countless years, possesses a considerable degree of wisdom. Just moments ago, it was on the brink of revealing something significant, yet it managed to halt itself in the nick of time, leaving Su Yu utterly vexed. Mr. Chong, ignorance is no sin. A slight reprimand would suffice. There is no need to expel Mr. Zheng from the company. Lu Lang, who had been observing from the sidelines, interjected. He had come here to resolve issues, and while Zheng Perrin may not be a major figure, it was unnecessary to make an enemy of him. A commoner may be innocent, yet the possession of treasure can bring about calamity. Lu Lang, with his esteemed status and holding an enigmatic celestial artifact, parading about carelessly would indeed be courting disaster. If you can discern my lineage as a dragon, then you shall not leave here today. The figure in the golden robe sneered, charging forward. After the initial wave of withered wood warriors was consumed by the inferno, another group surged forth from behind. However, this time, Ouyang Isu assigned a formidable team of elves to specifically safeguard one warrior. With over a dozen squads entwined in water-based formations fiercely protecting the powerful withered wood warrior as it bravely plunged into the river of flames. If a player were to post on the forum, a computer would be necessary. Yet, for mere web browsing, a helmet would suffice. The copper-hued space remained unchanged, but all the floating flames had vanished, restoring tranquility. Only the black and white twins were conspicuously absent, their whereabouts unknown. Shangwan Ruixin summoned them one by one for discussions. Throughout the night, individuals were called into the conference room, entering with trepidation and exiting dejectedly. The headquarters remained illuminated all night, with no one daring to leave, anxiously awaiting their turn to be summoned. The thoughts of the youth are indeed vibrant. Let them have their fun. By the way, Tony is recovering. You must stay close to him and ensure he is well looked after, the amiable old Howard remarked. reflecting on the circumstances he was about to face. The middle-aged man made a decisive choice. The best strategy is to retreat. As the saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be a day to avenge today's grievances. Upon hearing Xia Feng's voice, the malevolent spirit quickly raised its head, realizing the newcomer was merely a frail Taoist, hardly worth its concern. Instead, it extended its left hand to meet the descending broken void sword. You think to deceive me? It won't be that easy. Shangguan Ruixin chuckled inwardly, resolved to remain right where he was, eager to see what the other could do. Before Xia Feng's words had fully settled, he witnessed Kuang Shaon and sending out the ambiguous message. Chapter 75. Teasing Yuner, utterly adorable. The voice of the saber-toothed tiger elder reverberated. And were it not for the presence of the colossal defensive array, many ears in this settlement of wooden and stone dwellers would surely have bled from the resonance. He chuckled awkwardly, saying, while relocating the ancestral deity may seem disrespectful, did they not originally honor it in the ancestral hall of the old residence in Jinling? As early as the night before last, Zhang Huan had informed his live-stream audience of his intention to compete in the grand tournament. He attempted to compress his overwhelming presence. As a result, the weight within the space would naturally bear down upon everyone present. Zhou Yu summoned his vital energy, soaring into the sky, closely followed by Hong Kong. At this moment, the once colossal beast lay lifeless, and no one could impede their departure from this snow-laden forest. The two effortlessly returned to the path leading to the peak of the Wu Xiong mountain range. Your Highness, Baron Ovikes has surrounded Count Raoul's estate with his guards, and Lord Schrade has also arrived on the scene. However, the mercenaries insist that Count Raoul must pay for the release of his men and demand that our people leave, claiming it is not a matter concerning the Norton family, reported Schrade. Yet, in the presence of the beastly minister, her most formidable techniques proved utterly ineffective. When their powers clashed, the ethereal tendrils of the beastly minister effortlessly cleaved the Black Lotus in twain, delivering a heavy blow to Qian Wushuang. Bai Shuangping grew increasingly frustrated. Considering that Director Wang from the political department had seemingly arrived as well, he wished to avoid any conflict with Han Bo over such trivial matters, not wanting to offend the very director who had facilitated Han Bo's appointment. He nodded, opened the car door, and climbed into the passenger seat, signaling the driver to proceed. The relatives adamantly refused, asserting that it was indeed after working hours. Nonetheless, those on the shore had seen him in a security uniform, urging him to assist, akin to calling the police. This was a spell of unparalleled illusion, named Endless Phantasm, capable of conjuring 36 phantoms of a singular object, requiring the consumption of an inner core to transform into a monstrous beast for its casting. This spell bore side effects. Each time one transformed into the beast to cast, they would remain in that form for a week, unable to wield any other magic. The subordinate was instantly drenched in cold sweat, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, begging for mercy, and striking his own face with considerable force. As for the eunuch, the guards stationed at the city remarked that he appeared unfamiliar, merely stating he was a newcomer working at the Weiyang Palace. Out of respect for the palace, the guards refrained from further inquiry. This blatant falsehood carried an air of deliberate concealment. Engaging in trade with a foreign nation would typically imply a middle-class household. Not to mention, the living conditions here offered no semblance of wealth. Moreover, residing in such a secluded forest raises questions about how one could engage in international commerce. The chains had grown to a considerable extent. The void-splitting sword could no longer sever them. Letian raised his hand, his palm darkening, as a devouring black hole manifested, pressing his palm against the chains. Murong Chinsi rarely exhibited tenderness in his gaze, gently patting Madame Murong's back to soothe her emotions. Tong Xian extended her fair right hand, delicately brushing it against Lu Pingfan's handsome face, as if to smooth away his suffering. Yuli awoke, her drowsy eyes blinking open, noticing a leaf drifting on the windowsill, glistening with morning dew, clear and translucent, accompanied by the sweet melodies of birds outside. The newly risen sun, invigorated and radiant, cast its warm glow, illuminating the entire world. Victory is not to be feared, nor is defeat. What is truly daunting is the inexplicable failure and the unmerited triumph. In negotiations between Qin Bing and the municipal government, the order for confiscation was rescinded, and those who had been apprehended were released one by one. Locate the black and white illustrations of the human form from the esoteric teachings. and subsequently find the demonstration images of ancient Indian yoga practitioners. Thus, the secrets of the great perfection's essence shall be unveiled. This colony of ants, originating from ancient Tibet, remains deeply concealed for good reason. Once their true forms are revealed, they must be swiftly extinguished, lest they hinder the release of the vital energy within. However, the true masterpieces typically emerge during the auctions that follow trade and exchange gatherings. In the next moment, his imposing figure, reminiscent of an iron tower, was forcefully expelled, the dull thud causing the hearts of those present to leap and their countenances to shift. As the chief of staff notified the bomber squadron leader, the aircraft carrier's commander gazed southward, his brow furrowed, pondering how to dismantle Chu Qitiang's air defense missile system. This time, no fewer than 30 to 40 million cultivators had arrived. Fortunately, these individuals possessed considerable prowess. Otherwise, they would not even be able to discern the battles occurring 3 miles away. When Chu Qitiang's 4th Battalion displayed an offensive posture towards the Malawi region, the commander of the Japanese 103rd Brigade promptly requested the 13th Division commander to advance the tank units, establishing a standoff with Chu Qitiang's infantry and armored vehicles, and urged the Mountain Artillery Battalion to prepare for combat. "Xia Shuang, I am unharmed," Winter Yao murmured weakly, forcing a smile, though her pale visage, rendered bloodless by her injuries under the light, bore testament to her condition. A surge of potent transformative spiritual energy once again birthed the seed of the world's finest spiritual flame. Wan Shilin resolved to accompany Chu Qitiang in persuading Commander Fan Wu to collaborate. As the saying goes, one should regard the Buddha's face rather than the monk's. Thus, for the sake of Li Chunan, he could not afford to be overly rude in this instance. As the fiercest winds of the day propelled the ominous cold energy to engulf the entire Frost Cave region, many punished cultivators endured unimaginable costs with each breath. It was not that old man Wang. In reality, the Etienne Group had already been acquired a month prior, reportedly by a Taiwanese individual. Yan Jingxi pondered deeply, suddenly recalling the quietest man who once sat in the conference room. Could it be that he was targeting him? After all, they were classmates with ongoing connections. None had heard of any classmate striking it rich or rising to prominence. "Uncle Wuming, I greet you." Ouyang Ming bowed his head in respect to the sword Saint Wuming. Observing this, Wuming hastily assisted him to his feet, smiling as he replied, "Nephew, you are too courteous. In the realm of Xintian, the requirements for familial hierarchy are exceedingly stringent." Chapter 76, Caring for Luo Chen, Yuner's heart warms. Lin Feng, as the reincarnation of the unfettered true man, naturally has some ties to the Heavenly Emperor's faction, for the 7 steps of the reverse dragon must have originated from the Heavenly Emperor. Yet, Baishan is hardly a reincarnation of any great being. How could he possibly be connected to them? After speaking, Lin Jinghao steeled himself, raising his hand to knock on the door, but unexpectedly, before he could even touch the surface, he heard the sound of the doorknob turning. Contemplating this, Jingxing could hardly bear the thought of his child continuing to nestle in Yan Ji's embrace, nursing in the future. The entirety of the competition was witnessed by all, and while it may seem that Qianhun lost 2 points, Zhao Xian undeniably showcased his dedication, revealing his mastery of the 9 consecutive slashes technique. Thus, it is indeed a case of honor and defeat. Gu Qingkong promptly changed into a different outfit and descended to the dining hall, where all eyes were fixated upon her as she walked straight toward Qin Ao, seemingly oblivious to the attention. Since joining the Xi family, he had been closely learning from Xi Xingyun, securing several significant contracts for the company over the years. While this may not be deemed a monumental achievement, it certainly did not warrant any criticism. Coughing lightly, Shui Qingzhou pressed her pale fist against her lips, a faint blush appearing on her handsome face. Although Yanji had never inquired about his family situation, she had never heard of any relatives he might have. The money Qin Ao produced was not something that could simply be reclaimed. He remained silent, his gaze fixed upon her. Su Enren breathed heavily, fully aware of the situation. Yet, she could not suppress her jealousy, nor her desire for him to show her a little more affection. Regardless, the poison inflicted by the 8 elders was beyond his remedy. As long as the clan members persisted, Lin Ruo would eventually find a solution. "Since you are certain, then proceed with your drawing." Siyu nodded, refraining from further comment. His icy gaze swept over Qianqian and Tang Yushi, and he knew that Tang Yushi had undoubtedly been deceived by Qianqian. The temple did not house a dragon king or any deities. but rather a painting depicting a yellow bag with wings, devoid of eyes or a nose. This was said to be the prototype of Dijiang. She supported her heavy head, slowly recalling everything that had transpired, her mind muddled. The side consort of the northern Liang prince remarked that General Mu Xiao's boundless affection lay with Miss Gu, a matter that she surely wished to understand. Steward Liu relayed Mu Qing's words. However, unlike Gu Bainan, they deemed this situation excessively perilous. After all, this was merely a conjecture. Should her assumptions prove false, it would only prolong the search for Jun and Ah. Moreover, if the Kangxian army could not locate them, they would undoubtedly ascend the mountain to conduct a search. Xiechio? Xian Xiaozhan pondered for a moment, but could not recall the name, dismissing it without further thought, casting it aside as he strode forth with an air of arrogance. Uncle Meng typically served his father, but what could have transpired to bring him back in such haste? Meng Bolu casually inquired. Furthermore, if Shi Zhinan were truly so cold-hearted, how could her mother have disregarded everything to be with him? Was it merely the folly of love that clouded her judgment? She jolted back to her senses, remembering that a barrier had been erected outside this tent. Not even wandering spirits or formidable demons like Yao Moli could intrude without her noticing. Shenghuan Ningxuan stated, "If you cannot make sense of it for now, then do not dwell on it. Some matters cannot be forced. Only when certain events occur can we adapt our responses accordingly. After all, with so many tasks you have set, who can predict which one may encounter an unforeseen circumstance? Of course, it is Guangzhou. The region of Guangzhou has long suffered from wars, resulting in a sparse population and vast tracts of uncultivated land, which now urgently require development. By sending these surrendered soldiers to Guangzhou for agricultural settlement, not only is the issue of the surrendered troops resolved, but the economy of Guangzhou can also be revitalized, achieving a dual benefit." Yang spoke with a hint of self-satisfaction. For instance, those selfless heroes who save others often act without understanding their own actions. Such responses are entirely instinctive, where human nature transcends the highest virtue of reason. The performance of the thousand-handed Guanyin astounded audiences worldwide. Its breathtaking beauty stemmed from its debut, enhanced by Lin Yun's meticulously arranged lighting and laser effects, creating a surreal, dreamlike spectacle that led many to believe they were witnessing a genuine dream. He now firmly believes that wealth must be earned through one's own efforts, such as through trade. General Duan Xian stationed 1,000 infantry in Jixian to collaborate with the local garrison, ensuring the security of this crucial area. He also withdrew 4,000 men from the forces of Fengfang and Zhao Rong to guard the counties of Wanyuan, Shangguo, Xianqin, and Luoyang, thus securing their rear flank with minimal concern. It is imperative to avoid internecine strife that results in heavy casualties, especially with the impending arrival of divine tribulations, which would leave no room for resistance, culminating in a total defeat for all. Fortunately, although the Han army suffered significant losses, they were not entirely crushed. Had they succumbed to chaos during the previous ambush, the outcome of this battle would have likely been far more tragic. The ring is merely a ring. Love resides in the heart, impervious to being taken away by anyone, and it will not fade or alter with time. Qiana struck with a powerful fist against Songling's long sword, the tremendous force causing his hands to tingle. At that moment, a blade's wind surged toward him, and Songling sensed an extreme danger, hurriedly tilting his body to the right as a red long knife sliced through the air above him, severing several strands of his hair. Now that his period of tradition is coming to an end, he cannot afford to let others benefit with this thought. It seems the Academy's black bread tradition will endure indefinitely, until black bread itself is rendered obsolete. Zheng Shi originally assumed that the emperor was well informed. However, it turned out otherwise. Thus, he promptly detailed everything regarding Tuoba Shun's recent actions. It appears that this matter warrants consideration, as the source of intelligence is crucial. Otherwise, one remains deaf and blind, remarked Lin Shiqi. Regardless of whether Zhang Yonggu is merely seeking fame or creating a facade, he has not lost his integrity as the vice minister of the great Tang's Dali Temple. A massive stone blocking the cave entrance was shattered by a single punch, and figures emerged from the dense, foul mist. Captain Pierce of Portsmouth instructed the provocateur Ali to maintain his distance, apologizing to the players from reading, as they all came to play football to support their families. Disrupting someone's livelihood is an exceedingly poor and reprehensible act. Chapter 77. Su's mother pleads. Luo Chen is helpless. What time is it? And you just returned? The celebration banquet has long since begun, and the city lordess appointed people have sought you 3 times. Everyone thought you wouldn't come back, Phil said, feeling wronged. Though Ajax has historically performed admirably against Real Madrid, those feats belong to a distant past. In the contemporary era of opulent football, what justification do they possess for triumphing over the Galacticos once more? Ultimately, Fong Baisher broached the troubling inquiry that had long plagued him. Ko Juan, with a shrewd mind, refrained from divulging the entire truth, merely indicating that Chen Ao held a significant leverage over him, which would only come into play at a crucial moment. Fong Baisher realized that further questions would prove futile and resigned himself to the situation. An inexplicable sense of pressure enveloped the entire space. While Shun Mo remained largely unaffected, Lawrence had already knelt down. The expression on his face suggested that the current predicament was indeed quite distressing. Under such circumstances, should Chung Tang manage to quell the rebellion? Wen Zhong would willingly face death in an instant. This revelation left Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji taken aback, bewildered by the sudden emergence of her hands. If someone were to focus the camera on the defender's face, they would witness a remarkable transformation in mere seconds. However, it would be even more fortuitous if the old abbot could lend a hand. Regrettably, the old monk's timidity was profoundly disheartening. As Zhang Xiaofeng uttered his 3 words, he was met with the piercing gaze of the divine beast Zhuke Zian, compelling him to retract his statement immediately, donning a smile as he addressed the creature. Acknowledged. Gao Yang glanced at Chen Jia. Although she was reluctant to depart at that moment, circumstances allowed little room for contemplation. Thus, she joined Gao Yang by his side and bid farewell to old Lu, after which the 2 figures faded into the distance. Despite Zhang Yingying's resolute stance, upon learning that she had arranged a duel with the hippo, my conviction only deepened. At that moment, a shadow of melancholy flickered in the eyes of most onlookers. Gathering in Qingfeng town, where the majority possessed formidable skills in the life and death realm, while those in the earth origin realm were notably fewer. Gathering 20 of them was quite a formidable challenge. Observing Sun Xianren's surprise and listening to his words of praise, I understood that the millennium-old cold toad was indeed a remarkable treasure, yet I had not anticipated its extraordinary value. However, my thoughts were occupied by Lu Feifei. As my words fell, the disciples of Longtang standing beside me reluctantly set down their weapons. He radiated divine light, reverting to human form, and with a powerful tremor, the very hearts of the surrounding trees cracked open. Upon entering the campus, the 3 of us made a beeline for the medical department's laboratory building, which was currently cordoned off with warning tape. Below, the elders engaged in animated discussions, generally believing that there had been a misunderstanding regarding the malevolent night walkers of Mount Shu. After all, the dark organization was quite formidable, and they sought to negotiate with its members, hoping for a satisfactory resolution. Embracing this delicate and fragrant figure, flames of desire surged within me, yet I could only observe, unable to touch or savor. I was merely a toy acquired through a transaction by his father, a temporary companion for his beloved son. This was an elder who had safeguarded the sacred ground for millennia and was deserving of respect, hence Lu Gu's inquiry. Thus, he must seek a parcel of land to continue cultivating the ethereal vegetables. The Ling field at Shizling has already become quite strained, and large-scale cultivation of these vegetables seems improbable. To Liao Mu and Zhao Dashin, Jiang Feng appeared merely as an extraordinary individual endowed with exceptional abilities, yet to Mu Na, he represented nothing but deception. As Qin Feng approached, the desolate expanse before him resembled a barren desert, where scattered stones lay strewn about, and the earth exuded an air of lifelessness. Zhao Zijuan could indeed sense that Su Yuan harbored an underlying insecurity regarding their relationship. Upon hearing the name Lu Ji, Qin Feng was instantly engulfed in shock, his astonishment unable to be concealed, manifesting vividly upon his countenance. However, it was paramount to exercise caution, ensuring that he did not inadvertently slay me alongside the serpent demon. Li Qing cast a furtive glance at Daoist Qingxiu before suddenly stepping towards the massive serpent, which was locked in battle with Qingluan. Zhao Yongjun appeared perplexed. The elder generation was somewhat acquainted with such legends and held them in considerable regard. Thus he voiced his confusion. Yet she could not ascertain the precise effect of the ancient peculiar stone at that moment, relying solely on her intuition. The stone emanated a strange aura of Tao, as if it possessed a semblance of life, though she could not be certain of this. She had already reached her limit by exchanging 15 spirit crystals for an opportunity to explore this ancient stone. The situation had not changed significantly from before. However, the profit-sharing ratio was adjusted according to Zhou Yuanyuan's suggestion, totaling 55 for both parties when including production costs. The two chefs, perceiving Suyue's subtle hint, immediately perked up, as if bestowed with a more significant mission. Casting a glance at the matron, she scoffed inwardly, acknowledging their ruthlessness. Before turning back into the house and forcefully slamming the door, the vehicle arrived at a secluded location. At Lin Tianxiang's request, Tian Tian escorted him into the space, directly to a lounge specially arranged for him. Chapter 78. Going to the movies? A horror film, no less. Such an occurrence, where one eliminated the opponent in a single strike, was nearly unheard of in professional competitions. Chu Xiao remained silent, yet within, he seethed with anger at the audacity of these individuals. After Su Ren spoke, he promptly instructed his aides to prepare the exquisite wine and deliver it to the room for Su Xian's enjoyment. Despite the lingering heartache of having lost years of savings, he pressed on. In an instant, all his strength coalesced into a singular point, then erupted forth, striking down fiercely upon the old crone. The force of the malevolent earth veins surged forth, akin to the might of an ocean, once again wreaking havoc. If Xie Qingshan were to make a decision, Xie Xian could already surmise the outcome. At this moment, Yang Ling no longer regarded the tense standoff between Du Feng and Ouyang Chen, but instead gazed slowly at the distant sky. It seemed that Yang Xing was not privy to much information, or rather, the truly useful intelligence was highly classified. Having known Wu Qingtao for such a brief time, he would certainly not divulge anything to him. Du Feng nodded, lifting his gaze to the pristine sky, a sense of foreboding clouding his heart. The old witch remained unaware of what potion Si Luan was concocting. Yet she was certain of one thing. This girl was far from ordinary. Fu Qing glanced at Lin Shuyuan and then at Dean Lin Qinglan, who smiled gently, indicating for him to elaborate. Upon receiving a call, Zhou Fangjing took out his phone and saw it was Yang Yuanfeng calling, his brow furrowing in confusion as he pondered the purpose of the call. With Li Xiaoxiao hospitalized due to her injuries, Shu Xian wondered if her subconscious curse had manifested, compelling her to endure this tormenting struggle. Helen nodded, expressing her desire not for shares, but to sever ties completely, wishing for no further entanglements. Years ago, when Fu Jingxian's prospects were bright, Fu Jingyang succumbed to addiction and AIDS, embarking on an irreversible path to satisfy his cravings. The opposing sides in the confrontation consisted of a refined young man clad in red, accompanied by 3 young men in white, followed by a cadre of family descendants. Consequently, Sultan Hakim felt a profound sense of despair, despite the recruitment of Danqi, known as the Hidden Sand Swordsman, by Chief Diwu. Although he was unaware that historical plows from the Han Dynasty were straight-tongued, with distinctions between double and single tongues, primarily designed for the 2 oxen to pull. They were especially suited for use in flat terrains, ensuring the fields were plowed evenly, making them easier to handle and more efficient. Listening to a certain oblivious girl continue her chatter, the man chose to remain silent, continuing to massage her shoulders. At this moment, it was already the hour of the tiger, the sky lightening, heralding the dawn of a new day and signaling the end of the dark, moonlit night. Bang! A loud noise erupted within the room. The elder's ears buzzed from the deafening sound at such close proximity. He pressed a hand to the wound on his forehead caused by the strike of metal, suddenly flipping over and leaping from the bed, pushing the door open without hesitation and dashing out. Such a large beast must have consumed a considerable amount of fodder. It was a middle-aged man, already settled in life, who voiced this concern, demonstrating a keen awareness. Shangguan Yunfei smiled, though to all observers, it appeared as a devilish grin. He was uncertain if anyone could comprehend his thoughts. If they could not, it was not his fault. Fourth brother, I see these soldiers have learned to advance and retreat. It's time to organize them into units. ISNT it. On the high platform beside the training ground, Song Erlang, currently the chief historian of the Wuan army, remarked with a smile to the side. Addressing Shang Jinzhou, Xie Ying sighed heavily, kneeling and performing 3 kowtows, which left the surrounding crowd in shock, causing Xie Lai to furrow his brow. Lupeng, engaged in the corpse-driving business, had a physical constitution that spoke for itself. Even with 2 more Fong Wongs, they might not be his match. Indeed, Ouyang Yang remains without recourse. The tears welled in Yuxing's eyes, ready to spill forth. Initial hand of the celestial origin. Jiangxi exclaimed in surprise. Although she was not particularly versed in Go, she possessed a discerning eye and had never encountered someone so audacious, making such a stunning move from the outset. Yi Tianxing moved like a specter, circling around the king of the Peng 3 times, his fingers glimmering with starlight. The phantom star finger accompanied by the faint sound of celestial music, ruthlessly striking 108 critical points on the king of the Peng, sealing all flows of true essence within him with a force akin to steel wire. As Yeliao approached the gates of the netherworld, 2 colossal phantoms of dark deities materialized, their spectral chains sweeping towards him. The consciousness within seemed unprepared for such an encounter. Its grotesque visage, pressed against the ground, froze momentarily in a rather awkward hesitation before it abruptly sprang up, claws outstretched, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy into the air. Wen Tianxiao was taken aback by Yan Lai's feeble combat prowess and remarked, "Nevertheless, it matters not. If you find the time to visit, I shall impart upon you several techniques, in addition to enhancing your strength with points. The opportunities for reward are plentiful, often referred to as a cradle for rising stars in the industry. In such a fleeting moment, mountains would fracture, rendering firearms and artillery mere sticks for kindling. As a platinum-tier student, why would you undertake such a menial task?" The elder seemed well-versed in the internal regulations of the Ghost Martial House. Aware that Xiao Qingyun had arrived to fulfill a mission, within a mere 2 minutes, Li Yuanshu's instincts stirred. He abruptly turned, only to witness a shadowy entity, cloaked in a suffocating aura, lunging towards him. With a sickening sound, the nascent form of the calamity was still too fragile and under the backlash of its own power. He spewed forth a mouthful of divine blood. The Zhao family emerged from the Shun residence, making their way directly to the adjacent home, where they knocked upon the gate. Gazing at the middle-aged matron who opened it, Shunin lifted his gaze to the heavens, observing the leader of the Sengmu sect, his expression grave, harboring an unsettling intuition. The wristwatch donated by Zhou Bai ultimately fetched a price of 538,000. However, the successful bidder was neither Zhang Weiping nor Wang Zhongjuan, but rather the entertainment mogul Wang Changtian. This was a defensive water-based spell scroll valued at 10,000 gold coins, which also granted its wielder the ability to navigate freely within water. Yet, aside from Luo, it was unlikely anyone would invest such a sum in acquiring such a scroll for entry into the underground realm of Bihue Lake. Chapter 79. The Heart's Initial Knot. Indeed it is him. As the sister of the Beast King of the Monster Forest, the Precious One was always keenly interested in novel experiences. After spinning within a quintuple time force for quite a while, she found nothing particularly amusing. Everyone was engrossed in their arduous training, rendering the endeavor quite mundane for her. The denizens of the King of Hell's Hall directly discarded their firearms from the helicopter, while others from Songhai Manor followed suit, casting their weapons to the ground. The main force of the Jingzhou army crossed the Qinhuai River, making their way along the Zhuke Road directly to the Xianyang Gate. Along the way, they divided their troops to safeguard the sides of the Imperial Street, protecting the Grand Temple, Grand Altar, and the residences of high officials, before regrouping with Zhang Huai and Xue Xuema to encircle the city completely. "No need to," she huffed. "It is nothing remarkable. Since one must depart, let it be done without a trace. Why should I still keep her possessions?" After uttering these words, Dantai Li took a step forward, intent on moving on. Zhang Xuebin had already set out for Jiaxing to conduct inspections, and during his absence, Gu Bei, who seldom returned to the company, found himself in a precarious position among the 300 employees he barely knew. Now, with Zhang Xuebin away on business, he had to remain at the helm, managing internal and external affairs. Yuan Mulan's third step began to slow, yet it still landed firmly upon the ground. If the naked eye could slice through countless fragments, one would observe that from the moment it rises to when it descends, every inch, every second, is marked by a flawless and constant velocity. These were the clandestine instructions of the old master, which Yang Bo had never mentioned. However, he never anticipated that Cui Yiping had deduced this on his own. Yet such matters would never be admitted, for would Cui Yiping dare to abandon his responsibilities? "Zhou Zhong, would you return with me in the middle of the week?" Lin Lu implored, grasping Zhou Zhong's hand. In truth, the current situation of Lung Yang was precisely as the old lion had envisioned, leaving no room for resistance. As Yang Bo conversed with Yuan Xingfei, he frequently furrowed his brows. There was an inherent discomfort in their dialogue, as Yuan Xingfei had inexplicably adopted a more flamboyant demeanor. Linglong resolved that once she captured the devil from behind, she would certainly sever its tongue and present it to the research team for examination, eager to ascertain if there was something amiss with this entity. Now, faced with the individual who had approached her directly, she pondered whether to speak or remain silent. Jiang Zhou was instantly taken aback, casting aside his contemplation of the other's prowess in favor of addressing Anxin. Seizing the phone and swiftly navigating around the desk to lift Anxin from the sofa and throw her out. Presently, Zhu Han felt that Nangong Chu was impervious to persuasion. No matter her tactics, he would remain skeptical and would not pursue the matter further. Upon hearing this, the director turned to gaze at Lin Wan, Fu Huayan, Song Yao, and Xin Mo, who were seated under a large umbrella in the distance. Exhaling a cloud of mist, he returned his attention, his brow furrowed even deeper. As Nangong Li lifted the earth's spirit pearl, the trees within the verdant forest began to sway violently, and a luminous green orb descended from the sky, encircling Nangong Li. Peng Xian was genuinely anxious. She wished to explain but was at a loss as to where to begin, feeling that her words were truthful while the reality contradicted her. What about Chi'er? How do you intend to arrange for him? Chi'er had become a source of considerable distress for Zhang. After all, he was Zhang's own flesh and blood. As the scene unfolded, those in front ceased their movements in unison, creating a space for Feng Lingzheng and the others. The music transformed into a familiar square dance tune. As tears fell, a beam of white light suddenly erupted from a certain location within the Eastern Emperor's palace, curving and heading straight towards Nangong Li. Her eyes gleamed with anticipation as she rushed forward, eager to touch everything, almost wishing to caress the entire vehicle. The achievements of today had been earned through her own relentless efforts, and how could she forfeit any opportunity to advance further? For the sake of her path, she would slay gods if they obstructed her, and vanquish demons if they stood in her way. This was the truest reflection of her sentiments. Even if it meant being ruthless. Zhou Zi was acutely aware that earlier Gu Zhong had mentioned someone had leaked information about the abundant grain in the village. In such times, everyone feared that their own stores of grain would be discovered. How could such information possibly escape? There was also a piece of land he had chosen for his grandparents, situated in a sacred Buddhist site, tranquil and distanced from the clamor of the imperial capital. The primary focus lies on Jiang Feng's audacious maneuver. They are acutely aware of the underlying issues yet find themselves incapable of countering his assertions. Di Yunfeng's eyes sparkled with realization. Was this not a divine opportunity? However, the rotund fellow spoke with an unfiltered tongue, weaving a narrative that was 3 parts bluster and 7 parts deceit, shamelessly disregarding his conscience in pursuit of accolades. He vaguely recalled how, in Huangsha town, the old Taoist had spoken so nonchalantly, only to meet a grim fate at the hands of monsters within mere days of venturing into the north. As Zhou Kai reached out to grasp Ing Yang's arm, a powerful hand from behind yanked him away. Ku Sisi nodded, her confusion over her adoptive father's ire palpable, nevertheless. She understood that once he had made a decision, it was unlikely to waver. Oddly enough, he sensed that this girl had undergone a transformation since being struck by the vehicle, appearing even more enchanting than before. The crimson-eyed Leo master, clad in armor, pursued relentlessly, utterly disregarding the murals of Klein and Anderson that adorned the walls on either side. Chapter 80. Initial words of ecstasy, Luo Chen's bewilderment. Before receiving an answer, he witnessed Gu Yanjue and Qin Kai's, smiling, exiting the eatery, borrowing fire from one another. At this, Jasmine's expression grew serious as she recalled the ominous energy emanating from Cain, still unable to ascertain whether it was spiritual energy or some other substance. Her understanding of spiritual energy could not account for the direct transformation of a living human into another species. Under the relentless impact of the searing flames, Blue was sent hurtling backward, landing at the edge of the arena, rendered incapable of further combat. Just as the onlookers engaged in fervent discussion about the steel behemoth, King Ning rushed into the palace in a state of urgency. With a sudden clench of his fist, Dongfang Ing activated the magical circuits composed of numerous data units along his arm, channeling power to his fist. The illustrious third young master of the imperial capital, the scion of the Wu family, renowned for his healing prowess, had taken a life. Su Yang grasped Xiaoyun's hand, disregarding her words, and instead pulled her into a tight embrace, holding her closely. Consequently, Wang Jun had no choice but to wait outside the inn for an entire night. Upon awakening, Gao Cheng learned of the situation and, after hastily preparing himself, summoned Wang Jun into the inn for questioning. How could she believe his claim from the vehicle that he intended to offer her to an elderly man, a man of power and influence, in exchange for a billion-dollar project? Lin Shun, with her understated makeup and flowing hair, chose not to adorn herself with the jewels that accompanied her gown. She desired no spotlight, preferring to hide in the shadows, away from the prying eyes of Gu Yanjue and Qian Siyuan. In the courtyard, Green Cloud was entering Lu Xianger's room with a basin of water, while Green Wei was organizing items brought from the capital. Previously, the 2 carts of goods had been left in the courtyard, not yet attended to, and Lu Xianger had fallen asleep. Now awake, Lu Xianger stirred. Yet Green Wei was unperturbed by the noise that might disturb her. Very well. Tian Sheng had numerous inquiries for Jin Fu, so he wasted no time and turned towards the underground passage. Seeing that Sun Jian had stabilized, Jiang Ying breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to seek out Sun Su and the others, urging them to be ready and avoid revealing any signs. Upon awakening, the first thing that captured his gaze was the Demon Emperor's eyes, sharp as blades, which filled him with both astonishment and an unexpected warmth. Although he was uncertain how long he had been unconscious, he was certain that during this time, the Demon Emperor had been watching over him. As soon as the white tiger heard the Empress's stern command, it quickly relaxed, wagging its tail and sitting quietly before the Emperor. Since time immemorial, the Abyssal Realm maintained that the minimum cultivation standard for the 10 great demon generals was at least mid to late stage of divine transformation. A hoarse, agonized cry escaped Jin Yuehan as he was violently hurled against the wall, the tremendous impact shattering it into countless fragments, blood seeping from his pores, rendering him a sight of utter horror. However, at that time, this fiend was unaware that this world was known as the Supreme Celestial Realm. Yet everything about it fascinated him, igniting a fervent desire for exploration. Subsequently, Li Tiezu arrived in the realm of mortals with a handful of his kin, sustaining themselves by forging weapons for the common folk. Dislike for a man is a true form of rebellion, whereas affection leads to a feigned defiance. Chi Kai's gaze turned icy, and a melodic sound of a sword echoed from his hand, instantly conjuring a blade. Hailing from a water-rich, fertile plain, Hailing City is a place where every inch is precious, surrounded by abundant water sources. The largest waterway in Hailing City is the Fengqing River, broad and open, with 2 areas forming lake-like bulges. 2 commanding leaders unleashed fierce blade energy, relentlessly battering Yunlongzi countless times. In a frenzy, Yunlongzi unleashed the Jade Ring, engaging in desperate combat, sometimes even risking his life for an attack, resulting in gruesome wounds as blood splattered from his body. However, such occurrences were intolerable, leaving him bewildered. And in his current state, this was the simplest approach. Clearly, his opponent was also a master, exceptionally skilled in counter-tracking. 20,000 years ago, the Ziwei Divine Emperor seized control of the Divine Realm's essence, and 17,000 years ago, he initiated the war to invade the cosmic spiritual realm. Bai Yuntao nodded, leaving the last divine corpse to the Sanxin Dao sect before departing alongside Yao Bailing. If one found such matters regrettable, continuing down this path would invite various interpretations from everyone, and even one's own destiny seemed unmanageable, suggesting that the situation was overly simplistic. Confronting the outcomes of certain events only led to an unbearable conclusion. Nangong Shui appeared exceedingly courteous, regardless of this place's true nature, since the other party had spoken thus. It was only fitting for her to reciprocate with respect, as she was on foreign ground, and a rigid attitude might invite unforeseen consequences. The bottleneck of the Foundation establishment stage had ensnared him for 20 years, with every moment consumed by thoughts of breaking through. Just as the ominous demonic sounds faded, a torrential downpour of black lightning descended like a multitude of frenzied serpents, as if intent on tearing apart the very heavens and earth. The brilliant green light was extinguished by a dark thunderbolt, dissipating into the void completely. The Shadow Knight Monarch, a pinnacle assassin class, possesses remarkable agility and stamina growth, embodying the shadows of the night and serving as a nightmare for all professions. However, the subsequent assault left Lin Jie in despair, instead of launching effect orbs. A blue laser shot directly from Lin Jie, striking him unexpectedly and causing a loss of approximately 300 health points. Retrieving the Crimson Flame, Lu Lin logged off from the immortal forest. Although his journey to Dragon Island had successfully concluded without significant peril, the constant tension had left him weary. Thus, upon returning to New Moon City, Lu Lin chose to log off and rest. Chapter 81. A beautiful invitation to dine together? The realm of Huoming on Earth offers scant experience in practical training, lacking combat experience. Aside from battling mindless creatures within the fragments of the spirit land, encounters with other individuals are rare. Lao Yao retrieved 50,000 yuan and 3 bank cards from his safe, revealing that while he was charitable, he still had reserves. As his spirits gradually sank into a deep mire, a melodious sound of the long flute gently spread from the depths of his heart. During this time, the martial god Yun witnessed the Qingyue obliterating one sect after another. Even he, with his extensive knowledge, felt a chill of trepidation. The Qing Sha Hall's methods of gathering intelligence included decades of infiltration into those sects, showcasing their resilience and ferocity when it comes to cunning. Even 10 of him would not surpass his brother. In a grand hall, Tang Sen sat at the head of the table, flanked by rows of armchairs neatly aligned towards the entrance. Across the 5 great continents, many remained in the fields, swatting at locusts. However, today's locusts appeared significantly fewer than yesterday's. Gu Jianan was momentarily taken aback, suddenly sensing an unusual determination in Gu Yuanbei's smile, which made her feel uneasy. The soul-refining plate, a true artifact of the demonic path, exhibited an insatiable greed, leaving Gu Jianan in profound torment. The 2 bodyguards, devoted to their duty and seasoned warriors who had fought alongside Boss Wu, remained ever vigilant, their peripheral vision continually scanning for the approaching Jiang Tsang. Hands poised for immediate action to prevent any unforeseen incidents. For instance, should he eliminate those he encountered within the spirit land fragments. Gu Jianan speculated that such lethal measures were to ensure the secrecy of information. Master Luo and Jia Hengxing, the former being the wealthiest individual in northern Jiangsu, is known to all. At this moment, Han Xian's face was merely 20 centimeters from Han Bo's sharp weapon, for tendrils forming arcs that tightly connected them. Just as the piercing strike seemed destined to result in bloodshed, a sudden sound echoed, as a hidden weapon narrowly deflected Su Huan's short blade. Yet even so, the blade penetrated half an inch into flesh. Tong Tianling was undoubtedly a capable beast cultivator, a fact beyond dispute. However, the question of how such a beast cultivator could ascend to the pinnacle of their craft was indeed a matter of curiosity for many. As Wang Daji's words lingered in the air, Ling Yunwu abruptly rose, striking the table with fervor, his expression dark as the depths of the ocean. I shall not hesitate to sever your life. Ao Lian, consumed by rage and humiliation, unsheathed his sword, only to be met with a scornful smile from his adversary, who appeared utterly unperturbed. Rogers and Ao Lian exchanged glances, both resigned, contemplating whether to take decisive action. Ling Wan could hardly fathom that the once indomitable pillar of the great Zhou dynasty, the tempestuous Mo Yunhai, would utter the words unease. Yet, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Mo Yunhai had consistently maintained a delicate balance within the court, which had previously been divided among 3 factions: the nobility, military merit, and the royal family. Jiang Yun's countenance grew solemn as he formed a golden fist imprint, launching it towards the hooves of the charging Mang Niu. Well, I never anticipated you possessed the ability to transform. Quite impressive, Yang Yi remarked with a wry smile. Although he had never expected to triumph over the formidable Ling Yi, he was nonetheless taken aback by his own impotence before her. As a man, the feeling of defeat was unavoidable. In light of recent events, the identity of the unfortunate disciple from Diegu was rendered inconsequential. What truly mattered was that Diegu had lost its delicate equilibrium with the 4 guardians. Ultimately, an enemy remains an enemy. His commanding presence was suffocating, casting a shadow over all who beheld him, akin to an exalted sovereign. Having spoken, Liang turned without hesitation towards the welfare institution, leaving the young man rooted in place, unable to reconcile his feelings. Eventually, he resigned himself to a melancholic departure. Song Yaofeng divulged everything, sparing no detail. He had been swindled and abducted. The situation was crystal clear, and he vowed to return the money to everyone. There was but one explanation. The elder's failing eyesight had rendered him incapable of devising the plan, leading them to Bai Siyuan. Have you located your aunt? Arson inquired, eyeing a piece of rosewood with narrowed eyes. contemplating the blade's edge. It is important to note that the Six King Spear was a technique conceived by Luo Chen, channeling power to erupt in shockwaves. This was the third occurrence. Before Yuying had returned, Lin Zai had ventured out to find her, only to be discovered by hunters, and later, barely escaping with Yuying's help. Gazing once more at the solitary structures before him, 2 buildings and a lone lighthouse, it seemed as though all else had vanished. Cold and aloof, Shui listened to Shun Fei's words without further comment. His instincts had always proven remarkably accurate. Currently, Shang Jintao was betraying the Min family. This confirmed one thing. He had never engaged in any malevolent deeds, nor had he truly taken a life. Thus, in this moment, there was no need to linger. They simply needed to depart. He is the one we hold in the highest regard. We shall ensure he becomes the supreme leader of Green Garden and the spokesperson for our just alliance. Suka Tixin gestured towards Yin Shu, who, disregarding the terrified Tan Ju's struggles, injected the biochemical solution into his body. It is vital to acknowledge that they were currently incapable of contending with even the alliance of gods. This doctor had garnered the respect of formidable alliance members. Despite lacking strength, the influence he represented was undoubtedly formidable. This was the idea that Qin Yuan contemplated upon entering, to employ the earth's fire to vanquish his foes. He instructed Lin Linran to clear the artificial mountain above, intending to thoroughly humiliate the Huang family. Early in the day, Ming'er presented a resplendent crimson skirt adorned with golden threads bestowed by the emperor, but finding it excessively flamboyant, I shook my head and commanded her to bring another. The sect leader of the Shifeng sect, his grandmaster, remained vigilant regarding this matter. However, due to certain circumstances, he could not personally lead the team and thus had to delegate the responsibility to others. All right, enough about you. I have serious matters to discuss with you. Chinai waved his hand dismissively. Whatever, if they can come, that would be ideal. If not, it merely means more trouble, Wang Yuan replied nonchalantly. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits. The supreme Laojun commands with haste. The witch waved her withered right hand, causing a blinding white light to dazzle the onlookers. Wu Fan focused intently, noticing that a few grains of white rice had fallen upon the heads of the 8 diviners, remnants of the witch's earlier scattering. Chapter 82. The enchantment begins. Do you wish to see Luo Chen? The peculiar sensation arising from the disconnection between reason and emotion sometimes led him to ponder whether he had a problem. As the liquid touched his lips, it was incredibly fragrant, sweet, and refreshing. Upon swallowing, the drink transformed into streams of spiritual energy, surging into his dantian. She may be exhausted. Once she awakens, all will be well, the witch doctor observed, noting the hardships endured by the wandering female. In this century-old game, the chubby fellow had no part to play, clutching Lu Seng tightly and covering his ears. Lin Yunsu graduated from Columbia's architecture program, unlike other noble women. Her father engaged in politics while her mother was in business, both advancing in their respective fields in tandem. Brother, have you truly thought this through? What are your actual intentions? Can you not share a glimpse of your plans with us? Came the heavy voice of Tian Lang from nearby. The paw pads of the 3-eyed, blue-patterned tiger sizzled upon contact with the heat, the fine hair surrounding the claws scorched and yellowed. Master, we have received news from the palace, Zhao Feng said gravely, handing a letter from the palace to Jiang Yan. A temporary elevation in realm equates to the exploitation of future potentials, whether through external means or innate talents. Mental prowess, if sufficiently formidable, can indeed materialize. It was evident that Lu Nyang possessed such a mental celestial prowess. At this moment, Xiao Ming emerged from his cave with an expression of fury. Over the past 3 days, he had undertaken but 2 tasks. The first, he felt, was akin to that of a janitor, dedicated to cleaning Zhang Yang's cave. Previously, they had believed that Yungying Shicheng would be the most perilous forbidden territory for Xiao Zichuan, where they would feel utterly at ease. Upon contemplating this, Lei Shan hesitated no longer. With a surge of energy, he leapt from the woods, his true essence erupting within, transforming into a streak of black light that darted away into the distance, quickly vanishing from sight. This marked the first time Yifeng encountered such a situation since mastering the ice technique, experiencing the chilling aura that sent shivers through his very soul. Withdrawing his gaze, he closed his eyes once more to meditate and regulate his breathing. Yet at this moment, he found himself devoid of the mood to do so. As a tumult of emotions surged within him, with sorrowful thoughts flooding his mind, Although the stellar blade was formidable, this middle-aged man was nonetheless a powerful being of the seventh tier of the starry void, capable of gathering all his strength to withstand such an attack. However, the Wangji blade let out a piercing lament, revealing a conspicuous crack along its blade, clearly indicating that its quality could not rival that of the stellar blade. In this predicament, Shui Wuji could neither discern nor judge the situation, yet he remained resolute in his intent to eliminate Su Rou. Even with his hand grasped by Xia Machio, Zhang Xia cast a swift glance in their direction, causing the onlookers to immediately cease their laughter. Li Dandan, unable to contain herself, pressed her hand tightly over her mouth, tears welling in her eyes as Zhang Xia noticed. Zhao Huiliang acknowledged with a nod and hurried towards the convenience store at the intersection, soon returning with 2 large bundles of yellow paper money. Before them lay a vast expanse of lush green grass, resembling a soft verdant carpet that beckoned one to lie down and roll upon it. Elder 17's strength was so considerable that it brought tears to Shun Toyu's eyes, his single arm shielding his head, too pained to cry out. Meanwhile, the Jiang clan remained hunched over their rice, the corners of their mouths curling with a cold malice, as if plotting something sinister. The treasures of the divine realm are not accessible to every deity. If one is not cautious, the overwhelming energy may lead to a catastrophic demise. In the bustling marketplace before the estate, all eyes were eagerly fixed on the impending contest between Shun Tuyu and Hua Yuntian for the dragon transformation vine, with merchants hastily clearing their dining wares to provide ample space for the duel. At this moment, Wang Lu found himself expelled from the Zhenghua group, his gaze rife with resentment. His attempt to have Lu Ziki relinquish the position of manager for the Yumu project had undoubtedly failed. Now she was inexplicably collaborating with Zhenghua Group, rendering financial concerns moot. A chill flickered in his eyes at this realization. Upon hearing the explanation from bluffing Mizumoto, Uchiha Makoto smirked inwardly. If the third Hokage were reliable, then Danzo would be too. She understood that Jiang Wu'er still harbored feelings for Gongyu. Yet due to various circumstances, he could no longer approach her. Though yearning for the essence of the Great Path, one must proceed with utmost stealth to avoid detection. What? You expect us to run around the playground in this sweltering heat? Is this some sort of absurdity? Shengdai protested vehemently. The Elder Iron Tower could hardly believe that Lin Jing, engulfed in absolute darkness, could still react and wield a sword. He appeared utterly immersed in shadow, his eyes devoid of life. Li Yao seemed to have heard Zhu Yoxiao's command, yet now he was covered in blood, droplets cascading onto his bare torso, staining his already battered skin a dark crimson, resembling the bark of an ancient tree. Below the arena, disbelief permeated the crowd, many unable to accept that they had indeed heard such words, though they could not fully comprehend the existence of the high-ranking sorcerer as described by Oliver's mentor. Even such a true master of the arcane lacked the prestige to sway the likes of Roger, the noble knight. After all, before a genuine sorcerer, even the mightiest knight is but a mere mortal. Xiao Pai's immediate affirmation following Ma Xiaoqian's words brought immense relief to Ma Xiaoqian's heart. Were it not for the sacrificial ritual, humanity's self-assured defenses, believed to be impenetrable, would undoubtedly falter against the parasitic beings led by it. Yet, Roger's recent strike transcended the limits of understanding that this body could comprehend. Zhu Yuxiao, though not well-versed in many characters, felt a twinge of embarrassment for not recognizing several words on the 2 contracts. Uncertain of Fan Lingyu's current thoughts, Qiu Wui felt a hint of trepidation and adjusted his posture, gazing at his lover nearly engulfed by the covers, his gentle gaze tinged with unease. She had always been in robust health. Even during her years in prison, aside from occasional brawls resulting in injury, she had rarely fallen ill. However, these past days had been fraught with headaches and nausea, and now even abdominal pain had emerged. Did this signify the spreading of her ailment? The stock market operates on such principles. When some incur losses, others inevitably reap gains. The adage that entering the market bears risks and that investment requires caution is universally acknowledged, yet often disregarded. Chapter 83. The Intimacy of Two. Is Chuyu jealous? A quarter of an hour later, the Lizard King was dismembered by various factions, with its hide and horns extracted for the crafting of battle armor and weaponry. With her presence, we can achieve greater feats. Perhaps we could even create a source of abyssal energy. The Lord and the General will surely commend our efforts. Femora smiled, her heart buoyed by the thoughts of what was to come. Meanwhile, Yin Xiao, observing Zhu Qianying instructing her son, approached and squatted down, mimicking her demeanor. Suddenly, a commanding shout reverberated, jolting Chao Huachun, whose hands loosened slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Chongzhen exerted his strength and broke free, brandishing his sword and charging fiercely toward the skirmish. His mouth agape as he emitted a primal roar akin to that of a beast. Considering the timeline, it seems that historically, this father-son duo also began to turn against each other around this period, gradually becoming adversaries. A chilling draft surged from her feet upward, her subconscious urging her to flee. Yet reason implored her not to retreat. However, Miss Su Yun was unlike the other herbalists at the foot of the mountain. She possessed knowledge of a pathway into the Valley of Demonic Winds, known only to her. Now, Julian resolved to produce a fantasy command. Should the blazing fire earn the acknowledgement of the crimson crystal slashing sword, he would entrust the command to the fire's use. It proved surprisingly effective. In terms of lethality, it was not much different from ordinary wood, yet its psychological impact was profound, leading to a silent demolition during subsequent renovations. Thousands of innocent lives were lost, yet the city walls remained teeming with people. However, at this moment, Kenny found himself devoid of the inclination to ponder the defensive capabilities of the Brazilians. The captain of the Brazilian team, Cafu, had previously crossed paths with him during a Champions League match between Leeds United and Roma. The seasoned Brazilian veteran, renowned for his balanced prowess on both offense and defense, had indeed left a profound impression on Kenny. Within the confines of the room, Meng Tian felt a swell of pride as Han Xian withdrew. The morale of the Qin army soared, and they all joyfully retreated. Tian Dan, however, wore a dark expression, vexed by the audacity of a certain rogue, whose name escaped him, to act so brazenly. One must respect the master even when striking the dog, he mused, lamenting the indignity of his own son facing blows within the city of Linzi. At this juncture, Shen Wuan entered from outside the hall, clad in a resplendent golden python robe that accentuated his stature as he strode purposefully towards Chu Wuro. This weapon, with its ability to be wielded deftly, unleashed a curved blade that pierced flesh, creating a gaping wound, and as they pulled back the weapon forcefully, it exacerbated the injury, resulting in catastrophic damage. The two men stood frozen for a moment, for within the room lay two members of the Qin army, already unconscious. They pushed against the door, yet it would not yield, leaving them perplexed as they exchanged bewildered glances. After departing from the Shinong Hall, Ma Tiansheng and his companions, having scoured the market for an extended period without finding what they sought, ventured to the outskirts of the city. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at a secluded valley flanked by steep cliffs. Starving, Sun Bin proposed they cook a meal al fresco. Meanwhile, Liu Bang's proximity to the Xiang family led Fan Zong to conclude that targeting Liu Bang would be the most advantageous strategy to ensure a decisive victory over him. The man then inquired gently, "My lord, is this what you desire?" His voice, soft and comforting, exuded a robust masculinity intertwined with a unique charm. The bandit, Gu Zhong, appeared to capture individuals without purpose, yet among the three he had seized, none were of ordinary stature. It seemed that the pursuit of further clues from their dialogue had been abruptly interrupted. Lu Yalan instructed Hong Xing to step aside, and upon opening the door, she was met by the sight of the old lady's maid, Chuan Zhao. Qian Xinhe, understanding the unspoken signal from Mongshan, knew he must respond swiftly. Balancing the authority of the Qianji sect against the unknown prowess of Su Pan, who had been a leader for 16 years. Blood Taro Mo Wu and Situ Haoyue joined forces to launch an assault on Dongfang Shui. As events unfolded, Gue Yi and Dugu Zhao revealed their full strength, unleashing two formidable auras that surged forth, and together they attacked Blood Taro and his allies, plunging both parties into a fierce confrontation. At that moment, an unexpected noise echoed from a distance, yet Knight Li Shang remained oblivious, focused solely on the path beneath his feet. As Su Changqing shed his outer garment, the pale skin beneath was marred by deep sword scars, gruesome wounds that bled profusely, a stark and harrowing sight. Minister Jin was not unfamiliar with Qin Yun. He had previously made a special visit to Qin Yun and had tentatively confirmed his willingness to be an ally in the future. However, Qin Yun's influence did not significantly impact the Special Affairs Department. Although Minister Jin had expressed his intention to support Qin Yun, the nature of their relationship was not as intimate as it appeared. Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, Lan inexplicably felt a sense of relief. She discerned that Qin Yun seemed reluctant to embark on any chaotic exploration of the Stargates, and currently, Jiler was also disinclined to provoke further trouble. Tang Qing noticed that Antonio was also clad in a long robe, albeit his was white. Chapter 84. Rejected by her yet waiting for me? Sensing Yun Zijing's unusual demeanor, Gong Wuxia set down the bowl of medicine he had been holding and drew Yun Zijing, who was about to flee from his embrace, closer to him. As for Yi Feng, upon releasing his aura, he felt the surrounding space subtly constricting around him. He understood that Shang's spiritual awareness was formidable, having never encountered an unexpected event. Even now, the gap between his cultivation of the chaotic spirit art and Shang's was not merely a matter of slight difference, and he swiftly moved through the fluctuating forces of the Xian energy. What is it? Zhu Linjiang looked puzzled at the room, only to be instantly sent flying miles away by Mo Wien's celestial technique. Yi Zheng adjusted his swim trunks, shaking off the green cap on his head. Oh, the green swim cap. Through his goggles, he glanced at the packed audience, then pushed the goggles up onto his forehead, kicking his legs and waving his arms, mimicking the warm-up exercises of the muscular men ahead. With sparkling large eyes and pupils shimmering like stars, that delicate voice struck deep within Gong Wuxia's heart. After the anesthetic was injected, Xia Yuan drifted into a drowsy slumber. Once Xia Yuan was asleep, Alex had someone guard him, ensuring no further issues arose inside. As for the circuitry, he would have to wait for a specialized repair company to address it. He brought his 4 fingers together, and the tumultuous Xian energy within him found an outlet, surging towards the extremely solid restriction. In the next moment, his skull was forcefully lifted, and a multitude of items filled his head to the brim, unable to be contained. How old are you? I heard you began serving as the commander of the Western garrison since the previous dynasty. Xiao Yi posed an unrelated question, evading the original topic. Li Daoren shook his head. In that brief moment, he had roughly calculated the location of the light column. It was in the far north, on the endless wasteland. For a time, silence enveloped the entire ship, broken only by the sound of waves crashing against the rocks outside. Following a period of practice with the boxing and sword techniques that Li Daoren had taught him, Li Daolin returned to his room to cultivate. After Ing Maisai became the lord of Wangwang City, she frequently left the city to assist in developing plans for other cities. Thus, at Luo Chen's insistent request, the boy took him away from the transformed prison room. However, since the teacher had openly spoken and with so many classmates as witnesses, it was unlikely that the teacher would dare to cheat. I have my mission. I must protect my kingdom. You would not accompany Qin Yang and the others. He intended to remain and safeguard the Great Thousand Realm. He was genuinely afraid that if he continued to gaze upon the scene, he would be unable to restrain himself from exclaiming in astonishment. The seemingly formidable Yang Yi, so powerful before outsiders, possessed such a gentle side? Yi Chun cast a serene smile at the few dazed, discreetly concealing his trembling right hand behind his back. The West City Gate was not within the considerations of the commanding generals from the 2 states. Thus it was currently manned by fewer than 100 soldiers from Izhou. Clearly, facing the 3,000 elite troops of Hanzhou, a mere 100 soldiers could not stir the waters. Within moments, the commander of Hanzhou had already seized control of the West Gate of Songzhou. Upon meticulous analysis of these intricate systems, it becomes evident that the advancement and breakthroughs of any system are fundamentally reliant on some of the most basic research achievements. Only through significant breakthroughs in foundational research can one propel the application aspects to achieve even more astonishing results. The helmet of Deshur had long been torn off. As the visor was drenched in blood, and due to its weight, he ultimately discarded it. On his large head, only a ring of hair remained, while the pale scalp bore a couple of blood streaks. He fixed his gaze intently upon the great banner of Lu Shi. Observing Yu Qiyun's expression was a spectacle in itself. The sight of Zuhua lying unconscious had made their hearts cease beating in unison with hers. Before Feng Xingyun's eyes, formidable warriors clashed, erupting a cascade of blood into the air. Mixed figures fell at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the ground was drenched in a deluge of crimson. He restructured several knightly orders within the papal domain, fully integrating them into the system of the Holy Knights. The shopkeeper, trembling with fear, hid behind the counter, clutching a money box in one hand and a calculating tool held aloft upon his head, as if warding off external foes. It was precisely for this reason, upon hearing the words of the white-robed figure, that the cold winds felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Lu Yifei was engrossed in the moment when Sadira suddenly fell silent, leaving him in a state of anxiety and uncertainty. He reluctantly inquired further. However, it inexplicably sought to bring harm upon me. I recalled it was leading a dark legion from the underground city at that time. Yi Shangming did not expect Yi Jin to express such thoughts, and his smile grew increasingly awkward. Perhaps he had come here seeking Yi Jin's assistance. Even he himself could not ascertain whether Yi Jin might become the heir to the Yu family. Mom, dining out is quite pleasant, but what delicious food shall we have? Yuzu had not forgotten her mission. She was determined to work alongside her sisters to bring their mother to the Wangtian Hotel to reunite with their father. I hesitated, yet I did not voice my thoughts, for at this moment, the only thing I could do was trust him. Oh dear, you've left me blushing, I remarked. Yet I still found it somewhat difficult to adjust to suddenly being called Annie. After all, just 2 months ago, I still considered myself a sister. And in the blink of an eye, I had become an aunt. All the passionate emotions between Liang Ro and Nie Yin froze in an instant. Not only was it impossible to continue, but even the mere act of locking eyes felt awkward. If one could forget him in a single night. Even Su Qingyu herself would find that hard to believe. Upon encountering Bo Jingchen once more, she discovered that her heart still ached. His expression was devoid of emotion. His jaw tightly clenched. Even from such a distance, she could sense the chilling aura that surrounded him. The crowd was momentarily bewildered, unsure of who first knelt to the ground. But soon, a wave of people followed suit, creating a sea of dark figures. Su Hao had a distinct feeling that even a late-stage, innate martial artist would not easily surpass him. However, it must be noted that this did not apply universally. If it were the innate prodigies from various powerful factions, the situation would be markedly different. Nonetheless, it was evident that his breakthrough into the innate realm significantly augmented Su Hao's strength. Jiang Gezi performed admirably at Xingyu Group, despite her extended time abroad. She maintained regular contact with her connections back home. Chapter 85. The Insecure Yuner, Luo Chen's Healing. All right, I shall descend. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Bing leaped down, while Lin Yumeng remained, her fingers dancing as she released waves of deathly energy that enveloped the ancient immortal. The Yellow Emperor felt a pang of sorrow as he recalled Yin Jun, a figure of integrity, who, even at the brink of death, remained concerned for the affairs of the world. Yi Luan was aware that his intentions for coming were likely known to old Master Lu. In this moment, he chose not to speak, for Tong Shuang had advised him to practice silence before his arrival. As for Zhang Donghai, his singing was indeed remarkable. Due to his vocal prowess, he flawlessly replicated Tung Er's singing style. Shaking his head, Tang Feng temporarily set aside these thoughts, as he felt he was not yet in a position to contemplate such matters. Meanwhile, Zhuanshu focused intently on leading the group to cultivate the fields. The people busily toiled in the fields, digging, watering, and sowing seeds, engaged in a flurry of activity. Upon recognizing Gong Gong, the Yellow Emperor readily agreed and ordered Yu Lei and Shun Tu to accompany him in capturing Qin Guang, the 3 generals promptly obeying the command. Qi Yu was acutely aware of the cunning nature of the jade-faced fox, who was always full of schemes. In the past, she had been the mastermind behind many endeavors, and her predictions had consistently proven accurate. Thus, Qi Yu felt fortunate to have such a crafty strategist, often boasting of her extraordinary foresight before the other creatures. Since Xuanwu had confessed and defected, he had been getting along remarkably well with everyone. Why don't you just call her? Lin Yifeng took the rice paper and tucked it into his robe, looking at Shangwan Ling with perplexity. Now, having endured hardships and embraced a new identity, completely shedding the past, Gu Shiran was filled with exhilaration at the prospect of marrying Tang Yu openly. Typically, at a food festival, if similar products are present, one establishment will reduce prices to attract customers, prompting the others to follow suit, a near certainty. If one offers a lower price, others must do the same, otherwise, sales will stagnate. 2 days later, early in the morning, Xia Shui and the Ouyang siblings, having disguised themselves, arrived at the county office of Puqing. Xia Shui transformed into a dashing young gentleman, while the Ouyang siblings assumed the roles of loyal attendants. Oh dear, Zhu Cengji had previously stated it was acceptable, but hearing it directly from Lu Wan felt entirely different, igniting a surge of emotions that made him want to lash out. As she wiped away her tears with the back of her hand, Yushi rose to dash outside. Si Min, aware of her intentions, quickly intercepted her to prevent her departure. Each individual has their own destiny, after all. Which young lady would not be intimidated by the imposing figure of Yi from years past? One could only hope that her husband's indiscretion would not lead to any breach of decorum. While speaking, Xiao Yi drew his beloved wife closer into his embrace. Despite the decline of the Qian family, there still remained a number of promising talents within the clan. Though Qian had not returned home for quite some time and was unaware of the family's current circumstances, upon returning home to update his equipment, Feng Mu did not acquire anything new. Instead, he upgraded his core hex deck to the highest level of perfection, enhancing Victor's skills to bolster his lane-pushing capabilities. "How did you know that I intended to harm you for Kane's sake?" Miao Kati exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Had she not concealed her intentions well? Thus, Lin Yu ran resolved to take action in this matter. She had initially captured a chicken, yet due to the lack of suitable cooking utensils and seasonings in the valley, she opted to prepare a beggar's chicken to entice the old man's attention. Witchy. Her head spun as events unfolded in the most unfavorable direction for Yun Mou. A man wearing a baseball cap and thick gloves hurriedly walked by, engrossed in a newspaper, and upon nearing her, seemed to discover something intriguing within its pages, slowing his pace. All animal movements rely on the heartbeat to propel blood circulation, thus enabling the entire body to function properly. If the red dragon operates similarly, why is its critical weakness not the heart, but rather some obscure acupoint? Scanning her surroundings, she prepared to flee at the first sign of danger. It was only upon spotting Lin Zheng that she recoiled in terror, pressing herself against the wall. After spending some time in the CAF, the hour hand gradually approached 9 o'clock, and the establishment grew increasingly crowded. Fearing exposure, everyone decided to return, leaving Wu Yifan alone. She had initially intended to confide in Bai Che that her desire for vengeance against Mei Qingli stemmed from prolonged oppression. Even a peasant would eventually rise and sing. However, considering Bai Che might not comprehend her plight, she concocted an alternative excuse. Fortunately, the red-feathered kite remained relatively close to the group, preventing it from soaring too high. Otherwise, Nalan Jichen Sand Wall might have proven inadequate. Tao Jiahao's residence was located in the family quarters of Shenyang Normal University. By the time Luo Chen arrived, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Its plump belly rose and fell rhythmically as it slept soundly, reluctant to disturb it. I sat for a moment before departing to the room where the two were held. Upon entering, I found Chen Xie earnestly persuading them while Wu Tian stood nearby, wielding a knife, compelling their compliance. "Madam Su, what is that?" Listening to Lu Bu's somewhat nonsensical remarks, Huang Qinshin felt perplexed and inquired. Chapter 86. Unraveling Inner Turmoil. Assisting Shuyu. Upon focusing his gaze on the terrifying figure before him, the contrast between his eyes and the position of his mouth caused his face to flush slightly. As the sentinel believed his demise was imminent amidst the crumbling debris, he suddenly beheld a robust tentacle sweeping towards him, plunging him into darkness in an instant. "Did you not suggest I procure more?" Rong Yin remarked with a wink. "If it weren't for the limited offerings there, I would have thought it insufficient." Upon hearing the chaotic footsteps earlier, Cheng Yuingguan surmised that someone was indeed approaching. Safety lay in numbers, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd. No one could monopolize the discourse. With the onset of the new year, various companies resumed their regular operations, and some accumulated tasks over the past fortnight required reporting. Song Yujin approached, rummaging through until she unearthed a plastic bag beneath the aquarium's base. Upon opening it, she discovered a collection of private savings, both in coins and notes. Fong Sun tasted the hamburger he had crafted, and the flavor was indescribably dreadful, likely unfit even for his household pet, which might have to whip up a full meal to recover from the experience. After enduring the most arduous initial fortnight, he found himself beginning to drift into slumber, finally sensing a return to his former state. The multicolored eyes of Tong Mo sparkled as the thunderous light burst through the vaulted ceiling of the grand hall, illuminating the dim chamber in an instant. A dark-haired figure wielding a blue blade appeared before Zhao Min Tan Shilang with a swift rush of air. Accompanying the corpses of the monarch of death, they journeyed to the heart of the realm of the dead to pay homage to the supreme lord of death. A crimson sphere, seemingly whole, held within it the faint silhouette of a curled-up worm, its ends meeting. Ultimately, mortals remain mere mortals, no matter their talents. They cannot alter the fate of being insignificant. The blind swordsman furrowed his brow. Qin Xian bore only minor scars on his left arm, not fatal injuries. Yet he appeared as if he were on the brink of death. Curiosity consumed them regarding the specific circumstances. When necessary, some influential gambling houses would require evidence. Yet, having satisfied the material conditions for evolution, one could glean any prerequisites for this path upon the conclusion of the simulation. Loki gazed at Alita, who stood motionless, bemused at her unwavering attention. In other words, the opponent's comprehension of frost-type spells transcended superficial manipulation of cold. They grasped the essence of solidified magical energy, enabling them to temporarily manifest matter through the condensation of magic. He was not one to act impulsively. Matters of vengeance could be deliberated later, for the 5 regional lords were no easy targets. Fu Chun recalled the photograph from the orphanage, where the two of them beamed, and the man in the picture bore a striking resemblance to Lin Yanji. The officials sought to shift the blame for the demise of the esteemed duke to another, conveniently seizing Zhang Tu, who was positioned beside the duke's body, and interrogated him about the circumstances of the duke's death. After the new year, Jean Baozhu was earnestly busy. After 2 months of toil, any mention of work thereafter was met with the grim faces of her family. This was the Sheng residence, one of the 2 prominent families in Qinghe County alongside the Feng family. Sheng Feng was the youngest son of the Sheng clan, with 2 elder brothers. The eldest was poised to inherit the family estate, thus learning the ropes of managing their affairs alongside Sheng Feng. Flattery arrived in abundance, with over 100 seeking to ingratiate themselves, and more than 200 eager to curry favor. Observing Zhang Jiaoer, Han Erlang felt a surge of joy. Ever since he heard her heartfelt confessions, he sensed a profound closeness to her. After Zhang Jiaoer departed, Han Erlang found himself in a state of distraction. And at long last, he returned today. After all, this was a house bestowed by Qin Jiao, and Vodka, a person of Qin Jiao, surely needed to enter it occasionally. Over 90% of these visitors were drawn by the recent news broadcast and various reports. They recognized Hinata Rihei, but remained oblivious to his true identity as Bingjiu. The initial opportunity to comprehend the cosmos was indeed exceedingly precious. The purple-scaled man remarked, casting a glance at the dozen or so immortals present. They were evidently manifestations of the Tao, yet they possessed the tangible essence of true celestial beings. At this moment, the heavenly prince embodied the might of a dragon and tiger. This sentiment was shared not only by Li Yuanqing, but also by Lu Kuei and others, who deemed this endeavor a loss with no tangible gain. My lord, have I intruded upon you? Zhang Jinlan stepped back slightly, straightening her posture, yet she continued to approach. Just as he was taken aback and puzzled, he suddenly heard the sound of the stone chamber door opening, followed by the sound of footsteps within the room. At that moment, Liang Chuan, lost in thought, noticed Yin Lishi lifting her gaze toward a nearby skeleton. Following their trip to the capital, they might have to venture to the northern city of Sang before the end of this year or early next year. Fu Shijun had just awakened, feeling quite frail. Lan Xiaoxiao attended to him, providing a bit of water and some light food before he drifted back to sleep. Big brother, let me tell you, my chess skills have improved recently. Shi Bao clung to Qin Sherwin's side. No one else voiced any objections. This was indeed a highly plausible scenario. Otherwise, how could this task be worthy of the epithet mythical? Qin Sherwin sat alone in a corner, gently swirling his wine glass, his eyes half closed in contemplation. Yet his gaze discreetly lingered on Lan Xiaoxiao. The two estimated that within half a day's time, Xiao Qingyang had earned no less than 150 coins. Bin Shumengda held a prominent position in the Western Garden, which brought me great comfort, and in the future, I must diligently train the soldiers to repay the emperor's kindness. He Jin initially smiled at Yuan and Chao, his eyes reflecting admiration. As Xia Jin stood up, declaring that the matter had reached a conclusion, he saw no reason to remain seated. Among the renowned formations in the martial world, such as the 18 Arhats of Shaolin, the 7 swords of Kunlun, and the 2 instruments and 4 symbols formation of the Kongtong sect, all emphasize the transformation of footwork with a balance of offense and defense, a measured approach to advancing and retreating. However, none could rival the 4 truths sword formation, which relied on the unity of the practitioner's intent. Led by Yufeng, the 3 invincible teams soon engaged in combat with Wen Xian. They had followed these 6 into the arena, and Wen Xian was well aware of their presence. Now that these 6 had revealed themselves, Wen Xian contemplated swiftly resolving the 3 from the invincible team as well. Chapter 87. Unraveling the Heart's Knots, Accepting Reality. Do you only ask questions? Can you not think of solutions yourself? Xia Mingyu remarked as she raised her hand to tug at Lu Yaoxi's ear. As 3 months have passed, the ephemeral illusory crystal lotus is destined to dissipate like smoke, its lifespan limited to a mere 3 months. Upon entering the mountain of 10,000 laws, it became apparent to the people that within this mountain lay 10 perilous domains, one of which is the superlative slaughtering law encountered previously by the formidable Shirtion and others. After uttering these words, I leaned back in my chair to rest, initially expecting the individual next to me to start driving immediately. Yet, over a minute elapsed without any movement from him. What unexpectedness is this? When it is said to commence, it shall commence. When it is said to last a month, it shall last exactly that. No more, no less. Lu Mingyao bore no semblance of jest in her demeanor. Thus, even while enduring immense pain, Rue Yao resolutely persevered. Let us delve into your past. Xiao Mingyao's serious gaze instilled a sense of trepidation within me, yet it was not devoid of warmth. I could not help but perceive a hint of familiarity in her expression, reminiscent of Xing Fengling's. Are you restless with matters at hand? Do you wish to drive me to my wit's end? Have you forgotten the rules I set? After the confrontation, Bald Wolf glared darkly at Zhang Jun, who remained silent. His face pale, Bald Wolf then delivered a vicious kick, sending Zhang Jun sprawling to the ground. Lin Lin, upon hearing this, was filled with excitement, promptly discarding her syringe and bounding out. After days of exhausting travel, Shen Qingwu realized that Gu Jingfeng was even more fatigued than she. Assisting him in changing his attire and ordering hot water to be prepared, she began to massage his shoulders as he sat in the bathtub. At this moment, the muscles on his shoulders had become so firm that she struggled to apply any pressure. As I rushed into the elevator, I collided with my grandmother, who was, without a doubt, a formidable practitioner. With a swift twist of her waist, she grasped my shoulder and effortlessly alleviated the force of our impact. I barely had time to catch my breath. Before she could inquire, I recounted the events in rapid succession. Shaolin, shall I attempt the mental secret technique? These demonic beings should be wary of it. Sun Bin, witnessing the group progressively falling into peril, decisively unleashed his mastery of mental sorcery. Yun Kuei was exceedingly arrogant. Should anyone manage to subdue her, they would indeed find it somewhat gratifying. Speaking of which, among the 4 great generals of young Master Tianyue, Lu Wushuang appeared the most ordinary. Yet even in her ordinariness, she shone brightly in the eyes of others, exuding an unparalleled grandeur. A massive claw of murky, yellow-green energy swung toward AI Luoledo, yet Ting Shu remained unfazed. At that moment, AI Luoledo had already prepared for instantaneous movement. Can the water cannon truly be employed in such a manner? Many gazed in astonishment at the technique that had transcended the notion of a mere water cannon, perplexed by its execution. Moreover, upon my second return to the cliff's edge, I found no trace of the scarred face. Could it possibly be the scarred face? Wang Huijin sighed, rising to her feet. Her figure appeared even more gaunt than the last time I beheld her, yet she did not seem weak. Her complexion merely slightly pallid, and her features had taken on sharper definition. On this occasion, the host clad in a black robe cast a fleeting glance at Chu Yin before declaring the draw and brandishing the jade talisman. After inadvertently repelling Lu Gu, the Fo Yinsha soared into the air, fixating a furious gaze upon Lu Gu, as if intent on tearing him apart. Unexpectedly, just prior to the establishment of Su Bai's factory, dissent arose. The previously agreed-upon plots of land were staunchly refused to be relinquished. As he spoke, someone handed Gu Shi 2 bamboo baskets and a belt of palm width, which needed to be tied around the waist before entering the water, with the baskets suspended above. Before Gu Ning could ponder the myriad events of her past life, an unbearable heat enveloped her, and her consciousness began to waver. However, why did Hu Hai resort to slaying even those sisters who posed no threat? Why inflict such cruel humiliation upon his own siblings? Long Yinxia remained silent throughout, calmly observing from the side. The old lady, accustomed to her son's inherently cold disposition, paid little heed, yet Long Yinxia, who usually endeavored to keep his mother cheerful, harbored a different sentiment, his lips curling wickedly beneath his beard. Qin Bing reported to Bai Qi that the defected soldiers from Zhao had taken to carving wooden sculptures during the agricultural off-season, crafting various animals from mounds of earth. The site where the Zhao defectors were set to celebrate the harvest festival was becoming increasingly adorned. The two had yet to engage in an intimate relationship, partly due to Su Bai's own reluctance, and partly because of the belief that excess could be detrimental. Although the sum involved was trivial to him, Akin to a drop in the ocean, he was nonetheless astonished that Yi Anmin could devise such a ruse upon their first encounter. After speaking, he tugged Long Yin outward. Su Eon, having initially failed to grasp the situation, now realized he could not simply let them go. Almost simultaneously within Jia Cheng's command to attack, a thunderous sound suddenly approached from afar. Due to her innate talent, Zhao Mingyue grasped the intricacies of formations upon first exposure, achieving a level of comprehension. The purple phoenix, after gently calling twice, managed to draw back the ethereal purple phoenix that had wandered in the heavens. Although Zhang Yuanji did not comprehend the significance behind the string of hospital names that Liang Chun had just reported, he sensed the abrupt shift in the doctor's demeanor. Years of training allowed him to perceive a hint of incredulous astonishment in the doctor's eyes at that moment. Chapter 88. Dispelling Inner Demons, The Return of the Campus Belle. When El Junqing entered, Honggu was still engrossed in an extensive phone conversation with He Chaoqiu. After merely a day apart, could there truly be so much to discuss? Hey, your speculation may not be entirely incorrect. The old man chuckled upon hearing Li Chen's thoughts. Su Yinjin paused for a moment, then gently patted her trembling back, whispering, "Am I really that frightening? Is my face so terrifying that it induces such a reaction?" The raw stone trading market in Sihui was situated in a vast open space on the western outskirts of the county. Over 100 merchants set up orderly stalls, with pathways wide enough for 3 individuals to walk side by side between every 2 rows. In the early 1980s, the term 10,000 yuan household epitomized wealth and was the object of envy for many. However, in the present day, such households can be found on every street corner. That night, nothing noteworthy transpired between the two as they shared a bed. After a day filled with exploration, exhaustion had overtaken them. Countless hands clasped tightly or intertwined with one another, awaiting a triumphant resolution to their struggle. Indeed, in the wake of the complete annihilation of the island nation, they yearned for a resounding victory to rekindle the flickering flame of hope within their hearts. How could it be that even if she were to conceive and bear a child, with the emperor incapacitated, where would she find a successor? The following day, Zhao Zixian summoned Lin Luodan, Yi Ruo, Yin Hong, and Xia Tian to the Zhao family hotpot restaurant's office to announce a startling decision. He would temporarily resign from his position as president of Zhao Catering Group, appointing Xia Tian as acting president to jointly manage the company's various operations alongside Lin Luodan, Yin Hong, and Yi Ruo. He was burdened by reservations. His unparalleled reputation for righteousness was not easily earned, thus he could not resort to violence, nor could he harm Fu Hongxue. But how did Aka find herself ensnared in this predicament? The rules of this trial were quite clear. Those like Guan Hongxiang, who were merely accomplices, would likely be released after a period of confinement, while individuals like Guan Yungang faced a far greater risk of severe consequences. Indeed, the Gongsun family had dominated the Liaodong region for a considerable time. Their assistance would ensure a more seamless and complete acquisition of Liaodong. Kai Su nodded in agreement, revealing no concealment of his intentions. Enough idle chatter. This is merely a concluding sentiment, and I am uncertain what I have written. The phone continued to ring incessantly for over a minute. Unable to endure it any longer, Xiao Sisi circumnavigated the table and reached for the device. Yet, before her fingers could make contact, Situ Leiyan's large hand had already seized the phone, promptly pressing the decline button before her eyes. Tong Ran felt ensnared in a labyrinthine dilemma. She could neither claim that Luo Gu had rescued her nor profess ignorance of the situation. If she were to assert ignorance, how then had she returned to Jinhai City? Mo Nanju did not return, nor did he make a spectacle of himself. He understood that should this matter come to light, Chen and S life would be irrevocably ruined. Cursed be it, Ma Kong hastily retracted the poisoned bee. Zhang Zhiping, witnessing this, did not intervene. Naiwen Shen subtly moved, silently marking one of the poisoned bees with a brand, before the fire crow charged fiercely towards Ma Kong. He noticed Su Jichao's door ajar and peered inside, hoping to catch a glimpse of Su Jichao. Ultimately, his steadfast head gradually ventured into Su Jichao's room, yet he saw no trace of the man. Grateful, Lao Wang's face flushed as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Lu Ming cast a glance downward, nearly rendered speechless. The phone screen displayed a number from the magical metropolis, which was commonplace, yet the subtle name attached to it left him momentarily stunned. The Jade Tear is a manifestation of Wang Xiao's essence, meticulously crafted and imbued with her ethereal intent. When the bearer senses danger, it shatters spontaneously, allowing Wang Xiao to perceive the threat regardless of her location. After staunching the blood, Yishi began the suturing process, applying medicine and bandaging with steady, unhurried movements, completing the task in half an hour. The personnel in the administrative hall have grown accustomed to Jiang Li arriving daily at noon with a lunchbox, and they are now unfazed by the sight of him sharing laughter with Guan Mushi. Wang Xiao, with a cheerful demeanor, directed the duo in tidying the environment, ensuring cleanliness, and procuring office furniture. Lu Ming's attempts to recruit were conspicuously evident. Posing a high risk, he approached the matter as an elder, advising caution, as he did not wish to witness a promising young company falter due to such incidents. Su Jichao nearly retched forth fresh blood, exclaiming that there was little difference between this and activating a mobile smart device. Lu Ming refrained from further commentary. As he donned his attire and prepared to depart, his phone began to vibrate on the cabinet, displaying a number he had never encountered before. After gaining considerable experience at a foreign trade company, he successfully transitioned to a larger firm, high-end technology company. Limited Lin Aki, feeling a bit embarrassed, stuck out her tongue. Had it not been for her master's reminder, she would have dressed him properly. As the blade's aura surged forth, the Russian genetic warrior did not flinch. This individual, originally possessing only innate-level combat abilities, transformed into a towering figure, achieving near-royal combat strength. While documenting these herbs, he had already verified their existence on Earth. Otherwise, Qianshan would not have recorded them. He approached a corner where a gap appeared in the ground, approximately 5 meters in diameter. Peering down, amidst the surrounding crystals, he discerned a hint of purple at the center. Ultimately, how you could only travel with Huitong. The two boarded a flying vessel destined for distant Russia. With the matter resolved, Hu Yuan smiled at Fang Qian, who reciprocated with a high five, inadvertently sharing a moment of affection with onlookers. Chapter 89. Out on a date? Luo Chen felt a stirring of excitement. Once Xiang Zishi and Ji Yin had tidied up, the villagers came to bid farewell. Although the mystery of the house's ghost had been unraveled, Xiang Zishi chose not to disturb the tranquility of the place, refraining from explaining anything to the villagers. Unconcerned with their thoughts, she simply relished the moment, having seldom engaged in such activities, her lips curving into a smile. "What brings you to the palace, Shui? "I came to check on you out of concern," Gale replied gently. The Jingluo River is not strictly a river in the conventional sense. It originates from the celestial boundary and flows only to the palace, meandering intricately around it. Within the palace, every stream, each a tributary of the Jingluo River, originates independently, contributing to the mesmerizing scenery that graces the palace, rendering it breathtakingly beautiful. Subsequently, the van careened for several meters before colliding with a tree and coming to a halt. "Brother, if you desire it, why not indulge yourself first?" The lewd voice of the first man sent shivers down Xia Xiaoxiao's spine. Yet she was certain that he would not act upon it. For reasons unknown, she felt assured. Perhaps it was connected to the impression he had initially imparted. "Master? Where did she find a master?" Ji Yan's gaze fell upon Xiang Zishi's face, now peacefully asleep in his embrace, breathing evenly. Jianwei dismissed their startled panic, glancing around, only to find that everyone else averted their eyes. Having never ridden a pig, yet having seen countless horse racing scenes on television and in films, Zhou Yu was not particularly surprised by the spectacle. However, he noted that there were only 6 horses in the race, rendering the scene rather pitiful. Upon hearing Princess Ziqing's command, some, fearful of death, quietly discarded the flyers they had collected, though the resolve in their eyes began to waver. Munianci sighed, uncertain how to proceed in the current predicament. Ouyang Feng and his companion were undoubtedly searching for them, and should they be discovered, their fate would be dire. Pike utilized the speed advantage of the mini UFO to disrupt the formation of the Wing tribe. "I will lead the black armored warriors in an attempt to eliminate the demon knights." Lin Hao urgently relayed commands through the communicator. Yet, as people's consumption levels rose, an increasing number had grown dissatisfied with purchasing counterfeit products. Strangely, the Dragon and 8 Parts dungeon appeared dim. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that it had been removed from the dungeon's repertoire, thus unavailable for purchase or entry. Nonetheless, those who remained could share in 10% of the profits from Tiantian technology, with Jiang Huang overseeing the distribution. Upon arriving at the Huafu, numerous individuals greeted him jovially. aware that Yin Hao would not be perturbed by their demeanor. Members from various factions conversed, occasionally nodding as if they had discerned Yin Hao's true nature. In truth, he wished to inquire whether she would return, but the nature of their relationship held him back from voicing it. Blood sprayed in crimson arcs accompanied by anguished cries as 4 or 5 warriors fell, their bodies torn apart. The expansive clearing echoed with the unique howls of zombies. In an instant, the area was filled with newly transformed zombies, engaging in frenzied slaughter. He chuckled, acknowledging that as the master of the dojo, he had indeed heard of the super-evolved spirits, though he had previously found it hard to believe. The 4 great demon kings united their strength, dispersing the overwhelming force of the sky-splitting fist, causing the atmosphere to grow chaotic, with swirling vortices of terrifying power turning the sky into a battlefield of annihilation. In the distance, many powerful figures cried out in genuine fear, witnessing the culmination of 2 ancestral techniques manifesting in a single individual. Eldarin smiled with satisfaction. Aside from the first and second battle lords, the Sacred Sword Heavenly Tower and the 7 battle lords that emerged later had engaged in life-and-death clashes, a true testament to their relentless struggle. Seated in this position, one could not witness the laborers at work, yet their shouts resonated clearly. Your implication is Chu Jianshun observed the rare solemnity on Atago's face, a sudden sense of foreboding blossoming in his heart. At the innermost part, there existed an interrogation room, though it was less coldly termed and referred to as an inquiry room. The walls and door were constructed of sturdy steel plates, with a dialogue-enabled video system mounted on the wall. Although Chan Taiyuan was not confined, the door was securely locked nonetheless. The spies from the northern province were struck with terror upon witnessing the overwhelming might of the southern regions, hastily relaying this information to Qin Dingfang. Jupiter retained everyone in the Tianji divine realm, while he utilized the transmission capabilities of the Wenshi Jinsheng Hall to arrive at the ancient ruins of the Dry Sea, releasing everyone 30 kilometers away from the ancient seal. Jinan is my home. My roots lie here, in the old city of Chu Shui Ting Street, and I have no intention of relocating to another city for the time being. Thus, despite Bai Finfang's lively chatter, it stirred no turbulence within my heart. The crimson pupils narrowed slightly, and Julio's stern expression darkened ominously, just as he contemplated summoning his battleship to unleash a main cannon strike on Chu Jianxin. He discerned a fleeting sharpness in those tranquil eyes nearly fixed before him. Many of the prominent sects that practiced thunder magic artificially created thunder-striking wood. A millennium is not an excessively long span, allowing the sect's predecessors to prepare in advance, ensuring the successors would not lack in resources. Wuching turned around, facing the junior disciple he had encountered upon entering the sect, now the second in command of the Immortal Alliance. After a furious roar from the Black Rose Dragon, the dark red dragon flames instantly engulfed the oxtail wheel. The Jin Yi discovered the torn sleeve of Rongzhen on the outskirts, a reassuring sign that Rongzhen had not been pursued by assassins and had managed to escape from another side. Chapter 90. Off to the date. Finally meeting. When the two examined Lin Tianyao cultivation, astonishment washed over their faces. They could not discern Lin Tianyao's level, yet they witnessed him effortlessly dispersing their skills. Uncertain whether it was the poor quality of the garbage bag or the excessive force applied by Fatty, the bag tore mid-air, scattering its contents, white items with red, everywhere. Wei Ming focused and realized with shock that they were used sanitary pads. Hu Libin, how did you end up like this? As he approached, Wei Ming jested with Hu Libin. What could possibly go wrong? Everyone at home is fine, Lu Mama gently chided, though she herself was unsure. Can we leave now? The boy looked at her, implying that their business was concluded and it was time to part ways. Come, please sit first, I'll pour you some tea. As Lu Jinyan entered the room, he promptly urged everyone to take a seat and moved to fetch the kettle. In truth, Lin Tianyao harbored a desire to directly inquire in the Demon Lord City, yet he pondered that given his current strength, venturing there to seek information would be akin to courting death. The waterfall's defining characteristic, aside from its formidable impact, lay in its ceaseless, relentless waves of continuous assault. You should retire early. I am currently at the hospital accompanying my father. After some contemplation, I have decided not to let him stay up late. She certainly yearns for slumber, having been deprived of restful sleep for several consecutive days. Each hour of sleep is interrupted, and despite her best efforts to remind herself, once she succumbs to slumber, awakening becomes increasingly arduous. The enemy descends like a plague of locusts, wave after wave, akin to a horde of zombies surging in from all directions, assailing the troops of Huaxia. Vivid memories of childhood play, the milestones of growing up, the blossoming of love, and the birth of the first child resurface in Ouyang Pujuan's mind, eliciting a long-lost sweet smile. Bai Sheng did not answer, yet for every call that ended, another would promptly follow. As long as the nutrient solution circulates within the body, it suffices. Such procedures are commonplace in Earth's technology, even including heart transplants, which are not particularly rare. Are there no suspicious structures that house mechanical organisms? Rubbing my chin, I pondered aloud, lifting my gaze to exchange a glance with Kalen, who nodded slightly, conveying a clear message that this structure likely serves as the remnants of a research facility. The British possess a formidable superfleet consisting of approximately 100 main battleships, including second-generation ironclad ships, along with numerous upgraded first-generation ironclads, totaling over 100 vessels, complemented by around 100 auxiliary warships, culminating in a superfleet of over 200 ships. In this world, for reasons unknown, my emotions are easily ignited, burning fiercely with fervor. The joy stems from the formidable strength of Taoism, which bestows immense combat capability in her quest for the throne, while simultaneously, the overwhelming power of Taoism renders her somewhat unable to grasp it fully. In an instant, Fang Cheng shattered the ghostly kill palm technique, feeling a shockwave course through him. Had it not been for his formidable physical strength, with this strike he would have had to retreat several steps to absorb it entirely. Zhang Chong reassigned the commander of the 1st Field Army, Hu Kuei, to lead the 3rd Guard Brigade, promoting him to general. The 4 individuals divided their group into 4 teams, each taking their respective teams to a different area. Subsequently, Xing Xian approached the burly figure alongside the individual named Qin Shenyang. Upon seeing the eyes of Tu Baobao, Yu Yu hurried to the kitchen to prepare an egg for Tu Baobao, offering it with the words, "Mommy, rub it a bit, it might feel better." Yu Yu's gentle attentiveness was greatly appreciated by Tu Baobao. Xueji furrowed her brow, her gaze filled with sorrow. She had not anticipated that the grand cataclysmic battle would conclude in such a manner. Observing the sadness and tenderness in Qian Huang's eyes stirred something within her heart. The sword's edge grazed his palm, altering its trajectory and leaving a scar from which blood flowed, instantly staining his hand. He Junren, disregarding the pain, swung another punch directly at Du Yueming. The elderly man's entourage, their faces flushed from the cold, echoed his sentiments. However, the chill seemed to freeze their voices as well, with many stamping their feet in the snow to avoid numbness and total loss of sensation. Yet, due to the elder's status as the village chief, no one dared to turn and leave. Nonsense. The chief is not dead. The gentleman Long stepped forward to argue, but quickly retreated behind Ding Ding. Little did he know. After his withdrawal, Gu Jianyun drew his bow and shot an arrow directly into the throat of the leader. Following the gaze of the beautiful maiden, Fan Shui looked over and was astonished to see a dog bound with iron chains on the wooden bed, its face eerily resembling that of a human. The trio arrived and casually ordered some food, settling into a corner. By the time they arrived, it was already late. There were not many diners, and many seats remained vacant in the hall. She resembled a masterpiece, deserving of careful preservation, a serene existence away from the tumultuous struggles of the world. In a mountain range, Yunan sat cross-legged on a platform, surrounded by swirling heat. From his spatial ring, he retrieved the petals of the red lotus demonic grass. Fortunately, Yunan had cultivated some power by this time, allowing him to endure a degree of attack, though he felt as if his stomach had been struck hard. Within the palace, the light was dim, the floor exuding a chilling blue-black hue, creating an atmosphere of cold severity. At the end of the hall stood a 3-tiered stone staircase, leading to a massive jade chair adorned with the faintly visible carvings of 9 phoenixes facing the shadows. In short, through cultivation, one could infuse hidden weapons with internal energy, allowing them to silently twist and turn in midair, making them exceedingly elusive and difficult to defend against. Unfortunately, given the current developments, she herself was only partially informed, and by observing the 2 policemen beside her, she sensed they were no better off in knowledge than she was. Kita studied the dazed Ming Mei intently, exhaling a deep breath before speaking earnestly. Both spouses were heartless and selfish. Master Jia, the elder of the Jia family, maintained considerable relations with Jia Yutsuan and relied heavily upon him, which likely boded ill. Gray cast a suspicious glance at him. Feeling something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint exactly what, she reluctantly let it go. After all, as she said, as long as the bag was in hand, that sufficed. A large assembly of soldiers marched forward in unison, exuding an intangible pressure. Chapter 91. Enchanting Yune, so beautiful. The method by which the external funds led by Zhuang entered and profited was a question. Only by entering under the guise of environmentalism during this seemingly dire time could they avoid backlash from local powers. Like Li Sanyang, upon seeing such formidable weapons, he immediately excluded them from the Red Army, which was so impoverished that they lacked even trousers, let alone such fine arms. If they did possess them, the Gue Army and the Central Army would surely not stand a chance against them, and they could not possibly be expelled from Ruijin. However, for masters in the integration phase, as long as they possessed elixirs and were given a bit of time, recovery was not particularly difficult. Longing stared at him, unable to find any comforting words. That he could survive and escape under such circumstances was nothing short of miraculous. He recalled that Minantian had similar experiences in his youth, realizing that such events were continuously replaying in different places. Where did the issue lie? A meeting is to be convened to facilitate communication and outline the subsequent tasks. It is imperative that all preparations are completed prior to one's arrival in the capital, and the initiation of this preparatory work commences with this gathering, where everyone exchanges thoughts and ideas. This is precisely why Cheng Dequan and others traveled from Nanjing to Lianyungang yesterday. In Shijing, Wang Xiangzhen harbors grand ambitions but lacks capable associates, thus resorting to enlisting the aid of the Ma family. There is no cause for concern. In warfare, casualties are inevitable. Your assistance has been invaluable to us, and it would be remiss to express any grievances. Upon our return, we shall certainly commend you to our superiors, as the bearded man expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Yu Xiaoli, having discerned Yi Zitao's character, understood the necessity of appealing to his emotions and thus uttered some vague sentiments. According to Japanese customs, a physician endures a decade of rigorous study before obtaining a medical license. Zhu Tong appears to be barely qualified for an internship. Su Cheng, blushing with embarrassment, mustered the courage to speak. I, Su Cheng, am not a disciple of the Buddha, yet even those within the Buddhist realm need not shave their heads entirely. After all, the formidable Arhut Fuhu retains a tuft of hair, despite the fact that Yi Jin's path may not be that of chess. The essence of the game lies in the depth of one's calculations, and Fang Bai could never outsmart the elder seated opposite him. Hu Jihua promptly commanded the chef to prepare a meal and set about warming wine, bustling to enliven the otherwise quiet courtyard. Zhang Bao, upon hearing his sister speak thus, realized he could no longer refuse, sighed softly, and rose to bathe and change attire. In the afternoon, after practicing marksmanship for the entire morning, Zhang Bao felt a sense of fatigue. Having dined under the attentive care of his sister Zhang Xingcai, he was about to retire for a rest. When he heard Ling Yi utter those words earlier in the day, a sudden stillness overcame him, accompanied by a surge of inexplicable emotions. The young photographer, with a smile gracing his lips, joyfully raised the camera towards them. As for Fang Bai, Zhou Yida admired him greatly, at the very least. He dared not publicly disclose his culinary secrets, while Fang Bai casually shared his stir-frying techniques. Dante swiftly retracted his long sword and charged towards Choir, enduring Choir's energy and blows while firmly grasping him. However, they were indeed the Xuanwu guards, appointed by the Lord of Wushuang City, and not mere pretenders. Dante, disdainfully pinching his nose, quickly departed. The reproductive organ of the red-skinned man was shockingly located beneath his neck, and the pungent green liquid wafted around him, which Dante dared not approach. Good children, Shun Ai, you tenderly cradle the child in each arm, pulling them close to her heart. It is Mama's fault. I have been too stern with you. How naive to assume that such tactics would instill fear and compel compliance. This was one of the most juvenile strategies he had employed, and he had grown weary of it himself. How could it possibly intimidate anyone? Chen Lin did not conceal the troubles Huang Lu had encountered, stating that such matters must be disclosed, lest they breed resentment in the other party. The esteemed visitor, Lord Ling, donned a deep blue robe and wore a mask, rendering his visage a mystery to all. She abruptly turned her gaze towards Gong Qianro, mirroring the frantic desperation of the individual who had met their demise moments before, and lunged towards Gong Qianro, seizing her by the throat. Unfortunately, The money Su Deshang had fished out from his pocket struck her squarely in the face, prompting her to hastily retreat. To the south of Maytown, approximately 10 miles away, lies a village known as the Shangwang family. Presently, the grandest estate in that village belongs to the Li family, where, in one of its chambers, Wu Jin was ruthlessly bound and thrown to the ground, while her mother knelt beside her, a man before them raging like a tempest. At the moment Helian Ju stepped out to take a phone call, Ouyang Jian administered a sobering concoction to Gu Ruodong, which, in truth, contained an additional experimental substance he had recently developed. Su Jingyi, too, was a dutiful daughter, fully aware of her elevated status and showing great respect towards the elders of the Ji family. Chun Lin scoffed, utterly unconvinced by the other party's fabrications. If they were truly scions of a noble lineage, they would not find themselves in such a lamentable predicament. Chapter 92. Yunar's heart fluttered. Was Luo Chen truly wonderful? What was ostensibly a meal was, in reality, a discussion regarding the introduction of funds for a collaborative project. Something Ziyue found increasingly tiresome. Shimei was momentarily taken aback. What should she do? Admitting her affection was out of the question, yet denying it felt equally inappropriate. What was she to do? Wanling, perhaps you could lend Zelia a hand? Yi Junyao furrowed his brow, visibly troubled, yet still addressed Wanling. That morning, the skies were ominously overcast, leaving me feeling suffocated. I managed only a few bites of food, all of which I promptly expelled. As a sense of unease enveloped me from head to toe, my heart felt as if it were being clawed at by a restless feline. Yet there were matters he was reluctant to address, leaving me helpless. I reassured myself that since he had already taken care of things, there was no need to exert further effort. We can only do our best. Even if you remain silent, we will strive, yet no one can guarantee success. An old soldier muttered, expecting the lone warrior to react furiously to his words. To my surprise, he merely paused for a moment before falling silent, which left me feeling rather astonished. Anshin's chest heaved with indignation as she strode towards the exit. Su Chuyen had placed Su Wen in the car seat and was about to close the door. Lan Li discerned Bai Yu's apprehensions and gently removed his hat. Smiling sincerely at her, Mou detected the underlying message in the Lord's words, clearly indicating a desire for leniency. Very well, given the current tumultuous circumstances. As long as the envoy uncovers something, there would naturally be others to deal with Nuayu. Today, it would be prudent to grant the Lord a favor, showcasing my magnanimity. Completely subdued by the forces of nature, their figures rendered immovable, the four members of Wanli Pengcheng could only close their eyes and await their fate. I offered a wry smile towards the man before me, who appeared to be in his 40s. Greetings, we are friends of Ian. We heard the tragic news yesterday and have come to pay our respects. As the door opened, I caught sight of two urns through the crack. It was evident that the bodies had been cremated, yet why the haste? Zi Luo's gaze flickered momentarily, yet she endeavored to restrain her emotions from becoming too overt. There is no issue. Rather, certain individuals within your esteemed company have led me to perceive a lack of uniformity in Gree's internal structure. I am reluctant to have my reputation tarnished by association with you. Zhao Fuxing shrugged nonchalantly. The shock was palpable, yet the divine treasure that erupted with unparalleled splendor bore no ambiguity, unleashing a formidable power under the guidance of celestial laws, striking towards Gu Yifeng. Why not simply destroy the battleship? ISNT that 6000 class capable of annihilating 3 vessels in an instant? Cheng Pan asked softly. It is merely a battleship. Isn't that Gu Zhuiyue reputed to be the strongest among humans? A being awakened with the ancient bloodline of dragons, even without condensing an immortal infant. Possessed a physical form comparable to a divine treasure, with unmatched strength, sufficient to dominate Gu Yifeng within the immortal demon palace. Thus, Cui Hao commenced traversing one bubble after another, coalescing world origin imprints. This agony was beyond the comprehension of others, as only Zhao Fuxing understood what Chen Shiji had truly lost. This time, it was an imperial-grade demon core of the 8th tier, belonging to a demon emperor who had comprehended the laws of fire attribute origins. With a starting bid of 5 million immortal stones. This was also the current limit of the Grand Saint Distillery scale, not due to insufficient funds, but because of the critical ingredient, Tai Sui water. Beyond a certain threshold, the purity of the Tai Sui water could not be guaranteed, and the quality of the wine would inevitably diminish, thus tarnishing one's reputation. Romance? Do you think I am suited to write romance? Upon seeing the term, Bai Sujin's heart stirred with tumultuous emotions, recalling Su Xian's betrayal, and she retorted to Han Feng with a mix of fury and laughter. Countless nights of profound regret gnawed at her heart like a relentless parasite, rendering her sleepless. Yusher chuckled, patting her hand, saying, "In that case, sister-in-law, remember your kindness. No more words. The sedan chair should be arriving soon." Spiritual communication operates on a conscious level, allowing one to convey their intentions without the barrier of language. "You are too beautiful. I cannot be blamed," Hu Yifei murmured sweetly, kissing Li Marin's snow-white chest. Amidst the crowd, she appeared strikingly out of place, standing as if she hailed from another realm. Countless voices gasped in disbelief, questioning whether Chinese cinema was on the brink of a renaissance, while Koreans cried out in exasperation, demanding evidence to prove Hu Yifei's nationality. Once again within Jia Yingchuan's chamber, at that moment, Miaoyu was engaged in a game of chess with Jia Yingchun. Jia Huan exchanged a few playful words with Jia Yingchun, nodded at Miaoyu, and then departed. He seemed to possess considerable prestige. Thus, even after being struck once, his words garnered widespread agreement, with many expressing their concurrence. Observing the expression gradually forming on the Sword Emperor's face, Mo Xin could not help but furrow her brow deeply, then regarded the figure of the Sword Emperor with a somewhat solemn demeanor. Thus, Huang Lulu felt an innate jealousy towards Vice President Ning. It was precisely this sentiment that fortified her resolve to usurp Vice President Ning and claim her position. Chapter 93. Is this life merely a friendship? This force may not rival that of the colossal beast, yet it suffices to enable her to thrive in an environment governed by gravity. I advise you to surrender willingly. I seek only the return of my brother, and I assure you, I shall not inflict harm upon you." Elder Mu, having ensured that Xue Ming was settled, ascended a mountain peak behind the main camp to meet with the Grand Chieftain. In the realm of the Four Seasons, individuals are known solely by their code names. The true names of the 12 remain a mystery to them. In terms of relationships, Tony is his nephew, emotionally. Tony once risked his life to halt that towering iron behemoth, Stan, and in his professional life, Tony must manage his company. Thus, from any perspective, Jonathan cannot allow Tony to perish due to palladium poisoning. Consequently, not a single specter was spared, and remarkably, none were injured. They merely expended more of their ethereal energy. Prior to Jonathan, a corn thresher was operating at high speed, producing a resounding roar, while a melodious phone rang. Jonathan removed his gloves and casually handed them to a nearby worker. It appeared to be the handiwork of Team Zhang. Indeed, apart from monetary gain, nothing was left for him, not even the exceedingly secret compartment, which had been pried open. This communication device could operate for an entire month without interruption, and others could not infiltrate their channel, offering the highest level of confidentiality, a provision specially designated by the higher-ups for this mission. Waiting was inevitable, yet unexpectedly. After just a few minutes, Dean Song emerged, prompting Fang Jingxin to forget his initial purpose and pursue him. The voice was sharp and piercing, akin to a razor-sharp blade, cleaving the earth and creating a terrifying fissure. The general found Lu Zhang's words to be quite reasonable, yet he sensed a lack of credibility, as though they were being deceived, leaving him in a state of indecision. Subsequently, the disheartened Japanese engineers discovered that their mine detection devices were effective against other landmines. Yet they utterly failed to detect the mines that would eject foul debris, rendering their efforts futile. It was nearly unheard of for a spirit master to engage in such reckless behavior, as it was tantamount to courting death. Thus, Zhang Ming's actions left the fifth star, Shua, momentarily speechless. Then, the two forces collided with a thunderous crash, causing Zhang Ming to stagger back a step, scattering the palm imprint, a scene that left the fifth star Shua at a loss for words, wondering if this was some sort of jest concerning physical prowess. However, the scenario imagined by Lao Ao did not unfold. As he reached out, he found that the minuscule wardrobe, once seemingly confined, had expanded to an unfathomable expanse. At that very moment, in an inconspicuous corner of the room, a communication device suddenly radiated a crimson glow. Suzy bellowed, his eyes emanating two terrifying beams of light, reminiscent of the universe's inception, as the dark hand erupted explosively. Feng Luotian advanced with a smile, and upon seeing him, the maiden at the entrance of the red building immediately greeted him with a beaming smile. Simultaneously, at the heart of Wuhui City, an awe-inspiring aura surged skyward once more. After the two of us exited the restroom, The receptionist outside Shin Shirleen's office contacted me via intercom, informing me of a dinner engagement that required my attendance. I stayed silent on the line for an extended period, unmoving. Chun Jiangang grew impatient and, in a fit of anger, struck Xiang Wei with a punch. Xiang Wei deftly dodged, simultaneously locking Chun Jiangang's arm and executing a swift countermove, causing Chun Jiangang to cry out as he crashed heavily onto the tiled floor, sending items scattering from the table in his home. It became evident that this was indeed a significant factory, one that seemed to rival Yikong in stature. The ongoing rivalry between the two major pharmaceutical companies, with General Cheng of Yikong at odds with them, had reached a fever pitch. "I am your teacher. You must heed my words," said Hui Yanbin, his voice rising slightly, as though he was suppressing some inner turmoil. Given that the Longwen knife remained eerily still, it signified that we were in no immediate peril. However, if this continued, we would surely perish from the cold. Thus, I resolved to take control of the situation. If the Longwen knife would not govern my body, then I would govern the Longwen knife. My patience was wearing thin. A commanding voice echoed. Exuding a terrifying aura that enveloped Mu Ling, Shangguan Jin exhaled deeply, positioning the cloaked figure upright, and then sitting behind him in a meditative pose, focusing solely on healing him. As I pondered, I noticed a grand gate ahead, adorned with the elegantly inscribed characters Liuli Residence. The Wasteland's killing vein? Mu Ling's heart trembled at the mention, as he unleashed the breaking sky seal, obliterating two blossoms of primordial spirit with a single strike. Zhongyi, seated upon the dragon's back, felt a wave of dizziness, despite his extraordinary physical resilience. Being exposed to the elements while hurtling through the skies at 500 kilometers per hour was undeniably taxing. The middle-aged man looked at Ningfeng, clinging to a dwindling hope. Though he had come to believe Ningfeng's words, he still sought one final confirmation. Chapter 94. Insulting Yunair? Luo Chen was furious. "I recall that 2 years ago today, you intended to confess to Shanghai, did you not?" Jiang Ziqing's response was off-topic. Reflecting on his transformation from a righteous detective captain to a seasoned bureaucrat, Huang Yuanguang felt a profound sense of alienation from his former ideals and fervor. As the atmosphere reached this juncture, Zhang Yunli decided to lay his cards on the table. He straightened up, pulling Lin Jishu from his embrace to meet his gaze. With red eyes and a nose that betrayed his distress, he could not suppress a laugh. However, upon further reflection, the Gu family had become a subject of ridicule at banquets over the past 2 years. It seemed that without comparison, there could be no pain. At this moment, Ningxia suspected that this individual was an assailant for hire, though she could not ascertain who had employed them. Ti looked up joyfully, about to commend her senior brother for his keen insight, only to be taken aback upon realizing that the person placing the bets was the third elder. Guyuro, upon hearing this, gritted her teeth in anger, her pristine, orderly teeth crunching audibly. Within Su Chongqing's body, a dark red curse lingered upon the source of his innate path, gradually becoming faint. The entirety of the blood within the body was summoned, merging into a singular, resplendent droplet that burst forth with a crimson radiance amidst the chaos. Nestled within the swirling black pedestal was a miniature camera connected to a disc. The aperture of the camera bore a striking resemblance to the color of the pedestal, rendering it nearly indistinguishable unless scrutinized with utmost precision. In the venue, attendees had taken their seats. The auction was about to commence, and an anticipatory silence enveloped the room. Chun Chi's words echoed in his mind, an opportunity that must be seized. Although the essence of the first sword monument's fist intent was merely a glimpse, its cataclysmic power left him profoundly shaken, deepening his understanding of the indestructible golden body technique. "Pray tell," Fu Qi remarked, sensing the wisdom and rationality reflected in Lu Tingchen's gaze. This man had navigated the mercurial waters of the business world for years and truly possessed formidable acumen. Su Xuanran found herself in his office for the first time. Upon entering, he gestured for her to sit while he retrieved a medical kit. Zhongling and I drove back, stopping along the way to purchase some fire paper and paper money. Among the 11 three-tiered elixir formulas, 8 were of the inferior grade, 2 of the medium grade, and only 1 of the superior grade. She had continually indulged him, hoping that one day he would come to his senses, recognize her worth, and treat her with the kindness she deserved. Indeed, it was a silver-white mobile phone with a note inscribed with a series of numbers, clearly Ning Mo's phone number, prompting Su Yuan to wave goodbye as she hurriedly retreated into her room. Xikong Xian's every word was a pearl of wisdom, seemingly ordinary yet imbued with an irresistible intent. Thanks to his teachings, Sikong Haoran managed to escape several life-threatening situations when confronted with peril alone. However, the will of heaven and earth remained oblivious to this day. It still believed that Li Hong harbored dissatisfaction with the tribulations imposed upon him, fervently attempting to clarify the nature of the tribulations, asserting that he bore no selfish motives but sought only to test those aspiring to divinity. In these times, encountering Taoist priests had become a rarity. People's understanding of such individuals often stemmed from cinematic portrayals. In reality, few had truly witnessed them. Even as the peak of Mo Xing Mountain housed a temple where the priests descended only once every few years. What materials are truly required? Especially when they are unattainable in reality, inquired the adolescent boy, after Huang Bin finished his shower and returned to the dormitory. He was startled to find Li Wayne absent from his usual training routine. Then it is settled. Nisi, you may withdraw. With that, Li Hong severed their mental connection and wielded his psychic power to directly hypnotize Stacy and Yi. Naturally, as a gambler, albeit one who had not lost everything, he had also lost his wife. The teacher cast a dubious glance at Li Wayne, yet thought little of it. The class roster was hardly a matter of great significance, and he casually rummaged beneath the podium, extracting the roster and handing it to him. However, Yang Hao had agreed to their terms. As long as they served as teachers, he would augment their salaries by an additional 5 pounds of rice and 10 eggs each month, which compelled these officials to reluctantly accept the position. Su Qian could deeply empathize with Luo Shixin's sentiments. Encountering a beloved weapon in one's lifetime is indeed a rare occurrence. Suddenly, a pressing question arose, prompting Zi Ruoxi to rush forward and grasp his arm. Su Ruojin swiftly approached the bedside, her face as pale as death, lips a ghastly gray, tears streaming down her visage. Had it not been for the slight movement of her fingers, she would have seemed like a lifeless corpse. She lifted her gaze to his face, where beads of cold sweat trickled down his sharply defined jawline. Becky Hammond and Messina exchanged glances, questioning who had granted Ginobili the authority to grant the players a respite. Was this individual inadvertently stepping into the role of head coach? Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxiao, who had been observing from the sidelines, realized that her grandfather had inhumanely left all the remaining chaos for her to manage, opting instead to become an indifferent spectator. I imagine my brows must now be twisted into a complex knot. My phone felt akin to a scalding hot potato, uncomfortable to hold yet distressing to discard. Today, you worried for me, and I shall strive even harder. Jiang Haoran inhaled the fragrant scent of Chuchong's hair, embracing her a tad tighter. Chapter 95. Humiliation of Luo Chen? Chu Yu was enraged. The tangible ripples exuded an astonishing aura of urgency, beginning to melt the body of the domineering deity. Am I? No, that cannot be right. I should be a player. Zhou Yi pondered silently for a moment, glancing around but failing to recognize anyone. Thus he made his way towards the village chief of the number 1 novice village. No greedy gazes or expressions materialized, which secretly relieved Lu Feng. Although his acquaintance with Sun Xingyang was brief, Sun Xingyang could be considered Lu Feng's first friend apart from Yu Hai. Before Lu Feng could utter a word, Sun Xingyang, who stood behind him, fell silent, approached Lu Feng's side, and delivered a punch to him, expressing his dissatisfaction. Su Jinman sensed a more perilous aura emanating from the eunuch's eyes, for when the eunuch gazed at the palace maids, his focus did not rest upon their faces but rather their chests. Upon hearing Feng Weiguo's words, the committee chairman nodded in satisfaction, saying, "You have done well in this matter." He subsequently awarded the 4 individuals the Baoding Medal of Honor and captured a commemorative photograph in front of the official residence. Ava possessed a formidable sixth sense, enabling her to foresee impending dangers as well as uncover hidden resources and creatures in her vicinity. However, this gift also left her frequently tormented by various illusions, occasionally drifting into a state of reverie. Yu Chen ventured to the hotel gym for a workout, oblivious to the fact that his posted update intensified the public discourse surrounding the matter. Unbeknownst to her, while she anxiously attempted to cool down the overheated Zhu Sheng, he was concealed somewhere within the Chaiyang Palace, meticulously observing her every action and behavior. Importantly, although her financial resources were substantial, they were beginning to strain. Thus, if there were contributions from others, why not embrace the opportunity? I asked the blind man why he treated me with such kindness when we were neither kin nor close acquaintances, and why he went to such lengths to assist me. As the entire Chinese team made their way to the backstage, they caught a glimpse of the scene through the large screen. The proportion of American spectators was alarmingly high, and during the upcoming match, should the American team perform admirably, they would undoubtedly receive an uproar of cheers, potentially distracting the players. To my surprise, emerging alongside them was our bespectacled dorm mate, Jia Zhihai. Lin Chen absorbed these thoughts, while Wang Chao, having boarded the jeep, incessantly searched for live streaming content on the dark web. However, glancing at the time remaining before the meeting commenced, merely 15 minutes, he realized it would be impossible to establish a connection in such a short span. This meant that the cultivation of Dong Huang Tai was intrinsically linked to Wang Chongyang's training schedule. As long as he practiced, Dong Huang Tai would immediately follow suit. Hey, who would have thought you, a softie, would suddenly toughen up after crossing over here? I shall assist you. The square-faced boy was about to launch another attack when Kong Yuliang ignited the powder keg, recklessly charging at him. Wait, wasn't that senior quite formidable last time? I'm referring to him. Lu Chuan suddenly had a candidate in mind. I swiftly jumped down from the upper bunk and dashed downstairs like the wind. Upon my arrival, I found a throng gathered before the dissection room, and in an instant, all the lights on campus blazed to life, illuminating the surroundings as if it were broad daylight. Duan Wanshan had just set down the bottle when he fumbled around on the ground for quite some time, without success. Looking into his unfocused gaze, Xing Tsolian feared that the toxins from septicemia were encroaching upon his optic nerves, causing his vision to fade. He reached out, grasped the bottle of Nulinshin Erguo II, and handed it to Duan Wanshan. Thus, it seemed he was on the verge of descending into an abyss, forever lost to himself, unable to find a way out. In response to Hui Ju's comforting words, Fan Yi, though still filled with shame, could only nod in agreement. With a thunderous sound, everyone erupted once more, staring in astonishment at the newly appointed director who spoke with such audacity. Zhou Bai's gaze remained fixed on Fu Heng's face, hoping to extract the response he yearned for. Yet Fu Heng's eyes did not engage with Zhou Bai. Instead, he looked downwards. Under the command of Hong Ming, the Overlord battle team consistently comprised 10,000 soldiers. After returning from the demon realm to the starry sea of Yin and Yang, Hong Ming ceased to recruit. Nonetheless, each of these 10,000 warriors was capable of taking on 100 foes, their combat prowess remarkably formidable. Upon hearing this, Su Mo nodded, subsequently leading Lu Lan and a few others back to the Wuyo domain. Is that all you can say? Since you are under the influence of demonic blood, why do you need so many spirit stones? If you truly require them, offer all your illusory demon black pills in exchange. 1 illusory demon black pill for 100 spirit stones. This way, you won't suffer a loss. Wu Fan remained eager to uncover the origins of the illusory demon black pills, hoping to engage in conversation. The initially chilling sensation vanished, leaving only an overwhelming warmth. Hui Ju was convinced that if he ever sought help in the future, Lu Dai would undoubtedly spare no effort to assist him, even at the cost of her own life. Song Rue gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, her eyes filled with resentment directed once more at Chen Xiao. She had not anticipated that these two prominent figures would engage in such a fierce dispute over him. Perceiving the mocking tone in Yin Lian's voice, Yin He awkwardly remarked, "If you desire him, take him. It has nothing to do with me." Moments earlier, she had heard a knock at the door, but her heart raced with trepidation, rendering her unable to answer it. Qin Yu cleared his throat and absent-mindedly touched his nose. Despite Delu's exceedingly rude demeanor, his instincts suggested that this individual was not lying. How could she possibly have fallen on an impeccably smooth path? This remained a puzzle she could not fathom. Time slipped by, and the world once again settled into tranquility. Dan Xia's heart soared once more. Surviving was inconsequential, merely a matter of a few moments. Beiyahao, though you have sustained yourself for several days with your inner energy, your time is nearly at an end. How could you possibly match my strength? Allow me to lend you a hand on your journey to the underworld to meet Dan Xia. As for the notion of pursuing Han Yushi, they still yearned for a few more days of life. No man brave enough to pursue Han Yushi had yet come into existence. I am acutely aware that as long as I remain within this palace, I am unlikely to experience a single day of peace. Even if I refrain from provoking others, it does not mean that they will not seek to harm me. Yin Air gently nodded in response to Ming Air. Chapter 96. Chu Yu's whining? Everyone was dumbfounded. Upon safely reaching the 4th floor and discovering the absence of zombies in the corridor, Liu stealthily made his way toward room 403. Du Ping felt a tinge of anxiety. In order to avoid disrupting Tong Hua's observation, he dared not blink, and as time passed, his eyes grew uncomfortably dry. Unable to resist, he blinked, and a single drop of faintly dark tear slid down his cheek. Hiss! Upon finishing his statement, Aowen was met by a black mamba snake, its head lowered as it flicked its tongue. Luo Nanine, after drying her hands, poured herself a cup of tea and leisurely sipped, remaining silent. Eventually, it was not just Lu Si who felt utterly exhausted. Even Luo Nanjing and Fong Yunting, who were resting nearby, shared the sentiment. My first blind date was introduced to me. He had a great fondness for rock climbing and cycling. In the past, we often ventured out to climb, ride, and run together. Yumi smiled, lost in nostalgic memories, feeling that the ocean was indeed wonderful, especially when compared to the peculiar characters that followed, though regrettably, there was no spark of chemistry. Since this news emerged, the Shinta family in Jiangzhou has known no peace. Regardless of the truth of the matter, it has rendered them the target of public scorn, and they risk facing dire consequences. A myriad of bizarre rumors circulated, and Qin Long was shrouded in an air of mystery. Thankfully, the recent fervor surrounding the crackdown on pirates was contained, preventing anyone from linking it to Qin Long. Otherwise, he would likely have been unable to remain composed. To create an atmosphere, the room was left unlit, illuminated solely by the moonlight, transforming the surrounding scenery into silhouettes aglow with a bluish hue. In the 21st minute, after Santos' team executed a series of passes just outside the penalty area, Lavelle's made a sudden run, and Benjamin's perfectly timed pass evaded Lavelle's offside position. Faced with the defensive maneuvers of his teammates, Lavis deftly nudged the ball towards the back post where Lu Feng was making a run. Hua Qingtong's eyes widened in disbelief as she focused on the scene before her, suddenly feeling her inner strength wane significantly. A sense of foreboding settled in her heart as she glanced at the others, only to find their faces etched with astonishment and distress. The man gazed at the figure kneeling on the ground, pale and trembling, clearly terrified. Jin Yao's spatial rift technique had torn through the fabric of reality, transporting 17 to the location of Yun Huang and the others. Before Lung Su could finish her sentence, and Chen's large hand firmly covered her mouth. It was likely brewed by the young mistress, as she was the only one in the kitchen today sipping coffee. Xue Jie made this observation upon noticing the young mistress's cup on the table, remnants of coffee lingering within. Su Yi was evidently taken aback by the overwhelming power of the 9 sovereigns, strong enough to render him utterly defenseless. Instead of directly inquiring whether he was attracted to her, she opted to acknowledge her own appeal through a different, indirect assertion. A wide white bow adorned her waist, seamlessly connected to the lace and white fabric, accentuating Qingrong's slender figure. Gu Qiqi cheerfully mimicked the action of a strong man, simultaneously exclaiming that she could lift both individuals effortlessly. Even though they had come to visit him, Li Jinting would not invite them to dine at his home. Over the past few years, he rarely returned for meals, spending most of his time at the company. Upon entering the corridor of the teaching building, we encountered you, who glanced at me. Ultimately, we exchanged no words. Concerning the quantity of these monstrous entities, one could only ascertain a startling truth. Their numbers would never diminish. At this moment, the colossal eagle hovered approximately 20 meters above the ground, ensnared by various attacks and the confines of its realm, rendered nearly immobile. The shopkeeper lay supine. His emaciated hands and sunken cheeks belied his youthful age of merely 20-something. Bai Wuchang was no different, having resided here for over a decade. Albeit engaged in no formal business, this place was his home. Zheng Shuai remained oblivious to Su Mo's thoughts upon encountering her gaze. He worried that he had inadvertently revealed something, prompting him to become increasingly vigilant, resulting in their competitive drinking escalating further. This entity, serving as a guardian at the boundary of human territory, repelled otherworldly beasts which could only approach within a yard's distance. Assassins? Ma Ju and Wang Rui swiftly drew their handguns, aiming them at the door. My brother was engulfed in smoke, having endured the beam attack. Yet the internal injuries he suffered were far more severe than we could perceive. From that moment on, Mu Bufan began to gradually distance himself from Long Qianwei. It was not until she departed the Mu residence alone, taking Mu Tangtang back to Julie, that this tumultuous romance began to fade from public memory. He gathered several relatively intact boards, piecing them together to create a makeshift wooden bed, laying a thick layer of straw atop it. Though it could not compare to the comfort of home, it was certainly preferable to sleeping on the ground. A multitude of shadows subsequently emerged upon the narrow pathway. Mu Yunqing opened his eyes and, as they approached, simply uttered the word go. The corridor echoed with a series of somber footsteps. Mo Yue heightened her vigilance. Moving toward the corner of the wall, Qin Ming, resolute in his determination, bellowed mightily and surged forth like an arrow released from its bowstring. At that moment, a familiar sound reverberated through the sky. The doctor and patient furrowed their brows, choosing to disregard it. Li Yunhao stepped closer, scrutinizing her from head to toe, and paused before beckoning her with a wave of his hand. The void collapsed as a colossal handprint descended, obliterating the clouds within a radius of several hundred meters from where Meng Changsheng had once stood. From a distance, it appeared as though a gaping hole had been carved into space itself, the air in that vicinity erupting violently, creating a brief vacuum. Although the room contained some thatch, much of it had been soaked by the rain and was thus unusable. Xie Xiao painstakingly selected a handful of dry straw, gathering it to pile in a corner of the roof where the wind and rain could not reach. Chapter 97. I am not in a hurry. Why are you? After Lin Feng fully harnessed all the profound intricacies of the Tsangming palm, he practiced in this manner, lacking genuine adversaries in his daily life. This moment of real combat provided a deeper understanding of leveraging strength against strength, a mere 4 ounces shifting 1,000 pounds. The opponent in this nocturnal duel of lone wolves was the formidable Shangshan Ruoshui of the War Alliance. Previously, Chenxi and Bu Hui had combined their powers, unleashing an invincible skill to gain the upper hand, demonstrating their formidable strength, yet unexpectedly, one night had felled them. Suddenly, a thunderous laughter erupted from the horizon, reverberating like thunder, causing those rushing below to halt in their tracks and look skyward. Well, if it's too much, I can let you see it again, Chenxi remarked, deliberately teasing. Upon realizing her silent sorrow had been noticed, Yi Dyer chastised herself inwardly for her fragility. Her brother tirelessly sought vengeance for their family, relentlessly honing his skills, while she lamented uselessly in tears. Upon exiting, Gu Hao observed the servants still waiting at the door, an inexplicable annoyance rising within him. He raised an eyebrow and spoke in a measured tone. This was a realm that bore no resemblance to the original mechanical spaceship, resembling instead an outdoor expanse of ground and sky. Yet, this bizarre environment was certainly not one found anywhere on Earth. Looking downwards, he was astonished to see thousands of people. A mere glance made it impossible to identify the culprit, inciting a palpable frenzy among the likes of Shura and his companions, their murderous intent intensifying. Chen Fei, ever astute, observed his father-in-law gazing at the spirit scorpion, and with that tone, he was taken aback, realizing that the identity of the spirit scorpion had been discerned. Many had failed to see through its guise previously. At this moment, they were immensely grateful to have heeded the shopkeeper's advice, for after completing the printing of 500 copies, they began to reprint, producing a total of 1,000 volumes over the course of 10 days. Guling steeled herself, as the phantom assassin drew near with a dagger poised to strike. She had to swiftly ascertain its trajectory and then devise her escape route. He intended to enter the current affairs section to take a glance, but inadvertently noticed the trending topics on Weibo. Upon seeing Zhong Shiwang, Lu Dehai's face illuminated with uncontainable joy. Were it not for Lu Jinfeng urging him to dine, and Zheng Shuguang persistently radiating coldness beside him, he would have eagerly recounted his years of military service to Zheng Shiwang, item by item, as if presenting a report. Though his wounds had begun to mend, he felt devoid of spiritual energy. The mere mention of spiritual power ignited a searing pain within him, suggesting lingering internal injuries. The longevity divine tree remained unchanged, as the sprites refrained from consuming the sacred fruits, resulting in its crown being laden with bountiful golden fruits, the size of a palm and resembling pomelos. Yet, the harsh truth was that only powerful demon beasts of status and prestige could aspire to obtain the transformation pill, often at the cost of their entire clan's resources. However, if he were to meticulously assist her in refining her spirit, and she suddenly recovered, it would indeed be astonishing. To make matters worse, that pesky Qianxiang approached, boasting of having acquired a fine material, far superior to the last piece of horse-toothed jade, intending to craft a carving. What awaited him were the greetings of 2 soldiers. One restrained him, while the other secured him with ropes. Good heavens, was that Gulingji? Upon recognizing the name etched first on the stone tablet, a student could not help but exclaim. Fortunately, The power of the stars and true essence swiftly consumed the yin and yang energies. Otherwise, it might have proven troublesome. What was the difference? Were they not all grand walls and vast courtyards? The ever-slow Junshan exhibited a hint of curiosity. As Jean Yuanyuan spoke, her excitement was palpable, tears streaming down her face. As if she were a devoted fan who had pursued Shening for years, finally encountering the true deity. If the transformation of internal force bridged the realms of internal force and transformation, did that imply that the fourth level of qi refinement could rival that of a grandmaster? Currently, those aiming to deal with the Chun family numbered in the many throughout the Ying society, and with both Ying Jie and Ying Jie present. There was no need for Ning Wu to take action. It would not be long before the Chun family was entirely eradicated from Shangdao. Yan Wufeng pondered as he reviewed the prohibitions he had cast. Counting them, he was struck with astonishment. A total of 1,683 prohibitions placed upon the purple jade dragon flute, accomplished in less than half an hour. He marveled at the prowess with which he could execute the 7 sealing techniques of the Dan Moon. He felt as though his face had lost its luster. In the midst of the standoff, the sound of a phone ringing erupted from the fat man's pocket, an unfamiliar number calling. After answering, he promptly tucked the phone away. He had once been renowned in the northern frontier, with the Shiliang and Khitan people circumventing his banner. He was a blade honed by the northern frontier, only dimmed by the need to conform to the expectations of the court, not because his edge had rusted or he had forgotten the taste of blood. Whether in modern society or the realm of cultivation, one must abide by established rules in the absence of strength. His current inaction was a reluctant choice, yet also a prudent one. Suddenly, the 10 spheres of white light transformed into 10 soft, white tufts, gently drifting away. Chapter 98. This child is extraordinary. The current demeanor of the other party is indeed reminiscent of her own amo, both exhibiting a rather dazed and foolish expression. Does traveling west from Longshan not lead to Longxi? Is that not the very place we call home? Zhao Boyu found in Kang's nonsensical inquiry rather perplexing. Mo Qing Luo nodded slightly, only to observe Shen Xian's sudden realization in his eyes. I don't care who you are. If you wish to fight, come at me. I fear no battle. If I cannot defeat you, my leader shall take you on, Niu Ben declared with righteous fervor. The swirling blades of wind relentlessly tore at her spiritual energy, while the blackish-red blood gushed from the wound in her chest. If this continued, she would surely meet her demise. On the other side, the large-headed zombie was even more enraged. This latest bombardment, though less devastating than the previous one, still resulted in nearly 10,000 casualties, a fact that fueled his fury. Continue eastward for 3,000 miles, the old man said with a smile, before rising unsteadily from his seat at Han Dong's table and making his way outside. Yi Yujin flashed a captivating smile and whispered in a voice that was simply enchanting. You are so charming. In the blink of an eye, the cloud stars adorning both their bodies transformed into 24, just as Mo Qing Luo had previously mentioned. True to his name, the Thousand Illusions Corpse King could assume any form, though this transformation merely altered his appearance without granting him their abilities. After breakfast, I fetched 2 kettles of boiling water from the hot water room, washed a batch of clothes, and took them outside to freeze, as there was little choice. The dormitory's radiator was limited in size, often occupied by foul socks and undergarments. The burrowing worm's corpse circled the humanoid pit on the ground twice, seemingly acclimating to its new form. In the next moment, its mandibles suddenly protruded outward, revealing sharp teeth within, as its head swiftly lunged forward to consume the robust male corpse lying in the pit. Due to the monthly examination, the questions were naturally less challenging than those of the midterm. Yi Lianxin improved by 33 points and ascended in rank, though regrettably, he still failed in English. At this moment, young Faraday struck with a sword aimed directly at Safi's Mandy's cervical vertebra, seeking a swift victory. However, Safi's Mandy merely turned his head, resulting in the blade carving a deep gash along the side of his neck, blood gushing forth profusely. I'll raise the bid by 100,000. Making it 10,040,000, a young man from Sword God Valley declared angrily, directing his gaze at the members of the CS sect as he immediately increased the bid. Li Jinxing's significance was self-evident, representing his most substantial asset. Should he be threatened or harmed, the consequences would be dire. Finally, Famaker's voice faded from the cave entrance, allowing Luo Tianhua to exhale a long sigh of relief. He had merely been posturing. After all, The other party's skills could not even summon holy light. Even if Famaker had intentions against him, he would be unable to defend himself. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Qiu Shuzhen, Wang Zuxian, and their guardians, Qiu's mother and Wang's mother, arrived punctually at the office of Mango Film and Television. Qi Zheng, the Rear Legion, and the formidable members of the Demon-Slaying Legion, a total of 86 gifted individuals recruited by the Qin family, had swiftly ascended to a terrifying level of power, becoming supreme existences. The plump village chief arranged to meet the hefty man at the station, summoning the commune's driver, essentially his private chauffeur, to refuel the vehicle for a trip to Frost City. Shortly thereafter, Casa presented a pile of spatial rings to Li Yin, saying, "My lord, all of them are here. How shall we deal with these individuals?" Casa referred to the talented youths, who were protected by their own intentions and could not be harmed. As he consumed his third bowl, a man took a seat beside him. "Lu Feng, would you be willing to become my disciple and inherit my legacy?" The elder was quite pleased that Lu Feng had no prior master and thus inquired, feeling that he had finally alleviated any regrets, leaving the grievances for his disciple to resolve. The Three Pagoda Temple, perpetually bustling with incense offerings, was desolate today due to its closure, rendering the picturesque Fenglin evening glow road eerily quiet. The temple comprised 3 towers, the Bell Tower, the Offering Tower, and the Sutra Tower, all identical in appearance, featuring sharp roofs and 7 tiers, standing magnificently side by side. Within Blackwater City, the status of monsters far surpassed that of humans, making conflict unlikely. However, in terms of status, monsters undeniably held a more prominent advantage. The vibrant red roses accentuated Wang Jiai's still flushed cheeks, leaving the man utterly mesmerized. "Z. Enough. You cannot endure this." Tang Lao grasped Z's wrist, constricting the artery to halt the flow of blood. The moment the celestial killing array manifested, the expressions of Zhu Lingfeng and Yun Bahai, along with the 5 others, drastically changed. Perhaps those emerging from prominent families truly were no ordinary characters, conversing fluidly whether with people or spirits during this period. I have come to understand that they are on an entirely different level from those frivolous young masters who merely competed for attention and recited poetry. Indeed, he has returned. Help me register him for tonight's death match in the death row. Shen Jilong pulled a cigarette from his pocket, tossing one to the black man while lighting his own. Sun Xiaozu's furrowed brow relaxed as he admired his beautiful wife, feeling proud of her. This time, Shi Yao and the others did not laugh. After all, the 3 of them were already in a dire situation, and mocking them would be too cruel. After more than a decade of fortifying its essence, the Peach Blossom Land had expanded significantly, now featuring mountains and rivers, with the peach orchards having greatly increased. Moreover, Song Mingting had intentionally introduced a plethora of flowers, birds, fish, and insects into the area, transforming the Peach Blossom Land into a vibrant haven, unlike the monotonous place it had been over a decade ago. Do not rush. Many covet this throne. Those who wish to nestle within it and level up in peace are rather naive. The corner of Cheong Ma's mouth curled into a faint, cold smile, continuing to operate the bellows for an extended period until no more molten copper flowed forth. Chunjung finally leapt down from the platform, eagerly surveying the fruits of his labor. Chapter 99. The Final Simulation, announcing the results? It was truly a shame that, despite being at the pinnacle of the martial general realm, he could not lift the gate. Such was the irony of being a martial general of unparalleled prowess. A thunderous roar erupted, blood splattered, and the scales on the back of the steel hide suddenly cracked, revealing a gaping wound where torn flesh was visible. Subsequently, it pivoted with an agility that belied its massive form, baring its fangs and directly seizing its opponent's throat. "Stop!" A commanding voice echoed from the staircase, and Yi Tian turned his head toward the sound, yet his hands did not falter. Upon hearing Su Guanglong's inadvertently spoken words, Du Xiangdong felt an ominous sensation. If Di were to act impulsively. With this thought, Du Xiangdong hastily dove into the vehicle and sped away. Almost immediately, a fist came crashing down, and darkness enveloped his vision, nearly causing him to forget his own identity, location, and intentions. "So, you mean to say, dare to make mistakes?" Lin Inger seemed to grasp what Li Fangsheng had articulated. Upon arriving in Di's city, he finally comprehended why this place was hailed as the foremost immortal abode. The golden and silver towers, the jade and golden mountains, under the clear night sky, the layered buildings resembled luminous pagodas. The throngs of people were unceasing, creating an extraordinary bustle. The city's splendor was enough to rival any place she had ever encountered. Executing 2 rapid and deliberate hidden hooks. The first forced Kagura Chihoko into a position where she could not maneuver, and with the first hook having disrupted her stance, she could only focus on defense, ensuring that the subsequent hooks would not strike her. The 8 gates of Duanjia are known as the opening gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, shut gate, scene gate, surprise gate, and death gate. However, one could assume that Neza would not harm him, so he obediently walked in, followed closely by the other scattered immortals. Being struck by the tail of the female fire dragon and sustaining a wound from a gas blade was not a difficult choice to make. It indeed resembled a portal through time and space, connecting to the ancient world, belonging to a bygone era. Upon hearing Jiang Sheng's words, Wang Fan first sighed in relief, but soon was beset by a headache. Given this, it was certain that Zuoyu would not let him off easily. Observing the situation, Chun Tung maintained his composure, gave a sharp reprimand, and with arms outstretched, summoned his internal spiritual energy. 3 ancient long swords formed a sword array, complementing one another, and swiftly surged forth, effortlessly blocking the incoming azure sword energy. This scene left the onlookers astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief, their faces reflecting incredulity. Chen Tung ranked first, the disciple of the Holy Heaven sect second, followed by Mu Xuejuan in 3rd place, Fang Kai in 6th, and Wu Jin in 10th. Yet, immediately following was a surge of murderous intent, as a green flame suddenly erupted before him. This old Taoist, with a long, narrow face, had lengthy eyebrows and beard, meticulously combed gray hair, adorned with a gilded Taoist crown, and wielded a whisk. Rest assured, I shall not hinder your progress. Although my prowess may not match yours, my insights surpass yours. Perhaps I can offer you assistance, Yunming swiftly remarked upon observing Tang Yu's hesitation. In truth, he wished to open a spatial passage and traverse directly. Yet the peculiar nature of this space, with its convolutions and distortions, posed a risk that he might not arrive at the main tomb chamber, but instead be cast away from the god tomb altogether. Moreover, our numbers exceed theirs by 8. And more importantly, the weakest among us possesses a cultivation level at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Should any fool mistakenly knock on the wrong door, they would certainly not be spared easily, Gao Qing mused inwardly. As Wang Hua approached with fierce intent, his claws slicing through the air and stirring a tempestuous wind, Meng Qi felt a tightening in his chest. The others, though fortified by their own cultivation, could not mask their changing expressions, bowing their heads deeply. The man emerged from the vehicle, his hands encased in gloves, veins bulging, exuding an aura of lethal intent. His gaze instilled a sense of dread in those who met it. Establishing Fangtzuan Mountain with the knowledge of his own identity while desiring to continue imparting wisdom touched him profoundly. The monstrous beast of the void loomed large, its immense pressure palpable even from a distance. Curiously, Duo felt no pain at all. He slowly rose, steadied himself, and opened his right hand to reveal a golden crystal. However, my disguise technique failed to elude Brother Feng's keen perception. How embarrassing, Wei Liqiu lamented. Nonetheless, his eyes brimmed with confidence and pride, as if no challenge or setback could deter his resolute spirit, which was one of the reasons Zhen Shifeng held him in such high regard. Like the esteemed disciples of Yaoyue Temple and the Underworld Alliance, the exceptional students of Luo Yun sect also had a ranking system known as the Luo Yun 7 Beauties. In an instant, over 20 magical artifacts were revealed, the fire of the iron jade bone reflecting upon them, casting a vibrant array of colors. It was evident how severe Chang Li's injuries were when he was compelled to seek aid from Gu Yuexian. You have done quite well, yet ultimately, I prevailed over you, Sasuke declared before turning away from the arena, leaving the judge startled and unable to declare a victor due to the earlier commotion. I am Uchiha Sasuke. I harbor many dislikes, yet little affection, he spoke coldly. Countless dark and eerie lightning bolts surged forth from Tianfei, merging into a terrifying aura emanating from their core. Gong Qianzu's smile bore a hint of bitterness. Previously, she had thrived in the demon realm, yet these days of relentless toil had taken a toll on her health, rendering her condition far from recoverable. In an instant, Zine awoke, struggling to believe that such an embarrassing sound had escaped his lips, devoid of any spiritual energy. Chun Xian found even his defensive Qi Lin armor rendered ineffective. The demon spirit orb encountered issues during experimentation, and now his spatial realm was besieged by absolute zero. Although the Ziyun Blade clan's plans were well conceived, even if the young master of Xiaoxiang were to enter seclusion, the Xiaoxiang realm remained as fortified as an impregnable fortress. "You scoundrel, dare you strike another? Do you not recognize the law?" Wu Chongli, upon witnessing his nephew being assaulted, was instantly consumed by rage, directing the muzzle of his gun towards Zhang Hao and pulling the trigger. At that moment, Fu Qingzhao was suddenly struck by a foreboding sensation. Since the senior brother refused to acknowledge the situation, someone must bear the blame for this incident. Who would be the unfortunate scapegoat? Yi Tian, with a grim expression, remarked that he would much prefer to accompany Yin Xinyan for a shopping spree than visit a Taoist temple. Only by establishing his own significance could he avoid being easily toppled by others. He was now scheming, and it was not too late. He did not wish to be arbitrarily cast out of Chang'an again. Chapter 100. He did not cheat. He truly is first. Heishan showed no inclination to assist. Baizu glanced around. No matter where his gaze fell upon the rat demons, they immediately bowed their heads. When considering the village on this side, despite the differing natures and the apparent lack of connection, it was indisputable that they were all linked to the bone-burning stone and had coincidentally encountered misfortunes. Although the Starlight Palace was not particularly remarkable in the fire and flame region, merely a basic standard in the outside world, a starlight level signified the initial qualification to step into the cosmos. It took 100 planetary systems and 100 epochs to produce a single starlight level. Countless torrential rains, seemingly imbued with an unstoppable force of descent, converged around Han Dong from all directions. Li Taishu faced off against Li Taiwa with bare hands. At that moment, she had just moved to the weapon rack, and Li Taiwa deftly drew a red tassel spear, tossing it back to Li Taishu. The existence of demons and monsters has been recorded throughout history, yet none possessed the capability to disrupt the court as martial artists did. Dogs and chickens serve as crucial mediums connecting the realms of the living and the dead. Dogs can perceive the souls in the underworld, while the golden rooster heralds dawn, compelling spirits to avoid sunlight lest they be scattered. As they conversed, their vehicle approached the tent area on the outskirts of the Land of Truth, where two oddly shaped metal boxes rushed towards them, startling several observing apprentices of magic who dropped their belongings in shock. Meanwhile, Su Wuyo, though silent, nodded slightly, signifying his understanding. The sniper quietly donned his night vision goggles and meticulously surveyed the villa area through the scope. Were it not for his vigilance to guard against threats from behind, he too might have already become a corpse. Originally, more time was to be spent, but the tree was hollow, thus conserving much effort. The inexplicable metaphysics of this world are innumerable. It is essential to pay homage to the river god before commencing work. At the very least, it serves to pacify the laborers. Among his disciples, only Sun Wukong exhibited some prowess, but upon closer examination, none of Tang Sanzang's disciples appeared to be mere trifles. Damn it, what have you done to him? Seeing Bai Zihua in such a state, Yi Xingtian realized that Zhao Liang must have provoked Bai Zihua somehow, prompting him to angrily shout at Zhao Liang. Yu Xing was merely a disciple of the Dan medicine sect. Their strength lay in the art of alchemy, not in combat prowess. The Upper Dantian, known as the Sea of Spiritual Awareness, serves as the sanctuary for one's mental prowess, accessible only to those who have transcended the ordinary, apart from practitioners of spiritual cultivation. The scattering bats drew the attention of helicopters and soldiers conducting searches. They witnessed the chaotic flurry of bats and arrived at the area where they were densely swirling, spotting Li Xianyuan emerging from the marsh and landing on the ground. For instance, Lin Moer, the cherished companion of Dongfang Ruo Shui, operates the establishment Shui Mo Xian, which, in addition to its location in Suzhou, has branches in major cities across the southwest and northwest of the capital. Not only disciples of the Eternal Life sect, but even the three elders of the Cold Moon sect and their remaining disciples widened their eyes in astonishment. It is a rare occurrence for Sister Hua to personally attend to someone, yet this young man managed to garner the presence of both Sister Hua and young Master Le. An unprecedented event apart from that involving the esteemed Elder Xiang. Without hesitation, Li Qingfeng continued to wield the Thunder Immortal Sword, employing various sword techniques with each strike. One moment unleashing a blow capable of shattering a planet, and the next, wielding a technique that could annihilate the cosmos. Only after confirming that Shimen Kuang had no further demands did the Demon Emperor finally exhale in relief. Sister, Rest assured, I will handle this for you. Take this incense ash back, adhere to a vegetarian diet for 3 days, and refrain from taking life, and all will be well, the oracle said after burning the incense. Handing a pouch of ash to Huameishi, Zhu Xiaoling followed Luo Xian's instructions, lifting her hand and placing it at the center of her neck. With a gentle press, her visage transformed back to the previous disguise. This time, Qin Li discerned clearly that although He Rong's hairstyle was concealed beneath a cap, it was undoubtedly short. The Demon King's finger wielded the 9-demon blade, unleashing a wave of demonic energy that instantly rent the heavens and the earth asunder. Following a lethal strike, Chun Feng vanished again, reappearing to deliver a fatal blow to another member of the nameless sect. The material sourced from the native mines on the mountain is referred to as mountain material. That which has been naturally fractured and displaced is called mountain flow, while the well-rounded pieces found in river water are known as seed material. 500 million and 10 million, a middle-aged man in a gray robe announced, ringing the bell before commencing his bid. Zhang He excelled in commanding troops, and while his martial prowess may have paled in comparison to the top-tier generals, Chun Hu, despite not being able to match Zhang He, managed to entangle him in combat. Following their defeat, Liverpool appeared somewhat subdued. The players were disheartened by their loss. While Coach Benitez was consumed by self-reproach and introspection, meticulously reviewing the match to uncover the reasons behind Liverpool's failure. After a few breaths, the Shin sword had unleashed a barrage of attacks, yet the marsh remained eerily calm, with no sign of Yang Han. The Diamond Buddha encircled the 3 individuals. As it was merely residual energy, resisting it was not overly taxing. As I opened my mouth, Hu Hansen thought to himself, indeed, here it comes again. I wonder how the boss intends to deal with me this time. Goodness, why am I so unfortunate? Is there no respite for my heart? As he emerged, his gaze fell upon Ling Feng and the others, Hua Weixiao, Pang Fan Yuan, Xiao Qiao, and Kane, each of whom he recognized, except for the relatively unfamiliar Yu Tao, who left no impression on him. Hao Zhao had lingered outside the training grounds long enough to assess Tang Chen's prowess. He mused that facing Tang Chen directly would yield little chance of victory. Thus, he decided to proceed. The Emperor Taiji always favored him, and glancing at Meng Guqing, he added, let us first visit the Empress at Qingming Palace. Qingming Palace is synonymous with Kunning Palace, while Guanshui Palace corresponds to Jingren Palace. And so forth. Haha, let us be off. It seems all the sect leaders have arrived, and I am the one who has tarried. I replied. Nevertheless, he understood that mere shouting could only temporarily stave off the dread gnawing at his heart. Given his meager strength, even fleeing was beyond his reach. In Chapter 101, Yun'er was anxious, unable to contain her impatience. Over the years, Long Si-ju had suffered greatly from the poison, yet he remained oblivious to the identity of the perpetrator. However, since Shermu had spoken, everyone could only watch with bated breath, curious to see whether Gu Shaoxi would brazenly attempt to usurp the mage's position. Should Yu Fei indeed kill Edward, even if they later turned him into a sieve, it would ultimately be futile. Viscount Edward could not be resurrected. All right. It's nearly time to return. The Sea Tribe has matters to discuss with us. Soon, the area was cleared of zombies, and the 4 evolved individuals had collected 2 trucks of plants and daily necessities, setting off on their journey once more. In Han City, one hastily rose to head to the command center, likely aware of who would lead the charge to Feng Mountain this time. Lin Zhao coughed twice, signaling the staff to cease their chatter. His voice was so hoarse that it was nearly unrecognizable. Subsequently, he crafted a few high-explosive bombs and, under the cover of night, ventured into the wilderness for a test launch. He noted a slight error in the first shot and returned to his dormitory to recalibrate, unaware that the explosion had startled several hidden sentinels. Su Qiansun was acutely aware that his actions stemmed from the 7 days he had vanished during his hospital stay. Although this duke possessed a rather stern disposition, he was never unreasonable. His current wrath, directed at the Shin family, inevitably evoked thoughts of the household's internal affairs. Had it not been for the fact that this was to save him, he would have unhesitatingly struck him down. Observing the child's movements, Tezuka momentarily froze, realizing he had been remiss in overlooking the fact that the child had previously been caught in the rain. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu immediately recalled the exhibits stored in the background. Could it be that something had gone awry with those items? Nanko flicked her hand, tossing a precious egg from the multi-treasure chicken to Zhou Mingyang, while simultaneously retrieving a mirror flower talisman. What? 2 stages? Yi Guzhou was taken aback, witnessing an astonishment in Yi Mu that he had never encountered before. As they conversed, they arrived at the entrance, where disciples gathered in small clusters, evidently having formed alliances. Although it may seem somewhat hasty to determine the veracity of Gong Ting's words solely based on her statements, one cannot ignore the fact that Liang Jingrui has not taken the time to visit him during this period. Even regarding Liang's mother, Gong Ting mentioned that it was due to her own transgressions against his boundaries, hence it bore no relation to him and Xiaoyu. As Xiang Lian pushed open the heavy door, she happened to witness Han Lai retreating step by step, only to find herself pressed against the wall, with no further space to withdraw. After speaking, Jian Nanfeng immediately turned to leave. She feared that remaining any longer would lead her to unleash her uncontrollable temper upon Xing Shizhou. Reflecting on the matter, she lamented the considerable amount of money spent on staying at the Yueli Inn, only for none of them to actually reside there in the end, a regrettable waste indeed. The old ghost in green, upon seeing this, shouted loudly, noticing that the rosewood box had begun to emit a swirl of purple smoke, which swiftly escalated into a fierce wind. I shall await you, ever ready to accompany. Ouyang Yin turned her head, a scornful smile gracing her lips, devoid of any fear. Surely, such a vital object cannot be carried on one's person during a tribulation. One must always leave a contingency, don't you agree? Zhao Wanxian incited. Aligning himself with Li Yulong and others, a minority who entirely disbelieved that Mo Fan possessed the key to the 9 Dragons' immortal palace. This divine binding lock, crafted from special materials, when affixed to a cultivator, can diminish divine energy. Even a sage-level being would find it impossible to break free. Yet, at this moment, GMO astonishingly managed to shatter it. This is disastrous. Our treasured artifact has been forcibly seized, Jian Guiyuan exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation. All right, you may gather your belongings. Stretching lazily, Xiaoyu settled on the couch and turned on the television. Observing Ouyang Yin's nonchalant demeanor as she gracefully rode in on the lion, exuding an air of confidence, was truly captivating. Jilin was filled with trepidation, unable to fathom when her brother had befriended such a prominent figure. The love between water and rice unfolded beautifully in this dreamlike tableau, enchanting all who beheld it. Su Wanqing's eyes, once clouded with mist, now brimmed with shyness as she let out a squeal and playfully struck at Xiaoyu with her delicate fists. However, just moments ago, everyone clearly witnessed Fenrir being violently propelled several meters away from the epicenter of a colossal self-detonation, his garments tattered and blood streaming from his wounds. Why was Li Zhong so agitated? Because Lin Feng had previously stated that he would not return to the city without assurance, and now that Lin Feng had returned, it signified that he had acquired the strength for self-preservation, at least no longer fearing Songbang. Sigh. Why resort to violence when words could suffice? Brother Bao, you really ought to temper your temper. A figure in a pink long robe leaned against Bao Air, one delicate hand resting upon his shoulder. Moreover, a second golden artifact was produced. The previously mentioned weapon, Blood Demon Devourer of Heaven, was indeed my principal weapon in close combat. With these 2 golden artifacts, I am confident I shall become a formidable force, an existence beyond the ordinary. Chu Hong followed closely behind Zhang Qingying and the others, her chatter incessant since entering Tianjin City. Yun Ruoshi collapsed on the ground, her sweat-soaked hair framing a face of exquisite beauty now rendered pale, with traces of blood at the corners of her eyes, her long lashes fluttering gently as she lay with her eyes tightly closed. At this moment, the church could no longer withstand the onslaught of the monstrous army. Yet, amidst the bombardment by the unparalleled trio of Shirong, AIC, and Brand, how many would survive? This individual's equipment appeared rather impressive, a massive azure sword, faintly glowing with a bluish light, likely a weapon surpassing the golden tier. Though it could not breach the dark gold tier, as the most formidable weapons currently available were merely dark gold. First and foremost, congratulations are in order for all who have successfully passed today's trials to join the basketball team. Yes, you all possess great potential, and training commences tomorrow. Do you have any questions? Zhang Guojiang maintained his distinctive smile as he regarded the group. How could a despicable human reach the abyss? Brand, though astonished at the presence of humanity in such a deep region, still regarded them with a gaze full of disdain. Chapter 102. The initial pride she loved deeply. Receiving a bottle of mineral water, Li Chao gulped it down in one go. Cize immediately grasped the situation, a flicker of helplessness and revulsion crossing his eyes. It seemed they intended to treat him like a dog. Yi Chun, accompanied by Gu Meng, swiftly entered her Maybach, laughing heartily as they departed. She had employed the mysterious methods of the sea god to forcibly deplete her fortune, utilizing the laws of the holy celestial realm to manifest an illusory divine status, creating an impression of having attained godhood. Settling onto the sofa in the living room, Jarvis powered on the computer, having previously granted Lan Xingyu the highest privileges. As Yi Chun extended his hand, the branches and leaves of the Dao fruit divine tree instantly followed his arm, swiftly ensnaring the world-ending divine sword. The enemy remained hidden while I stood in the light, prompting the three great Azura kings to exercise considerable caution. They delegated all tasks to their subordinates while they concealed themselves, intent on uncovering the true puppet master behind the scenes. One merely needed to transform the void realm into an all-encompassing mirror world capable of manifesting the heavens and the earth to achieve a breakthrough into the cave heaven mirror. Although he discerned that Tony had genuinely put forth considerable effort, it was somewhat disheartening for a chef to witness such a flagrant mishandling of food. Her ability to contemplate this aspect and inquire directly proved her commitment. At that moment, the transformation of the 12th grade Lotus platform finally caught the attention of the guiding sage, who abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a look of astonishment. "Master, could you be mistaken? How could my cousin commit such an act?" Fong Tong gazed at Tong Chung in disbelief. Beads of sweat appeared on his sister-in-law's forehead, while my brother rushed to her side, shielding her from harm. As one ventures slightly inward along the western shore, the terrain becomes steep and insurmountable. Despite gazing into the distance to the north and south, the boundaries of the continent remain elusive, highlighting the vastness of this land. Under the watchful gaze of the spies from the Blackwater Kingdom, Kai Chung and Zhang Jun stealthily boarded a merchant vessel, successfully departing to return to the Ming dynasty. If he dies, who will bear the responsibility for the demise of the living Buddha Katsingda? Coldly remarked Gong Chung Chengwei. Holding a kettle, I bent down to draw water from the cistern, but as I did so, a sudden pain struck my back, as if I were under attack, rendering me numb and unconscious. Almost instantaneously, as the dragon goddess diamond shield was formed, a large caliber projectile hurtled towards us from nearly 2 kilometers away, only to be intercepted by the shield, resulting in a thunderous explosion. These 4 celestial kings hailed from the same organization, known as the Flame Dragon Sect, a prestigious faction in the upper realms revered for its mastery of fire magic. Upon hearing that a legendary figure of the fire lineage, the Lion King Peng Shao, had emerged from seclusion, they expressed a desire for alliances and dispatched 4 2-star divine kings for discussions. Zhang Zia issued a sharp command, causing the ethereal light above to descend and meld into the formation. "Do you still wish to avenge the primordial dragon of the divine beast clan?" Qin Tian narrowed his eyes, a trace of incredulity dancing at the corners of his mouth, as he glared ominously at the ancestor of the Tengsha. "I dare not." Zhaoya hastily waved her hands, her face paling to a ghostly hue. "Mo Kusi, you are a renowned marksman with countless successful assassinations to your name. Do not falter against him, or the consequences will be dire," the observer jested lightly. Having stayed up late, Cheng Lingji found it difficult to rise when the alarm rang the next morning, the shadows beneath her eyes starkly evident. At that moment, the cold-faced specter appeared pallid, her fragile form swaying precariously, resembling a lamb awaiting slaughter. Sensing the imminent danger, Yu Rushan issued a deep command, brandishing the water-repelling Qilin spear and thrusting it skyward, producing a sharp sound as it sliced through the air. Inside the room, a flurry of chaotic sounds erupted, and Cheng Lingji instantly felt a wave of annoyance. Surely that old man was not indulging in something inappropriate again. Xiaobai abruptly snapped back to reality, offering an awkward smile. Huang Yun waved at him, saying, "Bai Ge, come here." Clearly, she had delightful news to share, and without turning back, Xiaobai lightly leaped and floated out of the window. The corridor featured an opening leading to the front courtyard, resembling a doorway with 2 columns on either side and a void in between, descending 3 layers of white jadestone steps. However, Zhang Maching was no frivolous youth. He was perceptive and possessed a keen mind. He could discern Zhang Tianfeng's intentions through every gesture and word, though most of the time, he chose silence over revelation. The space before King Hengshan shattered. and the ferocious force of his punch surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing towards Lei Ao and the oncoming electric sword energy, engulfing everything in its path. Her joy, to some extent, was contagious to Ninja, who also began to smile genuinely, a true expression rather than one of mere courtesy. No, there is something, a butterfly, a translucent creature radiating a purplish glow, or perhaps its very essence embodies this ethereal violet light. At such an advanced age, with such large eyes and hands, how could one possibly misidentify another? Are you jesting with me? 100 Birds Face the Phoenix is indeed a renowned melody. Regrettably, Dao Jinren does not possess the ability to perform it, hence he resorts to a man should strive for strength. As a member of the Bai family, he has always looked down upon the masses, and the terror, fear, and hesitation displayed today, amidst a profound threat to life, is an unprecedented experience for him. Nian Lianming gazes at Yi Tian, her large eyes blinking with curiosity, shining with brilliance. Though it may be somewhat inappropriate, Ian's current predicament can still be likened to a vessel shattered and cast aside. However, given Teacher Zhang's previous astute grasp of the situation, his sudden disappearance and unwavering abandonment of his teammates suggest he is far from foolish. Rather, he must have confidence or perhaps ulterior motives. Ning Fuchen's eyes suddenly widen, his body regaining full mobility, and he now feels no discomfort beneath the water. The oppressive sensation within his chest has vanished, allowing him to feel as though he is on solid ground, even more at ease than before. Most crucially, the products described in the news are of such high quality that they far surpass the capabilities of current prosthetics, providing a significant boon for those with disabilities. Chapter 103. Anonymous Message. The situation escalates. In the distance, two individuals whisper maliciously, their gossip clearly reaching Yi Xingyun's ears. His grip on the cup tightens, veins protruding, his eyes shimmering with cold light. Lu Ziyuan steps out of the car, leaning against the vehicle, watching the two embrace as if observing a performance, applauding with amusement. Lu Qifeng lowers his head, feeling the atmosphere shift. Just as things were heating up, who could be so lacking in sensitivity? Since Shang Wuqing had made such a statement, there was no time for further contemplation. He hastily followed the instructions given, as the formation of a 6th-grade Misty Array intertwined with a 6th-grade Binding Array was swiftly arranged. Her gaze remained fixed upon Zhou Nan, who appeared oblivious to her presence, as if he did not recognize her. The scene of Xiao Jinsheng's triumphant return last year, with crowds welcoming him, remains etched in her memory. That godlike figure had long since become the object of her affection, her heart irrevocably lost to him. Zhao Xiaodian was about to pick up his chopsticks when his wife's words stirred his curiosity, tilting his head in suspicion as he asked, "What sort of ready-made person are you referring to? It's hard to find someone of such caliber amidst the busy city dwellers. They wouldn't come for mere trifles." He expressed a look of deep concern. People often say one must struggle against fate, yet in the end, they are merely swept away by destiny's wondrous vortex. Rendered utterly helpless, life repeats itself endlessly, akin to a nightmare, where emotions in romantic entanglements are magnified infinitely, and existence is predetermined, ensuring that, no matter the struggle, a tragic conclusion remains unalterable, perpetually repeated until the cycle of 1,000 lifetimes concludes. Xiao Dingli breaks through the wind, this time exhibiting no restraint in his formidable and domineering aura. He aims to make the wind dance, signaling his approach. Warmth felt an overwhelming reluctance to move. On their wedding night, he had still been mindful of his own inexperience. Last night, however, such concerns were cast aside, allowing him to revel freely. "Indeed, Your Highness, it would be wise to deliberate carefully." Even the usually silent Wan Yan, when you could not restrain herself from intervening. TT had once mentioned that a soul devoid of essence cannot reincarnate. Since Ao Jian's soul remained ensnared, how could he possibly be reborn? The torrential rain poured upon the young man, the icy droplets nearly numbing him to the core. Yet, the flying beast beneath him remained indifferent, its slightly reddened eyes betraying a faint air of indifference. Su Xiling worried that Huo Wei, without his brother by his side, might feel desolate. Though his disposition was carefree and cheerful, he would never display any grievances openly. Lin Zhengyi, unable to venture outside, entrusted the task of shadowing Xiao Ming Cheng to Ma Ming. It wasn't long before Nightmare detected someone tailing Xiao Ming Cheng's vehicle. The more when Xian contemplated, the stranger it seemed. Clearly, this news had been suppressed. Even if she were to inquire now, the local authorities would likely deny it. Everyone was taken aback. None could have anticipated that the typically affable Wen Su Fei would erupt in such fury. Just as when Xin had set down the sixth prince, a wave of boisterous laughter echoed from outside, leaving her no moment to catch her breath. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, why have Mo Air and the others not reacted? Observing the still figure within the crystal coffin, Mu Yunxian felt a surge of anxiety. Huafeng managed to muster a gentle smile, slowly closing her eyes as she succumbed to a deep slumber. Jian Mo listened to her voice, both astonished and seemingly familiar with them. Could her suspicions be correct? Unbeknownst to her, the individual before her had already ascended to the realm of the saintly. Otherwise, even with twofold courage, he would not dare act so recklessly. In the presence of a sage's machinations, annihilation of both body and spirit would be a mere trifle, with an unknown degree of suffering yet to be endured. The magician's hand trembled. He was not like the fire dragon, capable of mutually extinguishing the ferocity of a tiger. With a flourish of his staff, massive earthen shields erupted from the ground, standing resolutely like iron barriers in the path of the advancing tiger. Yet, none of this concerned Lu Su. For their will to transcend life had been shattered by their own hands, their power subdued, leaving no room for resurgence. By the heavens, Xia could call upon Hong Jun Dao Zhu and the three pure ones as witnesses. He had merely instinctively inclined his head. However, given how close Lu Xin stood, the slightest forward motion of his head brought their lips together in a gentle brush. A venomous gaze followed the departing figures, and then, clutching a staff, he vanished into the western woods. 6 enemy soldiers remained. Yu Fei calculated that 2 were dead and 4 alive, leaving only 3 of the enemy. Such easy prey was hard to find. Yu Fei decisively resolved to secure this stronghold first. Truly, the city of the celestial realm was astonishingly vast, and Yin sure had to admit that the city before him was indeed terrifying in its immensity. However, in the eyes of Chu Feng, this was of little consequence. The wretched loudmouth was utterly out of the game, as evidenced by his being carried off the court. Behold, the man bowed and promptly withdrew. After a brief discussion with Zhu Ji, Cheng Yu inscribed 2 characters on the bamboo slip in his hand. Instantly, 3 numbers ascended from the head of Yeyu. His upper body transformed into a crimson liquid by the deluge of black viscous substance. The sunken roof of the vehicle was hollowed out by the inky fluid, and the massive body of the mutated canine creature sank into the hollowed area. Remaining would surely incite a barrage of questions from Yi Zhongshan. It wasn't that he was unwilling to be candid with Yi Zhongshan, but such matters were generally consensual without the need for communication, and it was preferable to refrain from probing into the nuances of feelings and details. Yet, the reading team did not act this way. Such behavior was not in their nature, for they excelled solely in offense. They successfully netted the second goal of the match in the 17th minute of the second half. Chapter 104. Yuner awakens to her affection for Luo Chen. In Europe, the pigeons in the square are considered legitimate citizens. It has long been rumored that many gypsies in the square extort money under the pretense of selling pigeons for feeding. However, pigeons are hardly picky eaters, and one can simply purchase 2 bags of crackers from a nearby convenience store to feed them, rendering it unnecessary to provoke them. With tear-streaked cheeks, she remained motionless. Her attire was likely the reason she had not been targeted. Nevertheless, Li Wei's formidable prowess was evident, and after a few exchanges, he regained the upper hand. Seizing an opportunity as his demonic left hand unleashed its claws, unexpectedly ensnaring a bug defender. Time is the greatest healer. The elderly woman had cursed Gui Yuan day and night, yet after many years, even the deepest resentment had faded somewhat. Should Gui Yuan return, the elderly woman might be compelled to wield a butcher's knife against him. In the present, the deceased are paramount. Even though she was filled with pent-up frustration, she could not unleash it upon a frail son. In summary, Gu Wu had transformed into a genuine offensive king, a pseudo-human demon, while Anzi was to assume the role of a savior of the capital thereafter. Sister Mu and her husband, potential new parents, were in a state of disarray, their long-held hopes now tinged with a glimmer of promise. Although she continually reassured herself to remain calm, perhaps it was merely a chill that had unsettled her stomach. Ultimately, this splendidly adorned boutique was, after all, the most upscale designer clothing store in Haiqing, and the quality of service was undoubtedly commendable, although one might suspect otherwise. It was undeniable that the surface presentation was impeccable. Furthermore, Her premature venture had left her with even less confidence in the tasks that lay ahead, to the point where she contemplated abandoning her agricultural aspirations altogether. Turning, he retrieved a delicate wooden box from beneath the table, opening the lid to reveal a neatly stacked trove of light red jerky. In the end, she discovered that all her worries had been unfounded. Li Wei had not only survived, but had also shone increasingly brightly in the midst of war, even leaping directly to the level of the element of truth. Wang Daoyuan seemed to merge with the heavens and the earth, appearing to exist in an alternate dimension, ethereal and elusive, impervious to attack. Moreover, I can only compel myself to think this way. Should I entertain other possibilities, I fear I might descend into madness. However, do not let your pride swell too much. For the black-hearted tiger may strike when we least expect it. We cannot afford to revel in our triumphs. We must remain diligent in our duties, as Chu Xian advised. Presently, they were filled with curiosity towards El Tianyi. The attire he donned was merely a common brand, priced modestly at just over 100, betraying no signs of wealth. Furthermore, his youth belied any notion of significant status. He could have teleported to the safety of the fourth pit corridor. Yet he chose instead to materialize amidst the throng of people, not to demonstrate his prowess, but to ensure the safe departure of Zack. His equipment was unremarkable, comprising attack speed boots, an infinity edge, a blade of the ruined king, and a whisper, yet his output and burst damage exceeded that of others, marking the early game as his period of dominance. In a fleeting moment, his mind wandered back to Ling Jiushuan and his companions, recalling a resplendent golden lion he had glimpsed behind Ling Jiushuan, which sent a thrill through his heart. Among these individuals, he could scarcely name a few, and many were entirely unfamiliar to him. He remained uncertain of their authenticity, yet he lacked the courage to venture forth. Before nightfall, he must depart. Self-preservation took precedence. Every few days, the company held its annual meeting. After repaying a portion of his debt to Lu Junxin, I invested in a 3,000 yuan dress. As one accustomed to the perils of life, Zhao Bei had encountered numerous treacherous individuals. Speaking of the child, Sister Alien had some recollection. She had recently lost her husband and, during that time, felt particularly despondent, wishing to evade human contact. With a sense of urgency, she called out, "Jing Chun, I feel somewhat faint. Could you assist me?" She looked at Ling Jingchun with hopeful anticipation. Among those present, only Zhou Dan and Lian Sheng were aware of Xie Lang's true identity as the Night Prince. Thus Zhou Dan held him in a measure of respect. Nearby, Liang Jianghua, upon hearing Liang Jiahao's inquiry, leaned forward in anticipation, eager for Lu Qingwan to reveal the answer. In a chamber fragrant with exotic scents, draped in crimson veils, an atmosphere of surrealism enveloped the space. As he navigated through the obstacles, he spotted Bing Huan, who was meticulously adjusting her makeup. The abundance of flowers overwhelmed Liang Xian, making numerical description inadequate, as counting them seemed an impossible task. "I found it." Wang Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, gripping the carving knife tightly and commencing his sculpture. The news of Zheng Mengyuan and her partner's childbirth had already stirred considerable attention, garnering a throng of entertainment journalists outside the hospital, creating an impenetrable barrier. Shortly thereafter, apart from the potato and rib stew still in preparation, everything else had been served. Ding He secretly sampled the dish, noting a significant improvement, estimating it could score a solid 6 or 7. After clearing the pot, Ding He proceeded to cook noodles as the main course. Before long, a throng of 300 to 400 individuals gathered within the government office, all young and strong men from Bocheng County, trusted by the officials at the very least. Chapter 105, Yunur's Whims? My heart melts. Chongqing suddenly recalled that this monkey did not comprehend, so he gestured and spoke in a mix of words and motions. Yet the monkey appeared even more bewildered. The mountain range presented an unremarkable visage. The only distinguishing feature was the absence of grass and shrubs, replaced instead by numerous long swords thrust into the ground. The grasslands and lakes were fraught with peril. This seemingly tranquil garden was likely even more treacherous. Shin Chao pondered, maintaining his composure, and strolled along the wall for several meters, concealing himself within the mist, refraining from recklessly entering the gatehouse. At that moment, the crowd hastily urged the ox cart towards the rear mountain, eagerly anticipating their feast of meat and wine once their tasks were completed. As for the 50 oxen, there would be someone to lead them away to the barn when the time came. The more, the better, the larger, the better. Whoever brings me the void stone. I can exchange it for a house protection talisman or a charm. Qi nurturing pills will do as well, Changxing stated. Those unkind and shrewd individuals had been pushed by towards Tu Tianxi, meeting their demise in the battle with the Lion Clan. Indeed, Daoist Han is a figure of great renown in this world. How could he possibly associate with such commoners? Remarked Hu Jingxiang. Today, Changxing encountered the greatest danger of his life. Were it not for his initial preparations and the formidable power of the formation he had arranged, he would have perished here. This was also the moment he gained the upper hand and unleashed the three flavors true fire. Previously, Changxing had forgotten everything. All had condensed into a singular essence of temperament, causing him to forget even his own name, his consciousness having been thoroughly cleansed. By the dawn of the following day, the sounds gradually faded, likely because Tianyun's sect had battled for so long that they succumbed to despair, slowly beginning to relent. Mind your tongue. When Yin Zhong's children grow up, provide them with a place to stay. Sheng Dizzy shot a glance at Lady Wu. Ruyao, you have consistently aided me and Ruyan. Your kindness has absolved your past mistakes. Do not burden yourself with guilt any longer. Look how heartbroken Cheng Qian is. Give him to me, and let us return together. Sheng Yinzhong implored. However, shortly thereafter, a series of fragmented reprimands emerged, though the noise within the room was so overwhelming that the words were indistinguishable, with the only certainty being that the sounds originated from the adjacent room. A peculiar voice materialized, sounding as though it were muffled within a box, hoarse and exceedingly unpleasant. Let us refrain from premature conclusions. After all, we have yet to witness him play. I trust the management of the knights, who are certainly not fools. Their choice of this Chinese player must have its reasons. Lincoln, shall we wager on it? Suggested another commentator. They viewed the act of seeking a son-in-law as shameful and considered night watch and funeral duties as ominous, avoiding them at all costs. Why did they not, as the lady suggested, vie for the opportunity to put on a show before the master, thereby earning his praise? A look of astonishment washed over old Lu's face, accompanied by an expression of disbelief that gradually emerged in his gaze. The painting was not created on site. It had been previously stored and is now simply being retrieved for use. Not only does Mo Huayuan remember this, but he also recalls the names of all the alchemists from numbers 1 to 45 within the Dan Tower. Under the fervent insistence of Jinglan and Xiner, Ji Zili reluctantly allowed them to apply makeup for her. She typically presented herself without any adornment, making this her inaugural experience with cosmetics. One wonders if Mo Yuchan will indeed be captivated. The matter of the fish dragon is undoubtedly not a mere coincidence. Yin Shi has likely visited Luo Chen, and now, with the mention of that place by the War King, could it be that the ancestral land of the Yun clan lies nearby? The white orb first soared into Jiang Sheng's mind, while the dual-souled entity, bound by 9 chains, was unwillingly drawn into Jiang Sheng's consciousness. Zhao Zhongxue and Shi Jingxian simultaneously directed their gazes toward Chu He, truly unaware of the relationship between Chu He and Zheng Dangguo. While synchronizing the celestial view, Jiang Yu's own perspective remained operational, creating a remarkably intriguing sensation of dual vision. A flicker of comfort and gratitude appeared in Qingmu's eyes, mirroring Su Mingyuan's earlier demeanor. She was enamored with Liu Beiting's profound demeanor and the subtle smile that played upon his lips, which always stirred her heart. Between the two, words were unnecessary. A mere exchange of glances sufficed to convey their thoughts. He began to wonder about Chu Yunlian's true identity. For the realities she embodied were astonishing. Her abilities and experiences were far beyond those of an ordinary person. He sensed an unusual aura about her and felt compelled to discern which clan it belonged to. Her sudden awakening was attributed to the disruption of her biological clock upon joining the group. Even though she occasionally awoke naturally, she remained exceedingly fatigued due to insufficient rest. Mi Yin was uncertain of her fears, but he was acutely aware of his own terror. The moment the two whirlpools, one black and one gray, emerged, an overwhelming force radiated from Zhou Yuan, engulfing everything in its vicinity. After the Chun family departed, Yu Hao descended from the arena to join the Yu family's gathering, his demeanor exuding joy as he regarded them. Song Qinfang had waited for many years. Her patience was waning, and she feared misunderstanding from Madame Xia. Why? You know my feelings for you have always been sincere. It is out of guilt that I accepted her. Now you tell me this was all part of your scheme? Explain yourself. Su Yihan cried out in desperation. All the students ceased their chatter, eyes filled with curiosity and reverence. gazing toward the gates of the prefectural governor's residence, where a prominent figure was expected to arrive. He could disregard the attacks directed at himself, yet he could not tolerate any affronts aimed at Gu Shijin. He wished to shield her from any grievances. Chapter 106. Anonymous Arrogance? Luo Chen is furious. Brother. The Lion Trojan King, seeing his black smoke incapacitate Tang Sung, noticed that the divine ring had vanished and rushed in to support the Bull Demon King, calling out, "We can provide you with grain, but there are conditions. Once you comply, it shall be yours." Dragon Xiang interjected at this moment. Ningxia, curious to see what kind of snake it was and how thick it might be, was halted by Tang Jing, who called out to her, fearing she would have nightmares if she ventured closer. Upon hearing this, Ningxia realized the wisdom in his caution and refrained from approaching or looking any further. After returning home with Zhang Mu, Zhang Jian took time to reflect on his actions, vowing never to act so recklessly again. Following this, he made a series of promises to Zhang Mu, which improved her demeanor slightly. Among the two fake Dan practitioners in the arena, one spoke up, characterized by a prominent black mole on his chin, from which sprouted a white hair. His expression was utterly emotionless, creating a rather comical appearance when combined with the mole. Just as Lin Shi exited the grand gaming hall, she spotted Tao Ran idly wandering at the entrance with his hands tucked into his belt. Over the course of 10 years, Shi had relied solely on spirit stones for her cultivation, successfully advancing to the Yuaning realm. However, she needed to leave Earth soon, as the spirit stones in Dubai's storage ring had dwindled and could no longer support her training. She needed to conserve them for emergencies. Upon arriving at Huabao Pavilion, Ningxia intended to use spring water to heal her wounds. However, upon opening the space, she was astonished to find that the lively spring water from the previous night had transformed into stagnant water, barely bubbling. And even the green vines had wilted as if they had been plucked from the tree and left to wither in the scorching sun. Voila! Yang Xiao, holding a towel, bore a grim expression. After exerting considerable effort to ensure that Nda and two men would mutually destroy each other, he was on the verge of reaping the benefits, only to have an unexpected intrusion from Cheng Yaojin, which was indeed unfortunate. He then became a thorn in the side of Fu Sisi. Without these individuals, how would he have met such a dismal end? The most significant faction in question was, without a doubt, the one led by Zhang Yi, the son of Emperor Jiajing and the Crown Prince, who had an absolute advantage in the struggle against the Yin faction. Chen Shiyuan could no longer contain himself. Yi Chu has a good temperament? Where did you see that? You have not witnessed her sarcastic demeanor, even now. Recalling it sends shivers down my spine. All right, everyone, it's time to disperse. The Mu family's barbecue concludes here today. We hope to see you all again. Tang Yu said with a slight smile, bidding farewell to the gathering. The love advisor was a young man of similar age to the Crown Prince, wearing a top hat and possessing a tall stature, drawing the resentful gaze of Princess Andrea upon his entrance. The following day, while Tang Yu was still in the embrace of slumber, he was awakened by sounds from outside, instantly dispelling his desire to continue resting. This demon god, second only to the Dao Zun in terms of existence, possessed an unknown level of combat prowess. Should the opponent truly arrive, it would indeed be a troublesome affair. This time, Yuanru successfully escaped. If she were not recaptured, she would seize any opportunity to turn her fate around. Were Yi Chu aware of Yi Jiao's current thoughts, he would surely lament, for there is a saying about one's mind being muddled. This was a living example before him. The reasons are manifold. China is a nation predominantly centered around agriculture. If the majority of its populace were to pursue commerce, who would tend to the fields? As Qin Yu attentively examined the monument, the other earth spirits awaited him in a meditative posture beneath it, each face etched with astonishment and disbelief. "What are you doing?" inquired Shun Haoying, seated in the car and listening to music as I stepped out. Just as Sun Qian pondered, the elevator arrived, and Ran Jiqi exited, opening the door, with Sun Qian following closely behind. However, had they chosen not to heed Lu Guangjing this time, in a bid to avoid being used as scapegoats by Li Erlong, thus neglecting to provide Lu Guangjing with cover for his escape, it was likely that Lu Guangjing would no longer require their assistance in the future. Yi Anyu, frustrated, punched the interior of the aircraft and climbed back onto the back of the egg with Lin Kai. Chen Fan stepped forward to elucidate, stating, "Recently, while passing through Wuming Spirit Valley, I chanced upon a group of black-clad individuals invading, intent on seizing the burning silence. The entire clan of Wuming Spirit Valley was slaughtered. In the village, few could read, the only literate ones being Shaoli, his grandfather, and son Wu. Hence, every year it fell upon the three of them to compose the spring festival couplets for the villagers. Kneel, have you forgotten the etiquette? Zhuge Sheng, with a stern expression, took his seat in a position of authority, gazing at her. Within the cavern, the piercing howl reverberated ominously, accompanied by the sounds of shattering rock. From now on, they would no longer rely on the sect's patronage, nor endure the humiliating days of treating the sect members as overlords. The formidable heavy crossbow advanced, obliterating a kilometer-s radius of city walls, resulting in the demise of all 10,000 soldiers who exited the city. Su Jisun, still engulfed in sorrow, was reticent, performing a solemn gesture of respect to his mentor before hastily entering the coal laboratory to review a stack of reports on the progress of coal washing research. Although he had learned from Jiang Changsheng that his mother had undergone surgery, Jiang Changqing remained somewhat anxious and wished to confirm her condition personally before returning to school. Most of the wounds on his body had scabbed over, yet upon kneeling, blood seeped from the injuries, evoking sympathy. Listening to the flattering remarks, Baratimer lifted his eyelids, casting a glance at him without uttering a word. Chapter 107. Luo Chen strikes back. Chu Yu blushes. No, my martial essence? In that instant, Xiaomin fainted, realizing that her innate martial essence had been utterly dispersed by another. It is not that we cannot extinguish it, rather that we cannot do so in a short span. If this drags on, we shall be in trouble, Yang Han explained calmly. Zhou Tian slightly inclined his body, but today was a momentous occasion for two noble lords, and thus, I beseech you to temper your actions. However, Madame Shanyu abruptly fell silent, observing the expression on Lu Bai's face, suddenly losing the desire to disclose such matters to him. Though she claimed she would eliminate this miscreant, how could she possibly bring herself to do so? If she were to shield him, how would she handle the relentless pursuit of the disgraced princess, who had lost her honor in her home and at the hands of her son? Upon hearing Shi Yang's voice, Chen Pan immediately discerned the frailty in Shi Yang's aura. The armor and shield consumed my true dragon spirit energy, and once that energy is depleted, both man and spirit shall perish. Shi Yang weakly elucidated. At this moment, the red team had lost 2 middle turrets and 1 turret each on the upper and lower lanes, while their opponents had not lost a single turret. Tian Kuan tugged at Wan Kai's sleeve. Since the reality had set in, he decided to put on a smile to ease the somber atmosphere and extend some blessings, ensuring the children did not bear too heavy a burden. Upon hearing Han Shayan's words, Zhao Lai's countenance darkened instantly. Clearly, Han Shayan had struck a chord with his pain. Zhao Lai let out a mighty roar, filling the universe with a radiant red glow. The roar of a beast resonated amidst the crimson light. Yet, this seemingly flawless man had been nearly slain by dark forces, and now, under such circumstances, his sister, who originally felt she needed to resort to despicable means to defeat her sibling, was found collaborating with those who had conspired against her brother-in-law. Was the adversary even human? At that moment, as the ancient refuge was being evacuated, a silver short rod suddenly plummeted from the sky, striking him squarely on the forehead. Understood. I will transfer the funds to Director Xiaoho immediately. However, interbank transfers may take some time, especially for such a significant amount, as the bank requires an appointment, explained Sima Junin. What's the matter, Doctor of Management? He asked calmly, shifting his body slightly away from Hao Yun. Aside from the venue, Ning Hao and the extraordinary individuals from Tiangong also showcased the specially prepared props. At this juncture, the new Star Supreme turned around, clasping his hands behind his back, facing away from Qi Yu, slightly raising his head to gaze out the window, embodying contemplation and choice. Within the city, only 2 groups of extraordinary beings remained, one overt and one covert. As soon as Nicola's name was called, the light-based extraordinary beings ascended alongside him. After all, this was the first time utilizing a long-range special ability, and the novel sensation was rather delightful. Imagine, if the regular troops of Huaxiao were superhumans capable of withstanding bullets with their bodies, how formidable would Huaxiao's combat strength be? In the future, we would be able to target whomever we wished. Comprehensive military strength does not solely rely on the prowess of cutting-edge capabilities. Rather, it is the strength of the standing army that dictates decisive power on the battlefield. Closing his eyes, Lin Luo began to observe within his mind. The second image of the divine spirit technique had brightened, indicating that he could commence cultivation of the second tier of the technique, which he had categorized into 9 tiers. each corresponding to a distinct image. This was the effect of the inner world within Qin Chuan, impervious to all forms of attack, sufficient to withstand any fierce onslaught until Qin Chuan arrived. Although the Pure Land Holy Mother had been under house arrest and was not well acquainted with the outside world, she was aware of several key points. She knew Wu Shuquan was dead, that the world had not descended into chaos, and that the Pure Land sect had fractured due to internal strife. These facts alone were enough. He was unaware that Kong Longji's death was, in fact, a trap. He sought to pierce through the fog to unveil the truth. The fog had indeed been torn apart, yet what he saw was still not the truth. Opening the martial gate was the first step to becoming a warrior. Just a few days prior, Wu Fan had discussed this with Zhuo Qing, and now arrangements had been made. Jiu Tian opened his phone and entered 7-colored water silkworm into the search bar, then clicked search. Thanks to the considerable popularity of rainbow fields, a plethora of information regarding this peculiar insect exists online. No, just a moment. No. At this juncture, Wang Linfu found himself engulfed in a frenzy. Faintly recalling a scene from his youth, Long Si cast a glance at a show, who merely shrugged indifferently, seemingly detached from the passage of time. Moreover, the hues of the grass stalks appeared to be slightly darker. Aside from that, their shapes were fundamentally consistent. The other party did not exhibit an air of superiority. Rather, the sentiment conveyed was one of respect, perhaps even excessive respect, as if genuinely treating him as a master. Lu Lang was never one to possess a magnanimous spirit. In his eyes, every enemy who had slain his compatriots ought to atone with their lives, not merely with words, especially since that nation continued to quibble even after 80 years. Wang Tieta had just begun to prepare an earnest lesson for Shintong when a member of the Sweetheart pirate crew, who remained in Silver City, hurried to his side and whispered urgently in his ear. Upon hearing the words of this member, Wang Tieta's expression turned grave. Pingjin has fallen, and the enemy troops are heavily concentrated in the southeast. Our independent regiment must engage in battle with the Japanese invaders. All officers and soldiers of our independent regiment will fight until the last man stands. Do you dare to accompany me to death? Lu Lang, seldom given to tears, now faced his subordinates with tears streaming down his face, hoarsely shouting in fury. Witnessing the agonized expression of Jean Mo, Tang Chun dismounted and approached him, firmly patting his shoulder. I concur with Director Luke's opinion. Since joining the production, the Paramount producer has maintained a low profile, merely expressing their stance with a single statement. Chapter 108, The Campus Belle and the Campus Heartthrob, sharing the frame today. Alas, time flows on, and despite the torrents of bloodshed from that era, it no longer intimidates the modern populace. Since the economic confrontation with Shiyuan began 2 years ago, some families within the country have gradually become unstable. Thus, Ing Fei remained oblivious, reclining and inspecting his hands, glancing left and right, and smiling with satisfaction. However, given the current situation, Lu Sun could not simply watch him perish, as he could not substantiate the truth of Su Tie's words. Song Shangtian abruptly turned around and noticed a strikingly handsome young man approaching, accompanied by a spirit beast, with Chu Tianquang also prominently present atop the creature. Qin Chuan sat cross-legged by the pool, feeling invigorated even without entering the nirvana pool. The spiritual liquid was peculiar, seemingly capable of cleansing one's very soul, allowing him to relax completely. However, the fact that they were legally married could not be overlooked. He needed to find a way to dissolve their marital bond, which would likely dissuade his mother from insisting he wed Qin Xueli. Yet, they remained unable to withstand such relentless onslaughts, as if there were no escape, destined to be crushed and mercilessly slain. Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted. I shall never venture into the mountains again. After a day of walking, my feet are bruised and battered. A young man let out a complaint, casually retrieving a bottle of beer from his bag, and downed it in one go with a satisfying gulp. Jean Chanzi obediently stepped aside. Waling Jing observed his young master, sensing a profound change within him. Yet, he could not quite articulate what had shifted. The source of relentless unease for Yi Zhengqi was the news he received. The fervent populace of the Eastern Empire was plotting the execution of Mu Zhijing. Upon hearing this, Wang Qi sighed. Instinctively, he felt that the individual in question was not of malevolent disposition. This precious item might indeed belong to their sect, and it was true that they were at fault. Otherwise, he would not have spoken so to Huangrong. This was disconcerting news. Zhang Dapio felt a chill run down his spine. In just half a year, Ji Ryu had regained such power, and even Li Yundi lacked the strength to resist her. Given a little more time, who in Liangzhou could possibly contain her? He was no longer preoccupied with trifles. His sole focus now was to ascend to the imperial throne. Shedding his previous indecisiveness, Ajio held her forehead, a look of utter frustration on her face, but fortunately, at that moment, someone finally realized something. With a few deft touches, they released her mute seal, restoring her ability to speak. Is that so? Your strength is not as formidable as I had imagined. Shun Tsung laughed heartily, spitting out a mouthful of blood, yet appearing invigorated, showing no signs of injury. They were heading towards Qinlong, and the Westerners accompanying them exhibited an attitude akin to leisurely sightseeing, which caused Wang Yuheng to frown in disapproval. These Jin soldiers encountered little in the way of resistance. Each swing of their blades claimed a life from the Song army, blood spraying forth and saturating the air with a metallic scent. Forcing half of the martial world of Liangzhou to accompany Qijue to her demise was utterly insane. Though Lei Jinzi had been wronged by Qijue and lost his once bright future, his sense of justice would not allow him to witness such an atrocity unfold, even if it meant opposing his own brother. The city lord, Akkad of the Anilon tribe, appeared even more ferocious after perusing the news from Castige, his already reddened eyes glowing with malevolence. In contrast to Feng Xing's stunned silence, Fry was ablaze with fervor. Unlike Feng Xing, who was privy to certain hidden truths of the past, Fry, upon awakening his consciousness, only knew himself to be a descendant of the war god Miles, remaining oblivious to the true history of his ancestors. Patience was essential. In such moments, haste was counterproductive. The core position was no trifling matter. Suddenly, ice rain and frigid air converged, forming a powerful source of cold that froze everything within 10 feet in an instant. Zhaogo dismissed him with indifference, ignoring his objections and forcefully expelling him, ordering the guards to detain him. The crowd wiped the cold sweat from their brows, exhaling in relief. Zhaogo's decision to dismiss the second-ranking official of the day, the deputy of the Privy Council, took them by surprise. When Keller was injured, the natural net of the great sword was shattered by the black-clad figure. Unrelenting, the black-clad assailant charged towards Keller. Li Hao possessed considerable knowledge of the inner workings, having made a special visit to the Cape family when he was tasked with protecting Sophie, during which he encountered Capisi and his sister Capulan. Grateful for the assistance of Elder Qi, he expressed his thanks profusely. As Shangguan Tianyu departed, the dark-clad figure followed suit, while Qi Jiahong cast aside all other documents. Fixated on the contract in his hand, which he deemed far more valuable, Li Ning silently praised himself, reflecting on his decision not to emulate that foolish tiger, lest he have suffered a tremendous loss. This thought filled him with unwarranted pride. Just then, he found himself seething with resentment towards the seemingly frail humans commanding the monstrous army. Zhou Chu realized that Qian Duoduo had fortuitously passed by in her vehicle, and it became evident that she had witnessed his playful antics with Cheng Yun, explaining her displeased countenance. Lin Hanqi dined leisurely, unperturbed by the gazes of her elder brother and sister-in-law, occasionally glancing at her father, Lin Guozhang, who sat upright and engaged in his meal with the same solemnity as always. She mused to herself, recognizing the remarkable composure of the right minister, who remained unfazed despite the recent turmoil. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers. The discipline and quality of Li Ning's troops were akin to that of a formidable steel battalion. Oh, you are mistaken. Apart from Mu Hongling being his wife, the others are merely his sworn sisters, remarked another student. I'm going to teach that bird-brained cop a lesson, Zhou Chu declared, launching a straight punch that elicited a muffled grunt, causing blood to appear around Lu Shuang's eyes. Fortunately, Lu Shuang managed to evade slightly, otherwise, that blow could have resulted in a grievous injury. Chapter 109. The Emergence of Dominance. The scholar Luo Chen. Indeed, Mr. Chen, the 50 million from the beginning of the month has been received and utilized. Mingwei in Beijing has transferred the funds, perfectly supplementing the amount, Li Jiqing reported. 5 minutes later, Yu Yin descended the stairs and soon saw Sikong Han gradually halt his motorcycle in front of her. It was neither a Mercedes nor a BMW, nor even a four-wheeled vehicle, but rather a striking black motorcycle. This action left everyone in awe. Since that day, no one dared to waste food at the company, for anyone who did would be seen as challenging the boss, Guo Huai remarked, gazing at Lu Mei's vividly red lips. Hu Hui instinctively licked his own, slowly drawing closer. his warm breath brushing against Lu Mei's face. No fear was rather despicable, yet it also revealed her desperation, as the cold light in her azure gaze hinted at her arrogance. "Uncle, what are you going to teach me to paint today?" In the midst of Yuan Jixuan preparing the painting paper and ink, Yuan Lin curiously inquired while standing on a nearby stool. The following morning, as Xia Mo lay in bed contemplating the delectable dish from her dream, a piece of yellow paper suddenly flopped over her face. Even if the Prince of Han did not wish for her to become his consort or grant her a title, as long as her child was born within the royal residence, it would undoubtedly be a prince, a fact no one could deny. Although the Buddhist scriptures state that the body is merely a vessel, disciples of the faith would not abandon this vessel until their souls have attained a certain strength. Thus, Gu Mingxi and Yi Shengyan remained steadfastly by Fu Su's side, supporting his corporeal form until the elixir in the cauldron transformed from a dark hue to a crystalline clarity. No individual would willingly allow their possessions to depart their presence without consent. Yet, this person before him, despite being stronger, could not mobilize the Qin family or the Xiandao sect without the decree of Emperor Yuan. What a pity it is, I wonder if Mr. Su has secured lodgings upon his arrival in Xianying? Upon hearing Su Chen's agreement, Ing Zheng felt a tinge of regret, for Su Chen was indeed a valuable talent, and he inquired about Su Chen's accommodations. However, his proud fire fist lost all brilliance upon striking the barrier of spiritual energy. Significant changes had transpired among the three teachings today. In pursuit of better instructing their disciples, I conferred with my 3 elder brothers and decided to consolidate your training. Bao Wen abruptly halted, casting a resentful glare at Xiao Zizai, who, unperturbed, calmly adjusted his shirt without even sparing Bao Wen a glance. Ma Mingqi would undoubtedly suspect Han Sui of collusion against him, leading to a conspiracy. Han Sui, unable to defend himself, found his situation increasingly dire. A violent clash among the Shiliang forces was unavoidable, and both Han Sui and Ma Chao were fated for demise. "Smoke less, if you need money. Just call me. Do not hesitate," Yu Xing reminded once more. It appeared that the dim remnants of its rationality had sensed its human skull, and thus it began to descend into madness. Though Li Feng's mother seldom ventured outside, she possessed a certain discernment. These individuals were not to be trifled with, for they could easily invite calamity. Although Lady Li hailed from the countryside, her husband's frequent recounting of various matters had afforded her a broader awareness. Suddenly, Chen She halted, his smile vanishing as he drew the Zhifang's sword. A chilling breeze swept through the valley, and the surrounding forests exuded an abundance of cold air. Yet, he dared not voice the doubts swirling within, for such speculations were profoundly unsettling. The person who had wrought havoc simply perished, while she, the one sent to rectify matters, bore the weight of her suffering. If this continued, it was likely she too would succumb to the wrath of the departed. Su Jin, filled with urgency and anger, found her breath quickening, clutching her collar, resolutely refusing to let Xiao Yin undress her. This thought flickered through Director Chen's mind, only to burgeon uncontrollably thereafter. Despite her words, her expression bore no semblance of innocence, clearly indicating to others that she had indeed committed the act and dared them to challenge her. She displayed an utter disdain for pretense. Her eyes resembled 2 dark voids, exuding an exceptionally chilling darkness that involuntarily sent shivers down one's spine, making it difficult to meet her gaze. Li Feng discerned the truth. It appeared this individual was a debauched young master, likely a notorious bully known for his misdeeds, his reputation preceding him, suggesting he had committed numerous wrongs. Concealed outside the house, Xinya and her 2 companions glared fiercely at their homeroom teacher. Initially intent on confronting him, they suddenly realized that one among them might very well be the person the teacher was seeking, thus thwarting his intentions became imperative. Lu Yun looked at Chunhaoan with eager anticipation. It was his first attempt at alchemy, and he was uncertain of the quality of the elixir he would produce. After striking decisively, the dark figure charged once more at Lin Chun, consumed by a singular desire to eliminate this disrespectful individual towards the corpses of the Black Lotus and Black Rock. Zhang Junying settled into her customary chair, awaiting the commencement of the meeting. A few minutes later, all 37 teachers from the high school department were present. Chapter 110, The Dazzling Luo Chen. The bashful Yuner, the first to emerge, was a robust young man, muscles taut, wielding a colossal sword, poised for action, his eyes aflame with battle intent, clearly ready to take a life at any moment. Shi Sa made a silent vow to ensure that this competition would entail a myriad of exchanges before determining a victor. As a gesture of gratitude towards the Green King, preserving his reputation and honor. Upon reflecting on this, Han Fei suddenly awoke to the realization that his seat had been offered to the individual before him, who was none other than the one he had generously relinquished his position to. So it was you, the sneaky rascal. You heard everything? Emily retorted, her tone laced with annoyance. Leveraging his understanding of technological advancement and foresight, Zhao Jingce initiated the era of electronic trading in Chinese securities. The Demon Clan refrained from direct involvement, instead employing the mortal armies of the Liao Kingdom to contend against the Song dynasty, thereby seizing its fortunes. This predicament stemmed from the lack of legalist fervor and the Song's military shortcomings, which provided the Liao Kingdom an opportunity to exploit. Consequently, Xuanmu Island could only dispatch representatives of the legalist school to revitalize the Song dynasty. Greenleaf clutched Zhao Jingce's hand, unwilling to release it, only dashing to the restroom for a quick cleanup once they returned to their seats. In truth, although the invincible rain sword Qi was not the genuine sword Qi of heaven, it was nonetheless a formidable force that rivaled it in terror. Possessing an abundance of ancient martial arts cultivation methods from the Dragon Kingdom, the Invincible's might was assuredly formidable. Rest assured, our nation will devise a solution. We cannot let anyone suffer from ailments in silence. Xiao Xiao hastily reassured, her tone resolute, for in her innocent heart, how could the state abandon its people? Once Jiao and Shang Shui entered the barbarian tribe's dwelling, their inner unease dissipated. Observing the peculiar appearance of the barbarians, possibly a consequence of plague, their bodies grotesquely swollen and inhuman, there was no longer any dissent regarding their use as sustenance for the dragon beasts. They focused solely on preparing the tribe's stored provisions. No, please don't kill me. Spare me, and take her instead, this wretched woman. I'm still young. I don't wish to die yet. I beg you. Dear brother, Ruan Rahai exclaimed, his face ashen, desperation and fear of death evident in his eyes, causing him to unravel emotionally. Finally, having proven that his body was in good condition, Lin Yi returned to his seat, only to be approached by the team doctor, eager to ascertain whether he truly harbored any hidden issues. Fortunately, the attire from Wind River, characterized by its loose-fitting style for men, spared Feng Wuqing from embarrassment before the neighborhood. Su Yang had long harbored disdain for Lu Xiao, and with a shout, the Azure-Wood Thunder Emperor erupted forth, enveloped in azure lightning, charging towards Lu Xiao. The reason the Holy Church wields such formidable influence in the martial world lies in the distinctiveness of their martial arts compared to other sections. Although a master like Ling Jiaozhu requires decades of practice, the foundational internal techniques can be grasped by ordinary practitioners in just a few years. Upon realizing the silence of the person in her arms, Yi Lihuan was engulfed in anguish. Why had she dared to kindle hope in the woods, only to cruelly reject her? A sharp pain surged in her chest, threatening to tear her heart asunder. In the three-dimensional realm, Mizuki had experienced betrayal of trust. During her university years, two classmates, both her dormitory mates, had successively deceived her for money under the guise of trust. At present, having reaped benefits from the aristocratic families, he found himself waiting for any sign of action. Clearly, those families could no longer remain idle, thus they resorted to advising him through their son. He Yao was skeptical that this item could project her across vast distances to her boyfriend's side. Nevertheless, adopting a mindset of desperate hope, she resolved to purchase a set. Sometimes, reflecting on these matters felt like a dream, particularly given her studies in archaeology, a field often associated with rigid scholars who pursue factual truth, making it hard to fathom such absurdities. Li Machun personally carried Yi Linghui back to the bedroom, gazing at her sweet sleeping face. His heart softened beyond measure. All right, I understand. You may return to report. I will linger for a moment longer and then seek out your young master to deal with this guard, she thought, a warmth surging within her chest as she strove to maintain composure and send the guard away. Only after he vanished from sight did she succumb to a fit of harsh coughing. Luo Wuxin spoke, punctuating his words with a well-timed yawn, feigning genuine drowsiness. His youthful, cherubic face evoked an irresistible urge to pinch his cheeks. Although Lu Jiyun had no intention of selling the freshly acquired, unrestricted orange-tier weapon, the flowing light frosted Guqin, she had yet to witness the two forms it could assume and whether they were visually pleasing. However, something felt amiss as the vehicle surged forward once more. jolting from left to right, while it had the capacity to effortlessly melt the tip of her dagger in a single encounter. The blue-tier mid-grade flame was not potent enough to handle the special materials of the purple tier, proving of little use to players focused on practical professions. Just the right amount, the man thought with a proud nod, adding golden crispy spice chunks and a spoonful of special autumn oil, along with half a pot of pheasant broth, before securely placing the lid back on the pot. Yet, some prodigies, nay, should one say monsters, could transcend conventions, discerning the laws even at the levels of upper and lower demons. Old Gu pondered. Supporting is indeed a curious matter. Though his lips uttered the words of support, he felt an undeniable awkwardness envelop him, particularly as he held a loquat, strumming and singing. It was almost as if one wished to hide it away. Upon the entrance of Lu Yifeng, he paid no heed to the assembled youth, gliding through with an air of purpose, heading deeper into the corridor. This posed a significant disadvantage, indicating that the kingdom of Jiao would incur far greater costs in maintaining its rule and mobilizing resources compared to the southern Jin state, resulting in inefficiencies. Even in the face of unforeseen circumstances, his family's stronghold had endured over many years, with slight assistance. The backers from Puqing and the Dali clan would not stand idly by, and a powerful reinforcement could potentially turn the tide against the Jin forces. In such a scenario, his family could seize the opportunity to completely eradicate the grievances against the Zhai clan. Chapter 111. A heartfelt conversation between two women. Qingyi nodded, realizing she had dampened her sister-in-law's spirits. "Why not let Zhu'er keep you company?" she suggested, glancing at the conjoined twins beside the mistress. A sudden gust of mountain wind stirred, heralding a fresh wave of tremors, causing Yue to instinctively clutch the tree trunk behind her for solace. In an instant, a sharp melody pierced the heavens, resonating in the ears of all the skeletal dragons. The iron chains binding the stone tablets had vanished without a trace, and even the scriptures inscribed upon the tablets appeared somewhat dimmed. "I believe we should let this matter pass," I reflected, recalling how I had indulged in copious amounts of wine that evening, only to succumb to violent retching afterward. It was my second bout of drunkenness, following my ordeal. Farong prepared 2 fried eggs for me and gently soothed my back, all the while lamenting my excessive drinking. Anger? Indeed, it was anger, for the usually placid Tianqing. This was the first time he felt such a surge of emotion. Among the 2 figures standing still, one suddenly voiced this sentiment, their aged, yet powerful tone betraying no hint of frailty. "I offered 3,600, she said, "but the owner has yet to return my master." The other salespeople did not come to her aid, while customers around her praised the machine, lamenting its exorbitant price. Suddenly, Qing Xiao closed her eyes and began to murmur incantations. In truth, whether from Shushan, Kunlun, Tianyong, or Penglai, the incantations and spells from these realms of cultivation and swordsmanship were far more intricate than mere recitation. Liu Bei signaled to Huang how to assist Wu Yi to his feet, stating, "Ziyuan is my trusted aide and a key minister, overseeing the imperial guards. Zhao Shu has also employed his personnel wisely. Let us speak no more of resignation." Wu Yi, aided by Huang Hao, could only acquiesce. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yilin scooped Cheng Luo Chen into his arms and onto the bed, instantly filling the room with a charged atmosphere. I hurled an ashtray at the old woman, but she remarkably dodged it with a speed beyond that of an ordinary person, on a flat expanse surrounded by mountains. Yang Jian grasped his trident and leaped into the air, while Ming Wang's gaze was fixed upon him, as Yang Jian's figure melded into the light. The once ebony irises of Ming Wang transformed into a sanguine hue, while the whites of his eyes manifested a deep black, enabling him to discern Yang Jian's movements unaffected by light. The reason I express relief is due to my recent acclimatization to fear, thus rendering me somewhat immune. However, this does not imply that I am devoid of trepidation. I conveyed my thoughts to him, and though he hesitated, he ultimately had no choice but to proceed with resolve. Sipping ginger tea while observing the patrons in the establishment, Imo Jidong found herself reflecting profoundly. She vividly recalled the desolate state when Jin Peiyan was first returned to her, never imagining it would flourish into the vibrant enterprise it had become today. Though she considered herself not a devout believer, at this moment, prayer was the only recourse she could conceive to alleviate her unease. Indeed, after several relentless strikes, the serpent began to languish, its head drooping low. Yet, contemplating the numerous opportunities the elderly woman had to strike, and recognizing that she had no obligation to assist me. I pondered whether, had she intended harm, she would not have acted long ago. Nevertheless, their formidable pressure had no effect on her, as it approached her vicinity. It dissipated entirely. What? 3 months hence. Cold Mama felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Lung Yiting's words. To be sure, last night's experience had carried an undertone of ambiguity with Chen Xiaoman. Yet their conversation remained focused on the dealings of the local ruffians in Li Family Village in Bohai City, without straying into impropriety. Zhao Kuangyin chuckled heartily, I understand. But without this pretext, how do we mobilize our troops? Zhao Kuangyin's expression shifted slightly, although he had surmised that the rumor was intentionally disseminated by Zhao Kuangyin. Hearing the admission from his own lips still astonished him. Spreading false military intelligence was a grave offense against the state. He Jitong's words ignited a yearning within Honggu, as she recalled how, in the dead of night, she had overlooked such a significant opportunity, which ultimately benefited Xia Santang. My heart, too, burned with indignation. Despite my attempts to communicate with her reasonably, she remained obstinate and arrogant, even as Zhang Yu treated her with utmost courtesy. Qi Lu, though not lacking in stature, appeared youthful due to her doll-like visage, resembling a college student yet to graduate. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to rescue her, regardless of the circumstances. He could not bear to witness her demise, repaying the debt of gratitude she had bestowed upon him 18 years prior in that courtyard strewn with corpses. Although he had repaid her kindness many times over, one might argue they had settled their accounts long ago. What will you do? Remain in Dacheng indefinitely? And Shui Luo was eager to discern her choice. If she chose to stay in Dacheng, they could potentially become friends. The compass needle began to rotate wildly, and as it moved, exquisite patterns emerged upon a rare piece of golden parchment below. Excellent, splendid, the old man exclaimed thrice, leaving the 2 disciples of the blood-poisoned sect bewildered, wondering if the elder had been rendered foolish by Murong Fugue's influence. Though they dared not voice their thoughts and maintain their silence, the master of forgery directed Alice to step aside, and to everyone's astonishment, flames began to emanate from his very being. Time was of the essence. After uttering her words, Lan Yin'er began to close her eyes, methodically sorting through the chaotic spiritual energy within her. Approximately half an hour later, she reopened her eyes, her complexion significantly improved, suggesting she had nearly restored her vitality. Chapter 112, The King's Retribution, a basketball showdown? Lin Xiaodang waved at the individuals emerging one by one from the cave entrance and nodded at Huiyan, who gently turned the iron door. In that moment, it felt as if he had been transported back a year and a half, to when Qin Liang still exerted his dominance in the office. I began to long for my homeland, which must be bustling with life at this hour, the shrine parade, the temple bells at midnight, and the aroma of grilled sanma fish.